Chapter 1 Exclusive Sign-In System. Xin Yu. Let's break up. Inside a Western restaurant in Nanjiang City, Suli coldly stared at her boyfriend Xin Yu and said, Xin Yu, who was holding a bouquet of flowers in his right hand and a diamond ring in his left hand, and was about to propose to his girlfriend's hand, froze in his smile and was both stunned and heartbroken. Lily, are you kidding? Haven't we always gotten along well? How come all of a sudden we have to propose a breakup? Xin Yu said in an agitated voice. He and Suli used to go to high school in the same school, but the two became boyfriend and girlfriend at the high school reunion a year ago. Previously read high school when Xin Yu on the crush on Suli, only because then timid, until the end of high school do not dare to confess. As a result, at the reunion, no Suli is still single, while some of the alcohol to drum up the courage to confess to each other. Suli really accepted, but also with him to the city to work together. Suli posture is also considered very good, and Xin Yu looks general. The two together also do not know how many male students envy. Today 520. Xin Yu would like to take advantage of this Valentine's Day to formally propose to his girlfriend. The diamond ring are bought. Although this diamond ring is very small, cannot even see what diamonds, but also spent 3 months of his salary. Suli contemptuously glanced at the diamond ring in Xin Yu's hand. You just want to propose to me with such a small diamond ring. You're also underestimating me. But even with this crap, your wallet is almost empty. Last time I was looking at a tens of thousands of dollars Gucci bag, but I begged you for a long time and refused to buy it. But as a result, when someone else came out with it, it was a nearly $100,000 limited edition one, said Suli pointed to his hand holding a beige satchel, then said, on this bag, you have to work how long to afford. In this city alone to buy a suite of down payment you have to work hard for a few years to save up. Even now even a car is not. So with you harboring a generation, it is better for us to get together and part ways. These words are like a thorn in Xin Yu's heart. You are also right, but I believe that with my own efforts in the future it will not be bad. Xin Yu still wanted to stay and pleaded. Suli snorted. Effort? Oh, don't say laugh. Your family is poor and you have no background. Even if you work hard for the rest of your life what can you do? I'm leaving. From now on you and I have no relationship. With these words, Suli turned her head and left. Suli, I will always remember what you said, and I also hope that you don't beg me to get back together with you one day. Xin Yu said with red eyes. Still begging you to get back together. Don't dream. It's impossible in this lifetime. Suli turned back and laughed contemptuously. After saying that, she held out her chest and raised her head and walked straight towards the outside without turning back. Xin Yu stood there, like a log. For a long time, the heart that had been gripped slowly relaxed, but the heart is still full of loss and anger. He is not stupid. Suli this period of time changes, has long been out of the previous kind of pure and lovely girl look. Not only love vanity, but also more and more indifferent to him. But he has always believed that the two people's feelings are faithful and love each other. Until this moment to wake up, this is all his wishful thinking. He also slowly figured out that a woman who loves vanity, breaking up is no big deal. With a slight sigh, ignoring the several strange gazes around him, he sat down, looking at the hands of the diamond ring bought for the preparation of the proposal, thinking that this thing is bought for nothing, cannot be used. Suddenly a ray of light flashed from the hand. The diamond ring disappeared with this ray of light. Xin Yu was startled and thought his eyes were blurred. Still do not know what is going on. A machine-like voice suddenly into the brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host to get the exclusive signing system. The system is being bound in the middle. 100%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding is successful. A semi-transparent panel that only Xin Yu could see surfaced. Host, Xin Yu. Age, 25. Physical strength, 50, normal. Mental power, 50, normal. Skill, empty. Signalable progress, 0. Tasks, empty. Check-in points, 0. Balance, none. Backpack, none. A temporary repository for physical goods issued by the system. This system is an exclusive check-in system. Each check-in can get a gift pack. There are 2 conditions for signing in. One is to spend a certain value of this world's currency to sign in once. Secondly, you can sign in after completing the tasks randomly issued by the system. You can only sign in once a day, except for signing in to do tasks. Note, the unit amount of money that can be spent to sign in is million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion. The more money you spend, the higher the probability of signing in to get a high-value gift pack. After signing in and spending money again, the accumulated amount can be signed in next time. Prizes include money, real assets, travel tools, check-in points, etc. After the system is upgraded, what you get from signing in is something beyond this world in addition to what is mentioned above. The current system is the initial stage. As long as the host completes a check-in that spends $1 trillion, plus a specific task, the system can be upgraded to the next stage. Anything obtained in the system is legal and compliant in this world. Shinyu was dumbfounded for a while, and even pinched his thigh meat and rubbed his eyes. The flesh was painful. The eyes were not blurred. Finally coming back to his senses, his eyes widened and his mind immediately became active. I'm not dreaming. I have a system too. A golden finger, or a self-contained system. This was something that was somehow many times better than winning the lottery. What girlfriend? What Suri? Would it even care with it? After a long time, the agitated mood calmed down a bit, and thought of the strange disappearance of the diamond ring, not because of the diamond ring and thus bound to the system. Maybe the diamond ring has an extraordinary origin. Somehow landed in a jewelry store and bought it for himself. Looking carefully at the system panel. Sign in. 1 million? Wow, trough. 1 more million to sign in once. What the hell kind of system is this? Shinyu feels that he has been pitted by the system. He is a small employee of a small company and his monthly salary is only about 10,000. In this provincial city where every inch of land is gold, after taking out the monthly expenses and rent, there is not much money left, especially with Suli after dating, is almost half of the monthly salary spent on this woman. Now on the body of the savings turned out to be only a few $100s. I'm afraid that even the money to pay the rent is not enough. Where do you ask me to find $1 million? When he thought of the money he spent out on Suli, there was a burst of flesh pain. Ding! Host because just bound the system. Can get a chance to sign in? Has refreshed can sign in. Sure enough, the system still doesn't disappoint. Sign in. Shinyu replies with his mind without hesitation. Accompanied by the fall of the words, the machine-like electronic voice of the system rings out once again. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully, obtaining 10 billion in cash. 10 billion in cash has been deposited into the balance. Ding! In order to facilitate the host's consumption, the system sends out a VIP Supreme Black Gold card jointly launched by the world's 5 major banks. This card has no limit for swiping and can call the system amount. It has been issued to the backpack, and the password is the 6 numbers behind the host's birthday. Chapter 2, Ex-Girlfriend's Best Friend. 10 billion. This happiness came too suddenly. The system is really bullish. Looked at the panel bar. Host, Shinyu. Age, 25. Physical strength, 50, normal. Mental power, 50, normal. Signalable progress, 0. Task, empty. Signalable points, 1. Skills, none. Balance, 10 billion. Backpack X1. There's really an extra 10 billion. Can the balance on the system panel be withdrawn and transferred in addition to swiping the card? Shinyu asked the system. You can command the system to transfer money, which can be transferred to any bank account, also including the host's. Like tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of large amounts of swipe card transfers are also okay. Don't mess with certain people's investigations at that time. The previous hints have already been given that there won't be any trouble with anything produced by the system including the use of cash. Oh, how to take out the system's backpack things? Shinyu asked again. The host can directly give the command to open the backpack to take out the specified thing, but after taking it out, it can't be put into the system's backpack again. Shinyu stroked his chin. Then, system will take out the bank's black gold card inside the backpack. Ding! The object of the backpack has been delivered to the host's hand. Shinyu only felt an object appear out of thin air in his hand. Picking it up, it is a glossy and bright black card with a gold silk text pattern and a black background embossed workmanship that is quite high grade. This is the supreme card of the world's top 5 banks, and is also the world's highest grade bank card. Shinyu looked at the card with some pride and examined it for a few moments before putting it in his pants pocket. Stroking his chin again. System, then transfer $10 million from your balance to my bank card to see if it's true. I think that you should know my bank account, so you don't need me to tell you. He felt that this was still very unreal, and he withdrew some money to his bank card first to be 100% sure that he wasn't daydreaming. Ding! Cash withdrawal arrived. It wasn't long before he received a message from the bank that the money had arrived. Longxia Merchant Bank, your tail number 3373 account on May 20th. 10 o'clock completed the UnionPay incoming transaction 10 million yuan. The balance of 10,850 yuan. After reading this text message for a while, Shinyu could not hide a smile on his face and laughed cheerfully. Several people in the neighborhood were confused when they saw Shinyu looking like this. Just now, the scene where Suli and Shinyu broke up, they were all watching with nourishment. System, does that signing in just now count? You can still sign in today, right? Shinyu thought about it and asked. This signing is the host just bound the system success of the first signing of the special package. Not included in the daily can only sign to a limit. The host today as long as the completion of the signing of the conditions can also be signed again after the signing of a. Sure enough, hearing the system's prompt, Shinyu began to consider what he would go by later. He must at least spend enough to get $1 million. Remembering again that he had not paid his parents since he had been dating Suli, he felt a pang of guilt in his heart. So he used his cell phone to transfer more than $100,000 in the internet banking to that very familiar bank card account. I wanted to call $2 million over, but it's not easy to explain. Then asked the system. System, like just transferred money to my parents. If I transfer enough money to 1 million, can I sign in? No, it can't. It has to be spent to be counted, such as purchasing some daily necessities, assets, shares, etc. Shin-yu nodded. This answer was within his expectation. No longer looking at the system panel, he closes it with his thoughts. It was now near noon and his stomach was hungry, so he simply ordered the waiter to order a large Western food. Halfway through eating, the phone rang. It was a call from her mother, Chan Glimmer, who had just seen a text message from the bank about the arrival of cash and was confused for a long time before thinking about Shin-yu. Shin-yu took a lot of effort to explain. The reason is also old. Said last year to buy lottery tickets won a huge prize, and now use the money to do business and earn a lot of money. East and West said a lot of words. It was not easy to Chen Glimmer stopped asking, but she face does not believe. Shin-yu does not have much certainty. Afterwards, the father who rarely speaks also passed on a concerned question, talking about his girlfriend Suli. Shin-yu or truthful answer. The mother uncomforted a few sentences before hanging up the phone. After finishing the meal out of the Western restaurant, outside, people are coming and going. Looking around the towering buildings, the atmosphere, the heart is also clear. For a young man with a dream, Shin-yu's dream is more big to buy a house, buy a building, win the boss, the smallest to buy a car, buy the latest model of cell phone. And now none of these are a problem in front of him, but the first thing to do is to go to the car store to pick up a car. Having a means of traveling to do everything is more convenient. Ever since he got his driver's license, he had always wanted to own a car. Hailing a taxi, he instructed the driver to take him to the nearest car store. The driver answered, and the car drove off past a few traffic lights, arriving in less than 20 minutes at a park specializing in car sales services. After paying the fare, he walked into the park. Inside, there were several different brands of automobiles for sale. Some of them made a single brand, while some sold several brands of cars. Finally, I stopped in front of one of the most luxurious and largest car stores, Takatoshi Auto. Store decoration is very distinctive. 4-story high, covers an area of several thousand square feet. What is done inside is not a single brand of car, but a gathering of various brands of luxury cars, including sedans, sports cars, business cars, SUVs and so on. Shin-yu took one look and walked in towards this store. When he entered the store, he saw the entire hall decorated with a glossy colored luxury car with various models and colors. It was at this moment that a familiar voice came. Yo, isn't this Shin-yu? Why are you here? A woman with a short black skirt uniform and a tall figure was trying to greet Shin-yu with a smiling face when she saw him enter the store. When she saw Shin-yu's appearance, she stopped her steps and said with some mockery at the corner of her mouth, "By Xiao Ye, it's you." Shin-yu also recognizes this saleswoman, Su Li's roommate and best friend. For the person in front of him, he does not have much good feelings. An extremely snobbish woman. When he was with Su Li in the past, he did not receive a lot of burial from her. Also often in Su Li blowing in the ear, saying what to find a man to find a rich, not like Shin-yu this poor. Perhaps Su Li's transformation still has a not insignificant relationship with this woman. I came here to buy a car, of course, can't I? Shin-yu then faintly added. You came to buy a car? Bai Xiaoye laughed. Are you in the wrong place? The price of the car here is less than 100,000. You can afford it? Xiaoye, do you recognize this person? A shorter and fatter female salesperson walked over. Sister Wang, this is my best friend's boyfriend. Poor one. If you look at this cheap clothes he is wearing, you know whether he has money or not. Anyway, just leave him alone, so as not to waste time. Bai Xiaoye introduced a few sentences with some derision. Oh, the salesperson named Sister Wang nodded and did not pay more attention to Shin-yu, whispering a few sentences with Bai Xiaoyu before turning her head to leave. Chapter 3 Luxury Cars. It's impossible for you to buy a car here with your spending power. You just want to come and hang out for a while to look at luxury cars. I advise you to leave before it's too late. This is not a place you should stay. Bai Xiaoye throws down this sentence with some dislike and ignores Shin-yu, turns her head with a winking smile and walks towards a middle-aged man with a big belly who just came in. Far away also heard her that whine called, Li boss you came. You are to buy the last time to see that car it. Shin-yu a burst of upset. Brother really come to buy a car okay? What is impossible to buy a car here? What is not where I stay? Cats. It really is a dog's eye. But see this woman left, but also fell into the ear. Stroll alone in the hall exhibition area. Walk and stop, but also looked at a lot of cars. What Big Ben, Bao Shi Jie, Rolls-Royce, Bentley and so on all have, but not their ideal type. Always feel a little less, or wearing too common. By now there is nothing car salesman over to take care of. There are a few girls at the front desk chatting there, including the short and fat woman called Sister Wang is also there. Xinyu swept a glance around, want to find a salesman to ask, which unexpectedly all far from him. At this time, a young woman of about 25 or 26 years old came down from the second floor and saw Xinyu standing there. Shen Yan is just last month into this car store to do sales. After all, is a newcomer. The store has quality guests over the turn of her reception, and sometimes can only go to play a hand, to help the client tea pouring water. Since a month, only sold a car, sold or the most common that, so the performance even the monthly target is far from enough. Seeing Xinyu standing there, those old employees did not go to receive the meaning. She walked over. Sir, may I ask how can I help you? I can introduce you to whichever model you need to know about. Chen Yan walked to Xinyu and politely said, she came to this car store. Car did not sell much, but is bad to supplement a lot of automobile knowledge, especially this car store put there to sell the models, are very understandable. When this salesman came, Xinyu also noticed her early. People look beautiful, voice is also sweet, looks much more comfortable, not bad. I do want to buy a car. You help me introduce it. Chen Yan's heart stirred. I wonder what criteria you have for cars. Which model do you need? I've looked at all the cars here, and I don't feel too satisfied. It's too common. It can't meet my requirements. Do you have any more upscale cars here? Xinyu asked. He came here this time mainly to spend money to complete the system signing. The more money he spends out to complete the signing indicator, the higher the quality, which is also equal to buying the more expensive car, the better it is. So he naturally can't look at these cars. What? Ordinary? Chen Yan was confused. To know, the cars placed in this showroom all need to be several hundreds of thousands of dollars to start. Some are also worth 1 or 2 million, but in this person's mouth, they are all ordinary. She also couldn't help but wonder if this person was here to mess up, but still nodded. Yes, there is. Let me take you to the second floor to take a look. The prices of the cars there are all much more expensive than down here. They all start at least in the millions. Xinyu smiles. Then I'll trouble you. What's your name? Chen Yan smiles faintly. My name is Chen Yan. I don't know your name, sir. Just call me Xinyu. Okay, Mr. Xin, this way please. Saying that, Chen Yan made a pleased gesture and led Xinyu towards the elevator entrance, ready to go up to the second floor. Just as the two of them left, the few people at the reception desk in the lobby discussed. That person is covered in ground goods. At a glance, he is a person with a white family. I'm afraid that he can't afford to buy a wheel of a car. That's right. What people can't look at each other. That's just talk. There are really people who believe it. Just now Xiaoya have spoken. This person is poor one. Come here mostly to see what is a luxury car. The one named Sister Wang also interjected. Only a novice like Chen Yan would bring him to see cars. What a waste of time. Look. The two of them even got on the elevator to go to the second floor exhibition area. It's really killing me with laughter. Alas, Chen Yan, this little nymph's eyesight still needs to be honed slowly. When she's suffered a few losses, she'll understand the truth of life is dangerous and evil. Look at Xiaoye. The day before yesterday, she received the bossly. That single seems to be accomplished. That is $1 million of Big Ben. Really enviable. Li is the project general manager of a listed company. Changing cars is like eating. This is the best quality customer. Alas, we have to ask her to treat her to dinner later. Several people were discussing with interest. Xinyu follows Chen Yan to the second floor, only to see that the interior of the second floor is also richly decorated and brilliantly lit, and the ground is full of numerous luxury cars. Each car is a fine product. The most central position a protruding high half a meter or so round platform, on which are placed 3 cars. Xinyu at first glance to the 3 cars attracted, straight toward that direction. Came to the round booth front before asking, these are good. You help me introduce it. Chen Yan, who followed, pointed to the car on the left and introduced it. The silver sports car is the Lamborghini Silverwing, equipped with 6.5-liter V12 power, maximum speed of 354 km per hour, 100 km accelerated in 2.8 seconds, priced at about 30 million. The silver and black one is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, close to $10 million. For the black SUV in the center, it's the Angel Chihuahua, a high-end civilian car developed under the TIS company. This car's power is also stronger than the average sports car. The hybrid fuel-electric range is very strong, although the appearance is a bit ordinary, but its biggest highlight is still its supporting TIS company's black technology. Car glass is also special. Without film, there is a strong anti-explosion anti-radiation effect. The maneuverability, comfort are not comparable to ordinary cars. Xinyu's eyes lit up when Chen Yan spoke of the TIS company. This company was recognized as the strongest company in the world, and more importantly, its products were widely used in many military and aerospace fields. and the quality of the cars it developed was naturally unquestionable. This car in particular has a low-profile appearance without losing its atmospheric and introverted body, very much in line with Qin Yu's aesthetic. That's it. I'll take this car. Qin Yu pointed his finger at this angel chi shadow and said with certainty, for its selling price. What? Mr. Qin Yu want to buy this car? While still continuing to introduce this car, Chen Yan reacted at once and said incredulously, are you sure you want to buy that car? But do you know how high its selling price is? It's fine. It doesn't matter if the price is higher. Just buy this one. Qin Yu has a face of indifference, but he has almost $10 billion of cash lying on his body. What is a tycoon? Brother is going to have a good ho-ho-ho today. Chapter 4 100 million. Chen Yan was a bit speechless. Perhaps if the other party bought other cars that were around $1 million, she would still believe it. But this car, could it be believed? 89 million. Even if it could be discounted by a couple million. But with other costs, the new car landed at an estimated 100 million. Who would be willing to spend so much money to buy a car? Even if there is so much money, take to invest in business or buy real estate to buy a villa does not smell. And this car, she came to this car store before put here, counting the old inventory. The price is there. Who wants to spend so much money? Or the appearance of a little low-key car? But customer first. Chen Yan was still very polite. Mr. Qin, the price of this car may be a bit expensive. It's going to be 89 million. She intentionally set out the price, but also hoped that Qin Yu knew the difficulty and retreated. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu smiled faintly after hearing this and said in a somewhat pretentious manner, okay, this price is a bit low, but it is barely acceptable. Chen Yan's mouth was open, thunderstruck by Qin Yu's words. In fact, Qin Yu heard this price is also a little staggered. So expensive SUV, if the previous do not say that want to buy, here can not hear. However, remembering the system and the $10 billion that he just signed up for, he immediately forced himself to say this. Mr. Qin, you, Chen Yan's mouth was a little dry, and her speech was very unsteady. This was because at this moment, her heart was thumping wildly and she was nervous up to her throat. Ever since she came to this car store to work as a salesperson, she had dreamed many times, hoping that one day she would run into a big customer and sell a luxury car that was over $1 million. And today, at this very moment, this super low-key tycoon she was receiving was going to buy away the most expensive car in the car store as soon as he opened his mouth. There's no need to be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Qin Yu comforted. I'm sorry Mr. Qin, I lost my temper just now because I really didn't expect that you would really decide to buy this car out. Chen Yan's cheeks blushed slightly as she said in embarrassment. I understand. Qin Yu said in a double entendre. I was just talking about this car in general. Do you still need me to introduce it in more detail? No need to be so troublesome. Then, do you want to sit inside the car first to look at the interior, as well as some of the configurations inside, or perhaps drive outside to try out the car? Chen Yan suggested. What she said was completely for Qin Yu's sake. No need, just buy it directly. Qin Yu shook his head and then added, if you are not satisfied after buying it, just buy one more. These words rendered Chen Yan completely speechless. Alright, Mr. Qin, but then, I still have one more request. Qin Yu looked at Chen Yan and said, request? Chen Yan quickly thought on another aspect and glanced at Qin Yu. Her heart could not help but be conflicted. The condition he put forward can't be that right. Should I agree to him or not? But thinking of that unimaginable commission, it is not impossible to do something super friendly with the other party. This kind of thing in her heart is not too much resistance. Do car sales for more than a month. Hear and see also know a lot of truth. Of course, if Qin Yu was a greasy uncle, she would definitely reject it out of hand. Mr. Qin, you tell me, what are your conditions? Qin Yu faintly said, this car I'm going to drive away today after I buy it. So for the licensing and householding those can be done today, right? Why don't you wait for a moment? I will call our manager and ask before replying to you. Chen Yan hears that the condition Qin Yu said is surprisingly not the one she thought of. Her heart is relieved and she is busy answering. Then you call. Mr. Qin, why don't I lead you inside the VIP reception room first to have a seat and a cup of tea, and then I will slowly talk to you how. Qin Yu nodded his head and agreed. Entering the VIP reception room, Qin Yu sat down on the sofa chair. Chen Yan was very considerate to send a cup of tea over before she went out to make a call. Not long after she came in, smiled at Qin Yu, the manager said, if it is other general car may have to wait for a day or two, but like this very high-grade car our company will have a special person to do it. There is also a special license plate immediately down. It is the formalities to be expensive. It doesn't matter if the formalities are more expensive, then it's no problem. Hearing this, Chen Yan's heart finally settled down. Mr. Qin, then let me tell you the total cost of landing this car down. I also asked the manager just now. You say, it's priced at 89 million. In fact, the maximum discount you can get is 2 million, which is 87 million. Adding the taxes, insurance and other service fees paid, etc. The total is 98 million. Just now Chen Yan had called and consulted the manager of the car store and came up with this figure. In fact, the highest discount for the degree of concessions is indeed 2 million, if other salesmen may not be truthful, or cut in half to say a 1 million, so that the commission for selling this car will also be increased according to this proportion. But for Chen Yan, can sell this car has been quite contented. As the disc said, Xin Yu thought for a moment and said, discount that 2 million is not necessary. According to that price before, the heart also has a little drop of blood. 2 million if it is not in order to rush to spend enough 100 million amount to sign in, who will give up? Chen Yan opened her eyes wide. This is the rich world. Simply do not take money as money, but this way she can also earn more money. Her heart is naturally more joyful. Alright, everything will be done as Mr. Qin wishes. At this time the door of the room was pushed open and a man in a formal suit with a somewhat short stature in his 40s walked in, a spring-like smile on his face upon seeing Qin Yu. I think you are Mr. Qin Yu Qin. Yes, you are. Qin Yu stood up and said, hello Mr. Qin, my name is Lu Xing. I am the manager of this auto store. Nice to meet you. Lu Xing was on his way back to the car store when he received Chen Yan's phone call, and when he finished the phone call, he also arrived at the first floor of the car store, and then hurriedly ran up to the second floor to come here. The angelic shadow is definitely the best quality customer, and also the object he needs to flatter. Of course he has to come over to personally receive this customer. Besides, if that car can be bought out, as the manager of this auto store, his monthly performance can also be raised a lot. Hello Manager Lu, said the two as they shook hands. I heard Chen Yan say that you are ready to buy that angel chihuahua. Is that true? Lu Xing said smilingly, although he was a bit surprised by Qin Yu's looks and dress. He did not think much of it. Not bad, I have decided to buy it. Lu Xing was overjoyed upon hearing this. Then he also took out his long-cherished dahong robe and steeped it. Even Chen Yan, a newcomer to automobile sales, was blessed with a mouthful. After reserving the fragrant tea, Manager Lu's attitude became even more respectful when he learned that Qin Yu was buying that car with full payment. Chen Yan organized the car buying contract according to the negotiated price, signed and stamped it, and waited for the payment. The total price of the car down was also exactly $100 million as agreed earlier. In addition to transfer payment, this car store is also available for large amounts of money swipe card. Qin Yu directly chose to swipe card payment. He took out his black card and handed it to Chen Yan. Chen Yan inserts the black card into the card swiping machine, inputs the price, and says in a respectful voice, Mr. Qin, please input the password. This sentence, too, contained incomparable excitement and nervousness. She understood that only the moment Qin Yu made the payment, a piece of her heart truly fell. Lu Xing as well as the finance that rushed here not long ago at this time all hold their breath, perked up their ears very nervously watching Qin Yu's movements. After all, the other party is really too young. Dressed in general, how to look at it is not like a person who is worth more than $100 million. Qin Yu calmly inputs his password on the card swiping machine and presses confirm. Ta! Transaction completed. Watching the consumption ticket slowly print out after the successful card swipe, Chen Yan secretly suppresses her inner excitement. The other two people's hearts were also relieved. Lu Xing looked at the black card that Qin Yu was about to put away and a trace of confusion flashed through his heart. This kind of card was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Shaking his head, he did not think further. This was not something he had to think about right now. Qin Yu asked for a good card today. For this kind of customer's request, Lu Xing of course had to do it as beautifully as possible, so he was going to be busy with his work later on. With him personally supervising, the car's various formalities came down swiftly. Chapter 5, Huajiang Plaza. After Qin Yu paid for the car, he resumed his seat, and after chilling with Manager Lu for a few moments, he absently picked up a miscellaneous book on the parlor table and read it. In fact, it is not reading at all. He has just spent $100 million, but he has been thinking about spending $100 million on the sign-in task. System, sign in, ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the permanent ownership of Huajiang Plaza. The paperwork regarding the property rights of Huajiang Plaza and such has been deposited into the host's backpack. Please pay attention to checking it. Qin Yu almost jumps up in excitement. Huajiang Plaza. The place where he worked was not precisely inside the Huajiang Plaza. The location of Huajiang Plaza is also considered very good in the entire South River City, and the rents of the office buildings and stores inside are naturally not low. Remember that his company rented half of the 21st floor of Block A, more than 1,000 square feet. A month's rent is about 150,000 yuan. I don't know how many times more than his monthly salary. In the blink of an eye, he became the boss of the entire Huajiang Plaza and the big landlord behind his company. Checking the system panel, he saw that the backpack bar showed that it was Backpack X1. In the end, he still resisted the urge to take out the title paperwork of Nanjing Plaza, and waited until he had to use it. After sitting for another half hour or so, the phone rang. When I picked up the phone, a man's voice came from inside with a respectful tone. This person is not someone else. It is Zhang Shang, the manager of the management property of Huazhang Plaza. He also just received a notification that the owner of Huazhang Plaza had changed. Looking at the information is still very young, so young to be able to buy the value of nearly 5 billion Huazhang Plaza. Before this commercial plaza has a total of 4 shareholders, and now only belongs to Qinyu one person. Visible behind the power of the financial strength is not simple, no matter how must please this new boss. So Zhang Shang hurriedly called this phone. On the phone, Zhang Shang said a few words very humbly, and then asked Qinyu when it was convenient to come over to Huazhang Plaza. After all, now the commercial street changed the boss, such as some of the lease contract and some other information to be signed by Qinyu and so on. I know, I will come over when I have time. Qinyu considers for a moment and says, good, then I won't bother you. When I come give me a call so I can meet you in person. Qinyu hummed. It didn't take long for the car's formalities to all come down and the license plate to be installed, and the car has been driven to the parking space in front of the first floor door and parked. This was requested by Qinyu. Originally Lu Xing also wanted to organize a grand delivery ceremony, which was rejected by Qinyu, and told to just drive the car to the bottom. Qinyu is very satisfied with this kind of efficiency, got up and said, the car has been done, I should also go. Thank you manager Lu's hospitality. Where? Please bear with Mr. Qin for the poor hospitality. Lu Xing respectfully handed over his business card and a VIP membership card of the auto store. Next time you want to come and see the car you can directly call my number. With this card, all cars for sale will be discounted by 10%. Qinyu also politely took it, refusing Lu Xing's escort. He took the car keys and the data book and went down to the first floor with Chen Yan. Back in the lobby of the first floor, a bunch of salespersons at the front desk were there chattering and discussing something. Bai Xiaodia was also there and she was a bit surprised to see Qinyu again. Qinyu, thought you left. Never thought you were still here. No money still really dare to come and wander around. Qinyu after hearing the face is a little unsightly. To give people face to face look small. This tone of voice Nimhu heart is also not happy. Asked back. Here is not you open. I want to come to want to go. And you do not have half a relationship with it. You know you are just a car salesman. Treat customers as God. You are so talk to your God. You. Bai Xiaoye was furious. She could not imagine that the other party would so not see her in her eyes, or her best friend's boyfriend. She had long been looking at Qinyu in a bad light. A poor man. And amongst all the men she knew, there was no one worse than him, and it was just Su Li who had her eye on him. I don't have the right to control you, but you are a poor man, a working man. What are you pretending here? That called Sister Wang on the side deliberately evening knocking and asking Chen Yan, you and this gentleman look at the car for so long. Tell me, which car did you buy? Will not go back to reconsider again and so on. Ha ha, Sister Wang, don't laugh. This gentleman will buy a car. I'm afraid he can't afford a down payment. Don't lift him up. A person then laughed. On the contrary, Sister Xiaoye sold $1 million car today. This month plus this one is already the 10th. Only until the 20th performance are 7 or 8 million. Commission also has several tens of thousands. This only let people envy. Everyone work harder. I believe it won't be that bad. Bai Xiaoye is happy in her heart. Some pride glances at Qinyu and her nose hums. It seems that she is the phoenix on high, facing nothing more than a tiny dirt chicken. Have you heard about it? The only one angel chihuahua in the store has just been sold. The car is all licensed and placed in the parking space on the first floor. I also learned about it from the finance. Sisterly. A person who just came over was a bit excited and said an explosive news. What? Angel Chishang even sold out. In the end, who was so big money to buy that car? That car to buy down to hundreds of millions. Have you guys seen which big tycoon came over to look at the car today? Sister Wang was also a bit surprised and asked. I think it will not be Boschan. Just happened to see him on the second floor today. That is the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals. Completely have the strength to buy that car. 8 or 9 is not far off. The person who bought that car must be Boschan. A person said with certainty. Bai Xiaoye was also interested and asked. Then you guys know which colleague bought that car to Boschan? I heard that the manager was also there. It's possible that the sale went directly through the manager. A male salesman said without envy. If this order falls in my hands, how good it would be. I'd rather sell only one of these luxury cars this month and be satisfied. One person snickered. Come on, you'd better think about this kind of good thing. Hearing the mouths around him change all of a sudden. Surprisingly it was related to him. Qinyu's face was odd and he exchanged a glance with Chen Yan, shaking his head. Let these people discuss such matters. no longer paying attention to this group of people. He was about to walk outside. Right, Chen Yan, didn't you just stay on the second floor all the time? Did you see that the Angel Chi shadow was really bought away by Boss Chen? Sister Wang remembered at that moment and asked Chen Yan. Chen Yan was also ready to leave, and her footsteps lurched when she heard this. Looking at Qin Yu, seeing that he did not mean to stop her from saying it, she turned back to look at the pairs of curious eyes, and said with a bit of embarrassment, that, it's actually not Boss Chen who bought it. It wasn't Boss Chen who bought it. Then who would it be? The crowd was all surprised. The person who had just said that the Angel Chaser had been sold thought of something at this time and said excitedly, I remembered. In fact, from Sister Li's mouth, I also learned that the salesman who sold the Angel Chaser was none other than Chen Yan, and I was just too excited to forget about it. Chapter 6. Checking into the hotel. Chen Yan, by Xiaoye, was surprised. Sister Wan was confused. Then there was an unbelievable gaze staring at Chen Yan. So it was you, little ninny, who sold that car. Sister Wang came back to her senses and then asked, why didn't you say so earlier, causing us to discuss it for half a day? Chen Yan could only point at Qin Yu. Actually, it was this Mr. Qin who bought that car with full payment. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, and everyone's heart rumbled. It was only at this moment that they realized that this very ordinary man was actually a super rich man, and that he had bought $100 million worth of luxury cars in one go. The clowns were actually themselves. That sales that had also helpfully taunted Qin Yu was also regretting his death at this point. There are a few people are secretly pounding their hearts. Today Qin Yu came here to look at the car in the hall but stood for a long time. That is, no one went to the reception. They not only saw but also ridiculed a few sentences. Think about that car, 89 million, commission is nearly $1 million. Whoever goes at that time, the $1 million of commission is not his. Wang's sister faced chagrin. 1 million commission. Such a high commission. Even in this cell generally our high-end car store is also unique. She really wanted to slap herself twice. Why did Qin Yu gullibly believe by Xiaoye's words when he just came in? Especially since he had just offended this tycoon. I don't believe this is true. By Xiaoye saw Chen Yan actually say that the person who bought the car was Qin Yu. She thought of many possibilities. No matter which one, it could not be Qin Yu. She could not help but blurt out, Qin Yu, you're a poor man. How could it be you? If you were that rich, you would still be renting that Thai rental house all by yourself, and would still be working as a small clerk. A luxury car worth 100 million yuan, or buying it with full payment and opening your mouth. It must be you who paid Chen Yan to act in front of me. Chen Yan frowned and said helplessly, the keys to that car and the contract invoice are all in Mr. Qin's hands. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Qin. Bai Xiaoye still didn't believe it and muttered, okay, then I'll expose you. Then with a hot brain, she ran out 2 steps very nonchalantly and tried to grab the information bag in Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu did not expect Bai Xiaoye will directly come over to grab the things in his hand. Eyes flashed up irritation. Hand up, palm down. Snapped the woman a slap. Bai Xiaoye was confused, covering that half of her face. Her other hand pointed at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you dare to hit me. What's wrong with hitting you? How dare you make a move to grab what I'm holding? Believe it or not, I'll hit you again. This is your hands in the first eye passive defense. Who is afraid of who in a real mess? Qin Yu said expressionlessly, but his heart was very happy. A few people beside him looked dumbfounded, but no one made a sound. And even more so, no one spoke out to help Bai Xiaoye. Of course, if Qin Yu hadn't bought a luxury car costing $100 million at the car store, then it would be another story. These people aren't stupid which can't see that what Chen Yan said must be true. Bai Xiaoye seemed to be woken up by this slap, slowly calmed down. After thinking about it, in the end, not only did she not lash out at Qin Yu, instead, she lowered her head and whispered, sorry, it was me who was too impulsive just now. It's good to know the mistake. But, Qin Yu's eyes moved. You want to see this bag of information? Give you to see, and what defense? Said the hand inside the information bag passed over. People have vanity. He also wants to see this woman regret. Bai Xiaoye was stunned, but still took it and opened it. Saw the spare car keys, as well as the car's green book and invoice are written Qin Yu himself. She was bitter in her heart, and only at this point did she realize that the person in front of her, her best friend's boyfriend, used to be pretending to be a pig in a poke. The real identity is likely to be a top rich kid. Not such a small person like her can be compared to, and can also afford to offend. It was ridiculous that she had always looked down on him and called him poor. At the same time, another problem came to mind. If in the past she had a slightly better attitude, and was not so underestimating of this man, would it be her who would sell the angelic Chi shadow today? To know, the Big Ben sold in her hands today. I don't know how much thought was put into it. Unfortunately, there is no if. She also can afford to let go. The other party can casually take out 100 million to buy a car. It is also worth her to put down her face. Towards Qin Yu bowed deeply. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you for the mistakes I made before. Just now it was me who was too reckless. Please don't take it personally. Saying this, he politely handed the information bag back into Chin Yu's hands. Chin Yu was originally disgusted with this woman. Seeing her attitude change so quickly, remembering her arrogant appearance in the past, his heart was a burst of great speed. Indifferently, he said, although you apologized, it was only because you knew that I bought that car that you made such an attitude, and just now your reckless behavior was even more disrespectful to me, so forgiving you is not something you need to think about, and I hope I don't see you again in the future. With these words, Bai Xiaoya's face turned even whiter. Chin Yu nodded to Qing Yan. I'm leaving, you can be sent here. Goodbye, Mr. Chin. With that, Qin Yu took a step towards the gate and left in a slovenly manner. After leaving the car store, he sat in the first car that belonged to his life. His heart was indescribably happy. The first feeling after sitting in this car is soft and comfortable, dreamy like the roof of the starry sky. Wide space did not let people feel a little narrow. There is also a sense of technology full of streamlined electronic settings, unparalleled noble and luxurious interior. The car started the engine up and it was still so quiet. After going out onto the road and driving for a while, Qin Yu liked this car more and more. Sure enough, such a high-priced car is its reason. Starting speed is strong. Run up the road smoothly, did not feel a little bumps, especially sitting indoors even if the outside sun is hot, but also did not feel half a bit of glare. I drove to a few places to shop. Tired of shopping? I want to find a restful place to rest. Immediately thought of staying in a hotel. Of course, he now had money. Plus he still had to do system tasks to sign in. The most fearless thing was to spend money, so to stay in a hotel it had to be the most expensive kind. With his cell phone, he found out that the most famous and upscale hotel in Nanjing City was the Zhangyun Hotel, which was also a 7-star hotel. The location of both the scenery, or the location is excellent. There have been many celebrities stayed. Fame in Nanjing City is very big, and from his current location is not far, 7 or 8 miles or so. Qin Yu found the official website of Zhangyun Hotel, and found out the booking information from there. After browsing through it, he realizes that the only spare rooms in the hotel are standard rooms, with prices ranging from $500 to $2,000 or $3,000 a night. For the luxury suites cannot be booked. It is estimated that you have to personally go to the front desk there to ask to know there is no more. The most luxurious presidential suite is also almost occupied, but there is still one. The price is more expensive than the other presidential suite. In the hotel's 36th floor, a day to stay in the fee of 118,000 yuan, 118,000 live 1 day is comparable to his year's salary. If there is no system plus body, just live this day. I am afraid that he has to be bankrupt. Let's go with this one. Qin Yu without much thought decided down, directly booked the presidential suite, or from tonight. After filling out his information, he also registered as a member of the hotel, and entered the number of days of stay as 30 days a month. The booking payment was directly changed to full payment, automatically discounted to reduce some money. Even so it is still more than $3 million. More than $3 million directly in the bank account there to transfer over. The process is complete. Just go to the hotel and do the check-in procedures again. Just as Qin Yu was about to drive there, he heard a cell phone ring. After answering it, he heard the other party say that it was Han Shen, the manager of the room service department of the Zhangyun Hotel, saying that she had just seen Qin Yu booking a month's worth of dates for the presidential suite at No. 3601, so she called this number over. Afterwards, Han Shen talked about some of the exclusive supporting services of the presidential suite in the hotel, from the services provided by the specialized car, to the butler service, to some special services, administrative services, and then there is the luxurious meal provided by the hotel and so on. Qin Yu listens and is somewhat relieved. No wonder the presidential suite is so expensive. From so many services it can be seen that it is also considered value for money. Hearing Han Shen on the other end of the phone still wanting to continue, Qin Yu said, "How about this? I'll drive over now, about 10 minutes away." "Okay, Mr. Qin, you are most welcome." Chapter 7, Meeting Ex-Girlfriend Again. Putting away his cell phone, he started the car and headed straight to the Zhangyun Hotel. In less than 10 minutes, the car drove into the Zhangyun Hotel. However, he saw that the entrance of the hotel was stuffed with cars, and several cars were lined up there. Qin Yu would have liked to drive over and throw the car keys to the hotel porter, who would park the car, but seeing this situation, he didn't bother to wait any longer, and directly drove the car to the temporary parking space in front of the hotel. Saw an empty parking space, was about to park in. Suddenly a white car and his car brushed shoulders. First he took a step into the parking space, just a little short of that. I'm afraid that the two cars are going to touch each other, but also robbed him of the parking space he was going to park into. Qin Yu's heart is very unhappy. The beautiful mood in this moment seems to be spoiled. Glanced at the white BMW sedan. Seems to have seen where, but cannot recall. Also lazy to pay attention. Continue to park the car to another parking space not far away. Got out of the car and walked towards the hotel. Brother, sorry about earlier. Didn't notice that you had to park into this parking space as well. A young man in a suit came down from that white BMW with a minute of apology and a few minutes of smugness on his face and smiled at Chinyu. Chinyu stopped his steps, his face slightly cold. He also saw this person's complacency. Doesn't matter, it's your eyes that are so bad. Why don't you go to the hospital? The youth's face stiffens and his smile slowly tightens. Brother, you don't like to hear this. A parking space as far as this. At this time, from the BMW passenger car down a shapely woman. She is somewhat unbelievable staring at Chinyu. Chinyu, it's you? Chinyu heard, this voice is too familiar. Is not the ex-girlfriend Suli who just broke up today? Following this voice to see indeed saw Suli who had just gotten off the bus. This pair of dog couple, Chinyu secretly hated in his heart. It looks like Suli has already found the next one. Suli, recognize him? The youth asks. Suli walks over and holds his arm, intimately saying, Brother Feng, this person is my ex-boyfriend Chinyu. I never thought I would meet him here. So it's an nice to meet you. It seems we are really destined to meet. My name is Feng Yuan. Brother is also going to the hotel for dinner, right? Do you want to go up together? No need. Chinyu's face was a little unnatural, but still answered. Suli puffed a laugh. Brother Feng, you are too flattering. How could he possibly come to this kind of 7-star hotel to eat? I'm afraid that if he really wants to come, his strength won't allow it. No way. I see that the car your ex-boyfriend drove is also extraordinary. Although I don't know which brand this car is from, but it still looks good. Although it's not as good as the BMW I drive, it won't be any cheaper. Feng Yuan looked at the Angel Chihuahua parked not far away, but also did not dare to underestimate Chinyu. Suli thought for a moment, then rightfully said, seeing that the car was just lifted, I think it was because I broke up with him today, and he was stimulated to buy this car in installments. But it's a worthless car. What's there to show off? Just a swollen face. I see. Feng Yuan drifted off. Chinyu really could not listen anymore and turned around towards the hotel entrance. He actually really went towards the hotel. Could it be that he really came here to eat? Go, let's follow him. Feng Yuan came to be interested and pulled Suli to also follow Chinyu. When he almost reached the entrance of the hotel, he saw a woman wearing a hotel manager's uniform, aged around 30 to 40 years old, standing somewhat expectantly at the entrance. Yelp, isn't that Han Xian, the manager of the hotel's housekeeping department? Which big customer is she welcoming there? Feng Yuan did recognize Han Xian. He had also been to this hotel a few times and had run into Han Xian. He was impressed with her and blurted out when he saw her standing at the entrance of the hotel. Housekeeping manager, that's the manager of a department of a 7-star hotel. With this identity, general guests naturally not worth her to meet. Could it be a customer who lives in the hotel's presidential suite? Suli also came to the interest. She can always be able to live in the presidential suite yearning for a long time. But it is also clear that live in the price of a day is very expensive. Especially this kind of 7-star hotel. The price is also scary. Even if you live in the presidential suite cannot get this Han manager down to meet. Only the kind of identity is very big, or very high-level VIP rich people only have this treatment. Of course, like this kind of character, brother, I do know a few. Feng Yuan said with a few hints of complacency. Then, when will brother Feng be able to bring me to know such characters as well? Suli immediately came to be interested. She also looked at Chinyu, who was almost at the entrance of the hotel, and thought proudly, fortunately I broke up with such an uneducated turd. He is simply the difference between clouds and mud compared to Feng Yuan. This is no problem. As long as baby you serve brother me well, I will naturally take you there. Ha ha. Feng Yuan was very flattered in his heart. However, at this time, he saw that Chinyu had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Han Xian politely greeted him with a very respectful attitude. Behind her, a woman in professional attire with a very beautiful appearance, as well as the two welcoming ladies also bowed in unison to Chinyu. Then Han Xian invited Chinyu into the hotel. The person Han Xian greeted was actually Chinyu? What's going on? Didn't you say that your ex-boyfriend is nothing more than a poor one, and was able to make manager Han personally wait at the entrance? Feng Yuan was puzzled. How is this possible? It can't be a fake. Suli's face was covered in disbelief. The person Han Xian greeted was actually her ex-boyfriend. What about the promised tycoon? What about the promised big shot? If Chinyu is that big tycoon, don't say laugh. Could it be that he originally knew that manager Han Xian? Go, let's go in and see. Feng Yuan couldn't figure it out and pulled Suli to follow towards the hotel as well. On the other side, Chinyu was a bit surprised to see Han Xian waiting at the hotel entrance, and his heart was touched in a small way. After some polite conversation, he stepped into the hotel lobby with Han Xian. Han Xian is a 7-star hotel housekeeping manager, working in this hotel for several years, to see all kinds of tycoons or rich kids, naturally not a few. It was rare to see a presidential suite that cost more than $3 million for a month, and since Qin Yu was so young, he was categorized as a second-generation rich kid with an unusual background. This kind of character is also the hotel needs to try to please the service, since it does not dare to have any sloppiness. Entering the lobby of the hotel, Qin Yu has a bright feeling. Sure enough, it has to be a 7-star hotel. Enough grandeur, enough luxury, but also bright lights, especially bright, whether it is on the ground, or walls, or overhead, are decorated with splendor. The heart is a little shocked. The face does not change color. Along with Han Xian came to the lobby front desk. In the electronic card, sign a name to confirm that it is considered to be a successful stay in this 7-star presidential suite. Han Xian pointed to the woman behind her, who followed behind with a bright appearance wearing a hotel uniform, and introduced, Mr. Qin, this is your exclusive service housekeeper, Tang Qin. Chapter 8, Su Li's stunned. Tang Qin stepped forward with a slight bow and said, Hello Mr. Qin, I'm glad to be your presidential suite service housekeeper. Hello, I will trouble you in the future. Qin Yu said under his breath, and could not help but survey the beauty in front of him in his eyes. Her skin is like snow, her body is graceful and beautiful, a delicate Russian egg face, and those eyes are clear and soulful. A little ripple in his heart. This woman's looks can definitely throw off Su Li 2 streets. No trouble, Mr. Qin is polite. The corner of Tang Qin's mouth curled slightly as she handed over her business card, saying that she could call her for anything and she would provide the most professional and attentive service. Qin Yu said a good word and took the business card. Mr. Qin, I will now take you to the presidential suite you booked, Tang Qin said. Qin Yu nodded his head, said another word to Han Xian, and followed Tang Qin towards the elevator inside. When they arrived at an elevator that looked very high-class feeling, Tang Qin took out an electronic card and swiped it, and the elevator immediately opened. This elevator is dedicated to serving the VIP presidential suite. Ordinary guests are unable to take this elevator. Tang Qin explains the sentence. Qin Yu nodded and stepped into the elevator. After Qin Yu left, Han Xian was also busy with other things and left the lobby. The front desk lady who helped Qin Yu to do the formalities saw Qin Yu's housing information is straight froze for a while. More than 10,000 to stay a day in the presidential suite, but also a stay is a month. Boy, more than 3 million. This money can buy a suite in this city, but used to live in the hotel. She noticed Qin Yu's plain clothes. A little emotional thought. Now the rich people like to play low profile, wearing cheap clothes, spending money that ordinary people cannot imagine. While he was lamenting, a female voice came to his ears. Hello, I would like to ask, did that gentleman just now check into your hotel's presidential suite? The one who spoke was Su Li. Her eyes had been glancing at Qin Yu since she entered the hotel. Seeing him and Han Xian come to the front desk, signing in and following another uniformed beauty up the stairs in the VIP exclusive elevator. From Feng Yuan's surprised tone, he learned that that kind of elevator could only be an exclusive elevator that could only be enjoyed by customers staying in the VIP presidential suite, and ordinary guests could not take it at all. Hearing these explanations, his heart was not calm, so he could not wait to run to the front desk to ask. The receptionist glanced at Su Li, professionally smiled. Yes, Mr. Qin is indeed a customer of our hotel's presidential suite. May I ask what's the matter? Su Li did not know what to say for a moment. Her mouth in the spicy noodles said, No, nothing, I just ask. Then rushed to Feng Yuan is not much surprise. To Su Li said, not just stay in the presidential suite. It's no big deal. I think what he stayed in was just a few $1,000s a night. There are expensive presidential suites, but there are also cheap ones. Baby, is not the presidential suite you want to live I now handle. Wait, we finished dinner. By the way, check into the hotel together. Is not just right. Su Li a little low full mood immediately and spirit glowing up. Flirtatious smile. Or brother Feng is the best. I know how that Qin Yu can be compared to you. Brother Feng. Feng Yuan pinched Su Li's polished chin. His heart itched, and laughed. Spending this small amount of money is nothing, as long as you are happy. Smiling again, he said to the receptionist, Does your hotel still have a presidential suite? The receptionist looked at the two of them with some idiotic eyes, and said dryly, I'm sorry, the presidential suite is now fully occupied. Originally, there was still a room for $1,100,000 a night, but it was booked for that Mr. Qin just now. A presidential suite for $11,000 a night. Are you saying that the room that gentleman stayed in just now costs $11,000 a night? Feng Yuan was not calm. Not bad, and he's staying for a month. The receptionist girl enjoyed seeing these two people eat their words, and purposely bet a month very hard. Her heart was very happy. What was a punch in the face? Wasn't this just handing over one's face to receive the hardest punch? Thinking of the words just said, at this moment Feng Yuan only feel a face of hot and spicy pain. Really hate to have a crack in the ground to drill themselves in, especially the receptionist's sister to look over the strange eyes. Suli was dumbfounded like a thunderbolt. In the past, that even a beggar not willing to buy her most despised ex-boyfriend Xinyu, even live up to 11 million a night 7-star presidential suite, but also a stay is a month. What's wrong with this world? Why a breakup? How the other side feels suddenly changed. It's not just spending more than $3 million to stay in a hotel. A mere 3 million. You know my family can have hundreds of millions of family property. 3 million is not difficult to take out. So baby, you don't have to be too surprised over this. Feng Yuan thought about it and finally found another very convincing reason for his superiority. Once Suli heard this, she thought about it and revealed a happy smile. Brother Feng is right. Not to mention that it's also unknown whether all this money this ex-boyfriend of mine spent is really his or borrowed from somewhere. If it's borrowed, with his meager salary he's afraid that he won't even be able to pay back the interest on the loan. Ding ding ding. Suli had just finished speaking when she heard her cell phone ringing, and opened it to see that it was her best friend by Xiaoya. Xiao Yu. What is it? Suli, do you know? Your boyfriend Qin you picked up a car in our store today. As soon as the cell phone was connected, Bai Xiaoya heard a somewhat urgent rhetorical tone and said in disbelief, I saw it. It's not just a black big or ordinary domestic car. What's the big fuss about it? What? A domestic car? Where do you think? That's the TIS company's newest model of the Angel Chi Shadow. It's much more expensive than the TIS company's earliest production of the Angel S1 type sedan, and there's no more than 5,000 of them around the world. And the price of this car will scare you when you say it. What? A car produced by TIS? Suli was shocked. She had previously heard others say that the cars produced by this company, the price of the lowest is $1 million to start with, especially the S1 type is even up to $10 million. Xinyu could afford to buy this kind of car, but the thought that he just wrapped a month of the presidential suite, the heart also has 8 points to believe. Somewhat apprehensively, he asked, then how much did he spend to buy this car? A full 100 million. Congratulations to you Suli. I also cannot imagine your boyfriend so rich. Before is my vision is not good. Dog's eyes look at people low. You must hold on to your boyfriend. He is definitely a super rich kid. Before is just pretending to be poor. Or your vision is good. Hey, are you listening Suli? Suli listened and couldn't listen anymore. Turning from shock to a burst of pain in her heart. Her mind kept flashing through the words by Xiaoyu had just said. $100 million of luxury cars. Rich kids. With so much money. If it was still said that the other party had borrowed it, that would never be possible. An ordinary person could casually borrow $100 million. When Feng Yuan saw Suli answering a phone call, she was a bit lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? What are you talking about? What 100 million? What rich kid? Suli looked at Feng Yuan and smiled bitterly. It's the price of the car my ex-boyfriend drove. You shouldn't tell me that the car he just drove for 100 million. Right, how is this possible? Supercars I do know have this kind of price, but just the one he drove, how can it look so expensive? Feng Yuan lost his smile. My best friend called over and said, that car was bought at her auto store. It shouldn't be fake. Said it's some kind of Angel Chi Shadow. Angel Chi Shadow, TIS company's car. Feng Yuan suddenly remembered this company and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to search for this car online. Sure enough, found the Angel Shadow this car. The picture in Qin drove the car exactly the same. The lowest price tag is 87 million. The whole down is not close to 100 million. Chapter 9 Gap. With a stumble, Feng Yuan almost fell with weak legs. Thinking back to the parking space at the entrance, it wasn't that he almost hit the car that cost over $100 million. I'm afraid that the little bit of skin scratched on that car by his car would not be enough for him to afford to pay for it just by selling the BMW. He wouldn't dare to think that Qin Yu's money to buy a car was also borrowed, and he would like to try it if he could borrow so much money. Since it was not borrowed, it meant that Qin Yu really had the strength. Can spend 100 million big price to buy a car? Can casually spend more than 3 million to live in a presidential suite? This kind of character is definitely Big Brother level. Feng Yuan relying on his parents is also considered a small asset, but all the assets together are not compared to Qin Yu's a car. Facing the kind of Big Brother must look up to, I'm afraid that the other side can pinch him to death by moving his little finger. Such a gap, what to compare with the other party? And he just so blatantly snatched the other party's girlfriend over. This is simply a death wish. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan had a chill down his back, looking at Suli as if he was looking at a bomb that would detonate at any time. What can be done now is to be sure to stay away from this woman. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Suli asked when she saw that Feng Yuan's complexion was a bit abnormal. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that there is something else, so I won't go to dinner. I'll go another day. That I'll leave first bye. Feng Yuan did not reply to Suli, and coldly came with such a sentence. After saying that, did not wait for Suli how to react, as if the bottom of the feet wipe oil like a smoke ran out of the hotel, leaving Suli a person standing alone in the original place. Stunned for a moment, Suli followed also ran out of the hotel outside, and saw Feng Yuan that BMW fled also like driving away from the hotel. Suli was even more petrified. She never dreamed that Feng Yuan would be this kind of sex. Encountered people he could not afford to mess with. Escape faster than a rabbit. Thinking of his ex-boyfriend Xinyu, so many years, but completely did not realize that he would be a top tycoon. At this time Suli a melancholy regret look. If you didn't break up with him today, then wouldn't you be able to become a rich wife of a wealthy family? Endless remorse occupied the whole body. Suddenly there was a movement in her heart. Right, Xinyu and I have only just broken up. I believe he still loves me. After all, together for almost 2 years, or old school relationship, he must still be interested in me. As long as I can get back together with him, then everything he has isn't mine, and I can become a rich wife. Suli's eyes began to glow, busy taking out her cell phone, wanting to turn out Xinyu's cell phone number. At this time remembered, Xinyu's cell phone number early let her delete, even the micro number also deleted after the breakup, and busy looking for previous call records. Finally in an inconspicuous a message to find out Xinyu's phone number. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, but he was so happy to see me. Xinyu entered the elevator, which was decorated exquisitely and spacious, with a faint fragrance in the air. It is not known whether this fragrance is inside the elevator or emanates from Tang Qin's body. Stealing a glance at the woman's marvelous curves, there was a thumping heartbeat of a thief's heart. Sin really disgraced the system. The elevator slowly rose, not feeling the slightest shaking, seemingly slow, but actually rising extremely fast, almost blinking a few times. It reached the 36th floor of this building. Under the guidance of Tang Qin, out of the elevator, stepped on the soft carpeted corridor, and soon came to the door of the 3601 presidential suite. There were also 2 attendants standing at the door, seemingly specifically here to await his arrival, bowing in unison and saying, "Hello Mr. Qin." Then at Tang Qin's signal, the 2 slowly pushed open the door to the presidential suite. After pushing open the door and walking in, the first impression was that the space inside was huge. The front hall alone was more than 200 square meters. The degree of high-end luxury of its decoration, it can be said, before Xinyu did not come in cannot be imagined. Summarized in one sentence, it was blinding his eyes. It was with great difficulty that he calmed his mind and followed Tang Qin to visit the various places within the suite. The front hall has a sitting room, a bar, a wine cellar, and a private kitchen set up inside. Then there was the living room, a study, an oversized master bedroom, a second bedroom, and so on. Further back was the fitness room, the sky garden, the constant temperature swimming pool, and even a small sauna. There was everything. Xinyu was a bit dumbfounded, especially listening to Tang Qin explained. There are several pieces of furniture, prices have to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Those toiletries are Hermes' big brand. The master bedroom bedding alone has to be more than $200,000. Xinyu turned around with an appreciative gaze and returned to the front room, sitting down in the chair that was worth more than $80,000. Just then the cell phone suddenly rang. Opening it to see that it was Suli calling, he froze for a moment, but still answered it. "Xinyu, I was wrong before. I seriously thought about it and felt that you are still the best for me. I have just broken up with Feng Yuan. Let's get back together." Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Xinyu's brain was full of question marks. He also counted to see through the nature of this woman. This word directly as she is farting on the line. If not guessed wrong, she should be from Baixiaoye to learn the value of their car, then want to come to get back together. Thinking through these, for Suli feel more disgusted. "You're sick. Don't contact me next time." After saying this, he directly hangs up the phone. Tang Qin saw Xinyu finish the phone call and said softly, "Mr. Qin, the hotel has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. You can bring it up at any time when you want to dine. You can also go up to the Sky restaurant on the top floor of the 51st floor to dine. It is also a restaurant that is specially set up for customers staying in the hotel's presidential suite. Dinner will just be served up here in 10 minutes. Xinyu thought for a moment and said, "All right Mr. Qin, by the way, does your hotel have a change of clothes? I'll need to use them later after I take a shower." Xinyu asked. Tang Qin nods her head and replies, "Yes, the clothes are there in the master bedroom closet. See if they fit, if not I'll find them for you." "Well, that's it. I'll take a shower first. For dinner you just schedule it according to the time I said," Xinyu said with great satisfaction. He almost spilled out a sentence in a flash just now. That is, he wanted to ask Tang Qin as his personal service butler, if there is any service to help guests take a bath. "Yes, dinner will be brought up for you on time later." Xinyu nods his head, gets up and heads towards the master bedroom. After entering the master bedroom, he opens the classical ancient wooden closet that stands on one side of the wall. There are not many clothes inside, but they contain a variety of styles: suits, casual wear, pajamas, underwear and so on. The other compartment is for women. Looking at the women's section of these green and flowery clothes, cannot help but be a little imaginative. Wait to find a few little girls to serve, and then find a few sets of uniforms. Shook his head to discard the kind of bad thoughts, looking for a set of casual clothes into the bathroom. When the shower was finished, dinner happened to be delivered over. Chapter 10: Buying Clothes. The two waiters who were guarding the main entrance just now pushed two food carts to the living room, uncovered the food box lids, and the dishes were brought to the table one by one. A total of 8 dishes were set out. There were fruit platters, chowder, chicken soup, steak, grilled fish, bloody duck, vegetarian dishes and so on, all on small plates, looking exquisite, but the portion on each plate wasn't much, but it was enough for 2 people's meals. In addition to the meals, there were also red wine, drinks and juices. Xinyu sat down. The 2 waiters owed a bow and retreated. Tang Qin came over to serve. Mr. Qin, would you like to drink red wine or a drink or juice? These juices are freshly squeezed? Tang Qin asked in a soft voice. Then a fruit juice and a glass of red wine. Okay. Tang Qin then poured a cup of juice over first, then opened that red wine with a corkscrew, and poured another cup of red wine and handed it over to the table in front of Xinyu. Xinyu looked at the table full of delicacies, could not help but have a big appetite, did not use a knife and fork, moved his chopsticks and tasted a few mouthfuls. Color and flavor. Mr. Qin, is the taste still satisfactory? Tang Qin placed the glass of red wine in front of Xinyu and asked. The flavor is indeed well done. I am satisfied, but there is one. Saying that, Xinyu looked at Tang Qin. What is the problem? Mr. Qin, please speak. Tang Qin busily said. It's hard for me to eat alone with so many dishes. Can Ms. Tang sit down and dine with me? Xinyu smiled. Tang Qin was top-notch regardless of her figure or appearance. Sharing dinner with such a beautiful woman was definitely a treat. Thanks for the invitation, Mr. Qin. I still have to serve you now, so I won't come. It wouldn't be appropriate. Tang Qin smiled and politely declined. What's inappropriate? Don't you have to serve me? Eating dinner with me is also serving me. Don't sit down yet, Xinyu said in a tough tone. That's fine. Tang Qin sneaked a glance at Xinyu and agreed without any further insistence. After all, as a presidential suite private service butler, the requirements put forward by the customer can be met or should be accomplished to the best of one's ability. Besides, eating here is better than eating work meals in the cafeteria no matter what. That's right, pour yourself whatever you like to drink. Don't be polite. Okay. Tang Qin added a set of bowls and chopsticks for herself, poured a cup of juice, and sat beside Xinyu. Xinyu ate his food while chatting with her without words. The woman was a bit restrained at first with the restaurant, but after chatting she let go. Her face became natural, and she even laughed and talked. Conversation. Xinyu understands some of the experience of Tang Qin. It turned out that she graduated from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, just came out in a skincare products company as a marketing. Because of the excellent work soon became a marketing manager. Later on, she left that company for some reasons and came to Jiangyun Hotel to be the private service butler of the presidential suite. After finishing the meal, Tang Qin cleaned up the dinner plates and cutlery on the table and put them back on the dining car, and also used the intercom to call the 2 waiters to push the dining car out. After the 2 waiters left, Xinyu said to Tang Qin, do you know where there is a shopping mall nearby? I want to go shopping and buy some clothes. There is a small shopping mall in the secondary building of the hotel, but there aren't many clothes. Tang Qin replied, the hotel's mall or forget it. I like to shop at the big malls. In that case, I know of a relatively large luxury mall that's about 3 kilometers from the hotel. There's also a lot of clothes there. They're all world-famous brands. I'll take you there if Mr. Qin likes it. Good. I'll trouble you to take me to that mall. Mr. Qin, don't be polite. This is my area of responsibility. Please also wait for a while. I'll change my clothes and come. It's fine. Go ahead. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Qin came back here again. The hotel uniform on her body was gone, replaced with a simple orange corseted dress. This dress looked a bit more youthful and bright. The 2 of them went down to the first floor lobby, and just after leaving the door, Tang Qin pulled open the backseat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom that had long been parked there, and invited Xinyu to sit in it. After Xinyu sat in, Tang Qin opened the other back door and sat in. Then the chauffeur in front started the car. I still want to drive my car there, and you arranged to get into the special car. Xinyu could not help but laugh. Tang Qin blinks and smiles. Sorry, I forgot to ask what you meant. It's fine. Not 5 minutes later, the special car stops at a 6-story shopping mall that covers a wide area. Entering the mall and going up to the 3rd floor high-end branded clothing area, It was filled with some world-famous branded specialty stores, like what Louis Vuitton, Dior, Shuangliu, Anima and so on are all there. Small brands of clothing can only be seen on the 4th floor. Mr. Qin, which brand of clothes do you want to buy? Tang Qin asked. Qin Yu doesn't care about this, pointing to this Anima brand store with a good facade in front of him. Just this one, go in and take a look. After saying that, he walked towards the store. Welcome. A young female sales clerk standing at the door saw Qin Yu and the two of them come in and smiled politely. Then she added, both of you, what do you need? Qin Yu simply said, let's just take a look and buy anything we like. Okay, I won't bother you guys then. The previous Qin Yu had to be meticulous when he entered a clothing store to buy clothes, even picking half a day without picking a piece of clothing. The main thing was that the clothes had to look good as well as be affordable, and the style specifications needed to match. Now do not have to care about the price of the problem, as long as the look on the buy, easy and comfortable, all the way to go, whether it is pants, or jacket t-shirt, see what they like to take. A series of picking out several pieces of clothing, Tang Qin on the side of the very competent to help take the clothes. She knows that Qin Yu can spend more than 3 million to live in the hotel, naturally not bad money. See buy clothes also so bold, never look at the price tag of the clothes, secretly spit out his tongue. Inadvertently saw a dress price tag marked 30,000 yuan, a burst of speechless. After picking out the clothes, Qin Yu went to the fitting room to try on a few pieces. Tang Qin played a okay gesture. The remaining few pieces were also too lazy to try again, and said to Tang Qin, Ms. Tang, thank you for coming to accompany me tonight. There is a women's clothing area for you to pick a few sets as well. Pick whatever you want, and leave the bill to me, as a thank you for tonight. Tang Qin quickly waved her hand. That's not good. How can I spend your money? Coming here with you is also my share of duty. Don't excuse yourself either. Spending this amount of money is nothing to me. It's also a reward for you as my personal service butler, right? I still have to work hard for you this month, Qin Yu said with a straight face. Tang Qin could only say, alright, then I'll pick one. That's right, go on. I'll wait for you here. Tang Qin went to the ladies' clothes section and quickly picked out a dress. Qin Yu looked at it and the dress was labeled at $800, cheaper than any of the ones he had just picked. Darkly nodding his head a bit, looking around the store, he sees a set of lavender ladies' suit inside the glass cabinet at the entrance of the store, which looks very much in line with Tang Qin's temperament. Walking over, he brought this suit over and handed it to Tang Qin. This one looks fine to me. Try it on. If it's good, buy it. Tang Qin saw the price of $58,000, startled, dizzy, or forget it. This dress is too expensive. Just that one will do. It's not a lot of money. Just try it and see how it is. Qin Yu seriously said. Not a lot of money. That's nearly $60,000. Tang Qin muttered secretly for a moment and had to compromise. Then I'll try it on first. After saying that, she took the set of clothes and walked to the fitting room. When he came out from the fitting room, Qin Yu was satisfied. Not bad. A bit like a strong woman. There's no need to take it off either. I'll just pay directly. Tang Qin's cheeks blushed a little and said, thank you, Mr. Qin. Suddenly, he heard a nearby person coldly say, still really think that anima clothes are Chinese cabbage, not picking so many clothes and not even looking at the price. It seems that you are buying too much ground floor goods. Chapter 11 Gambling. A woman with a swollen figure who was dressed in a noble manner was staring at the two Qin Yu with a condescending face, her gaze full of disdain. Since these two people entered this store, especially that vixen-like girl, her husband around her, those two eyes completely gave a fascination. The heart has long been upset, holding a belly full of anger, plus jealousy. See Qin Yu so by things finally caught the opportunity, then opened his mouth to taunt. Qin Yu cold eyes, also nonchalant counterattacked. How? I buy clothes here stuck to your eyes, not have to bark like a vicious dog. What did you say? Dare to call my wife a vicious dog? Looking for death. The lewd-looking 50-something-year-old suit man beside the noblewoman looked viciously straight at Qin Yu and said, in Wang Ji's mind, it was okay for his wife to scold others, but for others to say his wife that was hitting him in the face. As a company owner, how could he allow this? Not to mention that the other party was dressed cheaply. A wage earner, dealing with such a person would not take it to death. It's a pity that that beautiful woman would follow such a poor boy. It's really a flower stuck in cow dung. This is her own jumping out and barking. What is it if it's not a ferocious dog? To say looking for death, it has to be the two of you who are looking for death. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said in a pinpoint manner, really don't know the height of heaven. Do you know what my husband's status is? Daring to talk to him like this. The noblewoman laughed a bit in anger. Humph. And do you know what my friend's status is? So you're confident that your status is even more noble than his? Tang Qin said. The noblewoman laughed instead of being angry. Let's not talk about anything else. The amount I spend in this mall in a year is more than $1 million, and a few tens of thousands of dollars of clothes can be bought casually. And you really think you can afford the clothes in this store, and you still want to discuss your status with us? Xinyu lost his smile. Spending just over $1 million a year. Is that a lot? The so-called rich people like you who label yourselves as such are really laughable. Over $1 million is not a lot. You really are bragging without a straw. Wang Ji smiled contemptuously. Xinyu smiles without saying anything and points to the clothes he just picked out and says to the shopgirl, "Pack up all these clothes, I'll take them all." This, okay, I'll pack them up right away. The shopgirl was stunned for a moment before she was the one whose eyes lit up. She saw that Xinyu had taken too many clothes in his hands, not including the $50,000-$60,000 dress worn by his female companion beside him. However, the other party was wearing very cheap street goods, so she did not hold much hope that Xinyu would buy so many clothes at once from the very beginning. But now hearing Xinyu say so, it inevitably made her excited. This single if the deal is completed. The commission is definitely very rich. As for the worry that Xinyu does not have money, or Xinyu does not know the price of the clothes to say so, perhaps there is this possibility, but also only possible. Wang Ji sneers, "Do you know that these clothes on your hand add up to more than 300,000? It's only strange that you can get this money out. Don't hold on to it. For people like you may not be able to afford it, but it doesn't mean that others don't have this ability as well." Xinyu said, "My husband, a big boss of a company, is also comparable to a bumpkin like you. Not to mention these clothes, there are still more as usual to afford," the noblewoman said. Xinyu smiled non-committally. This smile of his once again set Wang Ji's anger on fire. "Kid, how about this? If you can make the payment for these clothes, I will kowtow to you and admit my mistake. On the contrary, if you can't buy them, you will have to kowtow to me and admit your mistake. How about it? I agree to this bet of yours. Just don't regret if you lose later," Xinyu said casually. On the contrary, the noblewoman is a bit worried. "Hubby, what if he really has money? Do we still really have to kowtow to him and admit our mistakes?" "Don't worry, that kid is just bluffing. If he backs off now it will just fit his mind." Wang Ji looked as if he was sitting steadily, not expecting to lose at all. "That's good." The noblewoman then let go of her heart and began to look smug again. Xinyu stops talking nonsense and instructs the female sales clerk, "You calculate how much these clothes cost in total. You wait for a moment, it will be done soon." The shopgirl rushes to take the clothes to settle the bill. "Sir, together with this lady's clothes, it's a total of $304,000. I'll give you a 10% discount. Just give a $306,000. Alright, swipe your card." Xinyu takes out his bank card and hands it over, then enters the password. The payment is successful. Then there is a signature. "Kid, you shaded me." Wang Ji's face was green for a while, gloomy and uncertain. This time, he had lost face, lost a lot of money, completely not expecting Xinyu's entire body to add up to no more than $200 at most, but also really could come up with so much money, and even more willing to spend so much money on buying clothes. "The bet was also proposed by you. What am I shading you for?" Xinyu sneered back. "Count me in today. You won't be so lucky next time." Wang Ji coldly lets out a vicious sentence and says to his wife again, "Let's go." After saying this, he turned his head and left. He only felt that this moment was very bad luck, and he did not have the slightest bit of self-consciousness that he needed to fulfill his bet after losing it. It was impossible to make him apologize in public. The noblewoman also felt that she wouldn't be able to curry any favors by continuing to stay. It was just too disgraceful to leave in such a dusty manner, and after fiercely scraping Xinyu and Tangqin, she had no choice but to follow and leave together. "You guys just leave like this? Didn't you say that you have to kowtow and admit your mistake after losing? This is still not fulfilling the bet." The one who spoke was none other than Tangqin. She had also never seen such shameless people, wanting to leave after losing a bet, or two adults. "This young lady, when did we bet? Which eye did you see? Words can't be said nonsense." Oh. The noblewoman crossed her arms and opened her mouth to speak blindly. "You are shameless." Tangqin gave angry, but saw the fierce woman. A moment also do not know with what words to counterattack. "This boss, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Did you open a company there in Huajiang Plaza?" Xinyu is not angry. He also expected that the other party would disown him, and the bet was just to disgust the other party. Suddenly remembered. In the Huajiang Plaza seems to have seen this person a few times. No wonder at the beginning he felt a little familiar. "This is interesting. Not bad. You know me," Wang Ji said suspiciously. "Recognize then not so much, but I have to say, the bet you lost. Willing to gamble to accept defeat, you have to fulfill the promise. My bet is not so good to renege." "Kid, who wouldn't be able to speak harshly? What can you do to me?" Wang Ji laughed coldly, didn't turn back and stepped towards the door. He noticed the strange gazes around him and did not want to stay any longer. Xinyu, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, said to the two who were about to leave, "We will meet again. Don't regret it then." I'll wait for you. Wang Ji returned a sentence from afar and his figure had already disappeared. Seeing Wang Ji are gone, the few people around watching the scene also follow and disperse. The two sales clerks look at Qinyu with a few more points of respect among their gazes. Sir, may I ask if these clothes are for you to take away directly or we will help you send them to your residence? Just send them to the Jiangyun Hotel. Qinyu again reports the room he is staying at the Jiangyun Hotel. Okay sir, we'll send it over immediately after we finish packing it. The saleswoman becomes more and more respectful as she learns that Qinyu is staying in the presidential suite of the Jiangyun Hotel. Chapter 12, Anger. After exiting the anime specialty store, they continued to browse a few other clothing stores. When he exited the shopping mall, he had a few more bags in his hands, all of which were inexpensive clothes plus a pair of shoes. As Qinyu's personal service butler, the task of carrying the bags of course fell on Tang Qin's hands. Mr. Qin, coming out with you tonight has given me a lot of insight. Now Tang Qin is even more casual in her speech than before she bought the clothes. Oh, tell me about it. For the first time, I know what the life of a rich man is really like. Casually going to a shopping mall to spend $400,000 or $500,000. Alas, you say this makes us who can't even afford to buy one piece of clothing with our monthly salary. How can we be embarrassed? That's where you're wrong. Poor people have the joys of poor people's lives, while rich people also have the woes of rich people. Qin said. And what are your afflictions? Mr. Qin, my affliction. Qin pretended to be contemplative. My affliction is actually the same as yours, is also too poor. There is only money left. Too much money, do not know how to spend. Put, Tang Qin cried and laughed. Mr. Qin is too witty. If you put it like that, there's nothing in this world that isn't poor. The two of them joked and laughed as they returned to the presidential suite that Qin had checked into. The clothes bought earlier had also been delivered, and Tang Qin was thoughtful enough to organize them and help take them to be washed. The next day, after eating the breakfast served by the hotel, Qin drove to Huajian Plaza. The time was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Monday, according to normal logic, this point is precisely the time to go to work. Qin was not at all anxious about being late for work and drove leisurely. The heart made a decision. Today past is to resign. Previously, the kind of early morning and late night to go to work in the bitter days. It is also time to do a goodbye. Arriving at the Huajian Plaza, the time went nearly an hour again. Park the car in the underground parking lot, and then go up to the 21st floor from Block A building, 2102. This is exactly the address where Qin works. And the four big words Qishang advertising on the back of the front desk is the name of the company. Entering the company, just sat down on his workstation. Next door colleague Lu Xiaotong came over and whispered, Qin, why are you only here now? Our design department just finished a meeting. It's about the new game publicity design program submitted to 9 Element Games last week. Finally passed a copy. The manager also praised Zhou Jun on the spot. Zhou Jun? Zhang Depig's nephew. Qin frowned. For the manager of the design department, Zhang Daso, because he looks fat-headed, his body is short and a bit bloated, he is very harsh to his employees and subordinates in the company. He finds and deducts his salary without moving and likes to lecture people. So someone has settled on the name of Zhang Dahu. Employees like to call him this behind the scenes. The surface is still called the manager. Yeah, that's him. Can't imagine. Lu Xiaotong lowered his voice a bit, afraid that the conversation between the two of them, him and Qin, would be known by the bystanders. After all, that manager Zhang is quite vindictive and especially hates others calling him Zhang Depig. With Zhou Jun his level that he can't even design, how can he design a new game design program and give it back for adoption? What's going on? Qin asked. Lu Xiaotong sighed, wrathful. In fact, we all know clearly, this design program is Lu Kersen design. To the manager in his nephew's name, it becomes Zhou Jun. Morning meeting, Lu Kersen also with Zhang Depig. It is the manager of Zhang, and he made a big fuss about it. Now also can only sit there and dry cry. This who suffer Qin did not say a word. His face is not good. In fact, not only Lu Kersen, there are other colleagues in the company, including him, hard work to make some of the more important design, and finally become Zhou Jun. Could have gotten a big commission and bonus, but finally got some very small compensation. Design department employees' base salary is only that poor, more than 2,000. The main source of income is the monthly performance of the employees to share the performance of the proportion of commission received. Zhou Jun, relying on his uncle, is the department manager. An uneducated and unskilled guy in the company here, but mixed with the wind and water. More than those who have the talent and willing to work hard employees are still moist. Lu Kersen in the company is also considered to be closer to Qin. The two live in the same rental house. One lives on the 3rd floor, one on the 2nd floor, one floor apart. Qin also many times to Lu Kersen there to dilly-dally. Qin, you have to be careful, because you were late. The manager even criticized you by name in the morning meeting. When he sees you later, you will inevitably receive one more scolding. and the deduction may not be small. For Lu Xiaotong's kind reminder, Qin Yu returns a smile, gets up and says, "It doesn't matter. I'll go to Lu Kuxian's place first. You are more familiar with her. It would be good for you to go and comfort her, lest she is still unable to think about it." Lu Xiaotong nodded. Lu Kurson is in another office and is using the computer to process the graphic. Seeing Qin Yu coming over, she said somewhat unnaturally, "You know about me, don't you? I've made you laugh." Qin Yu saw that she did not have much sadness, just that her eyes were a little red. It seems that she had really cried just now. He smiled and comforted. "You don't have to worry, this won't go away like this. I'll go find the boss later." Lu Kurson, a little touched, said, "Thank you for your concern, but still forget it. Just don't go." The last time there was a similar thing, someone went to find the boss to complain. The result was not only no effect, but finally even fired the company. "You don't want to even lose your job for me. After all, the salary here is quite okay. People are bullied. Some things can't be settled like that. That Zhou Jun and Zhang De Pig, I have long seen the two of them as unpleasant, and today is the time to teach them a lesson." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and had a plan in his mind. "Yo, you kid, who are you talking about? Even dare to call my uncle's fancy name? Do you not want to mix here anymore?" The one who spoke was none other than Zhou Jun. This person has a long and thin figure, triangular face, high cheekbones, characteristic sharp mouth and monkey cheeks look, is looking at Qin Yu, two people with a bad smile. "What's the matter? Want to stand up for her, or want to come to a hero's rescue? Come on, I heard that you are late today, and you dare to call my uncle's flower name directly. You just beg for your own luck. Zhou Jun, you shameless villain. If it wasn't for the fact that your uncle is in the company, you are nothing." Lu Kurson's eyes spewed fire and hate. "Oh, so what? Tell you straight, I robbed your design program and you cannot help, but also dare to talk back with my uncle. If you do not want to work here before it is too late to get out, you." Lu Kurson is also a straight person. In a moment of anger, she wanted to go forward to beat up someone. Qin Yu pulled back Lu Kurson, who wanted to make a move, swept a glance at the arrogant Zhou Jun, his eyes even colder. "Zhou Jun, just now you also admitted that that program of 9 Yuan Game Company was not designed by you at all. It was Lu Kurson's. We all heard it." A female colleague who had a good relationship with Lu Kurson opened her mouth in support. "Right, I heard it too. Don't you dare cheat. I'll sue the boss later." Lu Xiaotong heard the wind and rushed over as well. Chapter 13, Fired. These loud words immediately attracted the office staff to gather around. Many people still have some understanding of the cause of this incident. Zhou Jun's reputation in the company is not good, so there are people pointing fingers at him, and there is a lot of talk. Zhou Jun see things a little out of control, are unfavorable to him, heart also a little panicked, a little furious, pointing at Lu Xiaotong. "Lu Xiaotong, and Li Ping? I don't know what you guys are saying, don't spit blood. I didn't even speak those words." "What? The words spoken can be treated like farts and not recognized?" Lu Xiaotong sneered. "That's right. They don't have that design talent and then they rely on their uncle to steal other people's credit. They dare to say it but don't dare to admit it. It's really disgraceful." Li Ping said in favor. "You 1 and 2 have nothing to do. What are you looking at here? Don't you need to work?" The person who spoke was none other than Zhang Daso. The employees who were watching the show here were just shocked when they heard this voice, coaxing them to disperse like startled birds. Seeing the arrival of the department manager, Li Ping and Lu Xiaotong looked at each other and also secretly retreated. Although many of the employees are not happy with Zhang Daso, but after all, he is the manager. For the sake of this job should have the fear, or should have. Even Lu Kurson, who was just like an angry bird, wilted at this time and did not dare to make a sound. "Qin Yu, so it's you. What's wrong? Is it going against the grain? Not to mention that you were late today, but now you are even more over the top to cause trouble here." Zhang Daso saw the employees retreating one by one. Only Qin Yu stood there motionless, and dared to look directly at him, so he knew that the cause of the incident was mostly unrelated to this kid. Just now, he also heard the discussion and knew that the matter was related to the new game publicity design of $9 games. Now it was the right time to catch this employee who was usually quiet, and it was the right time to make an example out of him, to see who would dare to talk behind his back again. "Uncle, you've come at the right time. This kid just now dared to slander me, and is still talking straight about you being some kind of Zhang De Pig. You can't easily just spare him." Expecting the stars and the moon to finally see his uncle come over, Zhou Jun immediately has a backbone, very arrogantly pointing at Qin Yu. Hearing Zhou Jun's words, Zhang Daso almost jumped up. What he hated the most was to hear other people say the word Zhang De Pig. "Qin Yu, what he said is true. You dare to call me Zhang De Pig." Lu Kurson also secretly pulled the corner of Qin Yu's coat, meaning that she hurriedly admitted a mistake and did not offend the other party too much. Qin Yu ignored Lu Kurson's small action, and said very bashfully, "What's wrong with calling you Zhang De Pig? You originally looked piggy. This didn't wrong you. These words, so that the office has been listening to this side of the colleagues listening to the movements of the dark call great pleasure. Very admirable. Sneak a glance over. The closest Lu Kerson's mouth turned into an O shape. Looking at Qin Yu's gaze like a monster, she feels that today's Qin Yu is like a new person. No longer like the old days of that kind of reticence, but becomes soaring confidence. Row, Qin Yu, count yourself ruthless. Zhang Dasho's face turns into a pig's liver color as he clenches his teeth. Qin Yu, listen, just now you gathered a crowd and insulted your boss. The plot is quite bad. I will report this matter to the boss of the company to see if you should be fired. Uncle, an employee like this who has no respect for his superiors should have been kicked out of the company a long time ago. Zhou Jun fanned the flames and picked up the conversation. Fire me? It just so happens that I'm also going to the boss's place to poke up the matter of you repeatedly using your power for personal gain and placing employee credit on Zhou Jun. Do you want to go there together? Qin Yu does not have a bit of nervousness on his face. You a small employee, me a department manager. Who do you think the boss will believe? Naturally, the boss will believe whoever brings the most benefits to the company. So Qin Yu, you can't fight me. There is only one way to end up, and that is to roll up and leave. I still have to deduct your bonus, even if you beg me. It's useless. Zhang Daso smiles cruelly. Manager Zhang, what's going on? This time the boss, Zhou Shanghua, also came. He glances at Qin Yu and fixes his gaze on Zhang Daso, meaning for him to explain. Seeing the presence of Zhou Shanghua, Manager Zhang immediately switched from being unavailable to a fawning smile and briefly introduced what had just happened. In his mouth, Qin Yu became an overambitious person who was not good at his job but thought his salary was too low. Just now, he also gathered a crowd to defame the employees and insulted his superiors. In short, under Zhang Dasho's dictation, Qin Yu became an unforgivable bad employee. Zhou Shanghua couldn't even help but wrinkle his eyebrows after hearing this. If it wasn't for the fact that he had also just heard Zhang Dasho's conversation and knew the general picture of the matter, he would have had to believe these words. A bunch of nonsense. Lu Kerson stood up with a puff of anger. She had long since stopped listening. Boss, many of Manager Zhang's words just now are not believable. It is clear that he has repeatedly used his power for personal gain, and placed the design program that I worked so hard to make under his nephew's name. He also deducted bonuses and penalized wages at the drop of a hat, so he's the one who should be dealt with. Lu Kerson, even you dare to turn against me. When did I use my power for personal gain? You have to show me the evidence. Don't spit blood. Zhang Daso glanced at his boss somewhat sheepishly and pointed at Lu Kerson to scold him. Zhou Shanghua coldly glanced at Zhang Daso. He was able to become the boss of an advertising company. Naturally not a little cute. Many conflicts within the company were also clear. Just a moment ago, Manager Zhang had said a very correct sentence. Whoever brings the greatest benefit to the company he naturally favors. Well, not because you an employee, because by the aggrieved, by the supervisor of the suppression of ostracism, will go to support this employee. He gently coughed, suppressed all the voices present, questioned, Manager Zhang, you as a company manager, but the department is in a mess. The employees also have a great deal of opinion about you. What is the behavior? You have a great responsibility for this matter. If you still can't rectify it well, the next time, you, the manager of the design department, will have to be replaced. I'm sorry boss, this is all due to my subordinate's negligence. This won't happen again next time. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and busily nodded his head in assurance. Zhou Shanghua glanced at Qin Yu again. For this employee, I don't care what dissatisfaction you have with your superior, but what you did just now has caused a very bad impact on the company. Please also apologize to Manager Zhang immediately, and then use your discretion for the punishment later. What if I don't apologize? Qin Yu slightly raised his eyebrows. So you don't agree? Zhou Shanghua's face sank as he asked. Want me to apologize to Zhang de Pig? Oh, you are dreaming. Then I officially inform you that you are not suitable to be an employee of our company. You are fired, Zhou Shanghua said in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, the office that was just slightly noisy suddenly didn't hear a single ringing sound, and a needle could be heard. No one could have imagined that the final result of this matter would be Qin Yu being fired. This is the boss is lifting the sledgehammer. Many people are afraid that this hammer will suddenly fall on their own head. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit. Only Lu Kerson. She decided that this matter is still due to her in the end. Clenched her teeth, was about to go out to help Qin Yu to say a fair word, but was stopped by Qin Yu waving his hand. The happiest ones are naturally Zhang Daso and Zhou Jun. Qin Yu, you are now fired from the company. Please pack up your things and leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Qin Yu ignores the words of the smug-looking Manager Zhang and instead looks at Zhou Shanghua. It's pointless for you to fire me. I originally came here to resign today, but you can't distinguish between right and wrong, and condoning the company's department manager, that's your fault. Just don't know the consequences of this. You can bear. Chapter 14, Meeting Wang Ji again. Zhou Xianghua's face did not look good even after hearing this, but did not make a sound, and did not even look at Qin Yu in his eyes. Qin Yu, you're a dismissed employee, and you still dare to speak up here. Was it that you were deeply struck after being dismissed and became mentally deranged, so you even dared to threaten your boss? I can't believe it was you who wanted to resign instead of the company firing you. That's fine. Your bonus for this month is all deducted. Zhang Daso was happy to beat up the dog and still curry favor with his boss, and said in a very self-satisfied manner. Qin Yu ignored these words and just sneered, his eyes becoming more cold and stern, silently returned to his work, not even bothering to write a resignation report, and organized his things. Zhang Daso sent a person over to monitor, also sent Qin Yu's personal files. Things are not much, plus the file book, a small bag to handle. Unimportant things are thrown away. Qin Yu left the company without a trace, leaving a shadowy figure in the eyes of the crowd. Once out of the door of Qishang Advertising Company, Qin Yu dialed a phone number to Zhang Shang, the property manager of Nanjiang Plaza. After picking up, "Are you at the property management office now? Hello boss, I am over here right now." "Good, I'll be there later." Collecting the phone, Qin Yu also knows that the property management office is on the 34th floor of the top floor of this building, and it will be a quick ride on the elevator directly from here. Zhang Sheng on the other end still wanted to say that he would go down to greet the words, but before he could say anything, he heard a busy tone on the other end of the phone, froze for a while, only then reacted. "The new boss, this is to microvisit to come, fortunately in advance to do enough preparation." Opposite him sits a middle-aged man in his 50s, and if Qin Yu sees him, he naturally recognizes that this person is the same person who bought clothes and bet with him last night at Anima store. He is the chairman of the board of directors of 9 Yuan Games, Wang Ji. The company's address is on the 10th and 11th floors of the 10th floor of Block C of Nanjiang Plaza. The company's scale is considered to be relatively large. Wang Ji saw Zhang Sheng answered a phone call. The call time is very short, but also can see Zhang Sheng on the phone to the person on the other end of the very respectful speak tone. Have to be careful, although a little curious, but did not ask more. Seeing the other party finish the phone call, gently coughed, smiled and asked his intention to come over here this time. "Old Zhang, I just learned from a friend's words that Huajiang Plaza has changed to a new boss. I don't know if it's true or not, so I came over specifically to ask you." "Not bad. It seems that you are still quite well informed," Zhang Shang said. "Then I don't know who the new boss is. As a tenant of the commercial street, I am also considered a partner of your boss. I don't know if I have the honor to pay a visit," Wang Ji said with a shy smile. Having a good relationship with the owner of the commercial street was quite an important thing for him either way. Zhang Shang looked at Wang Ji and pondered for a moment. "The boss will be here later. If you want to see him, just wait here." Wang Ji was stunned, busy smiling. "He will be here later." "That's great." Zhang Shang nodded and stood up. "Take a seat. I'll go out to greet the new boss first. I'll follow you too. It's also good to show our company's respect for your boss." Wang Ji knowingly stood up as well and followed Zhang Shang. The two of them walk out of the property manager's office, and before they reach the elevator entrance, they see Qin Yu who walks into the office area. Zhang Shang had seen Qin Yu's photo on the information and recognized the other party as his boss at a glance. Somewhat surprised that the other party came so quickly, his feet did not delay. 3 steps made 2 steps to run to Qin Yu, bowed and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, you are here. I was remiss in my duties. I failed to go to greet you, but let you come over in person. You are Zhang Shang, right? As long as you do your job well. Greeting those unimportant vain heads is not necessary." Qin Yu also smiled a little. This person is also considered to be the #1 employee of his company. Zhang Shang has been working here for more than 2 years, and he is still sure about the property management of Nanjiang Plaza, which shows that this person is capable. On the contrary, it was Wang Ji in the back, whose face was still smiling stiffened. Impossible, how could it be? The new boss is actually him. He also recognized it. The one he met last night was just a small person in his eyes, and had lost a bet to the other party. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had become the new boss of Huajiang Plaza. Regret, repenting to the point that his intestines were green. Had he known that this person had so much energy, he wouldn't have dared to offend him even if he was beaten to death. "This is Mr. Wang Ji, the chairman of 9 Yuan Games Company. He is a tenant on our side." Zhang Shang leads Qin Yu towards the office that only belongs to the owner of Huajiang Plaza. Seeing Wang Ji standing there blankly, although he is not happy in his heart, he still introduces out. Qin Yu did not expect to see this person who lost a bet and did not recognize it so soon, and sneered, "So you are Mr. Wang? Where does Wang Ji dare to make a high profile again?" Putting aside his company's landlord status, the other party owns the entire Huajiang Plaza, which is worth nearly more than $5 billion, and collects more than $100 million of rent in a quarter. It could be said that the two were simply not at the same level. "Hello Mr. Qin." "Hello, Wang Ji was a bit incoherent as he spoke, not knowing where to speak. Xing Yu waved his hand. Go back to my office first, then continues to walk forward. Zhang Sheng is a bit strange, but does not ask too many questions and leads the way in front. Xing Yu follows Zhang Sheng and arrives at an office with an oversized room at the innermost part of this floor. The room was large and had good lighting, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. Inside, it was categorized into different areas such as office area, back cabinet, tea parlor area, bar wine cooler and so on. Xing Yu is still the first time to see such a high-class office, although some excitement but on the surface or as if nothing happened, until he came to the solid wood desk inside a leather boss chair and sat down. Boss, do you want to drink tea or coffee, or any other beverage? I'll ask someone to bring it over. Zhang Sheng stood there and asked with a smile. No need, today is also my first time here, so just give a brief introduction of Huazhang Plaza, Xing Yu said. Zhang Sheng hurriedly agreed and started to introduce it. Huazhang Plaza has a total area of around 120,000 square meters, with 3 34-story towers, ABC, plus 8 low-rise commercial buildings. There are a total of 420 stores in the surrounding area, including several restaurants, movie theaters, supermarkets, and large stores for banking companies, with a quarterly rent of around 28 million. The high-rise area also includes offices, gyms, and hotel housing totaling about 400,000 square feet, and the quarterly rent is in the neighborhood of $160 million. Together with the income from other projects, there's nearly $200 million a quarter. Of course, this amount will not be as much when it reaches you, boss, and a portion of the personnel's expenses as well as taxes and so on will have to be deducted. Xing Yu listened quietly, his face rippling. Chapter 15, Admitting Mistakes. It was only 200 million for a quarter, for the nearly 10 billion that he had on his system balance, and a car that he bought cost $100 million. It was nothing at all. After that, Zhang Sheng took out some documents that had been prepared long ago. These documents included the operating right paperwork of Huazhang Plaza, and some financial statement information. Xing Yu briefly glanced over, and signed what should be signed. After signing and closing the data book, he heard Zhang Sheng say, Mr. Xin, your net income for this quarter is around 160 million. I will arrange for the finance to call this fund to your account later. No problem, Xing Yu said in an ancient and unperturbed manner, as if this $160 million was nothing more than petty cash in his eyes. This was in fact true as well. Only at this point did Xing Yu take the corner of his eye and swept it towards Wang Ji, who was left drying on the side. When Wang Ji saw Xing Yu looking at him, he was busy smiling shyly with a groveling appearance. Mr. Xin, I apologize to you for what happened last night. Please be magnanimous and forgive my recklessness. After saying this, he made a deep bow towards Xing Yu. This time, it also made Zhang Sheng see that this Wang Ji had offended his new boss. No wonder he acted in such a manner just now. The gaze towards Wang Ji is a bit cold. There is no wonder that he will have to show some performance in front of his boss later. Xing Yu slowly taps his fingers on the desktop. His mouth does not say anything, but his eyes keep staring at Wang Ji, who is bending his head to apologize to him. I don't think you'll forget what happened last night. Do you need me to remind you again? Wang Ji's heart tightened and he naturally understood the meaning of these words. Fulfill his promise and kowtow to admit his mistake. Sighing, now that the situation was stronger than him, there was no way for him not to bow his head. Having made up his mind, he did not procrastinate any further. Kneeling down towards Xing Yu, he heavily kowtowed 3 times. At this time, Wang Ji's heart, this is more difficult than killing him. Also hates his wife who started the trouble last night. If not for her taking the lead, he wouldn't have offended this Mr. Xin, and now he won't be subjected to this kind of shame. Get up. After a long time, Xing Yu said, Thank you Mr. Xin. Thank you Mr. Xin for your magnanimity. Wang Ji sighed in relief and stood up somewhat stiffly. You have no problem with your rent being adjusted upwards by 30 percentage points, right? Xing Yu asked. Although it was a question, it was also equivalent to giving a command. It means that you have to agree even if you don't, or your company will have to roll. Nope, no opinion. It's the right thing to do. Wang Ji also reacted quickly and immediately said. He was also an old man, considering that the layer of background behind Xing Yu was something that could never be offended, and he tried to ease the relationship between the two as much as possible if he could. Plus he also understands that his company address is impossible to move away from the Huazhang Plaza, really do so if the loss is absolutely incalculable. Even if his company's lease contract still has 2 years, also dare not say half a word, just secretly calculate. Estimated that each quarter to increase more than 400,000 yuan, is a burst of meat pain. Thinking of this, he remembered another headache. Since this first half of the year, the company has developed a new game, and I don't know how much money has been burned. resulting in the company's capital turnover is now somewhat difficult, especially the next step of advertising expenses, but also the financial stretched. Still have to wait a few months to return to the capital chain, and the next quarter's rent payment is also soon too. Thinking of this, Wang Ji gritted his teeth and said stiffly, "It's like this, Mr. Sheen. My company has some financial turnover recently, so can you be accommodating and let the next quarterly rent be slowed down for a while?" Sheen Yu pondered slightly and said, "This is not impossible. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Don't be too busy thanking. I still have one more condition." Wang Ji's heart snapped. "I don't know what the condition is. I can do it, must be no problem. Your company also has business dealings with Qishang Advertising, right?" Sheen Yu said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "You are talking about Qishang Advertising that rents in this building?" "Yes, our company's new game is given to this advertising company to publicize." Wang Ji was a bit puzzled and said truthfully, "Good, then you can cut off this business with them now." Wang Ji was shocked, and wanted to ask why, but after thinking for a moment, he changed his words and said, "Okay, I'll call and inform down." After saying that, he picked up his cell phone. Sheen Yu also asked Zhang Shang, "When will the lease contract of this company, Qishang Advertising, expire?" A discerning person would know at a glance that Qishang Advertising had offended Sheen Yu and was taking this company to task. Zhang Shang busily inquired and said, "Mr. Sheen, this company's lease contract just happens to expire at the end of this month, and the renewal contract has not been signed yet. Then contact their boss, and no longer rent to them starting next month." "Yes, boss." At this time, Qishang Advertising conference room, Zhou Shanghua was hosting a small company meeting, discussing the company's recent operations and the completion of the new game advertisement design for 9 Yuan Games. Although the company had just fired an employee, he had long since thrown it out of the window and had already forgotten about it. At this moment, Lin Chong, the manager of the business department, received a call from $9 Games. After the call was answered, his face was very bad. "Boss, it's not good. The person who came to the phone just now was from 9 Element Games side. They want to cancel their cooperation with us." "What?" The office crowd was puzzled. "Did it say what the reason is for canceling this cooperation between the two parties?" Zhou Shanghua said. "I also asked." Manager Zhang from the operations department over there said that he suddenly received instructions from the company's boss to cancel the cooperation with us. "It's Mr. Wang's intention." Zhou Shanghua was even more incomprehensible. To know, for the new game promotion design of 9 Yuan Games, Qishang Advertising had already invested a lot of manpower time, and was preparing to finalize the contract when this happened. Remembering that he was still somewhat friendly with Wang Ji and had the other party's phone number, he said, "I'll make a call first and ask him what's going on." Picked up his cell phone, but the phone rang first. Seeing the caller number, it showed Zhang Shang, the property manager of Huajiang Plaza, secretly surprised. "This is a big Buddha. Do not dare to neglect busy, pick up the phone." "Joe always it. I'm sorry, I formally notify you. Next month we Huajiang Plaza no longer with you to renew the lease, but also please your company lease contract expires before moving out." "What?" Zhou Shanghua violently stood up. What Zhang Shang said was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. If he really did so, it would be the deadliest blow to his company. At least a lot of the company's business will be delayed. The amount of business in the future, I do not know how much less. After all, it is difficult to find such a commercial concentration of office buildings in other locations. What's wrong with today? One bad thing after another. "Mr. Jiang, what's going on? Can you tell me? As long as there is any request, or the company has done something wrong, we will definitely follow your request. If we really move out of here, the company really can't afford to lose. I also beg you to be more sympathetic." Zhang Shang on the other end of the phone was on speakerphone. He looked back at Qin Yu, meaning that it was up to Qin Yu to decide. Qin Yu sneers, "Let him come here." And that design manager of their company, Mr. Zhang, follow him here as well. Chapter 16, Silly Eyes. Zhang Shang nodded his head and answered yes, and transmitted a message into his cell phone. "Our boss said, you come up here to the property office first, and bring manager Zhang from your design department." "Okay, I'll come over immediately," Zhou Shanghua busily answered. By this time it was considered to understand something. It couldn't be that he had offended the boss of Huajiang Plaza, right? But this commercial street's several big shareholders he also have some understanding, and did not have any interactions. How could he have offended them? Especially also named Zhang Daso to follow along with the past. It is even more puzzling. Although the heart does not understand, Zhou Shanghua still hurriedly dissolved the meeting, called on Zhang Daso with him to go over. He also put aside the matter of preparing to call Mr. Wang of $9 Games. The termination of cooperation with $9 Games was nothing compared to this matter. Zhang Daso followed behind the boss. From the meeting room, Also know that the company has a bad change. More puzzled as why involved him. Along the way did not talk much. Until he saw Zhang Shang. Zhou Shanghua is very polite to greet. Want to inquire about the boss of Huazhong Plaza? Don't ask so much. Just go in and you'll know. Zhang Shang said coldly and led the two into Qin Yu's office. Qin Yu, why is it you? Why are you here? Zhang Daso blurted out by reflex at the first sight of Qin Yu, followed by a look of disbelief. It can't be all because of you, right? The position Qin Yu was sitting in was too conspicuous. It was not exactly where the major shareholders of Huazhong Plaza were sitting. Zhou Shanghua was also dumbfounded when he saw Qin Yu sitting on the boss chair. His eyes shifted to Wang Ji, who stood aside and did not dare to squeak, and his heart figured out the general idea. The root of everything is because Qin Yu, this employee that he just fired. What exactly was his identity that could make the two of them, Manager Jiang of Huazhong Plaza's property, and General Manager Wang of 9 Yuan Game Company, look up to him, and with the flip of a hand, he could suppress his company to the point of being breathless. This is Mr. Qin. Not too long ago he has bought Huazhong Plaza, so now he is the sole owner of Huazhong Plaza. Hearing Zhang Shang's introduction, the two men were petrified on the spot. Qin Yu, you are actually the owner of Huazhong Plaza. Zhang Dasho's eyes are even quick to stare out, and his fat face turns into a bitter melon face. Unexpectedly, he had offended the other party to death in the front foot, and the other party had become the person he couldn't mess with the most in the back foot. If you had said that you have this layer of identity, who dares to offend you? Who dares to give shoes you wear? Even if you do, my little ancestor, I have to agree. Zhou Shanghua's mind is the same as Zhang Daso, and even the heart is particularly difficult. Zhang Daso can pat his ass and leave, but he will have to bleed and cut meat. A huge loss. No wonder Wang Ji wanted to cut off cooperation with him and Zhang Shang wanted to drive him to move out. Qin Yu was able to afford this commercial plaza and definitely had a deeper identity. What? Is it strange that I am the owner of Huazhong Plaza? Qin Yu sneered. Qin, Mr. Qin, what happened not long ago was my fault. Zhou Shanghua was all anxious inside. His face was apologetic as he wanted to beg for Qin Yu's forgiveness, but just as the words reached the halfway point, he gave Qin Yu a wave of his hand to interrupt him from continuing. Qin Yu then said expressionlessly, "Oh, if apologizing is useful, wouldn't the cost of making a mistake be too low? You don't need to say anything else. I hope that your company will move out before the contract expires. Mr. Qin, as long as you don't let my company move out of here, I will never say anything if you open the conditions." Zhou Shanghua could only beg. "Oh, the conditions are open to me. Then tell me, what conditions can you offer?" Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. Zhou Shanghua's heart thumped and his head spun rapidly. I have now decided that Zhang Daso as a company manager is acting in a nepotistic manner in the company, so he will be fired and kicked out of the company, as well as his nephew, Zhou Jun, as well. Stealing a glance at Qin Yu, and from next month, the rent will be increased by 20% on top of the original. Seeing that Qin Yu is still silent, sweat keeps coming out from the corner of Zhou Shanghua's forehead. Zhang Daso, on the other hand, falls limp on his butt. It's over. What he feared the most has come. Wang Ji and Zhang Shang are clear about what's going on at this point, especially Wang Ji. His heart is not so afflicted anymore, and balances out quite a bit. Office quiet for a while. Only after a long time came Qin Yu leisurely words. After Zhang Daso leaves, the manager of the design department will be Lu Kerson, and 9 Yuan Games can cooperate with your company again. This voice was like a wonderful fairy voice, causing Zhou Shanghua's heart to be greatly energized. Fine, I'll follow your instructions, Mr. Qin. Also, the rent for Qishang advertising will be adjusted upwards by half, Qin Yu said in a faint voice. His original plan was to drive Zhou Shanghua's company away, but after careful consideration, it was very likely that Zhang Daso would still be his manager Zhang in the future, and would even intensify his efforts to give Lu Kerson small shoes to wear. It would be better to punish Zhou Shanghua heavily, but also hit Zhang Daso and Zhou Jun, and help Lu Kerson in the meantime. Of course, if Zhou Shanghua didn't agree to raise the rent by half, then there would be no need to say anything. Once these words came out, the corners of Zhang Shang and Wang Ji's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Too ruthless. Zhou Shanghua was ruthless enough just now by proposing a 20% increase in rent, or he was still ruthless towards himself. As a result, this new boss of Huazhong Plaza was still not satisfied. Good. No problem. I promise. Zhou Shanghua didn't even dare to think much about it, immediately gritting his teeth and recognizing it. Increasing the rent by half. This was already his limit. The rent here was already expensive, and it had to be increased by half. Any more expensive and it would be better to take that much rent to a higher class office building. Then the two of you go back and do whatever you need to do. Qin Yu gave his expulsion order. Soon, the office was left with Qin Yu and Zhang Shang. You go out as well. There is also the fact that your salary is adjusted upwards by 20%, and the salaries of the other property staff are also adjusted upwards by that much together. Thank you, boss. I will definitely do my best and do my job well, Jiang Shang said gratefully. Xin Yu gave a Jiang Shang would agree and immediately excused himself and left. His heart was incomparably happy. It seemed that not only was the company's change of boss not a bad thing for him, it was also his greatest opportunity coming. First, the company from the original multiple shareholders into only one real boss. His power has also risen more centralized, equal to the boss of Huajian Plaza under him. Secondly, the new boss is definitely a very generous person. From the first time to come here on the processing of wages will know. Coupled with Qin Yu's background is by no means simple. There will be more and more industries in the future, which gives him the opportunity to climb up the ladder. After Jiang Shang walks out, Qin Yu's face, which was still serious, just now slowly relaxes and he cannot help but smile slightly. This was also the first time he enjoyed the benefits that power brought him. At this time, the cell phone rang. Open the phone to see. Is the bank sent over 160 million to the account of the information? The card had $166 million, plus $89 billion from the system. So much cash. I'm afraid that those medium-sized groups cannot come out. This is his bottom line. Chapter 17, Li Yan. It was all because he had bound the exclusive sign-in system, and with just 2 sign-ins, he had previously unimaginable wealth. Thinking of today's system sign-in, his heart moved and he opened the system panel. Host, Xin Yu. Age, 25. Physical strength, 50, ordinary. Mental power, 50, normal. Skill, empty. Signalable progress, 3, 700. 000, level 1 signing unlocked. Task, empty. Sign-in points, 2. Balance, 9. 89 billion. Backpack, X1. It seems that spending 1 million is a level 1 sign-in, and although I've already spent 3.7 million, signing in is still only a level 1 sign-in. At the very least, one must spend to reach the amount of 10 million before signing in once is not in vain. Xin Yu puts away the system panel and secretly considers, resisting the urge to sign in now. He is thinking about where to go to spend money to make enough 10 million. If you don't want to go out and spend money, the quickest and most convenient way is, with a heartbeat, he tapped on the Shakewave app interface inside his cell phone. In the past, when he watched the anchor live in Shakewave, he saw those list 1 list 2 big brothers brush gifts and spend money like running water, and it really brightened his eyes. Today, he also want to be bold, blind others' eyes, directly into the recharge page. Recharged 7 million. Seeing that there are 2 anchors that he often watches are broadcasting live, he clicked on one of them called Xiao Yanzi's live room to go in. This anchor, it is Qin Yu's college classmate Li Yan. Qin Yu is in the last week brush video happened to brush to her live room. She did not open the beauty face. Qin Yu was almost a glance to recognize her. His own college classmates must be supported, so Qin Yu generously sent a concern, and a few likes. He also snapped a few 660 SAXS. At that time, Li Yan's live broadcast room did not have many people, about 200 or so, and the content of the anchor was singing. Not to mention, Li Yan's singing voice is still quite good. This level is not weaker than those net red singers. Especially, Qin Yu likes Li Yan singing without using those sound card equipment. There is a kind of clean singing feeling. Of course, Qin Yu will not be stupid to chat privately with each other, saying that he is each other's old classmates. During the university 2 people are not very familiar, not too many interactions, just very common classmate relationship. Into the live room to see Li Yan is singing, Qin Yu cannot help but listen for a while. The voice is very unique, coupled with beautiful songs, listen to Qin Yu and a kind of intoxicated feeling. From time to time, there are people brushing small gifts. These gifts are small hearts or small roses and so on, the value of the lowest kind. Li Yan's mouth also did not fall on the work, while singing and also named to thank the old iron people send gifts, seeking attention and seeking praise. After singing, Li Yan smiled in the live broadcast. Thank you babies for the gift of praise support. Thank you old iron. I do not know who else wants to point to the song. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Perhaps yesterday's breakup of Su Li had some feelings for him, and directly ordered the song Don't Think of Her on the public screen interaction. Writing, yesterday my girlfriend broke up with me. Can the anchor sing this song? Thank you. After this word was typed, there wasn't much hope that Li Yan would sing this song. After all, his account was still a small white account, and he hadn't swiped a gift for any anchor to spend money on. Such a small fan's offer, the anchor would usually not pay much attention to it. However, Qin Yu had also thought about it. He had come with a mission this time, that is to spend money. Not like before when he came to this live room. In addition to seeing this former classmate purely to listen to songs, if Li Yan sang the song he ordered, then he was bound to send a generous gift. But if Li Yan didn't sing that song, he would also send a gift, but it would have to be greatly discounted. One fan said that his girlfriend had just broken up with him, so he wanted to hear the song Don't Think About Her. I'm going to sing the song now, and I also hope that this fan called Handsome as Hell won't be too upset. The beautiful song sounded once again. After the song was finished, the live broadcast received a few more small gifts. Shinyu was somewhat touched by what he heard, and the little bit of sadness in his heart seemed to have dispelled a lot. Then he also started to brush up gifts for Little Swallow, directly choosing the most expensive gift he could brush at his current level. Jia Lianhua. Little Swallow was thanking her brothers and sisters who had swiped gifts with some tiredness in her eyes. She had been live streaming for 3 hours in a row, and again, it was the most tiring singing live stream. It seemed like it was time to get off the air by this point. Most of the time she was online was at night, and she had to work during the day. Today was a vacation, so she started live in the morning. So far, she had been live streaming purely as a hobby, treating it as if she was practicing her songs. Because she had been engaged in live broadcasting for so long, she couldn't make any money no matter how hard she tried. The income from live streaming was just about 1,000 a month, which wasn't even enough to pay for a meal she treated herself to. She also understands that without joining the live broadcasting guild, without the team's packaging, and without traffic support, she will always be a small cara in this live broadcasting industry. Just as Li Yan wanted to tell the audience in the live broadcast room that she was ready to go off the air, the live broadcast room was screened by a beautiful dazzling light. This kind of image that was both strange and familiar was something she knew. It was Jia Lianhua's special effects. Jia Lianhua actually appeared in her live room. Not dreaming? Such a gift seemed to require 3,000 to brush, so the share she got for such a gift would be 15,000. Finally a real big shot had come to swipe a gift for her. Li Yan also saw that the person who swiped the gift was the fan who had just played a song called Handsome God. When I wanted to thank, the second Jia Lianhua brushed up again. Then 3, 4, 5. Looking at the live room flashing endless Jia Lianhua special effects, Li Yan looked confused. From the first brush gift pop-up screen, handsome off the dregs of the male god, to the anchor Xiao Yanzi 1 Jia Lianhua, then it kept repeating. The number of swipes kept increasing. X10, X20, X100. Finally, 100 carnivals were given out. Li Yan was even more excited and kept thanking him, and kept reading the name of the handsome god. The live broadcast audience also rolled out a variety of funny and flirtatious comments and pop-ups. Caught a real big man alive. Hurry up and worship. Ha ha. Finally a big brother has come here to strike. Also holding up 100 carnivals at once. That's 300. 000. It's all gone at once. The male god Big Brother is awesome. However, how could Chinyu brush such a little bit of gift? Stretching his fingers, he continued. Handsome as hell. The male god gave the anchor Xiao Yanzi Jia Lianhua X110, X200, X400, X600, X1000, 1000 Jia Lianhua. The live room completely burst the screen. The number of viewers showed an explosive surge. There are already several thousand people, but also in the hundreds of thousands of people to increase the number of people. Soon tens of thousands. Swiped 1, 000 Ka Lianhua. You thought it would stop. That would be a big mistake. X1100, X1500, X1666. The handsome, drop-dead gorgeous male god gave the anchor Xiao Yanzi Jia Lianhua X1666. In the end, Xinyu sent out Jia Lianhua up to 1,666 before ending down. Swiping any further made his fingers sore and numb. It was unthinkable that spending money could be so tiring one day. It's also fortunate that one can order 10 gifts to send out at once. Otherwise 1,666 gifts would really not be easy to send out in a short period of time. Chapter 18, Signing In. By this point, the number of people in the live room had risen to over 30,000. What kind of live room is this that has such a big brother? Male god Big Brother is domineering. Male god Big Brother. I want to give you a monkey. God Big Brother. I'm paying attention to you. Next time there's something like this let me know in advance so I can bring a chair over to watch. Li Yan was so excited that her heart was pounding. 1666 Jia Lianhua. The entire person was almost smashed into a happy fainting spell by such a large number of Jia Lianhua. This was not a dream. Relying on this reward, she was able to leap into a little rich woman. She was also secretly lucky in her heart. I'm afraid that this Big Brother's one-time brush of so many gifts also had the Don't Think of Her song she sang just now as an ingredient in it. This song was exactly the song that the male god Big Brother had ordered. This was her good luck. Fortunately she saw the song that Big Brother male god had ordered and sang it out. Big Brother male god is really too thankful to you. My little girl is unable to repay you. I don't know what other songs you want to order. I'll sing another one for you. Li Yan thought about it and asked directly in the live broadcast. The anchor is unable to repay. Why don't you just give your body in return? I don't think the male god Big Brother will mind. The male god Big Brother is mine. None of you can rob with me. The person who wants to fulfill his promise can only be me. Upstairs, if Big Brother God was an old man, would you still give yourself to him? I have proof that male god Big Brother is still young because he just ordered a song and said that his girlfriend broke up with him and wanted to listen to the song. An old fan said, "No way. Which woman was it that even dared to dump male god Big Brother? Maybe that woman doesn't know that the male god is a big brother. If she knew, she would regret it to death." For a while, pop-ups flew up, and all kinds of comments were made. Shinyu also typed a line up as a response to what the anchor had just said. "Just sing a random song. Thanks are not necessary." Shinyu's Shivering Wave number now has a consumption level of 50 and is still on the top of the list in this live broadcast room. After this line was put on the public screen, it was instantly seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Brother male god has spoken. Big Brother male god. I'm also a singing type anchor. Would Big Brother like to come to my live room as well? Big Brother male god doesn't want to listen to the song now. Does the anchor have any other talents? Perform a show. Looking at these pop-ups, Shinyu seems to feel a little bored. No more typing on the public screen. Then exit the live room. There are many unread messages in the background. One of which is Xiao Yanzi's private message. Click on this private message of Xiao Yanzi. See her in addition to thanks, but also sent her micro number. Thought about not rejected. Directly add this micro number. Ding, Li Yan has become your friend. You can chat now. Hello. Shinyu casually sends a message over. Li Yan, who is still excited in the live broadcast room, receives the message and replies in a hurry. Hello Big Brother, I am Xiao Yan. Li Yan is my real name. Big Brother, is your name Chinyu? Li Yan also saw the name of Chinyu's Microsoft number. She felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but did not think about it carefully, casually spending out a few $1,000,000 to brush gifts. This kind of person knows that he is a very rich person when he thinks about it with his toes. This kind of character, how could she recognize? The name was a bit familiar. Or maybe it was just a bit of a renaming with the name of someone she knew. Yeah, that's my name. The two of them chatted a few more times before Chinyu exited Weiwei. Li Yan, on the other hand, naturally had to sing a few songs because the number of people in the live broadcast room had skyrocketed, or to keep some of the new fans. Chinyu went back to Shivering Wave, and saw the background private messages gradually more and more. Basically are some female anchors, want to add his microblogging. Open to see a few private messages are the same meaning. Did not look further. On the contrary, the number of people concerned about him from more than 30 people all of a sudden rose 3 or 4,000, but also kept growing. Putting down his cell phone, he opened the system panel again, and the signalable progress column had changed from 3.7 million to 8.799 million, with about 1.3 million still missing from 10 million. Silently calculate. Continue to pick up the phone. Open Shake Wave to enter the live broadcast room of another anchor that I often watch. The anchor's name is Nanjiang Hiking Yu Yi, is an outdoor live. Yu Yi is the anchor's real name, mainly hiking live here in Nanjiang City, discovering some rarely known food, monuments, etc., and sometimes interviewing pedestrians to ask about interesting topics. The number of people in the live broadcast room has more than 4,000 viewers, and the fame is relatively big. The handsome and slaggy male god joins the live broadcasting room. When Chinyu entered the live broadcast room, a message also appeared on the screen. Wow, here comes a level 50 Big Brother. Who is it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's the male god Big Brother who has come. Hello male god Big Brother. Quickly call the anchor. The anchor room was instantly buzzing, and the pop-ups began to scroll non-stop. Yu Yi was live streaming to explain a gourmet dish when he suddenly saw the non-stop flashing pop-ups and took a somewhat strange and serious look. Wow! Couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, covering her mouth in surprise. Surprisingly, it was the male god Big Brother who came to her live room. Welcome male god Big Brother to the live room. Yu Ye's expression was also very excited. She also knew that a small anchor's live room had just had someone directly brush nearly 5 million, and the person who brushed the gift was the male god Big Brother who had just come in. 5 million and that small anchor is no guild. Just this time the gift draw achievement has nearly 2.5 million, which like her, each live brush gifts look quite a lot. In fact, brush the most gifts of the list of 1 or 2 or guilds, in order to drive the popularity of her live room. By the way, bring out some of the leaks for her to brush gifts only, just when she wanted to make further moves to leave the male god as a Big Brother. A dazzling special effect blinded her eyes. The handsome male god gave the anchor Nanjiang Hiking Yuya 1 Jelianhua, the male god who is so handsome that he has fallen off the face of the earth. Sends anchor Nanjiang Hiking Yuya Jelianhua x2, x10, x20, x45, x90. Finally, the handsome to the dregs of the male god. To the anchor Nanjiang Hiking Yu Yi Jelianhua x90. Yu Yi was also bursting with happiness as she watched this series of Carnival Hua, her heart giving a hard whack with every light of the gift. A total of 90 carnivals were swiped before stopping, not reaching 100. she was already satisfied with this result. It was only then that she reacted, because just now she was too excited she hadn't thanked the big brother for the gifts he had swiped. When she was about to open her mouth, Shinyu exited the live broadcast room at that moment. After that, Shinyu went to the other live room to sneak around. Look at the eye of the anchor will brush down the gift. Soon all of the shivering wave coins brush finished. After Shinyu exited the live broadcast room, the first time he opened the system panel. Signable progress, 1-050-000, unlocked level 2 signing. Seeing that he has reached level 2 sign on, Shinyu immediately reads to the system. System, sign in. Chapter 19, Crash, Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received 500 million in cash. 500 million cash has been deposited among the balance. 500 million cash. Shinyu has a little disappointment in his heart. Compared to the previous 2 times, the difference is too far. It seems that next time if he signs and try to spend enough to get more than $100 million, at least 100 million to sign in, the heart secretly decides. The phone rang at this time. After picking up, it was Lu Kurson who called. The content of what was said was the same as what Shinyu had roughly guessed, which was nothing more than that Zhang Daso had suddenly been fired, and Zhou Jun had also followed the rolled baggage and left. Zhou Jun, in particular, since learning the news of being fired by the boss, ran to the boss on the spot and knelt down in front of him, hoping to continue to stay in the company, and in the end, crying and wailing, he was dragged out. It looked as lousy as it could be, and as relieved as it could be. As a result, Lu Kurson's sulkiness has been eliminated since this morning, and she is in a good mood to resume her usual vivaciousness. What was even more unexpected was that she had taken over Zhang Dasho's duties and became the manager of the design department. Words cannot hide the excitement. Also asked Shin, you still want to return to the company? She can apply to the boss. Shin secretly laughed. He really go back? Then I'm afraid Zhou Shingawa's heart cannot stand. After thanking Lu Kurson's kindness, Lu Kurson also said that tonight's additional meal, please Chinyu to her rented room there to eat. Before Chinyu replied suddenly said there is something else, hurriedly hung up the phone. Chinyu bitterly smiled. Originally wanted not to return to the rental house. Continue to live in the hotel does not smell. As a result, the words of refusal have not yet been said. This little girl hung up the phone. It seems that there is still a need to go back. After all, Lu Kurson's cooking is still very appetizing. After putting away the cell phone, the heart is also a lot of relief. In the past, working in Xishang advertisement was not less difficult by the manager. Today can have this result is also the relief of some of the sulkiness accumulated in the past days. Although this is all led by him, there is nothing to do now. Go back to the hotel first, and then go back to the rented room there at night. Shinyu thought for a moment and felt that staying in the office any longer would be a waste of time. Getting up and packing up, he leaves the office. From the elevator, he went down to the parking lot on the negative floor, drove his own car and went out of Huajian Plaza. Soon returned to the Zhongyun Hotel. Considering that I have to go back to the rented room at night, I didn't intend to put the car in the hotel's basement parking lot. It's more convenient to park in the temporary parking space. The car drove to the temporary parking space in front of the hotel, or the same position last night. Seeing the car to be parked in, a green Lamborghini came on the rampage, but also to this parking space to drive in. This sports car seems to be when Chinyu drive the car transparent general, without any give way. The front directly rushed over. Again, Shinyu fire also came up. One after another encountered other people robbing parking space. Is he so good to bully? I'm afraid that the clay bodhisattva will also have a 3-point fire. Not to mention that now is not bad at all. He temper up. Shinyu did not break meaning. Continue to the parking space parked over, but also slightly open a little faster. Bang! A loud sound of car collision. Lamborghini hit a circle. The whole car bounced backward 2 meters away. The front of the car directly lost half. The front bar and the right headlight were smashed to pieces, and Shinyu driving Angel Chishi with the sound of the impact just shook a little. The rear of the car swing shifted tire position. Oscillation is not big, just the rear of the car was hit not light. The rear bar also fell off. Come on. I did not expect this car just bought to send back to the car store repair. Put aside a few days is certain. Shinyu got out of the car and looked at some speechless. This side of the commotion also immediately attracted the surrounding people. Whether they just came to the hotel to stay or dine guests, or the hotel security guards or pedestrians passing by in the distance, have run over. Most of the people are a look of schadenfreude. I go. This is a Lamborghini Sacred Cow T700. This car is worth more than 8 million. Even been hit so badly. So tragic. More than $8 million of luxury cars. I still see for the first time such an expensive car. Repair that is not a heavenly price. Wow. This is a rare big news. I have to shoot a shaking wave. Will definitely attract a wave of netizens likes. In addition, that car and what car? Have not seen before. Look at this appearance is also more unique. Will not be the domestic which new car. Whatever it is, I'm afraid the price of the whole car is also expensive but Lamborghini's maintenance fee. Please the car owner's psychological shadow. Everyone you a word on the gleeful discussion. There are a few people took out their cell phones to shoot live video. Lamborghini scissors door was opened. Down a face smeared with very thick makeup. 30-something woman. The woman rubbed her arm which is still a little painful. Saw the head was hit by the Lamborghini as a burst of meat pain. And looked at Chinyu's car. Finally, with a face of anger, she questioned at Chinyu. Kid, how did you drive you? This aunt, is I first want to park this parking space you drove into it? I would like to ask how you drive again. Chinyu did not have the slightest bit of politeness to counterattack. Auntie? How old are you? How dare you call me auntie? The woman became even angrier. Younger than you that is. Good. Let's not bother with you on this one first. The woman pointed a finger at the Lamborghini. Tell you what. I bought this car for more than $8 million. Let's see how you're going to compensate me. 8 million more? Chinyu scoffed. It's just a broken car. What's there to be proud of? Broken car? You call this one of mine a broken car? The woman is also angry and laughs. This was the first time she had seen someone say that a Lamborghini of more than $8 million was a broken car. Truly ignorant people are fearless. Mocking, well then, you say more than $8 million of car is broken car. What kind of car you have? The price is enough to buy this one of my wheel. The woman's words also caused a burst of laughter from the surroundings, all feeling that Chinyu's words just now were a bit insouciant. Chinyu laughed and did not reply. What? Don't know how to answer. I'll tell you. You have to pay for my car if you smashed it, otherwise you don't want to leave, the woman said in a chiding manner. I really don't know where you got this driver's license from. Chinyu is disgusted and is too lazy to argue with the other party anymore, taking out his cell phone to call and directly report the road police to deal with it. Anyway, it is he who backed into the car beforehand, and this woman wanted to cut in as soon as she came up. According to this situation, the most is the secondary responsibility, the most responsible or this woman. The hotel has surveillance here. And so the road police over a check will know. The woman saw Chinyu reported road bureau. The heart also some panic. She is not a female driver who knows nothing, but also knows that this accident is very unfavorable to her. Just now called the other party to pay for the money, mainly because she thought that her car was too expensive. Either way the other party of course has to pay for the money. Since she bought this car, she on the road are very domineering. Are other people let her? Which will be like now encounter a too rash. The woman also took out her cell phone and dialed a phone. The phone is to the general manager of the Jiangyun Hotel Ma Ichuan, and she is Ma Iquan's sister Ma Wenxiu. Chapter 20 Agreement. She just divorced her husband last month, and today she came over to Nanjiang City from Magic City, because her brother is the general manager of Jiangyun Hotel, and she came here directly to check into the hotel. Ma Iquan is sitting inside the general manager's office of Jiangyun Hotel. Receiving Ma Wenxiu's call is not a surprise, or he personally arranged housing for Ma Wenxiu. This is also smiling face, with the phone on the other end of the narrative slowly cooled down. Listen to Ma Wenxiu finished. Comforting, this I will help you deal with. You can rest assured. Good. After hanging up the phone, Ma Ichuan to the security department manager Zhang Zhong went to a phone, told him to call out the hotel entrance monitoring, find out the scene of the car accident video sent over. Zhang Zhong did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly agreed. Not long after the phone came a video. After watching this video, Ma Ichuan sighed in his heart. It seems that the main responsibility for this crash is still his sister Ma Wenxiu, but that kid is wearing ordinary clothes. It won't be a big shot. This is not difficult. He was the general manager of this hotel for several years, and he has seen too many big shots, and he has accumulated a lot of contacts, and his vision is not comparable to that of ordinary people. If his sister offended is the kind of people he cannot afford to offend, naturally will ask his sister to make amends, but if it is a small and insignificant person, things will be much simpler to deal with. The only uncertainty is that the collision of the black car seems to have seen where. Ma Ichuan called and instructed Zhang Zhong a few more times before leaving the general manager's office. Ma Wenxiu's attitude became even more smug after the call. Kid, you're just waiting to lose money. Chinyu ignored this statement. Since it has been reported to the Roads Bureau, it will be handled by the road police. Why waste words? Soon, the road police arrived at the scene. After investigating the scene, from the tire marks, the car is located in the orientation. Impact damage. It seems to be two cars at the same time to the parking space into the parking space. Cannot distinguish who was primarily responsible. Finally asked to retrieve the hotel monitoring. Next to the security guard told the hotel entrance monitoring a few days just bad. Cannot watch. Chinyu puzzled to look at the hotel security, although the heart is strange, but did not ask more. In the end, the police can only out of responsibility. Both sides have half of the responsibility. This result for Qinyu although some dissatisfaction, but also did not care much. The big deal is that their own car own money repair is. Took the road police issued a certificate of responsibility for the accident. Intends to drive back to the car store repair, but also make plans to buy a car. Anyway, the primary goal is to spend enough more than 100 million. By what is not spend? How? Kid, you have not even compensated me for the repair of the car. Now you want to go? Seeing Qinyu wanting to drive away, Ma Wenxiu hurriedly voiced out to stop him. Qinyu just wanted to get on the car. After hearing this, he turned around and said with great displeasure, the responsibility is not half of one person. I repair my car. You repair your car. What else do you want? No way. Ma Wenxiu balked. Of course you fix my car. Your car repair fee I out is. Qinyu finally turned his gaze to Dao Police to see what he said. Dao Police touched his nose and helplessly said, according to both sides have half and half responsibility. How to deal with it in the end is better to go by the result of your negotiation. But if you all can't unite your opinions, according to the road law is that both sides will each pay half of all accident losses. That is, the total repair costs of the two cars will each contribute half. No way. As soon as the road police's words fell, Ma Fanxiu opened his mouth to deny it. My car is so expensive. He must pay for all the damages to the car. Follow what I just said. In her heart, she knew that car hit was not very heavy. That car price at most small hundreds of thousands of dollars. The maintenance fee is likely to be less than $2,000. The loss is directly negligible. And she drove this Lamborghini. Looks like the maintenance fee is definitely not low. If in accordance with this agreement, is not she also have to pay half of the damage fee? Then a big loss. To know, this car she bought not long. The insurance is only bought a strong insurance. Really want her to pay half of the repair costs. Insurance is not able to lose much. Qinyu also angry laugh. He or the first time he met this unreasonable woman. Road police have spoken of the regulations of compensation. Unexpectedly this old woman is still daydreaming, thinking of letting him lose money. However, the Angel Chishi he drove cost $100 million, and the repair cost would not be lower than that Lamborghini. If he followed what this woman said, he might even make money in the end. Good. According to your meaning I have no problem, but both sides must sign a contract, lest someone ends up reneging on the debt again. As soon as Qinyu's words fell, the onlookers were not calm. This person is stupid. The road police have already stated the compensation regulations, and even agreed to that female driver's request. That is a Lamborghini sacred cow. At least more than $8 million of luxury cars, casually replenish a paint are more than $100,000. Not to mention the fact that it was hit so badly, without more than $2 to $3 million is not possible. That's right, and the car he drove can be worth how much money? The crash is not serious. If you really follow the female driver's request to do, this shall not be a loss to the family. Even if he bought car insurance, the insurance company will pay according to the responsibility of both parties half and half. The most is to pay half of the other party. The other half will have to be paid by the owner of the car. I don't see how he can have so much money to pay. There was a person who knew about insurance claims, explaining the terms of the payout. Ignoring these sighing comments, Qinyu looks at Ma Wenxiu with a smile on his face, waiting for the other party's reply. Good, that's what you said. The contract will be written now. Ma Wenxiu is secretly happy in his heart and busily says, finally, by the road police to organize the agreement between the two sides. Payout agreement is naturally according to the set each compensate each other's repair costs. Two people signed, each take a contract. This accident processing is completed. Waiting for the next step of the vehicle damage compensation. Road police although also very do not understand the practice of Qinyu, but both sides have negotiated. Also happy to follow up without further trouble. Helped to draw up the negotiation contract in triplicate. He also signed, and left. Qinyu also called DU car manager Lu Xing's phone earlier, told him to arrange for maintenance personnel to determine the damage. Counting the time, will soon arrive. And Ma Wenxiu similarly contacted the nearest Lamborghini specialty store in Nanjing City, also called to prepare a tow truck and maintenance personnel to come over. Brother, you're here. Ma Wenxiu suddenly saw Ma Ichuan walking out from the hotel and shouted with great joy. With a smile on his face, Ma Ichuan pointed to a person following behind him and introduced. This is Li Hong, the lobby manager of Zhengyun Hotel. This is my sister, Ma Wenxiu. Li Hong hurriedly stretched out a hand and said with a smile, hello MS. Ma, welcome, welcome. I heard that you're coming to stay at the hotel today. The room was prepared for you a long time ago, just waiting for you to come and visit. Ma Wenxiu also smiled and shook hands with Li Hang. Manager Li is overstating things. It's just that your hotel environment is just a little bit worse. There are all kinds of people. Saying this, he swept a glance at Qinyu out of the corner of his eye. The meaning was self-evident. Li Hang somewhat embarrassed to smile. He also saw the two cars that were hit. Understand that this general manager's sister should have just had an unpleasant incident, such as no mistake that Lamborghini Shenny was her, worthy of being the general manager's sister, can afford to drive a luxury car of more than $8 million. Unfortunately, it was an accident here in the hotel. Oneself is less likely to be implicated. Yelp, this one is. Li Heng's eyes glanced at another car and realized that the black SUV looked a bit familiar. Looking more closely, his heart jumped. Chapter 21 Zheng Qin, Angel Chi's Shadow. Li Heng finally recognized it. He had seen this kind of car as well and made a point to inquire about the price. It seemed to cost tens of millions of dollars. Holy crap! I remember the last time I saw this kind of car. It was none other than the Feng family's eldest daughter's ride. No way! Li Heng used his toes to think about it, and also knew that the person who could afford to drive this kind of car was definitely not simple. Thinking of this, his eyes first turned to Qinyu. Qinyu was standing not far away. He saw the hotel out of two people. The younger man wearing a hotel manager uniform. It is the lobby manager of the Zhongyun Hotel. The other one was around 40 years old, with a bit of bald hair, or the woman's brother. And the head is not small. Looks like the hotel lobby manager's superior. Ma Wenxiu just that sentence. Heard Qinyu ears, some piercing, heart cannot help but rise some annoyance. Secretly thought, waiting for the finalization of the damage. If you know that my car repair cost is more expensive than yours, I want to see if you still dare to scam. Ma Yichuan was very bashful and swept a glance at Qinyu. He had seen Qinyu in the surveillance, and also counted to know the cause of this matter. To Ma Wenxiu, he asks, how did things turn out? Ma Wenxiu then said the consultation between the two of them. Ma Yichuan nodded. He also thought of a peace with Ma Wenxiu, and was still more satisfied with this consultation. Just then, Li Heng's voice came in his ears. Hello, you are Mr. Qin, who stayed in the presidential suite of this hotel last night. I am Li Heng, the lobby manager of the Zhongyun Hotel. Nice to meet you. Ever since he could tell that the car was an Angel Chi's shadow, Li Heng carefully observed Qinyu. From the first glance, it looked a bit familiar, to finally remembering. Last night, there was a guest who threw more than $3 million to pack the presidential suite for a month. This matter not only alarmed the entire housekeeping department, but also alarmed him. It just so happened that he wasn't in the first floor lobby at that point in time, so he didn't see that guest. However, he also saw Qinyu's appearance from the photo of the hotel check-in procedure. Now, the person himself was not right in front of him. Qinyu sees Li Heng suddenly greeting him with a smile and making a self-introduction. Knowing that this manager Li should know the information about his stay in this hotel, he lightly returns, Manager Li, not bad, it's me. Ma Yichuan saw that Li Heng recognized this person and even brought the word you with him, and wondered, Manager Li, you recognize him? Li Heng busily said, Mr. Ma, this is Mr. Qin, he is also a guest staying in our hotel's presidential suite. Oh, Ma Yichuan nodded his head. In his heart, he was somewhat unhappy. A guest staying in the presidential suite is just a guest. There is no need to make such a fuss. Li Heng smiled bitterly and whispered. Moreover, he spent more than $3 million and chartered a room for a month. What? Ma Yichuan finally moved. Spending more than $3 million to stay in a hotel. This kind of guest he had seen before, but it was few and far between. All those top tycoons. Could it be that this Mr. Qin was also a top tycoon? Thinking of this, Ma Yichuan looked at Qinyu with a scrutinizing gaze and secretly shook his head again. Seeing that this person is ordinary, or has some money, just to be categorized as one of those top-tier figures is still too much to take for granted. But after all, it is the hotel's VIP big customer. Rushing towards Qinyu, he smiled lightly and said, Hello Mr. Qin, I am the general manager of Zhongyun Hotel. Ma Yichuan, nice to meet you. Oh, so you are the general manager of this hotel. Qinyu is dazed. No wonder the hotel's lobby manager would treat him with respect. He also points at Ma Wenxiu and asks, Is she your sister? She is your sister. This word was uttered. How did it sound a bit ambiguous? Ma Yichuan's smile was a little stiff. His heart was a little displeased, but he still nodded and said, Not bad, he's my little sister Ma Wenxiu. Just now it's all a misunderstanding. If there's more offense, please ask Mr. Qin for more understanding. He. Qinyu smiled and said, Mr. Ma is overstated. There is nothing wrong with misunderstanding, but a small car accident. We have also negotiated. Wait to act according to the agreement is. That's good. Ma Yichuan just understood the results of this matter. According to the agreement to do it is no better. Ma Wenxiu said strangely, Brother, you guys know him, is he also a customer staying at the hotel? Li Heng's heart is like a mirror, worrying that Ma Wenxiu's words will be profiling Qinyu. Busy saying, MS, Ma doesn't know that Qinyu but spent more than $3 million. Chartered a month's presidential suite. More than $3 million? Ma Wenxiu was shocked. Only then did she realize that the person she clashed with was not simple either. More than 3 million a month. That must not be 100,000 or so a day. To know, she came here today to housing. Stay is only more than 1,000 a night. Very general presidential suite. The conditions of the two people staying here are simply worlds apart. From this point of view, at least the other party was a person who was not poor in money. It can't be a rich second generation, right? Thinking of this, her heart was also a little apprehensive, but then she thought that there was her brother present. After all, he was the general manager of a 7-star hotel, so even if he really offended a rich second generation, it wouldn't be much of a big deal. Ma Wenxiu silent, her heart is suddenly up and down. Some suffering. There are a lot of people here. Why don't we go to the hotel lobby to sit in the rest area first? The car key can be handed over to the security guard to guard here, waiting for the arrival of the automobile staff who will fix the damage. Seeing that there was some coldness, while many people were gathered around, it was inconvenient to talk. Li Hon suggested. Okay. Xinyu looked at the onlookers not less. There is also a trend of more and more people. Also Bladley agreed. If he wasn't waiting for the people from the car store to come over to fix the damage to the car, he would definitely leave now and go back to the presidential suite to sleep. Ma Wenxiu's siblings also had the same idea, nodded their heads, and several people walked towards the hotel. The two parties left. The crowd of onlookers also left one after another. There is a small part of the people in the discussion. At this time, a car slowly drove into the hotel, attracting the attention of the onlookers here. Asterisk. It can't be, because this car is also a Lamborghini Sacred Cow T700, and the color of the body is also green, exactly the same as the one that was hit. The only difference is that the paint is old. It was simply another car crash, though not a real one. However, the license plate of this car was a local license plate, and there was a person with sharp eyes who recognized who drove this car. It's the second son of the Zheng family, Zheng Qing's ride. I can't imagine that the supercars that are usually rare to see are two at a time today. It's a treat for the eyes. Zhang Jin came to Zhangyun Hotel for fitness. He had a VIP membership to the hotel's in-house gym, and would come once or twice in half a month. The car drove to the entrance of the hotel, threw the car keys to the doorman, and was about to enter the hotel with the short-skirted girl who got down on the other side of the car and whose hair was dyed blue. Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, he turned around and looked, and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. What's going on? Why are these people's eyes so strange? Just as he was thinking, he saw the two cars that collided. Chapter 22, Another New Car. The first thing he saw was the Lamborghini that looked exactly like his car with the head half smashed in. He was slightly surprised. It looked like that car was still not long ago, and then turned his head to look at another car. Then he couldn't help but widen his eyes and cursed. Asterisk. This isn't Sister Fong's car. Brother Cord, you know the owner of that car? The blue-haired girl asked curiously. Go over and take a look. Zhang Chun couldn't wait to run towards those two cars. In his heart, he thought that if that car was really Sister Fong's car, then the other party would have to fall into 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and would have to peel off a layer of skin without dying. Waiting to go to the Angel Chi look. The license plate number is not the same. There is no that series of awesome numbers. And look at the car paint or just bought a short time new car. See here to know is recognized wrong, but also very surprised. This car can be expensive as hell. More than 90 million is not anyone can afford to buy. But hit this, although far from the other sports car so serious, but it is not light. If it is his car, I do not know how much heartache. He had borrowed someone else to drive this kind of car, and the performance was beyond imagination. This car was launched by the TIS company at the end of last year, and there were only 5,000 or so from the factory, and within the Longxia country itself, the people who bought this car did not exceed 20 units. Therefore, there were very few people who could understand this car. Zhang Xiao, you recognize this car? There was a man around 30 years old who recognized Zhang Cord. Seeing this Zhang family's second son hurriedly walking over, the 8 million plus Lamborghini was ignored. Instead, he was interested in the SUV that was inconspicuous and unknown which company produced it, and also sighed with a face, so he was curious and spoke out. Zhang Chuan looked at the person who spoke, felt a little familiar, did not answer, but asked, do you know where the owner of this car? What happened just now? Seeing Zhang Chuan asked the original cause of the matter, the man was busy to just see one by one, before finally saying that the owners of these two cars have entered the hotel. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, pointing at the Angel Racer, saying to the crowd, surprisingly, none of you recognize this car. If you know that the value of one of its cars is worth 10 Lamborghini Sacred Cows, you won't be able to look down on the owner of this car, and think that the other party has suffered a big loss. What? This car can top 10 Lamborghinis, then its value is not to be more than $80 million. No, it's not more than 80 million. It's at least 90 million. And it could be hundreds of millions if the average person goes to buy it. Jiang Jun explained up very impressively, and was also a bit proud, as if this car was his. Wow, $100 million car. This is not a luxury car, it's a divine car. I can't imagine that in the end. This car is the king. There is such an expensive car in the world, and I have seen it with my own eyes. It's really insightful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I forgot to read the comments on the video I just posted. Someone really said the value of this car, and it's exactly the same as what Mr. Jiang said. Who said this car is over $100,000? You come out. See if I don't beat you to death. If we go by this, wouldn't that lady just now be at a disadvantage? Ha ha, there's a good show. The blue-haired girl who was with Jiang Chun also had a shocked look on her face. Brother Chun, this is surprisingly a luxury car of hundreds of millions of dollars. I originally thought that the Lamborghini you drove was the most luxurious, but I never thought that there are even more expensive cars. Let's not talk about this $100 million Angel Chihuahua. There are many cars more expensive than it. It's just that you don't have that insight. Jiang Xian smiled faintly. At this moment, two tow trucks drove in. Following behind were also the insurance companies, as well as the staff from the automobile store that did the damage assessment, arriving here one after another, receiving the car keys from one of the hotel security guards who was waiting here. They started working. Qinyu entered the hotel and sat down on a sofa in the lobby lounge area, a glass tea table in the center, and Ma Wenqiu. Several people also sat down around the tea table. As the lobby manager Li Hang, the first time to call the front desk, a young lady brewed a few cups of coffee sent over. Qinyu received the freshly brewed coffee and took a sip. In his heart, he thought, is worried about how to spend money. The car, since it was hit, just go to buy more a new one. As for what car to buy, the car is a sports car, or supercar kind. Not because of anything else, mainly because this kind of car is expensive. Of course, the Angel Chi Shadow price is very expensive, but after all, already have there is no need to buy the same car. Thinking about it, there was a plan in mind, considering that later go out also need to have a travel tool, and liven the hotel seems to have a car service. So pick up the cell phone, find out Tang Qin's business card, according to her phone number dialed over. After the phone is connected, Qinyu directly said to special car meaning. Hearing the other side of the Tang Qin said, this is no problem. I'll go to talk to manager Han later. Take the car keys to pick you up. Qinyu heard a stunned. Listen to your tone. My full-time driver is also you. Yes, I am a service butler who is also tasked with being a driver. Mr. Qin can also still find someone else from the hotel if he doesn't want me to be your driver. It's better if you do it. I'm just asking. I'm on the first floor right now. Just come down and find me directly. Qinyu laughed. Okay, Tang Qin added. Yes, the clothes that I bought last night have already been cleaned, so if you want to use them now, I'll bring them down for you. Oh, Qinyu just remembered that he bought a lot of clothes last night, only because he has a habit of washing all new clothes before wearing them. So what he is wearing today is still what he wore yesterday. No need. New clothes for next time. See you later then. After making the call, Qinyu drank another mouthful of coffee before playing with his cell phone out of boredom, ignoring the conversations of the several people beside him. Ma Yichuan was closer to Qinyu, and besides Ma Wenqiu, there were two people sitting at the other end of the tea table. One is the lobby manager Li Hang, the other is the security department manager Zhang Zhong, who has just arrived. The general manager of the Tang Tang Hotel was sitting here, and both manager Li and manager Zhang had come over specifically to sit with him. Not saying much, the two siblings, Ma Yichuan and Ma Wenqiu, talked some home truths before turning their heads to Qinyu, who was playing with his cell phone, and smiled. Where is Mr. Qin from? I don't know where he is. High up. Forgive Ma's clumsiness, but I have never heard of Mr. Qin in this southern river city. Hearing this hotel general manager's accosting, Qinyu raised his head. He was not stupid and knew that the other party was prying into his origins in a dignified manner. You old greaseball. After thinking for a moment, he half-truthfully said, you don't need to inquire. In fact, I am just an ordinary person, working as a small staff in an advertising company. A while ago to buy lottery tickets won a big prize. Money. Just come here to live a presidential suite. Ma Yichuan froze as he listened. This dog blood plot seemed familiar. It also sounded too perfunctory. Just like that? Qinyu nodded. Seems like there's no need for me to lie to you. Put. Ma Wenqiu could not help but burst out laughing, squeezing out a tyrannical. The other two people present also look at Qinyu somewhat strangely, their gazes having light laughter and a bit of envy. The jackpot is not anyone have such good luck. If so good in, Li Hong and Zhang Zhong too, also do not need to be here in the hotel as a manager, directly every day to buy lottery tickets on the line. Ma Yichuan coughed. Think about it, for Qinyu's words are also believed 8 or 9 points, only so in line with this person's so ordinary temperament. At the same time, the heart is also relieved. If so, he does not need to pay more attention to this person. At this time came in two wearing automobile uniform personnel. They at the same time will Qin Yu and Ma Wenxiu 2 car damage report sent over. Chapter 23, Don't Believe It. Seeing that the damage report was out, Qin Yu ordered the auto store staff to tow his car away for repairs. Ma Wenxiu is a bit anxious and takes the damage report of his car and reads it, skimming over the list of repairs and finding out the total price of the repairs in the last line. 4 million. This figure also startled her, although just now when she called the automobile specialty store, she also implied that she would have to raise the price a bit, but she didn't expect it to be this high, but this was just what she wanted. Anyway, she didn't have to pay for it. However, the heart is still very painful. Just bought a new car. This became an accident car. There are some complaints in her heart. She can't help but cut Qin Yu a hard look. In her opinion, the accident is the other party's fault. In addition to Qin Yu, the rest of the 3 people also saw this damage report, especially Manager Li and Manager Zhang too. See this repair price are very shocked. Both are aware of the 2 sides of the negotiation. The hard R for Qin Yu feel meet pain. Involuntarily secretly decided that in the future driving must be away from luxury cars. Qin Yu picked up his own car damage report. Open a casual browsing. 11 million. That was the price for the repair of his Angel Charmer. The main reason for this price is that an anti-magnetic field interference electronic device inside the car has been damaged and needs to be replaced. Just this one electronic device needs more than 9 million. Qin Yu also finally understands why this car sells for such a high price, but also mainly depends on its black technology. Kid, since the damage of the car is completed, you can just compensate me for the money. Ma Wenxiu gloats and looks at Qin Yu, throwing the damage report in her hand in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu picked it up and glanced at it, smiled and said, "It's only 4 million, I can still afford to pay out this amount." Really, it seems that this Mr. Qin has won a big enough first-class prize after all, Ma Wenxiu said with a wry smile. "I can transfer the money to you at any time, but before that, are you going to pay for the damage to my car as well?" Qin Yu took a sip of coffee in a very calm manner. "How much can your car be worth? And the collision is not heavy. At best it's only 10,000. You directly subtract your car damage and then compensate me," Ma Wenxiu said with some impatience. Qin Yu handed the Angel Chihuahua damage report to Ma Ichuan, who was drinking coffee at the side, and said, "Take a look at it, read it and say it again." Ma Ichuan took it, and when he saw the frightening price, the mouthful of coffee he just drank in his mouth could not help but spray out. Out of breath, he said, $11 million? Looking at Qin Yu, he then asks, "Is this the damage report of your car?" This horrifying figure is a shock to the ears of the several people present, not to mention shock, having just seen the damage cost of the Lamborghini. They felt that it was a sky-high price, and now hearing this frightening price has refreshed their cognition. Ma Wenxiu think just should be misheard, but also do not care about other. Busy to take over the hands of Ma Ichuan, this damage report is quite anxious to see down. 11 million. Not what she thought was $1,100. This car is made of gold. Just hit 11 million. This price is more than enough even if you buy another Lamborghini Sacred Cow. Of course, not to mention Ma Wenxiu, even the others had a hard time believing its authenticity. "You're extorting. Thinking that people will believe it just because you fill in a number up. What 11 million? Why don't you just label it 110 million? Ma Wenxiu stood up and pointed at Qin Yu with hatred. "Wenxiu, you sit down first." Ma Ichuan's face is still calm, unable to see any fluctuations. He also doubted the authenticity of this damage report, but there was no need to be too impulsive. "Kid, you're going too far. What kind of car are you driving? A random hit on the fixed damage costs 11 million. Dare I ask, if you were to pay for the repairs of your car yourself, would it be $1,100 to get it done?" The person who spoke out was Manager Zhang of the hotel's security department. This time it was his turn to go on. It was a good time to perform in front of the leaders. On the contrary, it is the lobby manager Li Hong who was sitting upright. He understands the car that Qin Yu drove, and it is only then that he remembers the price of this car. Some remorse in his heart. Originally wanted to inform Mr. Ma, just a moment, and then forgot. This time to say has been meaningless. Not only failed to please Mr. Ma will also cause his dissatisfaction, and may even be in the eyes of Mr. Ma fell at improper handling, knowingly not reported. Qin Yu is clearly a big customer of Jiangyun Hotel. It is even worse to target in words, so Li Hong can only be silent now. Qin Yu coldly laughed. "The damage report is not from me. The price, if you do not believe, you can go to ask the staff who do car damage. Opening your mouth is a fake report. I really doubt that your IQ is not for the dog to eat." "What did you say? Whose IQ has been eaten by a dog? Say it more clearly." Ma Wenxiu was furious. "Mr. Qin." Ma Ichuan is also somewhat harboring anger. Faintly said, I don't know how much your car cost to buy. Even if it could be worth $10 million, no one would believe it. If that car could be bought for more than $10 million, I would have bought it long ago. That's $100 million car. Mr. Ma, you don't even know. A voice emerged from behind, answering the sentence Ma Yi-kwan had just said. Seeing someone interjecting, Ma Wenxiu looked up and saw that it was a youth wearing fashionable designer clothes with his hair cut into a flat head, and he was accompanied by a blue-haired girl. Seeing this flat-headed youth with a hangdog look, she was furious and angrily rebuked. Who are you? Is this a place where you can talk? Yo, what a big mouth. Even Brother Jiang doesn't put it in his eyes. Who are you? The one who spoke was the blue-haired girl. Jiang Chun couldn't imagine that someone would be so disrespectful to him, and laughed in anger. And what are you? Daring to act recklessly in front of me. It's Mr. Jiang coming, disrespectful. I didn't know that you are here today. Li Heng secretly screamed that it was not good, and busily got up to welcome him. He naturally recognized the second son of the Jiang family, who was entrenched in Nanjing City. Not to mention Jiang Jun's status, he would spend $200,000 to $300,000 in this hotel every month, so he would have to serve him respectfully when he saw him. Not to mention that he also had a close relationship with one of the hotel's shareholders. Jiang Xian didn't have much of a problem with Li Heng's smiling face. His nose grunted, and he swept a glance at Ma Wenxiu with great displeasure, saying, "Who is this so powerful?" This, Li Hong was dumbfounded. Mr. Jiang is really sorry. This is my sister. She just arrived in Nanjing City. This side did not know that it was you. Mr. Jiang, much offense rushed you. I apologize to you on her behalf. Ma Ichuan also stood up, sort of helping Li Heng out, and compensated with a smile. As the general manager of Jiangyun Hotel, basically he would know about all the famous people in the local power of Nanjing City, but this Jiang Qing, he had also met a few times. If he saw the second son of the Jiang family in normal times, he did not need to be too polite. Just now, Ma Wenxiu did not recognize Jiang Qin and verbally bumped into the other party. He only had to compensate for his faults first. Against this kind of luxury family children, even if a small thing, handle him properly. I'm afraid that his hard work in the past few years to work out the results will go down the drain. Ma Wenxiu see even his brother also want to stand out for her to apologize. No intruded on the trouble. Offended should not be offended people. Had to also follow the busy rise to apologize. Just now, it was me who verbally bumped into you. I apologize to you now. I'm sorry. Jiang Jun saw the attitude of several people, especially this general manager Ma, who also apologized. Face was gained, and his anger subsided for the most part. Look at what you guys are saying. Am I that kind of small-minded person? Well, you all sit down, do what you need to do. Don't pay attention to me. I'm just here to watch the fun today. Chapter 24, Backtracking. After saying that, his eyes turned and stared at Qinyu. Just now, he also heard the conversation of a few people and knew that the angel chihuahua outside was none other than this person. It was curious to know that the person who could afford such a luxury car was also the same age as him and had never seen it before. Jiang Xian pulled a sofa chair next to Qinyu and sat down. Smilingly introduced himself. Hello brother, my name is Jiang Cord. That angel Chishi is yours, right? Qinyu also face smile. Do not dare to drag big. Just now, he saw this clearly and knew that this person who was similar to his age was not small. My name is Qinyu. Hello, you are talking about the car outside the hotel. Not bad, it is indeed mine. Jiang Jun laughed. Brother Qin is so atmospheric. He drives luxury cars that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. I've also seen one for sale in this southern river city, but unfortunately I'm too shy to afford it. The one you are talking about wouldn't be the one from Dayu famous car? Qinyu asked somewhat oddly. Yeah, it's from Dayu famous car. Brother Qin won't tell me that the angel Qi shadow was bought from old Lu, right? Jiang Jun said jokingly. You're right. Qinyu nodded his head. Still true? Jiang Qin's eyes widened. I saw that car the day before yesterday. You didn't just pick it up yesterday? Indeed, it was just bought yesterday. Qinyu replied truthfully. Awesome. The car bought yesterday crashed today. It's really you. Jiang Qin extends a thumb and asks curiously. Tell me instead, how much did you spend on that car? Not much, just 100 million. Qinyu replied honestly. 100 million. Not much? Jiang Jun smiles a little unnaturally. He feels that he, a second-generation rich man, is seriously given contempt. Upon hearing the price of this car, other than Qinyu and Jiang Qin, several people present were shocked by the figure. Even Li Heng, who knew something about this car, was not able to avoid it. He had only heard people say that it would cost tens of millions of dollars. Surprisingly, it was hundreds of millions. Ma Wenxiu's heart was even pounding. This car is really worth 100 million. The repair fee to 11 million seems to be a bit reasonable, but if so really want her to lose so much money, also absolutely impossible. since Ma Wenxiu and her ex-husband divorced, also divided into a considerable amount of property. This includes a set of real estate in Magic City, and 15 million in cash. And then she threw more than $8 million to buy that Lamborghini Sacred Cow, plus other expenses, and now she can really take out the cash, but also more than $4 million. In particular, although she bought a new car, the insurance is only to buy a strong insurance. 11 million payout is basically no different from all out. Unless the Magic City of real estate will be sold plus cash to come up with enough money, that way she will become a pauper. Ignoring the change in the crowd's expression, Zhang Xian said with a bit of regret, Brother Qin, if you had approached me before you bought the car, I would have gone to talk to you and that car would not have needed $100 million, but at most more than 90 million would have been able to come down. A full $10 million wasted. What a pity. Oh, Qin, you nodded. Thanks for Brother John's kindness. Next time if I buy a car again, I'll just look for your help directly. Ha ha, okay, talking to Brother Qin is just refreshing. Zhang Xian laughed. Mr. Qin, is your car really worth 100 million? Ma Yichuan finally couldn't help but ask out loud at this point. He also knew that with Zhang Xian's identity, there was no need to lie to deceive him, but for an unknown SUV to be worth $100 million sounded too unconvincing. At the same time, he was also secretly slandering. If that was the case, what this kid said just now about winning the first prize, wouldn't it all be a lie? Which has what the grand prize can have so much money? Really open eyes say nonsense. It seems that this master, which is what the rich man, obviously is deliberately playing himself. Mr. Ma, you are a general manager of a 7-star hotel. Your knowledge is too low. The one that Brother Qin drove is from TIS, the latest model of automobile, the Angel Chi Shadow. There are only 5,000 of them in the world, but there are only 20 people who own this car in China. If you don't believe me, you can use your cell phone to check online. Zhang Xian sneered. TIS Corporation. Angel Chi Shadow? Why is this name so familiar? Ma Yichuan snapped to mind a big shot. A person that even the major shareholder of Jiangyun Hotel had to be polite when he saw him, let alone him. He was fortunate enough to have met this legendary person once, and also saw that the car she drove was exactly the same as this Mr. Qin's car, just too long. Although today again see this kind of car, but a time did not recognize. Otherwise if you know the price of this car, will not make his sister now to eat a big loss. Thinking of this, the car over 100 million is inevitably curious, also not afraid of embarrassment. Pick up the phone to enter the name of the car to query up. Even Li Hang and Zhang Zhong also picked up the cell phone. The result was that several people sucked up cold air. Although Ma Wenxiu didn't look at the cell phone, but seeing the reaction of these people, he knew that it was mostly true. That car is really worth $100 million. Then she drove the Lamborghini Shenio, I do not know how many times more expensive. The heart but Qin you more increase hate annoyance. Open the hundreds of millions of cars, but make themselves so low-key, not pretend we'll die. Thinking about it, finally gritted his teeth and said to Qinyu, I think through now, or according to what you said before to do it. The vehicle each person to repair each? I also think this is more reasonable. Qinyu raised his head and looked at Ma Wenxiu, who looked like she was taking things for granted. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he took out the contract he had just signed. You say, will I agree? You're thinking too nicely. What's the point of having this contract if everything can be changed casually? Ha ha, this is also the first time I've seen such a shameless fool. Looks like a good show is about to start. Jiang Jin was very happy and laughed. He also heard passers-by talking about how this happened long ago, and didn't he come here just to see this good show? Mr. Qin, how about this? I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. I don't know if you can look at my thin face. This time the damage to the car will be according to each repair each how. Ma Yichuan said sincerely. Mr. Ma, I think you know very well that if that car of mine was not worth much, or if its repair cost was not high, that sister of yours would never think so. Since you all are unable to do so, why should you still impose on me? Xinyu said in a faint voice. $11 million is too high. My sister can't come up with it either. How about sharing half of it amongst each person? Ma Yichuan considers for a moment and adds, Brother, you don't have to beg him. I won't pay a penny for the repair of his car. The big deal is that each person pays for his own. He has to agree even if he doesn't. I won't admit it is. Ma Wenxiu stood up and angrily said, Then what else do we have to talk about? It's a waste of words to talk to someone like you. Xinyu sneered. Wenxiu, sit down first. Ma Yichuan's face sank. Ma Wenxiu is also a little afraid when she sees her brother getting stern and collects her anger to sit back down. Mr. Qin, this is all due to my sister's ignorance. I'm sorry, once again. I'll make amends to you on her behalf. Ma Yichuan continues to plead towards Xinyu. Is there really no way for things to turn around and return? This repair fee is not worth mentioning to you thought, but she may have to lose her family's money if she wants to take it out. Chinyu coldly looked at the somewhat lowly general manager Ma, and swept a glance at the unhappy Ma Wenxiu, and said in a cold voice, "General Manager Ma, you don't have to say these words so much. From the beginning I didn't want to make a big deal out of this, but your sister has been aggressive and too greedy. This kind of consequence is something that must be borne. It's true that more than $10 million is nothing to me, but what reason do I have to listen to you?" Chapter 25, Helping Out. Brother Qin is so right. These words are too much to my liking. Jiang Jin couldn't help but praise. Then, he said, "I heard that at first, it was Brother Qin who wanted to repair each other's cars, but it turned out to be the stupid bastard who had to pay out like this. Now that he knows that the other party's car repair costs are higher, he's backtracking again. It is people like you that I despise the most." Looking towards Chinyu, he added, "Brother Qin, I heard that you guys even signed a contract? Not bad, the contract is right here." Chinyu laughed and handed the contract in his hand that both parties had signed to Jiang Qi. Jiang Jin took it and looked at it. "Very well, why don't you give this contract to me and write a power of attorney document over here, and I'll help you deal with this. If she doesn't agree to pay the money, I'll make sure she makes it up even if she sells her house and car. What do you think?" Ma Ichuan, who had just been as calm as water, changed his face again at this time. "Mr. Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you, so why do you have to get involved in it?" He knew that if this matter was really to be handed over to Jiang Jin to deal with, Ma Wenxiu would only have to obediently hand over the money. The power of the Jiang family was no joke. Even without that contract, they would not dare to spill the beans. Facing Chinyu alone, things may still have a chance. After all, can afford to buy such an expensive car of people will not be too valued money. Called Ma Wenxiu change attitude. He then continued to help plead. "Maybe agreed. Even if you don't agree, you're an outsider. You don't have much power here. With some of his Ma Ichuan's connections, he'll make the other side make some concessions in the end." "Mr. Ma, you are wrong. How has nothing to do with me? Brother Qin's business is my business. Besides, I am also very sick of your sister's ways. Even if other people, I will still step in. So this is something I will help out." Jiang Xian turned his head to look at Chinyu again. "Brother Qin, what do you think? I have no problem with it. It's you who are in trouble." "Brother Jiang." Chinyu nodded his head and smiled. He also figured out that it would be best for Jiang Qin to help deal with it. It would save a lot of work. Although there is a contract in hand, but the other party refuses to pay up, the only way is to file a lawsuit. But he is not familiar with this kind of thing. I do not know how much time will be wasted. Money he does not care, but time is important. Bound to the system, just sign in 3 times can have such a wealth. So seize the time to spend money to sign in is the hard truth. Although Jiang Jin had helped him, he sort of owed the other party a favor as well. And this favor, the big deal is to spend money to pay it back later. When Ma Ichuan saw that Chinyu had agreed that this matter would be handled by Jiang Qin, he sighed in his heart. With Jiang Qin's hand, and this Mr. Qin of unknown origin, basically it was already impossible to change. There was no need to spend any more effort to offend these two. To Ma Wenxiu, he said, "Wenxiu, Mr. Jiang's face still needs to be given, so you'll just go by the contract, and pay out as much as you need to." "Brother." Ma Wenxiu's body stiffened when she heard this, somewhat surprised and resigned. "Is it really necessary to give it to him?" Ma Ichuan nodded helplessly. "Then wait for me to give it in a couple days. I can't take out that much now." Ma Wenxiu gritted her teeth, her eyes a little red. She understood that even her brother had said this, indicating that there was nothing he could do. It seemed that this one called Zhang Chuan had a lot of power behind him, and none of them could afford to offend him. Just ask her to come up with $11 million. The cash on her body is far from enough. Either sell the car or sell the house. Now that she was divorced and had no source of income, the next moment she was going to change from a person who didn't worry about food and clothing to a poor person with no money. Poor. What a frightening word. Since you said so, I'll give you guys a face. I hope I can come up with the money within 2 days. 11 million minus the cost of repairing that car of yours. Give as much as you deserve. Remember, you only have 2 days. Oh. Jiang Xian grinned. "Mr. Qin, I have the car ready for you." Suddenly hearing a familiar voice from behind him, Qinyu turns his head to see that it is Tang Qin walking over. Before he arrives, the voice comes first. "Alright, wait for a moment." Qinyu nodded at Tang Qin. Tang Qin was about to speak when she saw the general manager of the hotel sitting on the other side of the corner of her eye, as well as the lobby manager. There was a hint of suspicion and she busied herself by respectfully saying towards Ma Ichuan, "General Manager Ma, you are also here." Ah. Ma Ichuan just gave a faint hum as a response. "Tang Qin, it's you." Ma Wenxiu was surprised to see Tang Qin, and spoke in a very excited shrill voice. A hint of resentment mingled in her eyes. "Mrs. Li, long time no see." Hearing these words, Tang Qin also saw Ma Wenxiu sitting there, and her face changed for a moment. However, it quickly calmed down as well and greeted Ma Wenxiu as well. You guys know each other? Ma Ichuan said strangely. Ma Wenxiu wanted to say something, but finally shook her head and faintly said, we're not too familiar. She originally wanted to say something, but with the $11 million compensation payment on her mind, she didn't continue, or rather didn't have the mood. Ma Ichuan also didn't ask any further, stood up, bid farewell to Jiang Xian, and pulled Ma Wenxiu out of here. The matter had already been settled, so staying here would be asking for trouble. After the two left, Zhang Zhong, the manager of the hotel security department, also followed along. On the contrary, it was the lobby manager, Li Heng, who politely exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Qin, said a few words to Qin Yu, and handed over his business card, before leaving with a smile. For him, he did not care much about what happened between Mr. Ma and Qin Yu, but it was important to have a good relationship with these rich young men. Qin Yu and Jiang Qin were left in the lobby rest area, plus the blue-haired girl who followed Jiang Qin over, and Tang Qin totaling 4 people. Brother Qin, what's your Weibo number? I'll add you as a friend. I'll also contact you when I help you get the car repair payment. Jiang Qin saw a few people leave, then said to Qin Yu, good. Qin Yu responded, took out his cell phone and the other party added each other's micro friends. At the same time, they also exchanged phone numbers. Brother Jiang, I have to thank you for your help today. I haven't asked for your name. My name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu asked with a smile after adding Zhang Cord's contact number on his cell phone. My name is Zhang Cord. I am 24 years old this year. How old are you, Brother Qin? I am 1 year older than you. 25 years old. Oh, since you're a year older than me, I'll call you Brother Qin from now on. You can just call me by my name, or call me brother as well. It's much easier to address you this way. What do you think? Then I'll be generous and call you Brother Jiang. Qin Yu laughed. Ha ha, I like Brother Qin's straightforwardness like yours. You and I have met like old friends. In the future, if there is any use for me in this southern river city, just say so. Good, Brother Jiang. I don't have many advantages. Only one, that is more money. In the future, if there is a need to use money, or investment or something, you can look for me. Jiang Xian was overjoyed. Good, then I'll take down this sentence from you. Brother Qin. Hello Brother Qin, my name is Xu Ying. Nice to meet you. The blue-haired girl beside Zhao Qin smiled and extended her hand to introduce herself. Hello, MS. Zhu. Qin Yu shook hands with the other party. This is. Jiang Qin pointed to Tang Qin behind Qin Yu. Although Tang Qin was wearing a hotel uniform, her posture was outstanding, and such a face value was very conspicuous in any occasion, and made it difficult for Jiang Qin to not pay attention to her. Hello Mr. Jiang, my name is Tang Qin. I am Mr. Qin's exclusive service housekeeper. Tang Qin introduced herself. So Brother Qin is living inside the hotel now. Jiang Qin drifted off. Qin Yu nods and adds, that car of mine has now been towed to an auto store for repairs, and I don't know how long it will take to fix it. So later on, I would like to go and buy one more car, and I have to ask Brother Jiang to do me a favor on this one. I don't know where I can buy that kind of limited edition sports car. Chapter 26, Nan Yun Xing. Oh, it looks like Brother Qin also likes sports cars, but you have hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury cars, so you might as well buy a normal sports car. Limited edition sports cars aren't cheap and aren't easy to buy. If you want to buy it in a short period of time, you can only buy a second-hand one. Qin Yu smiled a little, mainly because I'm a person who wants to buy the best when I buy things. As for buying a car, it's the same. I had heard that limited edition sports cars are rare, so I wanted to ask. I don't know if my brother has a way. You have a point. Otherwise you wouldn't have bought the Angel Chi Shadow. Jiang Xian's eyes turned, then said, I have a sister-in-law. She opened a very large car dealership, doing both new and used cars. Used cars are those top-of-the-line sports cars mostly. As for limited edition sports cars there are also. I'll take you there if you really want, but it's a bit far. In the Dongxiu district of Nanjiang City, and it's at least a 30 to 40 minute drive. Qin Yu asked, will this delay your time off? It's fine. I originally came out to play today. Where is not play? That's good. Let's do it this way. It's close to noon now. It just happens to be meal time. I'll invite Brother Jiang to have a meal here in the hotel. After eating, you see how. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jiang Qin laughed. Then Qin Yu pulled Tang Qin again, and the group of 4 went directly up to the hotel's 51st floor sky restaurant to dine. Because they had to drive later, they did not drink and only ordered a few drinks. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them came back down to the first floor and Zhu Ying did not follow them as she went to the hotel's gym. Not long after, Jiang Xian drove his Lamborghini Sacred Cow in front. Qin Yu got into a Rolls-Royce driven by Tang Qin and followed behind. The 2 cars went straight to the car dealership in Dongxiu district that Jiang Xian said. At the entrance of the hotel, the 2 accidental cars were towed away, and the onlookers had already disappeared. On the road, Tang Qin drove and couldn't help but ask Qinyu if he knew the general manager of Jiangyun Hotel and that Mrs. Li. The Mrs. Li you are talking about. She is the sister of your general manager Ma. You don't know her. Qinyu was surprised. So she is general manager Ma's sister. Tang Qin's grip on the steering wheel tightens, a hint of worry passing through her eyes. This I really don't know. I haven't seen her since I've been working here at this hotel. Since you call her Mrs. Li, I guess you must have known her before. Qinyu asked. Tang Qin nodded. I had told you that before working in this hotel I was working in a beauty product company, and that Mrs. Li was the wife of the general manager of that company. I see. No wonder you called her Mrs. Li. Then how did you end up sitting with them? Actually, this is quite unlucky to say the least. Qinyu then gave a brief account of the crash to the car damage payout, and so on, which finally drew a giggle from Tang Qin. Serves you right. People like Mrs. Li should be taught a lesson like this. It's also smart to be smart. But the only thing that's not ideal is that the other party was supposed to be the one who was responsible for this, but the surveillance was broken. So I guess it's Mr. Ma's hand. The surveillance at the entrance of the hotel was not broken sooner or later, but not at this time. What kind of coincidence is that? Maybe. Qinyu agrees with Tang Qin's speculation, but does not care. Then he asks, then Mrs. Li, you seem to dislike her a lot. Is it that in the past in that beauty product company she was upset with you? You could say that. Tang Qin didn't want to continue in this topic and digressed. You just said that car of yours cost hundreds of millions of dollars to buy? What? You don't believe it. That car did cost 100 million to buy. I'm just asking. Of course I believe you. I can't imagine there is such an expensive car. If I had known, I would have come down earlier to see what you look like in this car, Tang Qin exclaimed. After half an hour had passed, the car arrived at Dongxiu District's Tianyun Road, and then stopped underneath a very large automobile store. In front of them was a 6-story building that covered an area of about 3,000 square feet. The entire building was surrounded by glass curtain walls, and the whole thing looked spectacularly luxurious. Nan Yunxing. 3 huge fonts were set on the wall, and it was thought that these 3 words were the name of the automobile store. Parking the car at the empty space in front of the car store, the 3 of them got out of the car and walked towards the car store. At the entrance of the store stood a female employee wearing a work uniform. Seeing Jiang Xian and Qinyu walking towards the 3 of them, she hurriedly greeted them. Jiang Xiao, and this gentleman lady, welcome. Su Wei, where is my sister-in-law? Is she inside the store? Jiang Zhen asked. General Manager Yun is entertaining a guest on the 3rd floor. Should I inform her now? No need. I came over just to bring a buddy of mine to see the car. Just follow me around. If you see any car, you'll be the one to handle it. Hearing that his sister-in-law wasn't there, Jiang Xian secretly sighed in relief. Okay, thank you, young Jiang. Su Wei was overjoyed. Brother Qin, let's go in and see if there's a car you like. Thank you. Qinyu followed Jiang Xian inside the store. Su Wei was secretly surprised. She was aware of Jiang Xin's identity, and could not imagine that this man wearing a set of low-cost clothes would be addressed as Brother Qin by Jiang Xiao. It seemed that this man was not as simple as his appearance. At the same time, she also secretly noted down Qinyu's appearance, categorizing him as the kind of customer that needed to be pleasing. Entering the hall on the 1st floor of the automobile store, Jiang Zhen opened his mouth to introduce. This is the 1st floor exhibition hall. There are more than 300 cars placed here. A portion of them are brand new cars, all under 5 million. There's the limousine exhibition area, and there's the sports car exhibition area. The 2nd floor is the business office, the logistics area, and the pre-preparation workshop for newly arrived used cars. For that kind of limited edition or luxury cars above $5 million, they are all placed there on the 3rd or 4th floor. Qinyu could not help but laugh. Brother Jiang, it seems that you know this auto store better than the employees. That's for sure. After all, it's my sister-in-law's company, so naturally I have to come over often to help her look at the store, and sometimes I will also bring my friends to come and buy cars. It's natural that I'm incredibly familiar with it. So, which car you fancy? I can make the decision to directly give you a discount. Alright, then I'll be polite, Qinyu said smoothly. In fact, for him, he did not care about that small amount of money at all, but the other party had said so the favor naturally had to be collected. It was at this moment that the words of a high and cold imperial sister could be heard coming from behind him in a salty manner. Little string, you've really grown up, and you're still looking after the store. As long as you don't often drive the cars in my store out to slip around, I'm going to burn high incense. Jiang Chang was still a bit complacent. Coldly hearing this face changed greatly. Some stiffness turned his head and laughed. Auntie, you are not talking business with customers. How to come down here? Business talk finished. The woman seemed to smile. Is it disappointing to see me? So afraid to see me. But you came just in time. I still have to find you to settle the total account. Don't, Auntie. I came over today but I want to introduce a big client to you. Jong-in, what big customer? Ah, it won't be this beggar beside you. The one who spoke was the man who wore a blue shirt next to the woman, wearing a famous brand, a chestnut head. This man seems to be younger than Zhang Chuan, just a little thin body, is sneering at Zhang Chuan. Chapter 27 Cloud Dynasty Pavilion. Zhao Song, why are you here? Zhang Jin asked with a cold face and a strong smell of gunpowder when he saw this man. Why can't I be here? This is a car store. Of course I'm here to buy a car. What? You have an opinion. Buy a car? Jiang Chang squinted. What kind of car did you buy? After saying that, he looked curiously at his sister-in-law, wanting to know the exact answer from his sister-in-law's mouth. Mr. Zhao came to see the car, but unfortunately that car was too expensive and didn't work out. Oh, Jiang Jin's face hung a hint of a smile, and said to Zhao Song, look at you. You can't afford to buy a car. This doesn't match with your hallowed Duke Zhao's name. Humph. It's normal to not be able to afford a car that's over $100 million. On the contrary, you, buy a few $1 million of second-hand Lamborghini, actually also on credit. Say out, I feel ashamed for you. You, Jiang Jin was a little angry, grunted and said, so what? Anyway, my sister-in-law's car, our own people, the money can be given slowly. Our own family matters, also worth you take out to say. You just can't get that money, and you're pulling up relatives. It's just that Mr. Yoon doesn't bother with you. Ma Batch, Zhao Song, I think you're looking for a beating. Jiang Qin lost some face, especially in front of Qin, who he had just met, and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to go up and beat someone up. He and Zhao Song belonged to the sons of the same big family in Nanjing City, and because the two industries had a lot in common, they had always had a competitive relationship. This had also led to these two having a bad relationship, and every time they met, they were full of gunpowder and climbing over each other. Especially 2 months ago, the two came to a huge bet, and as a result, Jiang Jin actually lost more than $50 million to Zhao Song. Because of this, the pocket money is less. There is no treasury, until now still living in straitened circumstances days. Jiang Jin, I think you want to be beaten up, and you still dare to act recklessly here. Jiang Xian's sister-in-law glared at him, and said in a dignified manner, sorry sister-in-law, I wouldn't dare to do anything. Jiang Xian immediately laughed and immediately wilted in his just now aggressive appearance. Zhao Song was also startled just now. He had a history of brawling with Jiang Qi, but unfortunately his body was weak, not the other party's opponent, and he was also beaten to a blue face. Since then, there was still a considerable shadow in his heart. Jiang Xian, don't mess around. This is Mr. Yun's store. I'm not afraid of you if there's a real fight. Oh really? Do you want us to go out and fight outside? Humph. Fighting so rude, this thing I do not want for it. Really want to calculate we again a racing competition. See who is powerful. Don't think I'm afraid of you after winning a game last time. Wait for me to find a good sports car and then compete with you. Jiang Xian's face was covered in bloom. Okay, I'll wait for you. After putting down a sentence, Zhao Song didn't want to stay any longer and excused himself to Jiang Qin's sister-in-law. Mr. Yoon, then I'll leave first. That car also trouble you to talk to that owner. 170 million is too much of a premium. At most 130 million. If he's willing to sell he can contact me at any time. Okay. Jiang Jin's sister-in-law nodded her head. Zhao Song then didn't stay any longer and directly left the place. Auntie, what kind of car costs $170 million so expensive? You can't afford it even if you say so. Jiang Jin smiled sarcastically and said, introducing you, this is my buddy Qin Yu Qin. He came here specifically to buy a car. This is my sister-in-law Yun Xiaoting, also the owner of this car store. How about it? Is my sister-in-law pretty? She is known as the #1 beauty in Shijiang City. Qin Yu's neck burns a little and he extends his hand in some embarrassment. Hello, Mr. Yun. Hello, Mr. Qin. Yun Xiaoshuang also smiled and gently shook hands with Qin Yu. The reason why Qin Yu was a little embarrassed is mainly from the fact that his heartbeat unconsciously speeds up when he first sees Yun Xiaopui. The other party was simply too beautiful looking. Her body is tall and peachy, almost 1 meter 8 when seen with the naked eye. Her features are exquisite, especially her face that is not inferior to any female star. Her temperament is elegant and a bit offbeat. This woman, her beauty, even if any man sees it will be moved. Right. Originally, he thought that Jiang Qin's sister-in-law might be a woman in her 40s, but he didn't expect it to be such a beautiful beauty. Mr. Qin doesn't know which type of car he prefers. I'll recommend it for you. Yun Xiaoting put on a professional-like smile and asked out, is there a limited edition sports car? Yun Xiaoting had a hint of surprise. Naturally there are. It just so happens that there are 2 of them on sale in the store. but because they are limited edition cars, the prices are all much more expensive than new cars. The price doesn't matter. You introduce it, Qin Yu directly said. Yun Xiaoting raised his eyebrows, and his face took on an additional color of curiosity. Good, then I will introduce these two supercars to you. The first one is the Faraday Rafa released 6 years ago, with a red body, limited to 500 units worldwide, with a maximum horsepower of 963 horsepower, and a price of 36 million. The other is the Aston Martin Phantom released 3 years ago, white body, limited to 77 units worldwide, maximum horsepower 760, price is 73 million. Every time Yun Xiaoting uttered a car, Zhang Xian couldn't help but gulp. He was a complete sports car fan, often organizing some racing activities with some car enthusiasts. For this kind of expensive limited edition supercar, naturally, he was salivating. Although he had often seen this kind of limited edition sports car, but his family was strict with him and limited the amount of money he could spend. In the past, he had about $500,000 of pocket money every month, and he also had more than $20 million in the small treasury, since the last time in Jiaosong Racing lost, and then he used to drive a more than 10 million supercar crash scrapped. The small treasury is gone. Monthly change is only poor 200,000, but also owed a lot of money. The Lamborghini he's driving now is a used car he bought here last month and only paid 2/3 of the price, so now days are tight. Wanting to buy a car like this is definitely hopeless now. Auntie, why don't you lend me one to drive? Zhang Xian couldn't help but speak up. Come on, this kind of car is best for you not to touch unless you buy it. Yun Xiaoting glanced at Zhang Qin and smiled at Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, I don't know if there is one of these two that you like. Qin Yu pondered for a while before saying, is there another $170 million car? The one that the one called Zhao Song said just now. In fact, Qin Yu, which understands what sports car, considered all from the price. If you buy that 73 million Aston Martin Phantom, it is not enough for 100 million, and spend a nearly 200 million to buy another car, although it will spend a lot more money, but also want to try. Nearly 200 million signing. The system will open, the gift package value will be a little higher, then can earn more. Moreover, he really wanted to see a car with such a high price. Not bad. There is indeed a $170 million, but would you like such a high price? Yun Xiaoting's eyebrows slightly knitted, turning from the hint of curiosity she had just developed towards Qin Yu to dislike. She did not think that Qin Yu would be able to afford such a high-priced car. Even the two sports cars that were just introduced, she did not quite believe that he had that ability to buy them, let alone this one. She was afraid that the other party was amusing her, deliberately coming to see the car, with no intention of buying it at all. Chapter 28, I'll buy it. Auntie, what kind of car is so expensive? Not to mention Brother Qin, I'm also curious about which car is the one that costs $170 million. Jiang Zhen asked with some urgency. Not only Jiang Zhen, behind him, Tang Qin also cast an interested gaze. Such an expensive car, not only men, even any woman would be attracted by the price. This is a supercar with a price that is not on the market. It was bought by a boss in a foreign country 3 years ago at a great cost. Because his company's capital chain had problems and the bank couldn't lend money, he had no choice but to think of selling this car. It was issued 3 years ago, only 3, and all 3 have different names. Yun Xiaoting slowly said, one of the Bugatti Dark Knight series. Dark Knight Wind. Dark Knight Wind? Wow, sigh. It's actually this car. I've also heard of the 3 cars in the Bugatti Dark Knight series. The Dark Knight Wind, Dark Knight Sound and Dark Knight Shadow. Zhang Qian seemed to have studied this limited edition sports car, and couldn't help but introduce, this car is equipped with a W16 engine, which can generate 500 horsepower, and accelerate to 0-100 in 2.3 seconds, especially its body, which is like the darkness of the night, is more unique. The whole world is also hard to find one. I can't imagine that such a car would appear here. Yun Xiaoting explained. This car was driven over by the owner 2 days ago for consignment, only because the other party asked for a low-profile treatment, and was also afraid of the sound out affecting his company, so I haven't been publicizing it out, just informing a few powerful tycoons. The new price of this car is $80 million. The owner is now offering a price of $170 million. Isn't this a lion's mouth? Zhang Chang asked about the price. You cannot buy it. This price is too high, more than double than a new car. Can it be less? Zhang Qi acted as a lobbyist to come and try to help Qin Yu cut the price. This kind of car is a dream for sports car enthusiasts, but no one is an ingrate. $170 million, not to mention those rich second generation, or those big bosses, also do not have the ability to come up with so much cash. Last year in Soaring Eagle Kingdom there was an owner who had resold the Dark Knight Voice. The transaction amount was $111 million. So this Dark Knight Wind asking for $170 million is indeed very high. Yun Xiaoting also admittedly said. But the main reason why this owner is asking for such a high price is because his company needs so much money to run. He also said at the time that if he couldn't sell it for this price, he would rather not sell it. Customers who came to look at the car were interested but were put off by the price. The current highest bidder is Zhao Song, who just left, and he offered $130 million. Yun Xiaoting spoke thoroughly, and his meaning was clear. That is, the price could not be less. If the price could be lowered, it might have been sold long ago. How is that kid so rich to offer $130 million? Jiang Jin said indignantly. It's not because of you. With the 15 million you lost to him, plus the money he has on hand, 130 million isn't a difficult thing for him. Yun Xiaoting squinted at Zhang Chuan and faintly said, next time, I will definitely win that 50 million back with interest. Zhang Chuan's teeth were about to clench. Why don't we go and take a look at that car first, and then I'll buy it if I'm satisfied. Xin Yu was moved and had the intention to buy it. Limited to 3 units worldwide, each with a single name. It sounded bullish and racy. The price being too high could be difficult for others, but not him. Brother Qin, you're not really going to buy that car, are you? Jiang Jin asked with some excitement. He knew in his heart that Xin Yu, who had bought the hundreds of millions of dollars of Angel Chi Shadow, would have no pressure to buy another car that was still more expensive. Xin Yu nodded. Of course, I still have to look at it and be satisfied before I buy it. Ha ha, if Brother Qin really buys that car, it's just too wonderful. Although I can't buy it, I've also intercepted that Zhao Song kid, and he'll definitely be depressed when he hears about it. Jiang Xian added with a fawning smile. However, at that time, you have to let me drive it as well. Naturally there is no problem, but now has not yet bought. 8 has not yet a skim. First go to see the car. Qin Yu laughed. Brother Qin, as long as you want to buy, is not at hand. Jiang Xian's face is still very happy. Seems to be Qin Yu to buy that car is the nail thing. Fantasizing about some very beautiful picture. Yun Xiaoting suspiciously looked at Jiang Qin and then at Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, you wouldn't really want to purchase the Dark Night Wind, Auntie. You don't need to question Mr. Qin's ability either. The cars he drives himself are all $100 million Angel Chi Shadows. Seeing Yun Xiaoting's very disbelieving expression, Jiang Cheng explained. Hundreds of millions of Angel Chi Shadow. You won't lie to me. How dare I lie to you? It's the one from Diyu famous car that was bought away for Brother Qin. Only then did Yun Xiaoting nod his head and smiled at Qin Yu. Excuse me, Mr. Qin, let me take you up to the 4th floor there now to see the car. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Then, Jiang Xian was busy going forward to lead the way, pressing open the elevator, and the group quickly went up to the 4th floor. Dark Wind was parked on the 4th floor in a small exhibition area. The moment the lights were turned on, the unique black carbon fiber body, such as the deep black night, was displayed in front of their eyes, worthy of being a top-class supercar. Jiang Xian circled around the body and couldn't help but sigh. With a unique design and a sharp yet elegant appearance, it was the most magnificent-looking supercar Jiang Chuan had ever seen. Pure man-made fiber black uniform line body, seamless front face and side windows, Bugatti's unique Mate iron air intake bulkhead, as well as the rear of the dense air grille, surrounded by a penetrating taillight, all show the car's nobility. Although Qin Yu does not know much about this kind of sports car, but from the first glance on this car, after a few glances, he said, Mr. Yun, can you try the car? Yes. Yun Xiaoting then instructed Su Wei, who followed him, to get the car keys. Soon the car key sent up, palm-sized, pure black oval liquid crystal intelligent key. The car's startup open door monitoring can all be controlled with this LCD key. As the vehicle starts, the ambient light is very cool, flashing a few times. Qin Yu opened the door, got into the car, gently stepped on the gas pedal as a sharp roar, echoing in the exhibition room, but also haunted the ears of the crowd. At idle, the engine was even more inaudible, with not a single bit of noise. From the color of the car, to its appearance, to its performance configuration, all are unable to pick any faults. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction, got out of the car and closed the door before realizing that the gazes of the crowd were all focused on him. What are you guys looking at me like that for? It can't be that I have flowers on my face, Qin Yu had to say. This Bugatti Dark Wind is too shocking for all the people present, not only because of its unique appearance, but also because of its price, $170 million. This price could be called the most expensive car in this world deal, especially for Tang Qin and Su Wei, who came from an ordinary background. This figure was already astronomical, a huge fortune that could never be touched. Brother Qin, how is it? Do you like this car? Jiang Qin asked a bit nervously. His eyes had long been glowing when he saw this car, and he was eager to drive out and pretend to be a pussy. No wonder Zhao Song was willing to offer $130 million. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. It's it, I'll buy it. Chapter 29 Payment. Ha ha, bringing Brother Qin here today is really the right thing to do. Jiang Qin said joyfully. Tang Qin also showed an excited look on her face, looking at Qinyu with both amazement and some admiration. Although she did not have much contact with Qinyu, but produce an illusion. The other party seems to always have endless money, no matter how overestimated, and finally realized, are underestimated each other. Su Wei is even more shocked. She has not underestimated Qinyu from the beginning. Unexpectedly in the end is still extremely out of her expectation. Yun Xiaoting is much calmer, although Qinyu will by the winds of darkness beyond her expectations, but the face does not have much fluctuation. Asked out a sentence, Mr. Qin, this car main price is 170 million. This price you accept? Qinyu said, of course, since I have decided to buy it, there is naturally no objection on the price. You have already said that the car owner has no intention of lowering the price, so why should I bother with more words? Yun Xiaoting smiled coquettishly and said, Mr. Qin is really bold, but I forgot to mention it just now. After a pause, she said, the car selling price of $170 million is the main price of the car, but here we also have to take 5% of the transaction amount as commission, which is $5 million. This fee also includes the license and transfer fee, but does not include the car insurance fee. Oh, Qinyu secretly slanders. This store is really dark. This $5 million is also equal to pure profit. Thinking about his past, he only had 100,000 out of 100,000 a year from his hard work. In that case, you calculate how much it will cost in total. Yun Xiaoting did a silent calculation and said, car insurance is around 1.8 million, and the total down will be 183 million. Good. At this price, swipe your card. Qinyu stopped talking nonsense and directly called for payment. 180 million plus, maybe a lot, but thinking that what will be earned after spending it out will be even more, there is not much heartache. Seeing that Qinyu was certain that he was ready to pay and had no intention of haggling, Yun Xiaoting smiled brightly and said, Mr. Qin is quick, but I still have to communicate with the owner first. It'll be done soon, and I'll also trouble you to wait for a while. No problem. Then you wait a bit. As these words fell, Yun Xiaoting walked to the side and took out his cell phone to make a call. Mr. Qin, you really bought this car? Tang Qin walked over, seemingly asking and sighing. This was the most expensive car she had ever seen, and she couldn't afford the cost of car insurance for a year. Yeah, I'm still very satisfied with this car. Qinyu laughed, but it's more than $180 million. You can actually bargain. Mr. Yun also said that this car has also been sold for a few days, and the highest bid was only 130 million. I reckon, adding another 30 million or so, it can also be bought. Wouldn't that save a huge amount of money? Tang Qin said with some regret. What you said also makes sense. Qinyu did not deny it and added, mainly this car is really rare. If I miss it because of the price and end up buying it for someone else, that would be a pity. So I would rather spend more money. I still don't care about this amount of money. Tang Qin was speechless. It seemed that what she had just said was redundant. Others didn't care about that little bit of money at all. Brother Qin, when you buy it, you can remember to give this car to my brother for a few days. Zhang Jin came and said with some flattery. Naturally, no problem. Drive it for as many days as you want. Qinyu simply promises. After all, Jiang Xian has helped him so much today, and when the Angel Qishang is repaired, most of them will still use that one. Like this top-of-the-line limited edition sports car, it's fine to drive it occasionally, but it's too ostentatious if he drives it often, which is not in line with his character. Ha ha, I love hearing this from you. Jiang Xian laughed happily. He could almost see this dark night wind that he drove. The moment he went out to load the batch, it could really light up a bunch of people, especially Zhao Song. That kid originally wanted to buy this car. When he saw himself driving this car in front of him, he didn't know what kind of mindset he would be in. Mr. Qin, I've contacted the owner of the car, so you can pay and sign the contract now. However, there is an uninvited request. That is, the original owner would like to ask you for a contact information. If you agree, give me the contact number. I will pass it on to him at that time. Yun Xiaoting came over after the phone call and said somewhat apologetically, of course, if you don't want to give him the contact number, that's fine. The sale will go on as usual proper. This doesn't matter. I will give you my cell phone number later. Qinyu said indifferently. Alright, thank you Mr. Qin. Yun Xiaoting said a thank you and owed his body again. Please also come this way. First go and sit down at the office there. When the company's finance comes over, you can carry out the transfer procedures. Good. Qinyu nodded his head. Then the people go out of this one-room exhibition room and go to the office in the opposite room. Soon the finance of the car store rushes over. Sign the car purchase contract. Swipe the card. Drip. The swipe was successful. From now on, the dark wind belongs to Qinyu, and then wait for the transfer of the license plate can be driven away. The moment the payment was successful, he also became the most mysterious highflyer among the people present. Nearly $200 million of payment, not a transfer, not a cash transaction, but choose to swipe the card, and also so light and breezy, not to mention Tang Qin and Su Wei. Even Yun Xiaoting's gaze towards Qin Yu was somewhat infatuated. Men, what is handsome? Isn't it this kind of waving money around and being paper drunk? However, when Qin Yu took out his black card, Yun Xiaoting's face changed and his heartbeat accelerated. I wanted to say something, but in the end, I held back. Only my eyes were getting brighter and brighter, because the car's insurance, transfer, license plate or car store on behalf of Qin Yu and fill out some personal information, power of attorney and his contact number. After all done, Yun Xiaoting took out a business card of herself, and at the same time sent out a purple and gold color like a club membership card. When Jiang Jin saw this membership card, he said enviously, "This is the purple and gold card of Nanchang Club, the top private club in Nanjing City. Even those true business elites may not have this card. My sister-in-law is one of the directors of that club to have this kind of card to give away, but I asked her for a long time and she refused to give it to me, so I gave it to you, brother Qin, on our first meeting, South City Club?" Qin Yu could not help but be curious. This was the first time he had heard of this club, so he naturally did not understand it. This club can include 80% of the business bigwigs in Nanjing City and other geographical areas of Nanjing Province, and the people who can own the purple gold membership card is no more than 30 people so far. Jiang Jin explained. Qin Yu nodded and somewhat understood the weight of this card. With it, it was equal to truly integrating into the topmost circle of tycoons in Nanjing City. From this point of view, this woman, Yun Xiaoting, was by no means as simple as just a car store owner. General Manager Yun, I still have to thank you for this card. After learning about this card, Qin Yu said his thanks. Mr. Qin, you don't have to be polite. If you want to be thankful, come here more often to patronize the store's business. Yun Xiaoting smiles and adds, how about this? In the future you will call me sister. I will call you brother on the line. The old Jin general's call is too raw. Sister? This is not good. From Yun Xiaoting's smile, Qin Yu saw a hint of cunningness. Chapter 30 Guessing. Brother Qin, I don't even mind. What do you mind? Am I not worthy of being your sister? Yun Xiaoting seemed to be angry. Alright, then I'll call you Sister Yun. Qin Yu could only say. He has also figured out that it seems that having such a beautiful sister is not bad. That's right, since you're called sister, you can contact me more often in the future, and you can call my phone if there's anything. Okay, Sister Yun. Brother Qin, you recognized my sister-in-law as your sister, so what do I call you? Jiang Jin said in a depressed manner. You'd better call me Brother Qin. We'll call each other. Qin Yu hurriedly replied. He didn't want to have such a big junior due to his relationship with Yun Xiaoting. That's good. After saying a few more words, Qin Yu resigned and left, exiting the automobile store with Tang Qin. Although he bought the Darkness Wind, the formalities of transferring and licensing the car would not be completed for another day or two, so he would come over to pick up the car after finishing these. After Qin Yu left, Yun Xiaoting asked Jiang Qin, how did you and him meet? You ask this Jiang Jin then briefly said what happened at Jiang Yun Hotel at noon, and finally, because Qin Yu wanted to buy a limited edition sports car, he brought him over here. After hearing this, Yun Xiaoting nodded his head and said, you've been loitering all day long, but you've done a decent job today, so you also think highly of Brother Qin. After saying this sentence, Zhang Xian added with a bitter face, how can you say I'm idle all day? I'm not also often coming over to help you with your business. Come on, if it wasn't for my sister's sake, I wouldn't want you to not come over and mess things up. Besides, you come here, but in order not to give your father to catch to your family company there to work just in here and which have the heart to do things. Yun Xiaoting said that Zhang Chuan that small, but you brought Qin Yu over to buy a car today. You also made a big achievement. Really, auntie, this is what you said, so do I have any commission? You know, I'm the one who got the credit for Qin's coming over here to buy a car. Jiang Jin came in the spirit and asked with a smile. Good to say. Yun Xiaoting said, just give a 1.5 million to you, is that enough? Really? Jiang Jin's harangue was about to fall out. Ha ha, thank you sister-in-law, enough is enough, or sister-in-law is good to me. Yun Xiaoting smiled and said, minus the final payment for the Lamborghini you bought, just about too clear. Jiang Jin's smile froze. Why don't you give me this money first, and the car payment will be returned to you next time? As you know, it's too hard for me to live without money right now. 2 choices. 1 is the car without commission. Car payment you slowly pay back. 2 is to give commission you. Car payment too clear. As you choose. Yun Xiaoting said forcefully. Come on, then if I choose the second. Zhang Xian had to say. This is what you said. Oh, by the way auntie, I'm a bit curious. Brother Chin, you only met him for the first time and you gave him the South City Club's purple gold membership card. You know, there aren't many of these purple and gold cards in your possession, but there are quite a few big shots who want them. Jiang Qin's eyes rolled. Could it be that you fell for Qin and fell in love with him at first sight? But he doesn't look handsome. Pain. Let go. Jiang Qin had not yet finished speaking. His ear was a burst of drilling pain, and he was busy begging for mercy with a painful voice. Just you talk cheap. Even sister-in-law also dare to amuse. Yun Xiaoting loosened the hand that grabbed his ear and said fiercely. Jiang Xian rubbed the reddened tip of his ear, while smiling bitterly. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here. If I had just given someone a chance to see me, my reputation would have been ruined. That's what you deserve. Yun Xiaoting continued the topic from earlier. The main reason why I gave him the purple gold card and recognized him as my younger brother is not because of his financial strength, but because he owns a black gold supreme card from one of the world's top 5 banks. Black gold supreme card? Isn't owning this card very powerful? Jiang Xian was a bit confused. The name of this card seemed familiar but also unfamiliar, but it sounded very bullish. That's why it wouldn't be wrong to normally tell you to read more and learn more. Yun Xiaoting explained. The 5 largest banks in the world, also including Longxia Bank, together, they have launched a special card, mainly for those top tycoons in the world. Jiang Qing laughed. I know about this. The 5 banks extraordinary card you were talking about has 3 levels, which are the Royal Platinum card, the King Diamond card, and the highest level, the Imperial Purple Gold card. Having this kind of card, you can make withdrawals, transfers, and swipes of large amounts of money within your authority, and you can also use it as a credit card, and you can also enjoy the privilege of various superior services in the world. Basically, these 3 kinds of cards have also overridden other ordinary bank cards, Jiang Jin said with some confusion. But what about the supreme black gold card you mentioned? Yun Xiaoting laughed. The black gold card is also one of the 5 elements privilege cards, but its level far surpasses the imperial purple gold card. There are only 18 issued, and the owners are those at the helm of the consortiums, or the heads of the plutocratic families, or the heirs of the hidden families. And not only must their deposits in the bank reach $5 trillion, but they must also have considerable world influence to possess this card. So for a card like this, people whose identities haven't reached a certain status wouldn't be able to know of its existence at all. A deposit of $5 trillion. Jiang Jin felt his breathing get a little ragged and his tongue got a little dry as he asked, then how do you know that the card Brother Qin he just swiped and used is the supreme black gold card you mentioned? If you say Brother Qin has a few billion, or even tens of billions, I'll still believe it, but to say that he's harboring 5 trillion, smacked his tongue and said, how dare you ask me to believe? Yun Xiaoting gave him a glance. At least 90% is surely true. I was the closest to him. See also clear. The style pattern of the card he was holding in his hand was exactly the same as what I saw on a pattern. And then he said, however, even if it's the same as my guess that it was a supreme black gold card, this card is not necessarily his. It's possible that it was given to him to use by his elders. I see. Jiang Jin nodded. It makes sense for you to say so that I can balance my heart a little bit. Yun Xiaoting said, no matter what, Qin Yu's background is unimaginable to you and me. From the fact that he spent nearly $200 million without blinking, and that someone was willing to give him this card to use, you can get a glimpse of the whole picture. Maybe he's the heir to one of those top-tier plutocrats, or a hidden family. This kind of character is by no means something we can afford to mess with. All you have to do is to make friends with him as much as possible, but don't ever look into his background. Got it. Jiang Xian said rather seriously. Don't worry, I know what to do. On the other side, Qin Yu exited Nan Yunqing and got into the car. The driver was naturally Tang Qin. Mr. Qin, where are we going now? Or should we go back to Jianyun Hotel there first? Tang Qin asked as she sat in the driver's seat. Chapter 31 Shameless. Qin Yu looked at the time, almost 3 in the afternoon. Then he said, just go back to Jingyun District, Lingtang New Village there. Having just spent $180 million, the system signing in task is also completed, so he will wait for tomorrow's signing and refresh and sign in directly. Now by the way, I'll go back to the rented room first, and get together with Lu Kerson and her 2 roommates in the evening. After not returning for a day, it seems that I still miss the small rented room I lived in a little bit. After all, after living there for so long, it's still a bit emotional. Okay, Tang Qin opened the navigation, then followed the navigation route and drove there. The Rolls-Royce traveled for about a bell and finally stopped in front of the door of a rental house in Lingtang New Village. After getting out of the car and waiting for Tang Qin to drive away, Qin Yu opened the door and entered the building. Following the stairs, he came to room 301 on the 3rd floor. Just want to use the key to open the door, but the door opened automatically. Room out of a person, not ex-girlfriend Suli or who. Suli smiling very gentle said, dear, finally waited for you to come back. Quickly come in. This kind of attitude is also a bit like a skillful hostess is coming out to meet her man. How did you come over? Shinyu froze for a while before asking. I went to the hotel today to look for you, but the people at the hotel said you weren't there. When I called your coworkers, they said again that you don't work for that company anymore. So I figured that you might have gone back to the rented room. So I looked for you. Suli explained with a smile. Oh, what are you looking for me for? Didn't we break up? Shinyu said with some indifference. It was only then that he also remembered that Suli still had the key to his rented room. Even though one of the keys went to her, this woman rarely came here. In the past, he had also asked her to move over and live with him, but as a result, she directly refused. Now broke up instead of uninvited. Do not have to think to know what this woman is playing the idea. Want to get back together? Dream on. Honey, I figured it out. Or you are the best for me. You still love me, right? Let's get back together. I don't ask for anything. As long as I'm always by your side with you, I'm satisfied. Suli looked pitiful and pampered. In the past, you didn't ask me to move over and live with you. Right, I've promised you. Okay. Shinyu was speechless staring at this woman who was pretending to be squirming. Not only do these words fail to impress him, but they make him even more disgusted. In the past, he was really blind. How could he look at such a materialistic woman, but also so single-minded? Did not make a sound. Step into the room. Stand outside to talk for a long time. Afraid of the impact is also bad. Others see the joke. However, such as into the inside, the heart is even more fire. A dangling early 20s, less than 1 meter 6 tall man, is lying on the sofa playing the game. A pair of stinky feet is very tiresome to lift on the table. This man is none other than Su Li's younger brother, Su Koen, who sees Chinyu walk in before he has some fondness to put his cell phone down and sits up. Brother-in-law, you are back. You can make me wait for a long time. Brother-in-law. If Chinyu remembers correctly, this kid is still the first time he addresses him as brother-in-law. In the past, in order to curry favor with this future brother-in-law, he had spent a lot of money, helping him to recharge his game coins, treating him to meals, and even a cell phone with a big few thousand was still paid for by Chinyu for him. To know, Chinyu is now using a rice cell phone that he bought a few years ago. However, all of this, Su Koen did not take a positive look at him, but also blame his sister did not find a rich boyfriend, and he personally, after following his sister to this city, has been living a life of idleness and freedom. I think you called me wrong. I'm not your brother-in-law. Your sister broke up with me a long time ago. Chinyu faintly returned a sentence. Not called wrong. My sister has agreed to get back together with you. You are naturally my brother-in-law. You say right. Su Koen smiles and adds, now everyone knows, so you are so rich. Not only did you spend more than $3 million to stay in a hotel, but you also bought a luxury car that is over $100 million. Wait, you have to lend the new car to me for a few days. I can drive it out to be majestic, especially to my gang of friends. I don't have any money left in my hand. Don't ask for more. Just give me another $2 or $3 million, and I'll promise my sister to be with you. What do you think, brother? You say less. Suli came in and saw Chinyu's face getting uglier and uglier with Su Koen's words, secretly screamed that it was not good, and busily chided. Sis, I didn't say anything. Brother-in-law is so rich now. It's normal for me to ask for $3 million. Self-family, his money is not also my money. Su Koen a little dissatisfied with the road. Suli, I don't want to say anything more. You leave on your own. Since they are broken up, getting back together has never been possible. Chinyu looked on with cold eyes. No expression could be seen on his face. Humph, Chinyu, you want to get rid of my sister like this is never possible. If it wasn't for you deliberately pretending to be poor, my sister would have broken up with you. You also claim to love my sister, but you don't even bother to buy a single thing of decent value. Previously asked you to charge me a few $1,000s of game coins, but also to make your life pretend really like. Tell you, either you marry my sister, or give a few tens of millions of breakup fee. 2 roads for you to pick. Su Koen finally angry. In the past Chinyu's attitude towards him is not like this. Stood up and said harsh words. Ha! Chinyu also angry laugh. Very nonchalant. Tens of millions of breakup fee. Why don't you say a few $100 million? To know. First propose to break up is you Suli. To compensate is also you. Compensation is right. With you dating this more than a year, I can spend a lot of money on you too. Obviously it is you pretending to be poor. Playing with my sister's feelings. If you don't pretend to be poor, how will you break up? Su Koen retorted. Pretending to be poor. Chinyu is really not used to seeing the shamelessness of this sibling. Still thinking of getting back together? Even if he doesn't have a system to add to his body now and turns into the kind of pauper he used to be, it's impossible for him to get back together again. But when it comes to losing money, that is even more impossible. But it was still a bit hard to shake off the shamelessness of these two now, like a linchpin plaster. If I had known, I would not have come back here. Out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly a plan came to mind. Then went on to say, who said I was pretending to be poor? Suli, you really think I'm rich now? Oh, ridiculous. What did you say? Suli froze, disdainfully asked. I originally wanted to pretend to have money and make you come back to me, but now I've changed my mind. A gold-digging woman like you? It doesn't matter if you want it or not. Chinyu looks like he's going out on a limb. Tell you straight, let alone tens of millions of dollars. Right now it's just a few $100s I can't get out. When this was said, the whole room was silent. What? Said half a day. You have no money at all. Or before that poor. This is all pretend to my sister. Su-kun quickly reacted. Incredulous. Not bad. Chinyu simply admitted. Oh. Suli also did not have a disappointed look, but instead lost a laugh. Chinyu, I know that you are saying this on purpose so that I will stop pestering you if I know that you don't have money. This you can rest assured. I've said that I don't value your money at all. What I like is you as a person. Besides, how could you not have money? Bai Xiaoyu but personally told me that you bought $100 million of luxury cars. I also personally saw you living in a 7-star presidential suite, so you don't need to lie to me about this either. Seeing that what he thought gave way to the other party, Chinyu was not flustered and indifferently sat down at a stool. It's not bad. I did buy a luxury car at a car store, but you don't know. I have already resigned from that original company and found a new job as well. The new job is to be a full-time driver at the Jiangyun Hotel. It just so happened that the hotel purchased one of the most luxurious new cars there at the auto store, so I just went to drive it back. As you can see, I just happened to drive it back there and ran into you with that current boyfriend of yours. Chapter 32 Beat up Su-kun. Just make it up. I saw you checking into the presidential suite with my own eyes. I also went to the hotel's front desk to confirm it. It can't be fake. Could it be that you, an employee of the hotel, can still stay in the presidential suite there for free? With such good benefits. Suli sneered. Chinyu sneers. Ha ha, it's too easy to say this matter. I have said that my current job is that 7-star hotel, and the few people at the front desk also recognize me. Last night, I went into the hotel before you guys did, so I went in and asked them to cooperate with me. If anyone asks about me, just say that I'm a guest who stayed in the hotel and also chartered a presidential suite for a month. In the end, the front desk really told me that you went to ask her, and you also gave me a call. I can't imagine that you really believe this kind of trick. Also, don't think about it. You have known me for so long. I'm afraid you know better than I do what kind of person I am. If I had money, I would still be harboring here for so long. Chinyu rambled. Suli looked at Chinyu with a smug look and was speechless for a while. However, very quickly, she thought of another thing. Then you explain. The room service manager of the Jiangyun Hotel. Why would she greet you at the entrance of the hotel with such a respectful attitude? Chinyu, who was applauding his own haphazard fabrication, blanched when he heard this sentence. This is a bit hard to make up. Keeping a chesty smile on his face, seeing that Suli is staring at him with her eyes dead on, Chinyu does not want to lose the battle. His head spins rapidly and finally comes up with the dumbest reason. One thing you don't know is that, in fact, that Han manager, she is my cousin. That job I have in the hotel is also introduced by her in the past. I don't want to say anything more. If you don't believe me, you can go directly to her to confront her face to face. Suli doubted. She is your cousin. You have a cousin when the hotel manager before, why not tell me? How do I see that she is very polite and a bit respectful towards you? Her attitude towards you is clearly that of a reception hotel guest. Chinyu feigned puzzlement. Respectful? Last night you were not drunk, which I saw her so respectful to me. You won't be talking about the two welcoming ladies at the back. They thought I was a hotel guest at that time. That kind of attitude is normal. This, seeing that Chinyu was very serious, Suli could not really tell if Chinyu was lying for a while. In her acquaintance with Chinyu, although the other party could not give her too many material things, he had never lied to her. Moreover, what she saw last night was not very certain, and it seemed to be still true with what Chinyu said. At this moment, she thought a lot. Chinyu comes from a farmer's family she is aware of. The two old home is only 30 kilometers away from each other, belonging to a prefecture-level city. Junior high school period or classmates, coupled with the two dating almost 2 years, the life of the little by little, the basic Chinyu's details do not say all understand, is also quite clear. If you say that he is a hidden tycoon, you really cannot find any reason. At this time, Suli Hart has already believed 8 points, but then thought of a point. If just now is a lie, he is bound to drive that hundreds of millions of car back here, to know such an expensive car, whose employee could casually drive it home. Brother, go downstairs and see if there is a new black SUV type car. Suli also no longer hid anything, directly instructed Su-kun to go downstairs to take a look. Okay, you wait a moment. Although Su-kun was a bit puzzled, he still did as he was told and hurriedly ran down. You want to see if I'm driving back? Chinyu loses his smile. That's redundant. but I squeezed the subway back here for a long time. Secretly smiling in his heart, it looks like Suli really believes it. In fact, there are still a lot of cracks in those words just now. For example, all the information that he bought the car was signed in his name, and by Xiaoye also saw it. If you really go into detail, you really can't resist checking, especially the last said Han Xian is his cousin. Simply hard to make up a very bad reason. He was just betting on Suli's IQ, and the result seems to have one. Suli stood still and did not say anything, especially when she saw that Qin Yu was wearing the same clothes as before. Her heart believed a few more points. If he really did not drive back, basically for sure, what he just said did not lie to her. She also blamed herself for being too anxious at that time and did not think of this point. If he was really rich, even if he hid it deeply, after spending so much time with him, how could he not see it? Sister, I went down to look. There is no car parked below. Su Kuan quickly ran up again, somewhat out of breath. Sure enough, Qin Yu, do you think I will be impressed by you if you do this? Plus delusional. There is no way I will like you. Suli's face was green and white as she finally exploded. Thought you were rich and accomplished. Never thought it was all an act. Fortunately broke up with you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid, after all is said and done, you are still a poor man. What are you pretending in front of me? You think so my sister will look at you? Dream. Su Kuan also followed and yelled. Have the two of you finished? If you have finished, please go out. You are not welcome here. Qin Yu ignores the two men shouting and directly gives an expulsion order. Qin Yu, I have yet to settle the score with you for deceiving my sister. How dare you talk to me like this? Be careful, I will beat you up. Su Kuan acts like a gangster and puts up harsh words. Oh, then I will see whose fist is hard. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. His face did not reveal the slightest bit of fear. I have long seen that you are not good. Come on. Su Kuan rolls up his sleeves and makes a gesture that he really wants to rush up. Boom! Qin Yu takes the lead. A flying kick knocks Su Kuan down. Su Kuan was caught off guard by this kick, and at the moment he fell, he also knocked down a chair. You really dare to strike. Su Kuan has an unbelievable face pointing at Qin Yu. Kid, to be honest, I have also long been looking at you in a bad light. It was you who wanted to start the fight. Don't blame me. Qin Yu's face was both ferocious and unrestrained. When it came to fighting, if it was before, there might have been some fear. But now, he is worth tens of billions of dollars, and if he wins the fight and has trouble, he will use money to smash it. How is it possible to lose the fight? In fact, he never saw the small short board of Su Kuan in his eyes previously fear him, only because of his future brother-in-law's identity, coupled with the fact that today he has made the acquaintance of the second son of the Zhang family. It is much simpler to deal with this kind of small person. There is also the fact that, in Qin Yu's opinion, Su Kuan is extremely underpunched, and to start a fight of course, he has to make the first move. Good. Dare to hit me right. You are dead, said Su Kuan ready to stand up, and threaten me. Qin Yu a sneer, is a flying step. According to Su Kuan cover head and face and kick several feet. Su Kuan did not even have the power to fight back, fell to the ground and ended up crying and wailing. Stop. Suli finally came back to her senses, hurriedly running to pull Qin Yu away and then help Su Kuan up. Sister, me, shut up. Suli glares at Su Kuan with some dissatisfaction. She did not expect that this younger brother of hers was completely at a disadvantage when facing Qin Yu. Turning back, she began to somewhat square up to Qin Yu. See Qin Yu without the previous only promise, although just will Su Kuan beat up, also completely emboldened without half a bit of fear. Suli heart also a little hairy. In fact, Suli and Su Kuan's character are somewhat similar, are a bit of a bully. Brother, let's go. Finally Suli said this without changing her face. Sister, but, was it not humiliating enough just now? Suli turned around and left after saying this, not continuing to stay. You wait for me, next time I will find you to settle the score. Su Kuan put down a harsh word, turned around and also followed along and left. Slowly, Qin Yu thinks of something and calls out to stop Suli who is about to leave. Suli is just out to the door of the room, stops and asks, what else do you have to do? Chapter 33 Yafang Hua. It seems you've forgotten that you haven't returned the key to my rented room. Who cares? Suli took out that key and threw it on the ground, turned around and was ready to leave. Stop, what else do you want? Suli turned her head, a little angry. Pick up the key or don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yu coldly gazed at Suli. Suli felt a tightness in her chest. However, seeing Qin Yu's stern eyes, she still honestly walks over and picks up the key and places it on the table before leaving without looking back. Seeing the two siblings leave, Qin Yu closes the door to the room and tidies up the room again. Looking at the time, 4:30 p.m. Then he went into the bathroom to take a shower and changed into a set of dry clothes. Then lying on the bed, he fell asleep without realizing it. On the other hand, Suli went down to the first floor and immediately took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Sis, who are you calling? Soo-kwon asked from the side, and in his hands, he kept kneading the injuries on his body. As soon as he thought of Chinyu, he just did not come to a burst of anger, thinking about how to retaliate back. You don't make a sound first. Suli of course called Fong Yuan. Chinyu can no longer be counted on. Now naturally she has to catch the rich second-generation boyfriend with whom she just confirmed her relationship. Last night when he left without saying goodbye, Suli guessed that it was related to Chinyu's identity. Now that she knows that it was all an illusion, it is just right to tell him about it, not only to eliminate his worries, but also to get more benefits with this matter. It took 2 rounds of calls before the other party picked up the phone somewhat reluctantly. Suli, what are you looking for me for? Brother Fong, let's have dinner together in the evening. There just happens to be something to find you. Oh, what is it? It's about my ex-boyfriend. You saw him last night. In fact, you gave him a lie. He bought a car that was fake, and stayed in a hotel that was also fake. No way. You mean to say that your ex-boyfriend acted for us to see? Fong Yuan on the other end of the phone was energized and asked. Yes, his current job is to be a driver at the Jongyun Hotel, and the car he drove last night was also the hotel's special car. For the matter of him checking into the hotel, it was even discussed with that lady at the front desk, deliberately pretending to be a big spender in front of us, and the room service manager of that hotel is actually one of his cousins. Wow, can't be. This kid, can't see it, is quite good at pretending. Fong Yuan hated it. Dear, you but promised me to invite me to eat a big meal, but also live in a 7-star hotel presidential suite. How did you escape last night? Ouch. Sorry, blame me, really blame me. If it wasn't for the sudden emergency last night, I wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Fong Yuan hurriedly made amends and explained. How about this? I still have some things to do right now. Wait until 7 o'clock sharp in the evening at the usual place. Ipin Tang there to treat you to a meal. Then I will make amends to you. What do you think? Okay. Suli glanced at Soo-kwon and added, but my brother is also there. Can he also go over? Oh, your brother, ah. No problem. Isn't your brother my brother? Just come over with him at the time. Thank you, Brother Fong. Why are you so polite? Well, we'll see you tonight. See you tonight. Bye. Suli put down the phone. Soo-kwon couldn't help but ask, Sister, who are you calling? Ah, it won't be a new boyfriend. Suli nodded. Not bad. His father is also the boss of my company. Your company? Soo-kwon still knows where his sister works. So your current boyfriend is the young proprietor of Runjia Supermarket. And Hai said, this boyfriend of yours is good. It seems that his family supermarket also opened more than 10 chains. The family is good. Then your ex-boyfriend, that poor man, do not know how many times better. Tonight he invites dinner to go or not. Go, why not go? Soo-kwon some small excitement. The body seems to be all better. Rubbed his hands and said, also let me go to help you palm eyes. Although he has money, but also to see if he is sincere to you, or false intention. Also said, I heard that there are a lot of rich second generation, like to play with women. Sister so beautiful, can look at the right, not only to find a rich boyfriend, but also to find one that is sincere to you. And how can you tell if he is sincere or fake to me? Suli didn't have the good sense to say, this isn't simple. Haven't you always wanted to buy a house in this city? It's just that I'll bring it up for you, and see if he's willing to send a suite to you. If he agrees, it means he is sincere to you. Suli gave a blank look. What nonsense are you talking about? We also just confirmed our boyfriend and girlfriend not long ago. Buying a house is not a small matter. The amount of money to be utilized is too large. How could he possibly agree? Suli said on the surface. The heart is also a little moved. Soo-kwon is also see his sister a little moved. Laughed. Look at you. Do not try, and how will know the other side does not agree to it. This does not need you to manage. Let me talk to him. Heart secretly think. In the future there is such a brother-in-law as a backer. She knew that boy is not just take the pinch. Revenge today. Ding bell. She knew hears a cell phone ringing in a daze. Opening his eyes with some difficulty, he picks up the phone and yawns before asking. Who? She knew. Where are you? Come over for dinner. I didn't say I'm treating you tonight. It's more than 7 o'clock and the meal is ready. Oh, okay. You wait a bit. I'll come over. Hearing that it was Luku Xian's voice, only then remembered this. At this time the stomach was also very opportune, a gurgling protest sound. Well, then you come over quickly. After saying that, Luku Xian hung up the phone. Shinyu got up and looked at the time. It was already more than 7 in the evening. Not expecting to sleep for so long, after casually fixing his hair, he walked down to the second floor and knocked on the door to enter Luku Xian's rented room. This rental house is 3 rooms and 1 hall, much bigger than the one Chinyu lived in. In addition to Lu Kurson, there were also 2 beauties living in the room. Gui Yafeng, who was a real estate salesperson, and Li Qiuping, who was a hotel service provider. Usually Li Qiuping are on the night shift. Meet rarely. Tonight is also gathered here. The dishes have long been on the table, but also put a few bottles of beer. Xin Yu came just in time, said hello, and sat down nonchalantly, took over the disposable bowls and chopsticks, then picked up the dishes and ate a few mouthfuls, and repeatedly praised the dishes taste good. Look at how hungry you are. You didn't come down earlier to help. Li Qiuping glanced at him and said with some good humor, went to bed, didn't pay attention. Xin Yu said while eating, Li Qiuping you say less. Gui Yafeng speaks towards Li Qiuping and picks up a disposable wine glass. Come on, let's all toast Lu Kursen to celebrate her promotion and honorary promotion to the company's department manager. Good, congratulations to Ms. Lu Xin for her smooth promotion. Cheers. Xin Yu also followed suit and raised his glass to toast Lu Kursen. After several people put down their glasses, Li Qiuping winked at Xin Yu. Xin Yu, you and Xin are in the same department. Now that she has been promoted to manager, when will it be your turn to be promoted as well? I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Xin Yu said bluntly. I no longer work there. What? You resigned? When did it happen? Li Qiuping was greatly surprised. Haven't you been doing a good job? Why did you suddenly resign? To say the least, I should still be blamed for this. Lu Kursen's face was somewhat apologetic. How so? Even Gui Yafeng, who had an elegant demeanor and fewer words, asked with some curiosity. Lu Kursen then briefly talked about what happened in the morning. I can't imagine that there would be such a hateful manager. He deserved to be fired by the company. Li Qiuping knew the general story and was furious, indignantly saying, but what impresses me is that Xin Yu has done a good job in this matter and has ambition. If you lose your job, you lose it. Just find another company. Come on, I'll toast you. Li Qiuping revealed a look of appreciation and raised his cup to Xin Yu. I do thank him as well. I'll toast you as well. Finally, the three girls toasted Xin Yu in unison. Xin Yu was a bit embarrassed to clink glasses with the three of them, and after drinking the wine, he said, it's a small matter. Where are you all talking about? In fact, today I just went to the company to resign. That's why I have this courage. Oh, why did you resign? Found a new job? Li Qiuping asked. The new job is not found. Just want to rest for a period of time. Xin Yu also did not want to explain too much, casually responded. That's right. Where is your girlfriend? Will she have a problem with you quitting your job? Li Qiuping asked again. We broke up. Xin Yu let out a bitter smile. Chapter 34 System Tasks. Seeing the three very gossipy looking over, busy explaining. You guys don't need to ask. The thing is very simple. Is that Suli found a rich man, and then dumped me. It's that simple. Oh, the three of them coincidentally had a look on their faces that it was really like that. Since Xin Yu broke up with his girlfriend, and you don't have a boyfriend. Sister Feng, why don't you get together? Li Qiuping winks at Xin Yu and Gui Yafeng. Her small mouth contains chopsticks. Some mischievous sneaky smile. Little ninja, you talk too much. Then meddle in other people's business to see me not tear your broken mouth. Gui Yafeng's petulant voice fiercely clamped a mouthful of vegetables into Li Qiuping's bowl. You're so idle with this broken mouth. Just eat a few more mouthfuls. Lu Kursen covered her mouth and snickered, but did not make a sound. She also wanted to make up for the two of them, but she also knew Gui Yafeng's character well. That was impossible. Xin Yu lowered his head to eat and pretended not to see. He and Gui Yafeng also have a story. Gui Yafeng has a typical round face, and her face value is the highest among the three girls. Xin Yu's heart was moved the first time he saw her, and he pursued her several times. When Gui Yafeng understood Xin Yu's feelings, she did not agree and did not refuse, and very frankly said that her ideal object, young, rich, and with a high face value, these three conditions must be met in order to meet her standards. So according to Xin Yu's conditions, there is no hope. Male and female friends couldn't be made, but being a good friend was still possible. The words are very realistic, and there is no discrimination. So Xin Yu received the first good guy card in his life. After that, also dead heart. Did not Gui Yafeng again have a non-thinking, until with Su Li dating, but also will forget about this matter. This thing Li Qiuping and Lu Kursen two people also know, but also often used to make fun of. How about this? Sister Feng, you do real estate sales, income is also good. Now also recruiting sales. Simply Xin Yu stuffed into your place. Li Qiuping's eyes rolled. That's not a bad thing to say. Doing real estate sales is indeed very lucrative. Yafeng, is your company still recruiting employees? I heard you speak last week. Didn't Skylake Real Estate also have a new property about to open for sale on Beixiang 2nd Road in Jingyun District? And property consultants should be in short supply. Lu Kursen also very seriously asked about this topic. Her heart for Xin Yu was fired by the company has always been some guilt. Think with her has a lot to do with. If Xin Yu can find a better job, she is also very happy in her heart. Gui Yafeng shook her head and apologized. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of the company hiring a real estate consultant lately, but the extras in the sales department can ask for you. Don't. You guys just stay out of it. For the time being, I don't want to go back to work and rest for a while, Chin-yu busily said. I figured it out. No wonder Chin-yu wants to resign. Li Choping put down his chopsticks and said to Chin-yu in a serious manner. It's because you broke up with your girlfriend and you're in a bad mood, so you don't want to do your job anymore, right? Lu Kerson suddenly realized. The blow of this matter is indeed great, but you have to think about it. In the future, you might find a better girl. Chin-yu is angry and funny. Don't guess. Do I look like I'm hurt by love? Hurry up and eat. After that, a few people also talked and laughed, pushed the cups and exchanged the glasses, and ate until 10 o'clock in the evening before dispersing. After drinking a lot of wine, Chin-yu touches back to his room in a daze, falls asleep and soon enters dreamland. When he woke up the next day, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After a wash, Chin-yu sits on the sofa in the hall and opens the system panel. Signalable progress, 180, 000, 000, 000, have unlocked the third level of signing, have refreshed to be able to sign, task, empty, sign-in points, 3, balance, 10, 209, 700, 000, backpack, X1, system, sign in. Chin-yu could not help but directly let the system sign in. I don't know what I'll get from this sign-in. In his heart, he is nervous and a little bit expectant. This third level signing in is a full $180 million. Unlike the last signing in which he spent $100 million alone, I think, this sign-in should not be worse than the last time is. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully, obtaining 35% of the equity of Jiangyun Hotel. The relevant equity certificate has been issued to the host's backpack. 35% of Jiangyun Hotel's equity? Speechless, Chin-yu pondered for a long time, always feeling that although he spent a lot of money on this signing, it was far less valuable than the last time when he obtained the Huajiang Plaza. Why not the entire hotel, but just that 35% stake? How much money could this be worth? It seemed that he had taken himself too much for granted, thinking that the more money he spent, the more value he would get from signing in, unless it was to ascend to the fourth level of signing in. This time, he had miscalculated and spent so much wasted money. Chin-yu was incomparably heartbroken. However, he was still curious as to how much this 35% stake in Yunjiang Hotel was worth. Picking up his cell phone and searching the internet, he did not find any information about the valuation of the Yunjiang Hotel. After thinking for a while, he finally finds out Tang Qin's cell phone number and dials over. Mr. Qin, hello. Tang Qin's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Qin, I would like to ask, are you clear on how much your hotel is worth? Chin-yu did not talk nonsense and asked directly. Yikes, why are you asking this? Tang Qin was confused. Nothing for, just want to ask. Do you know this? I'm not too sure, but I do remember something. Tang Qin pondered. What is it? A while ago, I overheard a colleague's words about the hotel's major shareholder wanting to spend $20 billion to buy another shareholder's 25% stake. This matter is still being rumored, and I think the acquisition will be successful soon. If we go by this, the valuation of the entire hotel is around $8 billion, right? 8 billion. Chin-yu murmured in a very depressed manner. Yes, it should be this number. Is there anything else, Mr. Chin? Do you need me to drive over to pick you up at the hotel now? Thank you for telling me this. No need for now. I'll let you know when I need to use the car. You get busy with your business. Okay, if there's anything you can contact me anytime. Tang Qin hung up the phone with some battle of two monks. Dog system. Chin-yu curses. Listening to Tang Qin so that is not that 35% of the equity even less than 4 billion. Really pit-ah. Some depressed whining. Also no longer entangled. Feel empty stomach. Just want to go to buy a breakfast. The system mechanical voice again sounded. Ding. New task. The acquisition of Jiangyun Hotel. Get 100% of Jiangyun Hotel's equity. The task is perfectly completed. You can get a 5-level sign-in. Getting more than 51% of Jiangyun Hotel's equity. Mission ordinary completion. You can get a level 4 check-in. There are still system tasks? Chin-yu thought that the system did mention that in addition to the daily spending sign-in, there is also a task completion sign-in, and this is the first time he has received a prompt for a task. After completing it, one can also sign in once more. This dog system is really cheap. Saying a dog system gives me a task, but it's not bad, and if I complete this mission perfectly I'll get a level 5 sign-on. Even if the mission is completed in an ordinary manner, it's still a level 4 sign-on. Chin-yu is gorgeous and excited at the same time. Chapter 35 The Plan. A level 5 sign-on. That would cost $10 billion to get. Based on the current cash Chin-yu could get out, if he spent money on a level 5 sign-on, he would only have a fraction of the amount left, but first signing in to give a 35% hotel stake, then a mission to acquire Jongyun Hotel. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Ignore this for now. Let's think about how we're going to go about acquiring Jongyun Hotel. I have 35% now. Who are the rest of the shareholders? Chin-yu was caught in the middle of his contemplation, and for a while, he did not know where to start and how to go about contacting the shareholders of the Jongyun Hotel before making an acquisition, especially from the conversation he had just had with Tang Qin. He had learned that the hotel's major shareholder was in the process of acquiring another shareholder's equity. This is troublesome. If he acquires the successful words, equal to the entire hotel as the major shareholders of the hall of one's own words, if he holds on to the equity does not let go, I am afraid that by then, even the ordinary task to complete cannot be achieved. Headache. This task is a bit urgent. The best in this major shareholder before the success of the other shareholder 25% of the shares to grab their hands. It doesn't matter if it costs more money. But who to contact? Tang Qin? She's an ordinary employee of the hotel and doesn't necessarily know the hotel's shareholders. While Chin-yu was at a loss, the phone rang. Who? Chin-yu asked as he picked up the phone. Brother Chin, it's me Jiang Cord. I didn't disturb you by calling over. Oh, it's Brother Jiang. What's the matter? It's like this, Mr. Ma just gave me the $6 million for the car repairs. You send me the bank account number with a Weibo number and I'll transfer the money over. So soon he is willing to pay the money? Chin-yu was greatly surprised. That's of course. Mr. Ma and the others were already at a disadvantage and wouldn't dare not give me this face. Anyway, sooner or later, they will have to spit out the money. Instead of doing so, they should give the money earlier, and they can also sell me this face. You are also right. It's still your brother John's face, Chin-yu said, and remembered the acquisition of Jongyun Hotel, and asked again in passing. Right. I want to ask you one thing. Do you know who the owner of Jongyun Hotel is? Do you know them? Why are you asking this? There's something I want to ask. You know, I'm still a little clearer when you talk about this. There's one shareholder in particular that's still my buddy. Chin-yu was overjoyed. Then you can introduce me. Zhang Jin said. There are a total of 3 shareholders in Jongyun Hotel. The biggest shareholder is Yun Jingang, the current helmsman of the Yun family, who is also the chairman of Jongyun Hotel. Jongyun Hotel was founded by his old man, and then after financing, 35% of the hotel's equity is with Longxia Merchant Bank, and another 25% is in the hands of Chao Jinghua. Chin-yu's heart stirred, and he already understood that the equity given by the system was obtained from Longxia Commercial Bank. Hearing Jiang Xian call another shareholder Brother Hua, he asked, so Chao Jinghua you know? Yes, he's the group leader of the sports car league and often plays together. Brother Chin, now that you've bought a sports car, or the top-of-the-line supercar, when the time comes, I'll talk to him and pull you into the group as well. He'll be very happy. Then do you have a way to contact him now? Chin-yu doesn't care about this and asks the key point. Of course I can. Brother Chin is looking for him for something? Not bad. There is one thing that seems to trouble you as well. Chin-yu smiles. What is it? You tell me. There's no need to say hemp or no trouble. Brother Chin's business is my business. Jiang Xian was not sloppy and said immediately. After listening to his sister-in-law's words last night, he was now eager to do more for Chin-yu. Actually, it's very simple to say. It's that I want to buy the Jongyun Hotel, so help me contact him to see if there's any intention to sell it. What? Brother Chin, you're not kidding. You want to buy Jongyun Hotel? Jiangjin was shocked, feeling like he had misheard. I'm not joking. As long as he intends to transfer his holdings, the price is not a problem. Brother Chin, you're serious. It's no problem. I can contact right now. But do you have that much capital? If you want to buy the entire Jongyun Hotel, it's estimated that you'll all need to prepare at least more than $8 billion in capital. Jiang Qin still had a hard time believing it. Even though he knew that Chin-yu had a supreme black gold card, that kind of legendary thing, he still couldn't really touch the reflection of its value. Now that Chin-yu said that he would spend more than $8 billion to acquire Jongyun Hotel, that was only 10 dozen unimaginable real money spent. You don't have to worry about this, just contact it for me, and it has to be fast, because I heard that the Yundong of Jongyun Hotel is contacting that Hua of yours, wanting to buy the equity in his hands. There is such a thing? If Yundong buys the equity from Hua's hands, together with the holdings in his hands, it equals that Jongyun Hotel belongs to him completely, and it will be much harder to buy it from him again. That's why it's a bit urgent. This way, this matter you help me more weeks string a bit, with your that Hua more communication. The best is in the shortest time, I can meet with him a chat, no matter how this matter turns out. That 6 million, don't need to give me, take it as your hard work fee. How can that be? How can I ask for Brother Chin's money? These things are not worth mentioning at all. Talking about money hurts feelings. Jiang Qin hurriedly refused. I understand your feelings, but if you don't accept it I'll feel a little bad in my heart. This amount of money is nothing to me. Just take it. The two of them excused themselves for a while. Finally Jiang Jin withdrew $4 million. The rest of the money will wait for Qin Yu to send the bank card number over and then transfer it over. Jiang String hurriedly contacted Zhao Jinghua went. Qin Yu waiting for boredom, went down to the street downstairs to buy a breakfast up. Not long after eating breakfast, finally waited for Zhang Xian to call. Brother Qin, Brother Hua has finally gotten in touch. I told him about your situation, and at first he didn't agree to deal with you. Because of his friendship with Yun Zhangong, he also verbally agreed to transfer his stake to Yun Dong and will come to Zhongyun Hotel tomorrow to sign the transfer contract. In the end, I persuaded and said that the price you offered was higher, and also moved up your South City Club Purple and Gold membership status before I finally reluctantly agreed to meet with you. The time is set for tomorrow at noon. Zhongyun Hotel. Zhang Xian turned his words around and added, but he bluntly said that he would sign a contract with Yun Dong after meeting with you. I've done my best with this brother. It's up to you, Brother Qin, whether or not you can negotiate successfully. You did a good job. Being able to meet is already very good. Qin Yu also let out a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, when Brother Hua arrives at the hotel, I will immediately arrange a meeting with you. By the way, you are still staying at the hotel there right now. I've chartered a presidential suite for a month at the hotel, so I'll stay there at the hotel all the time tomorrow. Ha ha, it's still Brother Qin who is generous. A 1-month presidential suite. Not everyone is willing to spend this amount of money. The two discussed a few more sentences about tomorrow's arrangements and hung up. Chapter 36, Southern Rhythm Villa. Whether or not he could successfully acquire the Zhongyun Hotel could only be delayed until tomorrow. Qin Yu puts this matter down and begins to think about where to spend his money again to do the task of signing in tomorrow. Looking at the somewhat shabby and gloomy rental house, the plan is there. Buy a house? No, if I want to buy, I'll buy a villa, or the best kind. Speaking of buying a villa, Qin Yu also thought of a place. Every day off, he would often go to Beishan Park in the new city to run and tread on the green. There, the air is fresh and clear, near the mountains and the water. The location is quite good, and the park near the Beishan all the way. There is a very high-end villa area. That villa area is also only this year began to people move in. Naturally there are still a lot of unsold villas. Decided to come down. Do not want to stay in the rental house. Out of the door, Qin Yu is still very casual set of home clothes. Short shirt and shorts. A pair of slippers. Because of the hot weather, this kind of dress is still very common outside. In the past, going out to buy food was dressed like this, and going to buy a villa seemed to be no different from buying food. Now in Qin Yu's mindset, spending tens of millions of dollars is the same as spending a few dollars in the past. The pressure of both is the same. South Rhythm Villa, one of the 3 top villa districts in Nanjing City, and the largest villa neighborhood in terms of area. The customers living inside are the top of the rich and powerful circle. With prominent status, ordinary people can only be prohibited. Starting price of a flat to 100,000. All are detached villas. Buy a set of building the minimum consumption of 20 million to start. The most expensive also have more than 100 million of the manor house. Belongs to the lot in the new city area of Jingyun district. Transportation in all directions. Next to the Beishan Park. The environment is beautiful. The sales department is in Beishan all the way to the side of the road. The terrain is higher, away from the road separated by a stone staircase. Qin Yu took a motorcycle, came to the sales department to pick up the stairs. He was walking towards the sales department, when he saw 2 security guards wearing white security uniforms, hurriedly greeted him, their faces full of smiles. Qin Yu secretly nodded his head, thinking in his heart, it seems that the sales department's service attitude towards customers is still quite nice. He cannot help but stop his steps and wait for the greeting ceremony of these 2 security guards. Unexpectedly, the 2 security guards ran in front of them and did not pay attention to Qin Yu, directly going around before 2 very complimentary words. Hello Mr. Chen, welcome, and this wife, this way please. Not welcoming me? Qin Yu was stunned, turning his head to look. He saw a middle-aged man in his 50s with a handful of whiskers on the side of his face and a young and beautiful woman in his hand coming down from the backseat of a Maybach S680. He nodded to the security guards who greeted him and walked towards the sales department building. The 2 security guards, with smiles piled on their faces, followed and passed by Qin Yu again, with no one paying attention to him. Asterisk. Given contempt, Qin Yu is a bit depressed and also walks towards the sales department. Hello Mr. Chen. Welcome Mr. Chen to come and visit. At this time, a line of people walk out from the entrance of the sales department hall. There is a welcoming lady. There are also a few real estate consultant employees, in front of which stands a woman dressed as a manager. 7 or 8 people, in unison, made a welcoming ceremony towards the approaching Mr. Chun. Mr. Chen walked in front of the female sales manager, finally revealing a hint of a smile. Manager Zhu. Thank you. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm glad to be your property consultant. And this lady, this way please. I'll take you to see the housing type property. Good. When Mr. Chen and that manager Zhu entered the sales department hall, 4 employees stayed outside. Their faces were all very excited, like they had just seen a star. This is the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Chen Zhihong Chen. I can't imagine that I could only see it on TV or online before, but today I can have a glimpse of his face. Huaxing Pharmaceuticals is one of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in Longxia. The market value has long exceeded $100 billion, and I heard that Mr. Chen is worth billions of dollars. This is the big brother level tycoon. Come to see the building today. 89% can be successful. Buy a set of villas for him, no pressure. Hey, if I can find a customer like this, it would be great. Definitely can succeed a single. Who is that woman beside him? I heard that Mr. Chen has been widowed for many years, so this can't be the new Mrs. Chen. But this Mrs. Chen is also too young, and she is also very pretty. On the contrary, Mr. Chen is over 50 years old. It's a pity, a young male employee said with some pity. What do you know? Mr. Chen is so capable. I don't know how many young beauties are thinking about him, not to mention being a wife. Even being a mistress would be waiting in line. Void. All be careful. Stay still. Don't let Mr. Chen and the others hear. If you offend Mr. Chen, you don't have to want to hang around here anymore. Hey, I'm just saying. A few people whispered, completely not paying attention to Qingyu, who approached over. Qingyu does not take it seriously when he hears these broken words, only to be even more depressed when none of the sales staff pays any attention to him. Hello this gentleman, may I ask what's the matter? When Qingyu stepped into the middle of the hall, there was finally a female employee who weighed 150 pounds and was tall and fat who noticed his presence. What's the matter? What do you think I can do by coming over here? Of course I'm here to buy a building, Qingyu said with some dissatisfaction. You are also here to buy a building? The tall and fat female employee with a pair of cock eyes, like looking at a monster, generally looked at Qingyu from top to bottom and sized him up several times. I just saw him coming down from a motorcycle and wearing slippers, saying that he came here to buy a villa. Don't laugh me to death. A man said. Sir, I'm sorry, here are all the properties in the high-grade single-family villa area. A building is less than a few tens of millions of dollars to start with. You want to buy a house is not looking in the wrong place. Tall fat girl at this time and said. What's the point of saying so much? I believe he is thinking of coming over to buy a villa, but that's just thinking. Several people laughed playfully. I say several of you, just look down on me so much. It's not just that I'm dressed more casually. You guys think that I can't afford to buy a villa. Qingyu also came to be angry, then said, I'm just wondering, is this the attitude you guys in sales have towards your customers? Qingyu was already depressed, and now he started the fire and inevitably spoke a little louder. In his heart, he also regrets that if he had known that it would be so troublesome, he would have asked Tang Qin to send him designer clothes to wear, and then take a special car to come over. This is not forced up. These several dog-eyed low sales staff to see not hurry to call dad. This Mr. Hello, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I wonder what can I do to help you? Speaking is exactly the sales department manager Zhu Yuan. She had just heard Qin use dissatisfied words when she was introducing the property to Chen Zhihong. Turning her head to look, she immediately understood the general idea in her mind. Also afraid that Qin Yu would affect this guest on hand, she came and asked politely. At the same time, with a hint of reproach, ruthlessly swept a glance toward the several employees who had just talked with Qin Yu. Chapter 37, Aki Luo's classmate. You're the manager here, right? I want to come and buy a villa and these guys aren't allowed yet. Just want to ask, do you guys still need to split up to sell a building? I'm really sorry. Sir can come here to buy a building. We welcome you by all means. Just now these few employees don't know what they're doing. I'll apologize to you on their behalf. Zhu Yuan apologized with full sincerity, but in his heart, he was also a little dissatisfied with the staff under his command. Although the customer is not to buy a building, but you do not have to be so slow, not only against the company's employee code, especially there is a heavyweight customer here, really not a little eyesight. The woman beside Chen Zhihong who was looking at the model of the property, she is also very curious to see here. See short shirt and shorts, under a pair of slippers of Qin Yu, some funny, looked at, suddenly felt Qin Yu some familiar, and then looked carefully, finally remembered who this person is, busy walking over, then asked, Qin Yu, is it you? Qin Yu hears someone call out his name, somewhat suddenly, seeing that it was the woman beside that general manager Chen, it was even more strange. I am Qin Yu, do you recognize me? The woman puffed a smile and said, you don't recognize me, it's only been 3 years since I've seen you. I'm Luo Aki. Can't you remember? Luo Aiki? You are MS. Luo Aiki. Chinyu suddenly realized. I remember. So it's an old classmate. This classmate has simply changed compared to her college days. She has put on light makeup, designer clothes and wears a string of jewelry necklaces. The youthfulness was gone. The appearance and figure became more beautiful, and there was also an additional layer of nobility. Without a careful and detailed look, it was really unrecognizable. Right, looks like you're not too forgetful. Xiao Luo, is this your classmate? Hearing that Luo Aiki actually recognized the man, Chen Jihong also walked over to say hello. Mr. Chen, this is my college classmate Qin Yu, this is the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceutical. Mr. Chen Jihong Chen, Luo Aiki helped introduce the two. So it's fellow student Qin. Hello, General Manager Chen. Qin Yu politely shook hands with Chen Jihong. From the conversation of those few sales employees just now, he also somewhat understands the ambiguity of these two. With a sigh in his heart, Luo Aiki used to be quite a pretty girl in her class, with quite a few people pursuing her. Even Qin Yu had a crush on her. Now, it is to marry a middle-aged uncle as a wife. The heart is somewhat for her to feel unworthy. But on second thought, if not his body-tight system, I'm afraid that now see Luo Aiki and Chen Jihong's relationship may also be even more inferior. Thinking of these, it was also relieved. Qin Yu, you also came to see the villa? Luo Aiki laughs. Of course, otherwise I'd come here with nothing to do. Maybe we can even become neighbors in the future. Qin Yu half joked. Ha ha, that's a reasonable statement from fellow student Qin. The one who spoke was Chen Jihong, who seemed to have come to have some interest in Luo Aiki, his classmate. Why don't we take a look together and see if there is a suitable one? As the boss of a large enterprise, Chen Jihong had been immersed in the shopping mall for many years, and he still had a way of looking at people. Seeing Qin Yu saying that he came here to buy a house, his demeanor was casual and comfortable, without the slightest bit of stage fright. From this point, either he is genuinely strong to buy, or he is a rash who knows nothing. The former was highly probable, but from its body, it was an ordinary person, which was interesting. Alright, let's see it together then. Just hurry up, I'm still in a hurry to eat, Qin Yu said. Luo Aiki gave a laugh. Qin Yu, looking at the house is not shopping in the food market. A villa can easily be tens of millions of dollars. Naturally, you have to look at the right point, cannot be in a hurry. Qin Yu also just smiled when he heard this. This way please sir, here are the sand tray models of the entire villa area. You can take a look at these villa models first and if you like it, then I will take you to the site. Zhu Yuan made an invitation gesture and led the way with a smile on his face. The entire hall of the sales department was more than 300 square feet wide, and a huge sand table model in the center took up half of the place. Walking to the sand table, it gave people a spectacular feeling. South Rhythm Villa covers an area of about 600,000 square feet. In addition to some commercial construction and other facilities, there are more than 200 houses inside, 50 medium-sized villas, 35 large villas, 10 manor villas, and the rest are small villas. All of them are single-family detached villas with light from all sides, and the green coverage is done quite well. This is the south gate and the main gate. Here is the north gate, and here is the underground parking entrance and exit. In the center is the main road. Here is an artificial lake. Behind the green belt are all antique garden designs, and playgrounds and so on. Zhuwan used a small spotlight to point to a certain place on the sand table while introducing. After introducing the infrastructure, he started talking about the houses again. 200 villas, 120 have been sold so far. These marked house types are the remaining 80 unsold villas. Among them, those whose size reaches above medium-sized villas. There are only 30 sets. You guys take a look. If you like that location and which style of house type, you can pick it out, and then I'll take you directly to see the house. Luo Aiki then asked, do you have finely decorated villas with larger areas here? Large area. There are 2 more sets of finely decorated villas that haven't been sold yet. One is in Villa No. 3 on Fukong 1st Street. Zhu Yuan used a small radio to point at Villa 3 and introduced, this is the house. It covers an area of more than 1,000 square feet. The main building has 3.5 floors, with a floor area of 1,400 square feet. The location is also the best. There is a small garden of 400 square feet inside, a small estate villa. The other one is at 51 Fukong 3rd Street. This is it. There's a 430 square feet footprint, and there's no garden inside, just a small courtyard. It's a lot smaller, but this one has a bit more proportionate building footprint. Then how much do these 2 villas with fine decoration cost respectively? Luo Aiki asked the price question she was most concerned about. Manor Villa No. 3 is priced at $112 million, second only to Villa No. 1 and No. 2 in South Rhythm Villa. The other set of medium-sized villa number 51. It's still in a very good location, and it's still finely decorated. The price is also a bit higher than the phase type. The selling price is 48 million. Hearing this price quoted, Luo Aki knew in her heart that a villa of hundreds of millions of dollars was not something she could get her hands on. Without much ado, she chose Villa 51. After some inquiries and discussions, Luo Aki finally finalized the set of Villa 51 with fine decoration. In addition to this house, there is another rough house with the same large area but without decoration, which is also within her consideration. Waiting to go to the site to see the house, Chen Jihang is accompanied by the whole process, all by Luo Aki selection. From this point, really buy a house to live down is Luo Aki undoubtedly. Qin Yu, which villa do you see? Do you have a favorite? After picking out a villa that she was satisfied with, Luo Aki was idle, and seeing Qin Yu who was contemplating on the side, she asked with a smile, which villa is Mr. Qin looking at or which house type he likes? I'll introduce it to you by the way. Zhu Yuan also smiled. No need to be so troublesome. After hearing your introduction just now, I'll go for this large finely decorated villa. Take a look at the current house later and buy it if there's no problem. Qin Yu pointed his finger at the No. 3 villa. Mr. Qin, you want to buy this villa number 3? Zhu Yuan thought that he had blurred his eyes. It wasn't one of those small villas with a site area of just over 200 square feet? Not bad. It's this one. And I was also thinking that I'm here to buy the finely decorated one. Qin Yu explained. Chapter 38 Kong Shui. Don't you say it's a joke. This is a house with over $100 million. Do you have that much money? Luo Aki didn't have the good sense to say. Is 100 million a lot? Qin Yu asked. Luo Aki was dumbfounded. What 100 million is a lot? Isn't this sentence nonsense? You're not joking? In the end, Luo Aki was somewhat speechless, and Chen Jihang was even more unable to see through Qin Yu. Could it be that I'm wrong? This kid is actually a rash, or is just intentionally coming here to make trouble. Mr. Qin has taken a fancy to this house. Then I will ask one of the sales staff to take you to take a look at it. So I will lead Miss Luo and Mr. Chen to see the house first. Hearing that Qin Yu was going to buy that set of estate villa which was over $100 million, Zhu Wan not only did not have much joy, but instead, he also said with some coldness. Qin Yu nodded his head a little. It doesn't matter. Just find an employee to take me there. Lu Haiyan, just take Mr. Qin to have a look. Zhu Wan instructs a female employee who was watching from the side with a teasing expression. Manager Zhu, The female employee was a bit embarrassed. With a reluctant face, Qin Yu takes a look. Isn't this the tall and fat female employee who just dug and laughed at him? Manager Zhu, I don't like this employee. Do you call another one? Fine. Zhu Yuan was a bit helpless. His eyes swept to several other real estate consultants, and wherever his eyes passed, they were all ducking and dodging. We're not stupid. We've been around here for so long, and at a glance, we know that this gentleman isn't just acting in front of his classmates, playing tricks on us. This kind of thankless endeavor, whoever loves to go, an employee muttered darkly, looking at Qin Yu with a gaze full of disgust. 2 bosses, and this lady, how are you? Please have some tea. A girl with a thin body and shoulder-length short hair aged 18 or 19 years old walks over with 3 cups of tea. Qin Yu is also a little thirsty. Receiving a cup of tea is gulping a few mouthfuls and drinking it all. Sir, let me make another cup for you. The girl sees that Qin Yu has finished drinking so quickly, so she asks out. No need. Qin Yu looks at the girl and thinks that this person is not bad, and asks out a sentence to her. You are also a real estate consultant here. Yes. Hello, my name is Kong Shui. I am also an employee of the sales department. The girl nods her head and says somewhat shyly. Qin Yu reveals a rare smile, points to Kong Shui and says to Zhu Yuan, just her. She will lead me to the property. Good. Shui, just accompany this gentleman to look at the rooms. Zhu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Me? Kong Shui pointed at herself. Feeling too sudden, her eyes widened. You are also unwilling. Qin Yu frowned. No, Kong Shui busily said. Sir, I am very happy to do so, but I have never had the experience of taking a customer to see a property, so I am afraid that I will not do a good job and bring you a bad experience. Oh, so that's how it is. Qin Yu smiles heartily. It's fine, just take the room key and take me directly to see it. No need for you to introduce it anyhow. I'll just browse through the houses casually. This way. That's fine. Thank you for your care, boss. Kong Shui also smiled. Qin Yu seems to have some fondness for this girl who was a bit shy in her speech, especially when he heard her say the line that she has never taken a customer to view a house. Manager Zhu, if I will buy that villa, the commission will be counted as this employee, because she has a lot of credit for me being able to buy that villa. This sentence is not bad. From the crowd's attitude towards him just now, their hearts are already very displeased, and they also made a decision not to buy a building here. This place is also more than just this one villa area, just not far away from a newly opened property, which in addition to high buildings for sale, there are also detached villas. No problem. If Mr. Sheen buys that villa number 3, the commission will be Kong Xiaoyi's, Zhu Yuan said dryly. This is what makes Kong Xiaoyi even more somewhat flattered, especially when she hears that what she is taking customers to see is actually the Ranno 3 Manor Villa. She is even more astonished. The entire South Rhythm Villa has 5 manor villas. The price is hundreds of millions of dollars. One of them is not this No. 3 villa. It was simply a big customer that came down from the sky to her. If this set of villas really sold out, then how much her commission? For her who can only collect 4,000 base salary per month. This is undoubtedly a step to heaven, especially now that she doesn't sell a single villa in a few days. But if she sells one, her commission is also high, which is like just open for sale that period of time. Although the villa buy customers, but sell a set of commission is also very low, less than 1%. Obviously this customer has the intention to buy a building. Such a good opportunity fell on her who was doing odd jobs here. Looked at a few colleagues sitting there, looking at her gaze some gloating, even more do not understand. Without understanding, Kong Xiaoyi hurriedly took the electronic card key of Villa 3 and came over. Sir, I'll take you to see that Villa 3 now. Good. Xinyu sees that Chun Jihang and Luo Aki have already followed manager Zhu out and has also long wanted to leave this sales department. The sales department is also included in the scope of South Rhythm Villa, but there is still a distance to Villa No. 3 on Fukong 1st Street, and the two of them walk all the way. Mr. Sheen, Villa number 3 is an estate villa with a price tag of over 100 million. You really want to buy it down? Kong Xiaoyi laughed nervously. She also asked Xinyu's name there in the sales department, and she felt that this customer spoke easily and did not put on airs. Seeing that there is still a way to go, she has no words to say. Your name is Kong Xiaoyi, right? If you see nothing wrong with that house later, you will naturally buy it. Xinyu replies while walking forward, glancing at the little girl and snickering again. What? You don't believe it? Or you don't believe I have the ability to buy that villa? No, I believe Mr. Sheen, Kong Xiaoyi busily said, even though I haven't taken customers to see the house and haven't closed a single deal, but I believe that Mr. Sheen wouldn't lie to me. I just don't believe it. Not that I don't believe Mr. Sheen, but I don't believe that I'm so lucky today that it's possible that I'll be able to sell a big villa with hundreds of millions of dollars. Xinyu would smile. Don't worry, even if I can't see that house, there will always be other suitable ones. No matter which building you buy, the real estate consultant will choose you. Thank you, Mr. Sheen, Kong Xiaoyi said gratefully. You haven't sold a house before, so your monthly salary isn't too high? Xinyu asked. Indeed. I can basically only receive a base salary here. Not only me, but the colleagues who are still in the sales department are quite a lot like me. Last year when the property was just opened there were a lot of customers, and the daily volume of house transactions was also quite a lot, and at that time the sales staff was also more than double than now. Once the peak period was over, there were very few customers who came over to see the houses, and even fewer who actually bought them, and I didn't even manage to catch a single customer during that peak period, let alone now. Chapter 39 Full Payment. Did those previous employees quit their jobs and quit, or were they transferred to new developments and other development zones? Xinyu asked curiously. Kong Xiaoyi explains, colleagues who have already sold a building have all left one by one after receiving a generous commission. Some of those who have not sold a single set of buildings have also walked out. In addition to mixing the bottom, the most important reason to stay is to see if you can fight a luck. There is no chance to catch a customer who has the strength to come over to buy a building. After all, the commission for selling properties now is more than double that of the time when the property was first opened. In that case, part of the reason why you are still working here as a property consultant is also to try your luck. Xinyu laughed. It's best if I can try my luck, but if I can't, with a guaranteed $4,000 per month, I'm also somewhat satisfied. After all, finding a job is not a very simple thing. Kong Xiaoyi said, you are open-minded, but this salary is still low in this provincial city. What degree did you graduate from? Xinyu asked curiously. I came out after finishing high school, and I'm a rather stupid person. It doesn't matter if the salary is low. Xinyu nodded silently. As he speaks, he has arrived at the entry gate of Villa No. 3, and there is an advanced-style electronic lock on the door wall. This electronic lock can also be set to unlock with your own fingerprints in addition to swiping the card. Kong Xiaoyi explained a sentence. Then with a swipe of the key card, the door opened, entering the villa and passing through a garden with a rockery with flowing water and a pavilion. There was the villa's 4-story antique mansion. On the first floor was an oversized living room with 2 guest bedrooms, and the decoration was also luxurious and extreme. There were also 5-meter-high, 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, with beautiful chandeliers overhead, showing its nobility. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was the audiovisual room and fitness area. The 4th floor only has most of the floor area and an indoor swimming pool. Chinyu also remembers that there is also an open-air swimming pool at the flower circle. What a luxury. But I like it. After looking at the 4 floors, and walked to the basement to turn around. The basement lighting and ventilation is also very well done. There are a few empty wide rooms that can be used as storage rooms or for other purposes. Other than that, the remaining space is an oversized garage for dozens of cars. If one wanted to pick out where this house was bad, honestly, with Chinyu's current eyesight he really couldn't pick out a single fault. After all, he used to grow up in the countryside. And even though he has lived in the city for so long now, he really hasn't seen such a beautiful and magnificent house. Chinyu has already decided to buy this big villa. So he said, let's go, leave here first. Okay, won't you look around more then? Kong Xiaoyi had some disappointment. No more looking, I'm still in a hurry. It's almost noon and I'm hungry. Chinyu looks at the time and walks out of the mansion. Okay, Kong Xiaoyi can only follow. Mr. Shin, there are other villas, do you want to take another look? Kong Xiaoyi closes the entry door and catches up with some shortness of breath, asking out with a bit of anticipation. Chinyu stops his steps and asks in disbelief. No need. The villa that I just looked at is very good, and I don't want to waste any more time looking at the others. You quickly go back and prepare the contract. What? Mr. Shin, you're not dissatisfied with that villa, but you've decided to buy it? Kong Xiaoyi asked in a daze. Yeah, why are you still frozen? Chinyu laughed. Mr. Shin, thank you. Kong Xiaoyi came back to her senses and was so happy that she was about to jump up and down, smiling and laughing that she even wanted to cry. Chinyu was startled when he saw Kong Xiaoyi suddenly bursting into tears, and busily said, Xiaoyi, why are you crying? Don't be like this. If people bump into you, they will think that I am bullying you. Kong Xiaoyi wiped her tears and said in embarrassment, I'm really sorry Mr. Shin. I was also too excited and couldn't help but shed tears for a moment. Chinyu said helplessly. Let's go. Good. Returning to the sales department, Kong Xiaoyi did not make any tea this time, and after making a cup of coffee and handing it to Chinyu, she rushed to prepare the contract procedures. Unable to find manager Zhu, she herself called the finance number of the real estate company and called the finance over. Chinyu leisurely sat in the lounge area, took a sip of coffee, and then gave Tang Qin a phone call, instructing her to directly come over to the South Rhythm Villa sales department here, with a special car. There was no need to go and wait for a car outside. When he came here, he waited for a long time, but did not wait for a taxi, and finally could only take a motorcycle. At the front desk of the sales department, there were a few employees sitting on high stools, killing time with boredom. Seeing that Kong Xiaoyi had brought the guests back so quickly, they all had an expression of I knew it was so. The gazes towards Chinyu became even more disdainful and sneering, especially that tall and fat employee. Lu Haiyan said smugly, see, this person is not here to buy a building. He clearly has no money to pretend to be a big spender. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to amuse us? Fortunately we didn't take him to see the building just now. With that kind of work, we might as well sit here. That's right. A nearly 40-year-old charming old employee nodded and said, before they went to see the property. Seeing this gentleman so sure of himself, I secretly regretted it. I was afraid that he really wanted to buy a villa. I was also worried that this man was actually a very low-profile rich male, which would be cheap for that stupid girl Kong Xiaoyi. It turned out that I was overthinking it. Where in this world are there so many accidents? Sisterly, you really dare to think that villa number 3 seems to cost $110 million. Ordinary people can't earn it in several lifetimes. Even Mr. Chen didn't go to buy it. Do you think a person who came on a motorcycle and dressed so dirtily would have that kind of strength? Not bad. Several people couldn't help but laugh. A cup of coffee is almost finished. Seeing that Kong Xiaoyi is still not ready for the contract, Chinyu helplessly looks at the time. It is already past noon. Thinking about whether he should go and rush it, Luo Aki and the others also returned to the sales department at this time. Luo Aki is holding Chen Jihan's hand, with a happy smile on her face. On the contrary, it was Zhu Ai who followed behind with a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. The house is finalized. Chinyu saw Luo Aki's expression and guessed that the villa she went to see should be very satisfactory. It's not bad. I bought it down for $45 million. Just wait for the contract to be signed and paid. Luo Aki replied, revealing some pride and complacency in her words. 45 million? Chinyu is a bit strange. I remember that the house you went to see is not the 48 million. Could it be that what you finally settled on is some other house? It's that finely decorated villa. It's labeled at 48 million. Don't you have to haggle? I see. Chinyu was enlightened. This bargaining by Mrs. Chen is also too harsh. My commission has also been cut by a large portion. If not for Mr. Chen's face, this price can't be taken. Zhu Ai laughed bitterly. While the few people were talking, Kong Xiaoyi ran over with a contract sweating profusely and said apologetically to Chinyu, Mr. Shin, Sorry, I forgot to ask you, did you buy that house in installments? Or did you pay the full amount in one go? Full payment it is. Okay, the contract will be ready soon. It's fine, no need to rush. Although Qin Yu is a bit impatient in his heart, he is amused to see Kong Xiaoyi sweating profusely. Chapter 40, Chan Jihong's shock. Buying a house with full payment? Qin Yu, you also bought a villa. Luo Aki came back to her senses, quite incredulous. Mr. Qin, which house did you fancy? Zhu Yuan was also quite shocked. Qin Yu glances at Zhu Yuan with strange eyes. Of course it's Villa No. 3, just now wasn't Kong Xiaoyi who took me to see it. Villa No. 3? The entire room became silent at this point. A pair of shocked gazes stared at Qin Yu. In addition to shock, there was also remorse, heartache and jealousy in their eyes. Especially those who looked down on Qin Yu were as uncomfortable as eating a fly at this moment. There was a female white-collar worker who just came in. She saw the strangeness of a few people, asked the reason, and looked at Qin Yu with shock and amazement. She was none other than the finance of this real estate company and rushed over after receiving Kong Xiaoyi's call, knowing that there are customers to buy a building, but do not want to be that No. 3 Manor Villa. Buying this customer not only looks ordinary, but also so young. Not only did he buy the No. 3 Manor Villa, he also paid in full? Luo Aki can't understand this university classmate at all. When she was in school in the past, she had also heard that Qin Yu's family was very ordinary, or came out of the countryside. In the school work and thrift, often go out part-time outside to do some outside work, in order to subsidize the cost of living. Just 3 years after graduation, he was able to afford a $100 million villa all by himself. Luo Aki also graduated from the school to fight. Know that no background of the working class. If you want to make a name for themselves to earn a lot of money is quite difficult. Kong Xiaoyi at this time will be a few copies of the purchase contract ready, handed to Qin Yu, waiting to fill out some personal information, and then sign on the line, then pay, issue an invoice, and then buy the financial seal. The process of formalities even gone. Zhu Yuan glances towards the purchase contract, realizes a problem, and can't help but say, the purchase amount is $112 million? Luo Aki hears this sentence and understands what, and asks Qin Yu busily, Qin Yu, did you spend $112 million to buy that house? Qin Yu nods his head in confusion. Yeah, isn't it this price? You don't haggle, you still need to bargain to buy a house? Luo Aki was even more speechless. Of course you have to bargain. Especially at this time of the year, the houses here are also not selling well. It's already past the peak of the opening, and the magnitude of the price drop space is also much larger than before. The price of Villa 3 you bought is so high, even if you don't want to haggle, at least you have to erase a zero. I see. Qin Yu is dazed. Mr. Qin is sorry, I forgot about the price. Shall I re-alter the contract and adjust the price down? Kong Xiaoyi is very embarrassed and says, she was too excited at that time, also really did not think of this. Oh, then how much can the price be lowered? Qin Yu said. Kong Xiaoyi did some math and said with some embarrassment, 3 million, this is the biggest discount authority I can make. In fact, the ordinary sales staff here, the discount price for selling houses to customers is quite low. The most discount for a 100 million villa is less than 1 million, but the commission is 2%. Kong Xiaoyi uttered 2 million, which is equal to her commission, also deducted most of it. Mr. Qin, let's do it this way. I will step in and offer you another 1 million discount. Do you see satisfaction? Zhu Yuan was also afraid that Qin Yu would not want to buy it again because of the price. Although the villa is sold and the commission is in Kong Xiaoyi's hands, her performance rewards will follow suit. Furthermore, this is also to befriend Qin Yu. Just now, she had underestimated the other party and also left a not so good impression on him. It was the best time to remedy the situation. So that house can be discounted by $4 million. Qin Yu thinks for a moment and asks Kong Xiaoyi, if I am given these concessions, is your commission also less? Kong Xiaoyi does not hide it and nods her head. Then there's no need to change the contract, just the original price. It's only $4 million. It's not worth wasting any more time for this amount of money, Qin Yu said in a very pretentious manner. At this moment, the image of a rich man who regards money as dirt is deeply engraved into the minds of the crowd. When Zhu Yuan saw this, he could not help but be jealous of Kong Xiaoyi's luck, thinking of her leading Chen Jihong 2 people to see the house. Do not know how many words, the price is cut again and again. Finally down her commission has 200,000 is very good, and Kong Xiaoyi simply cannot compare. If Qin Yu said to buy No. 3 villa, she did not go to suspect words, will certainly give priority to take Qin Yu over. In that case, the 2 to 3 million commission will be her. Unfortunately, there are some things that jealousy can't come. Yeah, a female employee was deeply struck and actually fainted. What hit her was not that Qin Yu was rich, but the commission that Kong Xiaoyi could get. Everyone looked over, The female employee who fainted was none other than Lu Haiyan. She couldn't accept the fact that if Qin Yu had bought that estate villa without a discount, how much commission would Kong Xiaoyi get? She did the math. It was more than $2,100,000. If she had agreed when manager Zhu asked her to take this gentleman to see the property, wouldn't this 2 million plus be hers? The luck that she had been longing for was buried for her just like this. Regret for a time. The blood attacked the heart. Fainted. A person gave her a pinch. Only slowly woke up. At this time, Qin Yu has filled in the contract personal data information. After signing, he waited for the payment. The payment amount is not 112 million, but also an additional 24 million deed tax by the real estate company to help him to pay. A total of 24 million. The payment method was also a direct choice of swiping the card. When Qin Yu took out the black gold card, Chen Zhihong, who had been silent, finally moved. With his eyes staring at the black card in Qin Yu's hand, he walked towards Qin Yu with some trembling, very politely said, "Mr. Qin, can you let me see this black card in your hand?" "Oh, this you take it and look at it." Qin Yu is still a bit uncomfortable for a while when he sees Chen Zhihong's attitude suddenly change and become so polite. "Okay, thank you Mr. Qin." Chen Zhihong received the black card with both hands and scrutinized it carefully. Seeing the impressive 5-element markings, the guesses in his heart became a few points more certain. "Mr. Chen, is there any mystery in this card?" Luo Eiki saw that as soon as Qin Yu took out that black card, Chen Zhihong's attitude towards Qin Yu suddenly took a 180-degree turn with a bit of respect. Is it possible that she has misread her eyes? Couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Many people are equally puzzled to know. Chen Zhihong is the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals. He also holds the equity of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals in his hands. In the South River City is a loud big man, often in the TV to participate in a variety of business activities. Such a person unexpectedly to an ordinary youth such an attitude. Then what will be the identity of this youth? No wonder he bought a mansion of more than $100 million without blinking an eye. At the same time, many people's hearts felt even worse. They couldn't wait until Qin Yu couldn't get the money to buy the building. And taking out that card was also a pretense. Now it seems that it was all wishful thinking on their part. "Mr. Qin, I finished reading this card. Thank you." Tangentially asking, "This black card, is it the supreme black gold card of the 5 elements?" Chapter 41, Moving In. Chen Zhihong ignored Luo Eiki's question and returned the black card to Qin Yu's hands with both hands, asking out carefully with some anticipation and respect. "Oh, this Qin Yu took the black card and smiled. "Not bad, it's the black gold card you mentioned." After saying that, he hands the black card to Kong Xiaoyi and instructs to swipe the card directly, although he was already 9 points sure. Hearing Qin Yu's answer, Chen Zhihong still could not calm his heart like waves. He wanted to apply for the Royal Platinum card of the 5 banks some time ago, but in the end, he could not apply because his wealth did not meet the standard. Royal Platinum card is the lowest grade among the privileged bank cards issued by the 5 major banks. Upwards there was the King Diamond card and the Emperor Purple Gold card. As for the Supreme Black Gold card, it is even more legendary, and no one can see it with their own eyes. It could be imagined that Luo Eiki, the student who possessed the black card, how frightening his identity would be, even if the black card is not his, most borrowed from others, and the identity of the same scary. It can be said that Chen Zhihong compared with each other is not a level at all. Ridiculous. Just saw Qin Yu want to buy that No. 3 villa. He still did not believe in his heart. Kong Xiaoyi took the black card, and without grumbling, inserted it into the card swiping machine. Enter the password. 114. 24 million. Swipe the card successfully. Finance and then come over to do some process. The purchase contract is officially effective. Real estate license in a few days down. The contract and villa keys to Qin Yu hands. 3 villa at this time has belonged to Qin Yu. At any time you can turn in the bag to move in. At this time, the phone rang. Is the call of Tang Qin. Said has come to the sales department below the road. Want to come in? Qin Yu instructed her to wait and come soon, then took the contract and villa key and left the place. This time, his departure. Many sales department employees want to come over to see each other off. All want to leave a good impression in front of him. Some young and beautiful girls also secretly stuffed their cards. The meaning is naturally self-evident. Qin Yu has become the meat and potatoes of the place for a while. However, only Chen Zhihong, Luo Eiki, and Zhu Yuan and Kong Xiaoyi went in front of him. Halfway, Luo Eiki and Qin Yu left each other's contact numbers. When Qin Yu got into the Rolls-Royce driven by Tang Qin and left, Chen Zhihong and the others stood on the roadside for a long time before returning to the sales department. Mr. Chen, do you know what Mr. Qin's status he really is? It was only after returning to the sales department that Zhu Yuan asked her doubts. Luo Eiki was also looking forward to it. She also wanted to know what kind of identity this former university classmate had. Even Chen Zhihong, A big group boss. Had to be careful in the face of him. If she had known this, she would have gotten Chinyu even if she had pursued him backwards. You need to understand too much, as long as clear for Mr. Chin's identity, has exceeded the scope of your imagination on the line. Chen Jihan ultimately did not tell the origin of the Supreme Black Gold card, but only gave a word of caution. This kind of identity, he also dare not have the slightest speculation, for fear that more words will be lost. Zhu Yuan seemed to understand and nodded once, changed the topic and said, "Then I'll help you guys handle the purchase formalities for Villa 51 now go." Manager Zhu, wait first. Chen Jihong called out to Zhu Yuan. Mr. Chen, what else is wrong? Zhu Yuan's heart snapped. That villa is not wanted, Chen Jihong said. Zhu Yuan's face stiffened as he looked at Chen Jihong with a questioning gaze, waiting for the following. Mr. Chen, Luo Aki wanted to say something, giving Chen Jihong a stop. Manager Zhu, I would like to ask which villa is the closest to Mr. Qin. There's a villa number 5. Zhu Yuan seemed to understand what Chen Jihong meant. Villa number 5 is just a big road away from villa number 3, and it's also a large villa. The price is not much lower than the villa that Mr. Qin lives in, and it's not even a finely decorated house. Then how much is the price? 95 million. I can give you 4 million less if you want to buy it. Good, let's choose this house. The current house is not to see. Directly signed the contract on the line. Chen Jihong decisively made a decision. Buying the 5th villa is of course to be able to get close to Chinyu. Chinyu has not known how many levels beyond him. The other side of a sentence can let him have no room to turn around. Similarly, a single word can make him soar to the next level. What's more, Luo Aki was also his classmate, plus the relationship of neighbors. This became his greatest opportunity. Luo Aki didn't know that because of her classmate's relationship, Chen Jihong's regard for her deepened a lot, and the original idea that he hadn't planned to marry her yet changed. Xinyu got on the car and first went to a nearby restaurant to eat. After eating, he went to a cell phone store and spent more than $10,000 to buy a new cell phone. Only then did he go to a store that specialized in high-end residential furniture and spent more than $2 million to replenish the villa with some furniture, as well as bedsheets, mattresses and bedding and the like. Waiting for the workers to move the furniture into the villa, installed it and left. Tang Qin helped to clean and organize again. It was already getting late. At this time, Xinyu ordered 2 takeaways were also sent up. After eating the takeout, Xinyu pondered for a while, or decided not to go to the hotel tonight to live there. Although living in a hotel presidential suite environment is not only much better, but also can enjoy a comfortable and pleasant service. But having just bought a villa, the new home naturally needs to be seen and looked at more. Instructed Tang Qin to drive directly over to pick him up tomorrow morning. Then Tang Qin drove back to the hotel. Xinyu nestled in the leather sofa there, remembering that he bought a new cell phone today. It is just the right time to replace the old cell phone card. Taking out the 2 cell phones, after thinking for a while, he casually clicked on the old cell phone's Weiwei chat software. First see if there is anyone to send him a message over. Has not opened a day apart to see. Yin Chaoting and Kong Xiaoyi, Tang Qin all sent new friend add request. Xinyu all clicked to confirm add. Brother, so busy only adding my friend now. Yun Xiaoting sends the message at the first time, really doubting if she has been holding her cell phone all along. Xinyu's mind floats back to this woman's stunningly beautiful face. Xinyu, I'm sorry Sister Yun, I just opened Weiwei before I saw the message of your add friend request. Yun Chaoting, not going out tonight? Xinyu, no, at home. Yun Chaoting, brother still likes to stay at home. Don't you all like to go out at night and sleep during the day? Why don't you take a picture of your home and post it? Why am I so unconvinced? Xinyu, okay. Xinyu has no choice but to take a selfie and post it. Yun Chaoting, not really. Sis misunderstood you. Thought you went out with that kid Zhang Qin. Yun Chaoting, by the way, your car transfer formalities were completed today. Sis also helped you find a super pretty license plate, already installed in the car. Do you want to send a photo up? You look at this license plate. Xinyu came to be interested. Xinyu, you send it up and I'll take a look. Yun Chaoting, okay, wait. Soon, a photo was sent up. The photo was taken of the Bugatti Darkwind that Xinyu bought, and the new license plate Nanjiang 999-9999 that was just installed. The car is very bright, but the license plate is even more awesome. Xinyu saw a long time speechless, until Yun Chaoting sent another message. Yun Chaoting, this license plate see surprise not. Xinyu, I super like it. Sister Yun, this kind of license plate number you get from where? Yun Chaoting, I looked for a good friend of mine to ask for it. Xinyu, who is your best friend? To be able to find a license plate with this kind of number, you must have spent a lot of money too. Tell me and I will transfer the money to you. Yun Chaoting, don't worry, it's a small matter. No need to spend money. Just come to see your sister more often when you have time. Brother. Xinyu, that's fine. I won't say thank you. Yun Chaoting, that's right. the car can come and drive away tomorrow. I have all the information ready for you. Xinyu, okay, Sister Yoon. Jun Zhaoting, hang up, chat sometime. Xinyu hits an okay emoji up and the conversation between the two ends here. Chapter 42, Classmate Group. Then, Kong Xiaoyi also sent a message. Kong Xiaoyi, Mr. Xin, thank you for today. When are you free? Let me treat you to a meal. Xinyu, sure, I'll remember. Next time please. Kong Xiaoyi, I forgot to tell you. The property fee of the South Rhythm Villa neighborhood. The company side has helped you exempted for 3 years. You don't have to pay it for the time being, just go to the property to register it when you have time. Xinyu, that has to thank you. Kong Xiaoyi, Mr. Xin don't have to be polite. You just bought a villa. Inside finishing cleaning moving things and whatnot. There is a need to help. Just say a word. I can go to contribute. Xinyu thought of the villa was bought, but such a big house. The tidying and cleaning aspects still need to hire a nanny. Xinyu, thank you for your goodwill. Do you know any housekeeping companies that can help me find a nanny to come over? Kong Xiaoyi, this is no problem, but this aspect is more familiar to Manager Zhu. I will ask her tomorrow. Xinyu, then I'll trouble you. Kong Xiaoyi, no trouble. Kong Xiaoyi, Mr. Xin, what kind of nanny are you looking for and what are the requirements in this regard? Xinyu, nothing much, mainly no problem in terms of character. It doesn't matter if the salary requirement is higher. Kong Xiaoyi, is there any requirement on the age? Do you want a younger nanny or an older one is also acceptable? Xinyu, younger. Kong Xiaoyi, okay, understand. Don't worry Mr. Xin, I know what to do. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Xinyu? The two chatted a few more times before running out of things to say. Exiting the chat box, he sees a few unread messages in the message bar, one of which is from Jiang Qin. Clicking in. Jiang Qin, is Qin there? Send your bank card up. I'll transfer the money over. This message was sent at noon. Xinyu thought about it and still sent his bank card number up. After waiting for a while and seeing that the other party did not reply to the message, he exits, tapping on another unread message. It was sent by Li Yan last night. Li Yan, hello brother Qin. Are you there? Xinyu types 2 words up. Xinyu, I'm in. After waiting for a while, I haven't seen any message, so I guess Li Yan is not online. He exits the chat page and clicks on another unread message. This message is just sent soon. It is his former high school classmate Li Shi. Li Shi is the high school period and his closest classmates. After finishing high school no longer go to school, to become an apprentice auto mechanic, is now an auto body shop owner. The two men's hometowns across the town, is also one of the few high school classmates who still often have contact. Li Shi, Xinyu, you are all right, is not broken up with Su Li? Xinyu up a few question marks. How does he know I broke up with Su Li thing? Xinyu, what can I have? How do you know that I broke up with Su Li? Soon after, Li Shi sent a message. Li Shi, you didn't read the classmate group? Classmate group? He remembered this high school classmate group. He added it the year before. At first, he was still interested in chatting in it, but as he chatted, he slowly realized that all the people in it had changed their tastes. All kinds of bragging and boasting, or compare each other's words. What who rose to the manager? Who do boss? Or who bought a car to buy a building? What is said is either in pretending, or on the way to pretending. Those who are not ambitious classmates, slowly or disappeared, or become a deep water fish, always potentially underwater. These people also include Xinyu. After that, Xinyu directly set the high school classmates group as non-disturbance. The group to come to the new message are all blocked, taking advantage of the curiosity. Anyway, now also idle. Clicked into this high school classmates group. After entering the group, he looked through the old messages, flipped to the top, and then looked all the way down, and saw a few people in the ATM. I finally realized what was going on. Group messages. There are several Su Li selfie, all of her and another man intimate photos. In the background there were in a luxurious meal, in a luxurious hotel room, and just sitting inside a luxury car. On the photos, Su Li's happy and beautiful face was also mapped out, and the man beside her, whom Xinyu had also seen, was none other than Feng Yuan. This pair of dogs, Xinyu cursed, remembering that yesterday, Su Li also wanted to find him to get back together. This kind of heartless woman. When he first looked at her, he simply had a nausea of a dog in the sun. As soon as these photos came out, the students in the group exploded. Much discussion. The most asked is Xinyu and Su Li is not broken up. Su Li's answer is very dry. Naturally, Xinyu that poor man dumped, and wildly stepped on a few sentences, said with Xinyu together with nothing, did not buy any valuable things to her, and do not know how to spend money to engage in romance. Also deliberately told Xinyu as not in the advertising agency work, reduced to a senior hotel miscellaneous, and then drew out a piece of classmates to make fun of her. Finally, she showed off how rich her new boyfriend is and how much he loves her. Not only to send her brand name bags, send luxury cars, but also to send her a house. The two of them will be held into a grand wedding, and then also invited all the high school classmates over to drink the wedding wine and so on. A lot of students envy, but also said Suli and Shinyu breakup is also to abandon the darkness. In order to find some balance, it is inevitable to dig out some of the bottom of the Shinyu and Suli there. Suli seems to like to step on Shinyu, also happy to Shinyu some shortcomings will be enlarged to say. Shinyu see this one message, can't help but ask himself, his own really so bad unbearable, but also become a selfish and self-interested poor. Continuing to scroll down, there were gloating, disparaging, and complimentary, all of these comments, and there were also a lot of people who were eyeing him. Finally, a female student named Gu Qianshi popped up and asked a question about what was going on. Once again, the students exploded, except for one sentence that was an answer to the question Gu Qianshi had just asked. All the other messages were trying to get close to Gu Qianshi, and then a lot of people brought up another classmate, the one named Li Junxiao. With the appearance of Gu Qianshi, Suli never sent a message up, disappeared. Shinyu saw this and stopped looking down. He exits the group chat, and after saying a few more words to Li Shi, he exits Wei Wei. Li Junxiao, Shinyu murmured, the corner of his mouth slightly curling. One of his classmates that he used to be unable to reach out to, perhaps in the future, it would be Li Junxiao who would be unable to reach out to him. Waking up the next day, system sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully, obtaining 5 billion in cash. 5 billion in cash has been deposited into the balance. 5 billion? Not bad. I hope that I can successfully acquire Jiangyun Hotel today and get the chance to sign in again, or a level 5 sign in. Thinking of acquiring Jiangyun Hotel, he opened the system panel. Host, Xinyu, age, 25. Physical strength, 50, common. Mental power, 50, ordinary. Skill, empty. Signalable progress, 0. Task, acquire Jiangyun Hotel, uncompleted. Signalable points, 5. Balance, 15, 083, 27 million. Backpack, X2. The system balance of 15 billion, together with the money on the bank card, is enough to buy the entire Jiangyun Hotel. Xinyu puts away the system panel and ponders for a moment. Chapter 43, Tang Qin was fired. The cell phone rang. It was Tang Qin calling. Xinyu thought that it was Tang Qin who had already driven over to pick him up and might have been stuck by the gate guard when he arrived at the gate of the villa complex before he called. Unexpectedly after picking up the phone, Tang Qin's apologetic voice came. Mr. Qin, sorry, I can't come over to pick you up. Why? Xinyu said with both eyebrows slightly furrowed. I am no longer an employee of Yunjiang Hotel, and I am calling this phone over because I am afraid that you don't know this and are still waiting for me to come over. Tang Qin said. What's going on? For good reason. How come you don't work there at the hotel anymore? I was dismissed. Tang Qin laughed bitterly. Xinyu was even more stunned. Can you say what's going on here? Tang Qin is silent on the other end of the phone for a while before she says. In fact, the main reason is still because of one person. You have also seen it. That is Mr. Ma's sister, Ma Wenxiu. It's that Mrs. Li, but now she's also divorced and can't be called Mrs. Li, so it's because she used General Manager Ma and directly fired you. You could say that. You didn't commit any crime, so Chief Ma can casually fire an employee? Xinyu was also a bit angry. This is not only holding a grudge for Tang Qin, but Tang Qin is also the service-exclusive housekeeper of the hotel he stayed in. Tang Qin's dismissal was tantamount to him having to replace another exclusive service housekeeper. Now the hotel also did not call over to inform him. Is not afraid of affecting him the hotel's big customers. There is also a layer. He is also considered the day before yesterday. Ma Wenxiu hard offense. Tang Qin was fired will not be a little involved with him. Want to find some stubble back from here. The phone was silent for a moment. Before saying, they want to find a reason is also simple. I'm a small employee. Small arms cannot twist the big leg. Also have to admit. Xinyu thinks it's also true. Isn't that sentence just now nonsense? Didn't he experience something similar the day before yesterday? A superior wanting to pin down you, especially if it's a general manager. It's simply not too easy. Tang Qin, then where are you now? Xinyu asked after pondering for a moment. I'm still at the hotel. I'm here at the hotel finance, ready to leave after settling my salary. Tang Qin said. That's good. You don't leave the hotel first. I'll go down to look for you later. Well, I will wait for you to come over here at the hotel. Hanging up the phone, Xinyu no longer stayed in the villa and walked out without even eating breakfast. It took a few more minutes before he walked out of the South Hills Villa neighborhood. There happened to be a taxi parked there, so he waved and got into it. Along the way, Xinyu made a decision in his mind. He must buy a few more cars and recruit a few more drivers, so that in the future, he will not have to go out and be as troublesome as he is today. One more item. It is also time to prepare a secretary for himself. In the future, his assets would be increasing and it would be impossible to spend too much energy to manage them, so he would definitely need to find a secretary to help him take care of them. Moreover, his funds would keep accumulating, and he would also have to invest and spend money, all of which would require a secretary to take care of. The choice of this secretary is naturally quite important. The ability does not need to be too high, but must be loyal, but also some know the roots. And Tang Qin, she graduated from Magic City University of Finance and Economics. The level of corporate financial management is there. These days of contact, her character more or less still understand a little, with also save heart. Currently, it is the best candidate to be his secretary. The car quickly arrived at the Jiangyun Hotel, got out of the car, and saw Tang Qin wearing a set of simple clothes, was standing expectantly in front of the hotel entrance there. You won't be standing here all the time, just sit inside the hotel and wait for me. Why go out here? Qin Yu asked with some reproach. Tang Qin gives a bitter smile and points to a hotel security guard behind her. They won't let me stay inside the hotel, so I can only wait here for you to come over. What's going on? Qin Yu had a layer of frost on his face. Tang Qin was busy recounting the matter briefly. After she was expelled from the hotel, she talked to Qin Yu on the phone and sat in the lobby lounge area, waiting for Qin Yu's arrival. Unexpectedly, she was bumped into by Ma Wenxiu, who directly ordered a security guard from the front lobby to come over and tried to kick her out of the hotel. She also said that Tang Qin was no longer a hotel employee, nor was she a guest of the hotel, and that staying here would not only be bad for the hotel, but would also affect her mood as a guest. At that time, the security guard also recognized Tang Qin, and did not listen to Ma Wenxiu's words, but also helped Tang Qin said a few words of justice. Ma Wenxiu was even more furious and directly called the security manager Zhang Zhong. The end result was that Zhang Zhong criticized the security guard named Zhang Xiao, and also called another security guard to come over and invite Tang Qin out of the hotel. Why is that woman surnamed Ma targeting you so much? Did she have a big grudge against you in the past? Qin Yu asked. You could say that. Tang Qin explains, in the past, when I was doing marketing in that Vigia beauty skin products company, the general manager of the company was Ma Wenxiu's ex-husband, and this person has been pursuing me. After this matter Ma Wenxiu knew about it, she came to the company and made a big fuss once. Since then I also resigned from my position as marketing manager. In fact, because of that Mr. Li's constant harassment of me, I've long been tired of working in that company. If it wasn't hard to find a job, I would have resigned long ago. Maybe it's a coincidence that I came to work at Jiangyun Hotel, and there's still this relationship with Ma Wenxiu. I think she divorced her ex-husband, so she holds a grudge against me even more. Plus yesterday ate a big loss here in your place. Today it is just the right time to take it out on me. Qin Yu nodded and smiled. So, there is still a factor of me in this matter. Mr. Qin is joking, even if there is no you. With Ma Wenxiu's kind of narrow-minded and vindictive character, knowing that I am at the Jiangyun Hotel, just the same, he will not be able to escape being expelled from the hotel. Qin Yu sneered. Don't worry, I will help you out with this breath. This woman, Ma Wenxiu, has so much power just because his brother is the general manager of this hotel. Not only can she casually fire an employee, she can also command the manager of the security department. The words paused for a moment and then said, You first come into the hotel with me. I'm looking for you to discuss something. Okay, Tang Qin nodded. She had been the service housekeeper of Qin Yu's hotel for the past 2 days, had seen Qin Yu's wealth and knew that he came from a very uncomplicated background. Being suddenly fired by Mr. Ma, it would be a lie to say that her heart was balanced, and the first thing she thought of was Qin Yu. She also hoped that this Mr. Qin would be willing to help her out, or at least find some embarrassment for Ma Wenxiu, and she was grateful. Qin Yu brought Tang Qin towards the hotel, not wanting to be stopped by the leering security guard standing at the entrance. Hello sir, you can go in, but this lady is sorry, you cannot enter. Qin Yu is furious and happy. It seems that hotel security manager is really devoted to Ma Wenxiu. In order to curry favor with his boss, his face skin is also disregarded. Suppressing his anger, he said, This lady is my friend, tell me what is the reason why she cannot enter. I'm sorry, this is what our superior manager ordered. The security guard explained with some color. Isn't what you are talking about the manager of the hotel security department? Who has this authority? I as a guest of the presidential suite of this hotel, bring a friend and even to you blocked outside. This is also the meaning of your security manager. Not afraid of me to complain. Qin Yu said in a stern voice. Hearing that he is a guest of the presidential suite, the security guard is also a bit scared and stands there at a bit of a loss. He also did not expect Tang Qin to know the guest staying in the presidential suite, and the manager did not tell him about this. If he really offended this guest, he knew he couldn't afford it. Come on, let's go in. Qin Yu glanced at Tang Qin, then ignored the security guard, and the two of them stepped into the hotel's lobby together. Chapter 44 Questioning. Tang Qin, You vixen still dares to come in. Where is the security guard? Why don't you kick her out? Shinyu did not expect that as soon as he entered the hotel lobby, he bumped into a line of people who just happened to come down here. The person in the lead is the general manager of the hotel, Ma Ichuan. Behind him there is the lobby manager, Li Heng, who is seen aside, the security manager, Zhang Zhong, and 4 others who look like they are also the managers of the other departments of the hotel. Ma Wenqiu is also is hanging on the face of the angry look at Tang Qin, and some resentment swept Qinyu. Look at this gesture. These people together down is to meet someone's arrival. As for who to greet, Qinyu has a few guesses. It should be the chairman of the hotel, Yun Zhengong. I am curious. You are not from the hotel department. What authority do you have to order the eviction of my friend? Qinyu questioned Ma Wenqiu very nonchalantly. Hearing Qinyu's questioning, Ma Wenqiu's silver teeth gritted with a rattling sound. These 2 people in front of her. One was a vixen who seduced her ex-husband while this one caused her to lose more than $10 million. Tang Qin she could pinch, but this Mr. Qin, she couldn't help the other party. Even here in the hotel, this person is also a big customer here. With great difficulty, she pressed down the fire, and said coldly, she is no longer an employee of this hotel, and if she still stays here, won't it affect the business of this place? And as a guest staying at the hotel, it's reasonable for me to mention some opinions, right? She is not an employee here now, but she was brought here by me. I would like to ask, which rule is there? As a big customer of the presidential suite, is it not okay to bring a friend in? Qinyu said. Ma Wenqiu was dumbfounded, and finally his nose grunted. Who knows about you guys? A lone man and a woman also don't know if they are here to open a room. Ma Wenqiu, you've gone too far with this sentence. Tang Qin was also enraged. Ma Wenqiu sneered. How am I over the top? Aren't you a vixen who specializes in seducing men? Old woman. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. If you slander others casually like this, beware the trouble will come out of your mouth. Don't think that you can be emboldened just because you have a hotel general manager's brother. Qinyu sneers. Maybe your brother's position as the general manager of this Zhongyun hotel will come to an end today. Mr. Qin, I don't know what you mean by that. It's not your turn to say whether my position will be a success or not. Seeing that the fire had reached him, Ma Ichuan couldn't help but speak out. Mr. Ma, I would like to advise you. Qinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you can listen to your sister and fire one of the hotel's employees without any reason, then you should also be prepared to be fired. Just pretend. Who doesn't know how to say harsh words? Ma Wenqiu laughed angrily. To fire me or not, it's not your turn to say anything, right? Ma Ichuan also laughed coldly. He was not afraid of Qinyu, and as early as yesterday, he had asked his connections to find out Qinyu's identity and background. The only thing he was worried about was that he had befriended Zhang Qin and was afraid of the Zhang family's connections. Then we will wait and see. Qinyu put down this sentence and left the place with Tang Qin. After Qinyu leaves, one person secretly asks, who is this kid? So arrogant, even Mr. Ma dares to dislike him. In short, you can't afford to mess with him either. The gods are fighting. Don't talk nonsense. The one who spoke was Li Hang. The man could only nod his head and stopped speaking. At this time, a person ran in and said to Ma Ichuan, General Manager, Chairman Yun's car is here. It's almost at the entrance there. Good. Ma Ichuan's mind was revitalized. Putting the hint of unhappiness just now behind him, he admonished the crowd. All of you give me some spirit. You must do your postures in front of Yundong without a hint of disrespect. After today, this place is completely in Chairman Yun's hands. Leaving a good impression in front of him is the only way to ensure that you don't lose your jobs. Got it. Don't worry, Mr. Ma, we know how to do it, and we guarantee to make both you and Dong Yun satisfied. Only then did Ma Ichuan nod his head and said to Ma Wenqiu, just follow me around. Later I will introduce you and understand to you to get to know you, and put on a good attitude you know. Ma Wenqiu excitedly said, got it, brother. After delivering their instructions, the group hurried out of the hotel entrance to greet their chairman. At the same time, Qinyu and Tang Qin were waiting for the elevator to go up to the 36th floor when they happened to bump into Han Xian, the manager of the room service department, who was coming down from the elevator. Manager Han, I was looking for you, Qinyu says to Han Xian, who is coming out of the elevator, with an expressionless face. Mr. Qin, I don't know what you are looking for me for? Han Xian saw Qinyu's face not looking good and said with some confusion, go to my room before we talk. I have something to ask you. Qinyu thought about it, but entered the elevator first and said to Han Xian, okay. Han Xian and Tang Qin looked at each other and also entered the elevator. Soon, it came to the 36th floor of the Zhongyun Hotel, Presidential Suite No. 1. Manager Han, why don't you ask the hotel staff to send 2 breakfasts over first? I'm starving right now. After all 3 of them sat down, Qinyu instructed Han Xian, Which kind of breakfast does Mr. Sheen need? Whatever. Send some of each over. Okay. Han Xian picked up the hotel's built-in communicator and spoke a few words. Then, Qin Yu began to speak on the main topic. Tang Qin was fired. As her superior, I think you know about this. Han Xian let out a bitter smile. I also just found out that it was General Manager Chen who gave the order directly in the Human Resources Department. I was thinking of going down to discuss with General Manager Chen to see if there can still be a turnaround. You have fired Ms. Tang, but it has already affected me. A guest of the hotel. Originally, I wanted to ask Tang Qin to drive over to pick me up this morning, but it turned out that this happened. Qin Yu blamed. I'm sorry, this is my dereliction of duty and a really bad job done by the hotel. If I had known about this, I would have also arranged another employee exclusively for your service at the first time. So, the biggest fault in this matter is that General Manager Ma of yours. Han Xian was silent. Qin Yu asked again. I entered the first floor lobby, but I ran into your General Manager Ma, and he was followed by a few managers of the hotel. Do you know where they were going? You say this it's the hotel's chairman who was coming over, arriving at exactly this hour. So, they all went down to greet Yindong. I didn't go over because my affairs were rather busy. Han Xian explained. Isn't it true that another shareholder of your hotel is also coming over? Qin Yu asked again. Yes, how do you know? The other shareholder is Chao Jinghua, right? You know what time he is coming over here? Qin Yu did not answer Han Xian and continued to ask the next sentence. Han Xian thought for a moment and said, I only heard that he's coming over today as well, but I'm not sure about the exact time he's coming. Perhaps the chairman or Mr. Ma and the others know better. Qin Yu continued to ask, where is your chairman's office? It's on the next floor. Room 1 on the 35th floor. Han Xian did not hide it and answered directly. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, can Manager Han do me a favor? If Chao Jinghua comes, can you notify me first? This. Han Xian did not answer first, showing a hesitant look on her face. She also saw that this matter was a bit unusual. If Qin Yu offended the two bosses of the company because of Qin Yu, then it would be a bit of a loss. Chapter 45, Commitment. Seeing Han Xian's hesitation, Qin Yu smiled and said, don't worry. It's not a big deal. It's just a phone call. Speaking here, there was a pause. Qin Yu was also clear that in order for Han Xian to sincerely do something for him, he still had to come up with some reasons worthy of her going to do something for you. You wait first. Saying this, he stood up and walked into the master bedroom. Then, he took out Jiangyun Hotel's 35% equity certificate from his system backpack. Returning to the main hall, he smiled faintly at Han Xian. To tell you the truth, I own 35% of Jiangyun Hotel's equity in my hands, so I'm also considered your boss. 35% equity? Han Xian and Tang Qin were both stunned. Han Xian said, Mr. Qin, you're joking. I also know the 3 shareholders of the hotel. One is Chairman Yun Zhengong, who is also the largest shareholder, holding 40% of the hotel's equity. The other is Mr. Jinghua Chao, who holds 25% of the equity. The remaining 35% is pledged to Longxia Merchant Bank. So Mr. Qin, I don't know where you got this 35% stake from. Qin Yu smiled and did not explain, handing over the equity certificate of Jiangyun Hotel in his hand. Since Manager Han doesn't believe me, I don't want to explain more, so take a look at this. Han Xian doubtfully took it over, opened it and looked at it for a moment. Surprised, this is really a certificate of 35% of Jiangyun Hotel's equity, and it also has Mr. Qin's name written on it, and asked, is it pledged in the equity of Longxia Merchant Bank? To your hands? So Big Thing Company actually did not hear a little wind. You now believe what I said. Qin Yu said. Han Xian returned the equity paperwork to Qin Yu's hands and laughed bitterly. Mr. Qin is joking. You have taken out the 35% equity vouchers of Jiangyun Hotel. Can I not believe it? Then regarding that matter just now, I wonder if you are willing to help. You're also considered my boss now. It's only right to help your boss. Han Xian glanced at Tang Qin again and smiled narrowly. Mr. Qin brightening up his identity. Is it for Tang Qin? Is it because he wants her to continue to stay, right? In fact, it's also very simple. As long as Mr. Ma knows that you are a shareholder of the hotel, he will never dare to disobey you. Tang Qin's face flushed. She was also curious, not knowing if what Han Xian said was true. Qin Yu, however, said, for Tang Qin I have other arrangements. I am not afraid to tell you. Yun Zhengong came over today. I think it must be for the purpose of acquiring the equity of Jiangyun Hotel held by Chao Jinghua. And my main purpose now, like Yun Zhengong, is also for this 25% Jiangyun Hotel equity. Han Xian's face was shocked. I see. Mr. Qin, you're taking food from the tiger's mouth in front of Chairman Yun. You have to know that Jiangyun Hotel originally belonged to the Yun family's industry. It's just that they went through 2 crises in the past. The first crisis will be 35% of the hotel equity. pledged to the Long Xiaobank to finance the second crisis and 25% split out, transferred to Chao Gongzi, also for financing. The same as also to seek the support of Duke Chao's power. Zhangyun Hotel is originally the highest quality asset. The annual profit is quite huge. Without the last resort, the Yun family will not transfer the stake. If Yun Jingong knew that the equity pledged to the bank had reached Mr. Qin's hands, and you were still thinking of acquiring the equity in Duke Chao's hands, he would definitely try to deal with you. Qin Yu nodded his head and agreed with these words spoken by Han Xian. This is not something Manager Han needs to think about. You just need to help me keep an eye on Yun Zhangong. And as soon as Chao Jinghua arrives at the hotel, you'll be the first to call and let me know. With a beat of his words, he promised again. If I can successfully acquire the equity in Chao Jinghua's hands, I will promote you to be the general manager of Zhangyun Hotel. Really? Han Xian's eyes lit up. There's no need for me to lie to you. I was already upset with General Manager Ma, and you're the best person in my mind to replace him. Then, I don't know how many percent Mr. Qin is sure he can succeed. Qin Yu pondered and then said, as long as I am allowed to meet with Chao Jinghua and he has not yet transferred his equity, the certainty of success is by no means lower than Yun Zhangong. Alright, since Mr. Qin has said so, I will look up to you only. Manager Han, thank you for being able to support me. Qin Yu smiles and shakes Han Xian's hand, and after a few more instructions, Han Xian leaves the room. Inside the presidential suite, only Qin Yu and Tang Qin were left. This time, Tang Qin no longer appeared as Qin Yu's service housekeeper, and somehow, there was a trace of nervousness in her heart, especially since Qin Yu had added another layer of identity as a shareholder of Zhangyun Hotel. He had become even more mysterious and unpredictable in Tang Qin's eyes. Tang Qin, I need an assistant, a private secretary or something like that, to help me take care of some industrial funds. And this candidate, it's up to you. I don't know if you'll agree? Qin Yu did not want to beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Yikes! Tang Qin exclaimed in shock. This was too unexpected. Becoming Qin Yu's secretary. She did not know if this was a surprise or excitement, but it was by no means a bad thing. After all, she was also clear about the huge wealth behind Qin Yu. If she could become his secretary, it would definitely be a huge opportunity in her life. What? You don't agree? Seeing that Tang Qin did not make a sound for a long time, Qin Yu frowned and asked, Mr. Qin, I agree. It's an honor to be able to work for you. Tang Qin came back to her senses and hurriedly said, pursing her lips, she added, then, should I call you Mr. Qin now, or the boss? Qin Yu also smiled, just call me boss. At one time, Qin Yu also dreamed of becoming the boss of a company, where hundreds of employees would have to honor him with a good boss, and now this wish is considered to be within his reach. Okay, boss. You agreed so quickly without giving it more thought or asking how much salary I'll pay first. Qin Yu laughed. Tang Qin spread her hands and laughed. I'm jobless now anyway, so I happen to have this job. And since Mr. Qin is generous, it won't still be lower than what I earn as a service housekeeper, right? It's hard to say. Qin Yu joked. It also depends on whether you are competent as a secretary or not. If you are not competent, don't even think about the high salary. Oh, then Mr. Qin, what do you have to do to be considered competent? Tang Qin exhaled like an orchid and said, is it just like what's on TV? Seeing Tang Qin pretending to be shy and speaking in a small voice, Qin Yu was greatly embarrassed. Defeated, he coughed and said, your annual salary will be set at $3 million for the time being. In addition to this, there are dividends and commissions and so on. It also depends on your work ability. If you work well, the commission will not be less than your salary. Hearing this, Tang Qin also got serious. 3 million? Will it be too much? You're giving such a high salary. What if I can't handle this job? Tang Qin was secretly staggered. An annual salary of $3 million, and a commission that wasn't less than the salary. This is not a salary for being a secretary. It's clearly the treatment of a boss. Don't worry, your main duties. In fact, there is no difference with the hotel service housekeeper, mainly to help me deal with some trivial things. There is also some of the industries in my hand to be integrated. When Tang Qin heard this, she felt even more difficult. I'm afraid that I'm not capable enough on my own to delay your big event. Chapter 46 Registering the company. How about this? Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, you first help me go through the formalities to register an investment company, the name of which will be Tianyu Investment. The newly established company can integrate the assets I have on hand, and it can also go into venture capital, investing in other higher quality companies or industries. Of course, before that, you can help me to recruit those business talents and build a team first, and then all you have to do is to coordinate the whole situation. Setting up a new company and building a team. Tang Qin's eyes lit up. She had come out of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. It wasn't hard to do this. Doing a good job. She is a company elder. Compared to doing service housekeeper in the hotel, simply not the same. And with Qin Yu's financial strength, want to set up a new company, is bound to be a big company. It was equivalent to her being considered a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Boss, then how should I go about it first? Tang Qin suppressed her inner excitement and asked Qin Yu for advice. You tell me your bank account number. I will first transfer a sum of money to you, and then follow up by doing what I say. Good. Tang Qin was stunned for a moment before handing Qin Yu her bank card. Qin Yu took it and fiddled with his cell phone a few times in front of Tang Qin, but in reality, he was instructing the system to transfer 1 billion to Tang Qin's bank account. Ding! The transfer is successful. 1 billion has been transferred to the host's designated bank account. When Qin Yu heard the system prompt, he handed the bank card back to Tang Qin. I have transferred 1 billion to your account. When the time comes, I will give you my documents and you will help me to register the company. Make 100 million as the registered capital of Tianyu Investment, and put the rest of the funds in the new company account there. Use it for investment or not. Use it as the company's flow of funds or not. Or use it for pulling in talents. All of these are fully entrusted to you to take care of. In addition, first deduct $3 million as your annual salary. Qin Yu added another sentence. Tang Qin also saw the text message from the bank where the $1 billion arrived, and her throat was a little dry. Swallowing her saliva, she stammers a little. Old boss, you put that much money on my card. Do you trust me that much? Not afraid that I will take this huge sum and go far away. Qin Yu smiles faintly. I believe in my vision. Otherwise I wouldn't have found you to be my secretary. Tang Qin nods her head and says sincerely, thank you boss, and I will never let down this trust of yours. After thinking about it, she asked out another sentence. Then where is the company's address set? Should we go rent an office building first? This is forgotten. Qin Yu considers for a moment and then says, let's do it this way. You first go to the commercial street of Huajiang Plaza, find the property manager Jiang Shang, and report my name up. Then you personally pick a large office building to use as a temporary address for Tianyu Investment. Boss, what is your relationship with Huatian Plaza? Will they agree? Tang Qin was curious. She was no stranger to that commercial street. That location was also the most concentrated commercial center in Nanjing City, and Huatian Plaza was also a relatively famous commercial street there. Huatian Plaza is my personal one. Do you think they will not agree? Qin Yu laughed, although it was also somewhat expected. Hearing Qin Yu say it himself, his heart still could not help but flip a little. Tang Qin laughed bitterly. Boss, I don't have a problem now. I will go to Huajiang Plaza there later and finalize the address of the new company first. Qin Yu smiled and nodded his head. Also at this moment, the hotel attendant brought up the breakfast that Qin Yu had ordered. You come over and have some too. I ordered 2 breakfasts. It's good to have enough to get things done. Alright, then I'll be respectful. Tang Qin also smiled and sat down. The other side, 1 floor below the floor where Qin Yu was staying. Jianyun Hotel Chairman's office. Ma Ichuan stood respectfully, and a middle-aged man in his 50s sat at the chairman's position opposite the desk. The middle-aged man had a majestic face. He was none other than the chairman of Jiangyun Hotel, Yun Zhengang. Although he was the chairman of this hotel, he was also the head of the Yun family in Nanjing City. The core of the Yun family's industrial chain had shifted in the past few years, and the core interest was no longer the hotel, but the real estate company. Therefore, he seldom came here. Basically all the affairs of the hotel were handed over to Ma Ichuan. After listening to Ma Ichuan's report on the recent operation of the hotel, Yun Zhengang was quite satisfied and said, I think you also know what I came here for today. Mr. Chow has agreed to transfer the equity in his hands to me, and will come over to sign the contract today. You now help me to the equity transfer contract to draw up. Don't make any trouble. When the contract is signed, the hotel is again my Yun family's one word. You work well. I will not treat you poorly. Thank you for Yun Dong's honor. I will definitely not fail your high expectations. Ma Ichuan joyfully said. Well, you go down first, wait for Duke Chow to come over. You report back to me at the first opportunity. Alright, Director Yun, then I'll take my leave first. Yun Zhengang nodded. After waiting for Ma Ichuan to leave, he muttered to himself, Jianyun Hotel, when the acquisition of 25% of the equity will once again be completely in my hands, it is time for this heavy move to fall. Previously, the Cloud family's main industry in addition to 100% control of Jiangyun Hotel, there are more than 10 large restaurants. At that time in Nanjing City, in addition to the Feng family, under the power of the largest is the Cloud family. The Yun family was the most powerful family in Nanjing City, except for the Feng family, and no one dared to mess with them, but at the same time, they also offended a lot of enemies. When Mr. Yun passed away, the Yun family lost its biggest dependence. The power of the Yun family fell into a doldrums. From a first-rate family to a second-rate family, numerous industries were also subjected to all sorts of suppression and ostracization, and the capital chain was almost broken. the old rivals, and some of the surrounding forces are also on the sidelines eyeing. All want to come up to take a bite. Under no circumstances, Yun Zhengong can only cut off the arm to survive. Will all the industry sold out? Finally only left 40% of the Zhangyun Hotel equity. Take a large sum of money to do real estate companies to go abroad. Now, the Yun family had gotten the support of a heavyweight backer. The family has also risen from a precarious position to a behemoth that no one dares to easily offend. Therefore, Yun Zhengong first wanted to reintegrate Zhangyun Hotel. Also happened to be Chao Jinghua in this period of time want to invest in a project, in urgent need of funds, also intends to want to transfer the equity of Zhangyun Hotel. Zhangyun Hotel now not only has a huge profit income every year, more importantly, it is implied in other interests. No one dare to underestimate the connections. Zhangyun Hotel is Nanjiang City's famous 7-star hotel, can come into contact with a variety of levels of characters, like that kind of top-level bigwigs. As long as the Yun family made friends with one, it would be of infinite use. After breakfast, Tang Qin went out. First, she went to Huajiang Plaza to pick the office address of the new company she was going to set up. Qin waited for about an hour and was a bit uneasy, so he dialed out a call to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, have you contacted Chao Jinghua yet? When will he arrive at the hotel? Once connected, Qin asked. Brother Qin don't need to be in a hurry. Yesterday he said he would arrive at the hotel at noon. Now it's still 2 or 3 hours short of noon. Jiang Qin yawned, seeming to have just woken up from a nap. Chapter 47 Crossfire. How about this? You contact that brother Hua of yours again now. See if he'll come over earlier. I'm here at the Zhangyun Hotel right now. Okay, brother Qin wait. I'll give him a call. After saying that, Jiang Qin hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the cell phone rang. Jiang Chun was a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. Sorry brother Qin. The phone call on Hua's side didn't go through a few times. It might have been turned off. I also sent a message to him and am waiting for his reply. Qin frowned. Why don't you come to the hotel first? Just wait for him here at the hotel together. Okay, I'll come over soon and give you a call when I arrive. Okay, you hurry up. Qin puts down his cell phone. In his heart, he always feels that this is a bit of a bad thing. This is the first task issued by the system. If it can't be completed, will it give the system contemptuous ridicule? Qin muttered secretly. Half an hour later, the cell phone rings again. Qin thought that it was Jiang Qin calling, and when he picked it up, it was Han Xian's somewhat anxious voice that rang out. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I also just learned that Mr. Chao, he arrived at the hotel 15 minutes ago, when I happened to have something to do and walked away, and now they are in the chairman's office on the 35th floor, and Sister Wang, the financial director, is also there. They have already reached an intention and are preparing to sign the equity transfer contract. Qin stood up violently, and in his heart, he was about to curse. Manager Han, where are you now? I will go down now. With that, he walked outside. I'm right in front of the chairman's office. Can you help me stop them first? Qin walked while speaking into his cell phone. I'll try. Okay, Manager Han. Thank you. Qin also went out of the room at this time and went straight for the staircase exit. Zhangyun Hotel chairman's office. Yun Zhengong could not hide the excitement on his face as he signed his name on the triplicate equity transfer contract. 25% of Zhangyun Hotel's equity, which cost him a full $2 billion, was also considered a premium sale. 5 years ago, when he handed over these stakes to Chao Jinghua, the other party only offered 800 million. Thinking of these cannot help but feel a bit of meat pain. But in the end, the stakes also returned to his own hands, and everything is worth it. After signing the contract, he handed the contract to Chao Jinghua, who was sitting across from him, and smiled. Older brother Chao, it's your turn. By signing this contract, most of our deal will be completed. I will first credit $500 million to your account, and after the handover procedures are completed by Superintendent Wang, the other $1,700 million will be transferred to you immediately. Good. Family Master Yun is a refreshing man. I'll sign it then. Chao Jinghua laughed, picking up a pen. He was about to sign. Wait, Boss Chao. The person who interrupted was none other than Han Xian, who walked in. She owed Chao Jinghua a bow with a calm demeanor and said, Boss Chao, it's too much of a surprise. There's a person who wants to see you. Can we meet with him before signing? Manager Han, you're not doing your job. What's the point of coming here to meddle? Yun Zhengong, as the chairman of Zhangyun Hotel, still knew about the company's management executives, especially this manager Han Xian of the housing department. He also had some anger in his heart when Chao Jinghua was about to sign the contract, but it was spoiled by this Han Xian who arrived unannounced. It was obvious that she was not harboring any good intentions. Manager Han, this is a private matter between the two bosses. Don't you think it's too presumptuous for you to suddenly barge in? Ma Ichuan's face was also ugly. If Han Xian made such a mess of this, and something went wrong, he as the top boss might have to take the blame. At that time, the salary increase and bonus will not be delusional. Maybe this year's bonus are gone, but also give the chairman of the board of directors a control under the impression of laxity. The face of a boss is a boss. Too sharp and incomparable gaze. Han Xian heart not panic that is false. She is also clear that from the moment she barged in to stop Chao Jinghua from signing, she has already stood on the opposite side of Yun Zhengong. Failure can only roll cover away. Succeed, and one step to the top, becoming the general manager of Jiangyun Hotel. Boss Chao, Mr. Qin will be here soon. He wants to see you. Han Xian stiffly gave a smile. In her heart, she secretly prayed for Qin to hurry up. Mr. Qin, Chao Jinghua shows a puzzled look on his face, and the pen he was signing with is put down. As if he remembers something, he asks in a somewhat odd manner, "The Mr. Qin you are talking about, he wouldn't be called Qin, would he?" Not bad, that's him. Boss Chao also knows him. Han Xian's incomparably nervous heart secretly loosened. It's really this person. His energy is really not small. Not only does the hotel hall manager do things for him, it also makes that kid Jiang Qin hold him in high esteem as well. Chao Jinghua smiled lightly and said, "In that case, even if it's to give Jiang Qin face, I'll wait for him to come over." In fact, Chao Jinghua received a call from Jiang Qin yesterday, and at that time, he did come to have some interest in Qinyu, especially when he learned that the other party also spent more than $180 million to buy the Bugatti Dark Wind. Later, when he thought about it, he felt that this person is too young. I'm afraid that he does not understand how much money you need to pay to buy the equity of the Jianyun Hotel in his hands, which cannot be compared with buying a supercar. Furthermore, as the hotel's major shareholder, Yun Zhengong also wants to acquire his shareholding in Jianyun Hotel. In that case, it would not be a simple matter for an outsider to get involved. So he didn't put this matter on his mind, and if it wasn't for Han Xian's sudden reminder, he was about to forget about it. She knew. It's him. He's also interested in Boss Chao's equity? Ma Yichuan's face changed. You also know this person. The look on Yun Zhengong's face was even more ugly, and there was a hint of bad luck in his heart. It seemed that everyone knew the information about this person who was coming to grab the hotel's equity with him, except for him. Ma Yichuan was about to explain when Qinyu walked in at this time. Qinyu was still cursing in his heart. The security door of the stairs of this hotel is really hard to find. Fortunately, he ran into the cleaning ant, asked a question, and only then successfully rushed over in the shortest possible time. The chairman's office is very large. In addition to the desk, there is a large parlor table inside. There were 3 people sitting there, and Ma Yichuan stood behind a middle-aged man in his 50s in a tang suit. This middle-aged man's temples were frosty white, somewhat old, but his eyes were shining, so he thought that he was the chairman of Jiangyun Hotel, Yun Zhengong. Beside him sat a woman in her 40s, who should be the financial director of Jiangyun Hotel. Opposite him sat a man who was a few years older than Qinyu, with a white shirt on top. "This is Brother Hua, right? I am Qinyu. I've often heard Jiang Qin talk about you, Brother Hua, and you are indeed imposing." Qinyu walks over and extends a hand politely towards the man in white shirt, casually smiling. "Brother Qin is not saying anything. I have also heard of you for a long time, and when I see you today, it is true that the reputation is not as good as the first sight." Stretching out his hand, although Chao Jinghua was surprised that Qinyu was dressed in ordinary clothes, he still stretched out a hand and shook Qinyu's hand. "This is Chairman Yun, isn't it?" Dong Yun looks hale and hearty, and his temperament is extraordinary. Qinyu also coveted 40% of Jiangyun Hotel equity in the hands of Yun Zhengang, and wanted to leave a good impression on the other party for their first meeting, and politely greeted him. "Mr. Qin is flattering. You are not bad either." The corner of Yun Zhengong's mouth twitched, revealing a stiff smile. However, his eyes quickly sharpened again. "Mr. Qin came over. He is also interested in the equity of Jiangyun Hotel in elder brother Chao's hands, right?" Chapter 48, 3 billion. Qinyu nodded his head and did not hide it. "Not bad. I heard that Brother Hua is going to transfer the equity stake held by Jiangyun Hotel, and I have a great interest in it as well." "Humph." Yun Zhengong heavily slapped the table and said angrily, "Mr. Qin, Jiangyun Hotel has always been my Yun family's property. Taking back the equity is a logical thing to do. Moreover, this is also an equity acquisition between the shareholders of the hotel. If I don't nod my head, you, an outsider, have no right to get involved at all." Qinyu laughed. Yun Dong said, "Where are the words? Buyers and sellers, you love me. The equity is in the hands of Hua, not yet belong to the Cloud Dongyuet. As long as he wants to sell to who, that is his business." "Ha!" Yun Zhengang a smile. "Mr. Qin, even this also do not understand. I do as a major shareholder. Is a priority subscription rights? Besides, Xie old brother and I also reached an intention. The contract I also signed. So, Mr. Shin, you are late, please return. Oh, Shin Yu was startled and secretly screamed. Could it be that you are late? Mr. Shin, they are indeed preparing to sign the contract, but Duke Chao has not signed it yet, Han Xian softly said. Shin Yu also saw the several contracts placed in front of Chao Jinghua and sighed in relief. Smiling at Chao Jinghua, he said, Brother Hua, I think Jiang Qin has also told you that I am also interested in the equity stake you hold in Jiangyun Hotel, for Chairman Yun's priority subscription, right? That also depends on how much both sides can offer. If he can also pay the price I've offered, then I have nothing to say. Yun Zhengong is even more enraged at the situation. Shin Yu, don't be so over the top. I've already said that elder brother Chao has already agreed to transfer his stake to me, so how could he still sell it to you? Dong Yun, I will now call the hotel security to invite this Mr. Shin out. After all, this is not a place where he, an outsider, should come, Ma Ichuan said wisely. He was also afraid that Shin Yu would really buy out Chao Jinghua's stake in the hotel. He had already offended the other party, and if Shin Yu became a shareholder of the hotel, he might be the first one to target. Even Ma Ichuan suspected that Shin Yu's main purpose of wanting to acquire Chao Jinghua's equity was to embarrass him. Good. Yun Zheng'an looked at Ma Ichuan approvingly, turned his head and nonchalantly said to Shin Yu, are you going out now, or do you want us to call security over? Who dares to kick my brother Qin out? The one who spoke was none other than Zhang Qin, who had just rushed over. He also didn't expect Chao Jinghua to come to the hotel so early, and the other party's cell phone was turned off. He rushed to the hotel with the intention of looking for Shin Yu first, but when an acquaintance told him that Boss Chao had come to the hotel, he knew that he was going to miss something and hurriedly rushed up. Brother Hua, didn't you already promise to give the equity of the hotel to my brother Qin? How did it become Dong Yun's again? Saying this, he secretly winked at Shin Yu, meaning look at me. Shin Yu's heart moved and secretly extended a thumb to him. You, Chao Jinghua, who was still watching the show a moment ago, saw Zhang Qin come in and opened his mouth with a sentence that caught him a bit off guard. Seeing that the fire had burned down on him, the mood to watch the show was gone, and he pointed at Zhang Cheng with some annoyance. His face clouded, suddenly slapping down his forehead, as if he had only just remembered something. He said to Yun Zhengang in a very chagrined manner, look at me, I really don't have a memory, I only remembered it now. Also a while ago, I did have promised Jiang Cord that I would transfer the shares of Jiangyun Hotel in my hands to a friend of his. It's just that I didn't put it on my mind when I was drinking at that time, and after a long time, I forgot about this when I was discussing the matter of equity transfer with you. Now that I've agreed to transfer the equity to you, Yun family master, this is really difficult. After saying that, Chao Jinghua just looked like he was in a difficult situation. Seeing Chao Jinghua like this, Yun Zhengong said helplessly, surprisingly, I wonder what old brother Chao's intention should be. Ma Ichuan, who was beside him, cursed. Shin Yu and Jiang Xian, both of them also met only the day before yesterday. Where did they come up with that sentence just now? It is just that he does not dare to speak out in question. Jiang Cord he does not dare to offend. Chao Jinghua he does not want to offend even more. Let's do it this way. Chao Jinghua thought for a long time and said, since both of them have the same purpose, and both of them I have made promises, then let's renegotiate once more and see whoever pays more money gets it. How about that? Yun Zhengong was a bit stifled, but with a roll of his eyes and a slight smile, he said, in that case, this is not impossible, but if the highest price offered by the two people in the end is lower than the price we talked about, then does this count? This, Chao Jinghua gulped and was speechless for a moment, unable to help but hesitate. He looked at Qin Yu. He did not know Qin Yu's bottom line, and what he had heard was also Jiang Qin's one-sided words. If Qin Yu couldn't take that much money and the final bidding came out at a low price, wouldn't that be a big loss? Let's put it this way, if Brother Hua wants to transfer the equity to me, I can raise the price by 30% on top of the price you agreed upon. What do you think? Qin Yu laughed easily, finally talking about the price. This was something he was afraid of. Oh, is Brother Qin joking? Do you know the true price of the equity of Jiangyun Hotel that I hold in my hands? Chao Jinghua was a little surprised when he heard the words uttered by Qin Yu, but on second thought, he was worried whether this would be an exaggeration. Yun Zhengong also laughed coldly at this time. Mr. Qin, who wouldn't be able to talk big? You don't weigh yourself either. Can you really get so much money? Qin Yu smiled faintly. It's fine if you guys don't believe it. Looking towards Chao Jinghua, he says, what is the transaction price between you guys? $2 billion? Or more than that? How about this? I can transfer $3 billion directly to Brother Hua's account and then talk slowly about how, in the end, it's still Yan Dong's price that is higher than mine. I'll admit it, and Brother Hua will just transfer this money back again. What do you think? This is true. Chao Jinghua finally reveals a look of surprise, his eyes tightly staring at Qin Yu. $3 billion, $800 million more than Chao Jinghua's base price. This is not a small amount. Even if Chao Jinghua himself, he cannot casually come up with $800 million in cash, especially now, when he was exactly short of money. Originally, he didn't believe that Qin Yu could eat the equity in his hands, and the words he just said were only taken as Qin Yu being somewhat ignorant, and now that he could take out $3 billion in one breath, there was no way that it could be fake. No rich second generation dares to trample on his credibility casually. Jiang Chang was also shocked to hear $3 billion, but remembering that Qin Yu had a 5-element Supreme Black card in his possession, and that he had opened his mouth to acquire the entire Jiangyun Hotel, he wasn't that surprised. Qin Yu said confidently, "No kidding, Brother Hua, might as well give me your bank account. I will immediately transfer the money over. Any bank account will do? Whatever bank is fine. Then, should I write you a receipt or sign a contract? After all, what you've transferred is a large sum of money, and without proof, there's nothing you can do if I take it all for myself." Chao Jinghua laughed. "You have a point." Qin Yu smiled, pretended to be pondering, but in fact secretly asked the almighty system, In, what instructions does the host have? Asking you, transferring the money to the other account there. The other party does not recognize the account. Can you still get that amount of funds back again? Host, you can, but you have to consume sign-in points. Sign-in points? Qin Yu remembers that there is indeed a column of sign-in points inside the system. Since there is a way to get it back, he does not think about the rest in detail. Chapter 49 The Proposal. Qin Yu then said to Chao Jinghua, "There is no need to write a receipt. I trust Brother Hua, just tell me your bank account. Since Brother Qin has said so, I will give you my bank card." Chao Jinghua smiled as he took out a bank card and handed it over. "This is Longsha Construction Bank, so you can transfer the money to this card." Qin Yu took the bank card and took out his cell phone. "System, transfer $3 billion in cash to this bank card." Ding, the cash withdrawal has arrived. Qin Yu smiled as he returned the bank card to Chao Jinghua and said, $3 billion has been credited to this bank card account of yours. That will do. Chao Jinghua was confused. He had transferred large amounts himself, and it wasn't this much, just $800 million, and in the end, it had to be divided several times before it was transferred out, and it had to be transferred using a computer. The person in front of him, however, just fiddled with his cell phone and transferred $3 billion to his bank account. What kind of operation is this? Could it be, this kid is playing with me? In Chao Jinghua more and more feel that they are being tricked when cell phone text message sound at this time rang up. When he opened it, it was the account arrival information sent by Longsha Construction Bank. $3 billion arrived. After reading the message again and again to make sure he hadn't misread it, he laughed. Brother Qin is really quick. $3 billion has already arrived on my card. Now we can all sit down and slowly discuss the transfer of the equity in my hands. The moment these words came out, it was confirmed that Qin Yu had really transferred $3 billion to Chao Jinghua's account. There was no one happier than Han Xian, who had made the right bet. The mood that had just been nervous and incomparable turned into incomparable excitement and thrill. She was clear that $3 billion to buy the 25% of Jiangyun Hotel's equity held by Chao Jinghua had already topped the sky. No matter how the valuation, Jiangyun Hotel can't reach $10 billion, and this bid is far beyond the valuation of $10 billion. The only variable is that Yun Zhengong can't get the money, for fear that he will obstruct it. Will his identity as a major shareholder, coupled with the signing of that 35% of the shareholders with the Huaxia Merchant Bank to exercise the right to vote, these take out against the transfer of equity, then it is much more difficult. However, the bank's stake in the hotel had long been pinched in Qin Yu's hands, so this worry was overstated. In terms of identity, Yun Zhenhua's identity was certainly terrifying, but Qin Yu's identity was by no means inferior to his. Can noiselessly Longsha Merchant Bank, holding 35% of the equity of Jiangyun Hotel to get, and can throw $3 billion by Chao Jinghua's hands hold equity. This kind of handiwork definitely surpassed everyone present. Yun family master, as you can see, Brother Qin has already offered $3 billion. I wonder how much you can offer. Chao Jinghua resumed sitting down again and slowly smiled at Yun Zhengong. Elder brother Chao, why ask knowingly? Yun Zhengong smiled bitterly. $3 billion, there is no way I can take it out. At this price, even I'm moved and can't help but want to sell my stake along with it. There was another point. Yun Zhengong was also shocked by Qin Yu's operation just now. $3 billion arriving in a few seconds, or going through a personal account. He could not do it either. Since Yun Dong can't offer such a high price, I'll have to sign a contract with Hua, Qin Yu said. Yun Zhengong's face was cloudy. He had also considered the idea of opening a shareholders meeting as a way to block their equity transfer. However, thinking that the Yun family was still somewhat unstable after all, and that the other party looked like they came from a good place, he suppressed the thought. He said, Kid, I'm convinced that you can afford such a high price. Surprisingly, you want to take a stake in Jiangyun Hotel so badly. What's the harm in letting you have it? Then I would like to thank Dongyun. thanks for letting me go. Qinyu arched his hand at Yun Zhengong and was relieved in his heart. Brother Hua, let's sign the equity transfer contract then. Good. Chao Jinghua was also happy and smiled. Thus, by the financial director, Sister Wang, she went and drew up 3 new equity transfer contracts and placed them in front of the 2. All 3 contracts were signed, and one of them was handed over to Sister Wang to store and take to the transfer procedures. See things completed. Chao Jinghua got up and smiled. I still have to meet a friend, so I won't accompany you to chat. Qin brother, although equity transfer formalities have not been done, but is also considered a shareholder here. You still have to ask for more advice from the Yun family head on the hotel's affairs, so we will get together again next time. Qin Yu said, thank you brother Chao for your guidance. Since you still have things to do, let's talk some other time. I'll leave first, and family master Yun. Farewell. No farewell. Brother Hua, take your time. Chao Jinghua got up and glanced at Zhang Qin again. Zhang Xian understood and gave a greeting to Qin Yu before he and Chao Jinghua both exited this office together. Yun Zhengong sees Chao Jinghua and Zhang Xian leave before he says to Qin Yu with a somewhat leathery smile, Mr. Qin, although you have acquired 25% of the hotel's equity in the hands of Chao Gongzi, but I still have the final say in the company. Isn't it a bit worthless to spend so much money? Qin Yu sat down and laughed. Whether it is worth it or not is naturally clear in my heart, so I don't need to bother Dong Yun. Mr. Qin has now become the new shareholder of the hotel. So let's have a shareholders meeting. There's no defense for what Dong Yun wants to say bluntly. Yun Zhengong took his eyes and swept them towards the few people present, finally resting on Han Xian with a cold smile. As the major shareholder, I now make the decision to officially dismiss Han Xian as the manager of the room service department of Jiangyun Hotel. What does Mr. Qin think? As soon as these words came out, everyone understood that Yun Dong was declaring his sovereignty to come and at the same time give the new shareholders a downward spiral. Everyone understands that Han Xian has already defected under Qin Yu's command. Suppressing Han Xian is not hitting Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu also smiled. Yun Dong, your proposal if I oppose it. Opposition is also invalid. Yun Zhengang cuts through the confusion. This is also equal to the decision of the shareholders meeting. The shareholders meeting has 3 votes, and the other one is also in my hand. So Mr. Qin, you'll just have to accept it. Ma Ichuan also laughed out coldly. Dong Yun, I will immediately notify the company of your proposal and officially remove manager Han from his position. He understood in his heart that he and Qin Yu were by no means on the same page. It was also best that Yun Zhengong wanted to suppress this new shareholder, and he was more than happy to fall on his sword. Although Qin Yu has become the new shareholder here, but any power has been hollowed out. No one listens to him. In the future it will be nothing more than a paper tiger. What does he have to fear? Qin Yu looked at these two with interest. Yun Dong, since it was you who made the decision, I will naturally support you and promise to relieve Han Xian of her position as the manager of the housing department. As soon as these words came out, Sister Wang, the finance director who was watching from the side, also froze. Mr. Qin, Han Xian, who was still a bit unimpressed, heard these words and her complexion changed. Looking at Qin Yu incredulously, she wanted to speak, but was stopped by Qin Yu raising his hand. Mr. Qin has a good heart and a good spirit. Yun Zhengong seems to have expected this and is not much surprised, but he still speaks out and mocks. It would be best if Mr. Qin could unify an opinion. Ma Ichuan also scoffs, looking at Qin Yu with some contempt. It is true that Han Xian is not suitable to be the hotel's housekeeping manager, but it is still possible to be the hotel's general manager. Yun Dong doesn't know what you think. Qin Yu and two people's mockery as if not seen. The clouds lightly say their own proposal. Ma Ichuan, who still has a mocking intent on his face, hears this sentence and freezes there as if he is framed by the sentence. Han Xian when the hotel's general manager. That put him why? Is not going to remove him from the position of general manager. Chapter 50 Acquisition Success. Ma Ichuan snapped to mind that just shortly there in the lobby of the first floor, Qin Yu had said that his position as the general manager of the Jiangyun Hotel was going to come to an end today. It seems that this Mr. Qin is obviously targeting him, but quickly sneered again. As long as Yun Dong does not nod his head, trying to bring him down is futile. Thinking about all this, Ma Ichuan looks at Qin Yu with an even more mocking gaze. Mr. Qin, by making Han Xian the general manager, aren't you trying to replace my position? Young man, don't think that you want to do whatever you want here just because you just got that little stake in the hotel. With Dong Yun here, it's not your turn to take command yet. Qin Yu laughed and ignored Ma Ichuan's words. Just a small minion. To Yun Zhengong, he said, Yun Dong, how about this proposal of mine? Yun Zhengong hummed, Mr. Qin, I don't know what your background is and what you have to rely on, but I still have to tell you that I won't accept your offer. Even though you have a stake in Jiangyun Hotel, in the future, you will just take the dividends, and stay out of the way regarding the management direction. since you don't agree to replace the general manager, then we will have to enter the shareholders' meeting to vote. Xinyu had to say, don't you think this is futile? I have 2 votes in my hand, accounting for 75% of the equity, and you only have 1 vote in your hand, or only the smallest head share. Don't you think this is redundant? Yun Zhengong said with some impatience. Who said that I only have a 25% stake in my hand? Xinyu still had that same smile on his face. Mr. Xin, what do you mean by that? Mr. Xin has long since taken the 35% stake in Yunjiang Hotel from the Huaxia Merchant Bank. It's just that you guys are still in the dark. Han Xian answered for Xinyu, speaking aloud to the crowd with a proud face. Han Xian, what you mean by this is that the equity stake of the hotel pledged to Longxia Merchant Bank has long since reached Mr. Xin's hands. Yun Zhengong was violently shocked in his heart and asked Han Xian with anger. Yun Dong, you don't need to suspect me. If you don't believe me, you can directly ask Mr. Xin, and I can't possibly joke about such things. Yun Zhengong's eyes blink without blinking as he turns to Xinyu, saying word for word, is this true? Ma Yichuan came back to his senses and also panicked. How is this possible? Why was there no wind of this matter at all? If this is true, his position as general manager will really be over. In his heart, he kept praying, hoping that this wasn't true, and that Han Xian's words just now were all false. In these few years, he had raked in a lot of oil and water as the general manager of the Jiangyun Hotel. His annual salary was $5 million, but his bonuses were more than $10 million every year. Basically, Chairman Yun seldom came over to the hotel. He got the wind and the rain when he wanted it here, and secretly got even more benefits, especially with his status as the general manager of the 7-star hotel. He knows a lot of rich and powerful business celebrities, and I don't know how many people want to flatter him. If Xinyu really has the absolute controlling power and dismisses him, all the light on his body will have to dim along with him. How can this result be accepted? Sister Wang, who was watching the show on the side, also had a shocked look on her face, and could not imagine that there was this kind of peak and turn, and her face also became solemn. She is the hotel's several shareholders by headhunters from other places to dig when the financial director. Her services first of all shareholding of the 3 shareholders, not the board of directors. The hotel's affairs will not listen to a single person's deployment. If Xinyu holds a 60% stake in the Jiangyun Hotel, she will later work will also be adjusted. Xinyu said. Han Xian said good. My hands are considered to have 60% of the hotel's equity. If you don't believe me, you can call Longxia Merchant Bank to inquire there. Yun Zhengong was speechless for a long time, seemingly thinking, and only after a few moments did he glance towards the finance director. Sister Wang understood in seconds and immediately took out her cell phone, dialing out a call out. The call was short and quickly finished. Somewhat shocked, she said to Yun Zhengong, Yun Dong, it's been verified. The bank did transfer the equity to Mr. Xin's name. Aren't those equity shares pledged to the bank? How do they have the authority to transfer the equity shares? This is illegal. Ma Yichuan's face turned ashen white, unable to believe and not wanting to accept this fact. Yun Zhengong's gaze like a knife swept towards Ma Yichuan, scaring him to the point where he no longer dared to say anything more. Standing up, he looked at Xinyu with some complexity, his voice hoarse. Mr. Xin is not only a good tactician, but he also has a boldness that others are not as strong as. It is not too much to say that he is a leading young man. I, Mr. Yun, am willing to bow down to you. I'll leave this hotel matter to you. I won't ask any more questions about it. It's time for me to leave. Farewell. After saying that, some tasteless steps were taken to leave the place. Things had come to this point, had already disrupted all of Yun Zhengong's plans, causing him to be somewhat caught off guard. He does not want to stay here. Go back and run through his head first, at least have to investigate clearly some of Qin Yu's origins and then make the next step. Yun Dong, can you sit down for a while? I still have a matter I want to discuss with you. Qin Yu sees that Yun Zhengong is about to leave, and busily says, what else does Mr. Xin have to say? But there is no harm in saying it. Yun Zhengong said with some curiosity and sat down again. Qin Yu also did not beat around the bush and directly said, although I own 60% of the equity of Jiangyun Hotel, I am also quite interested in the 40% of the equity held in your hands. I do not know if you can transfer it. You even want to acquire the equity in my hands. Yun Zhengong was surprised. Then Mr. Xin, how much money do you want to use to purchase it? Of course at the price of the deal with Hua. What do you think? Qin Yu replied directly. In fact, the heart is still a little nervous. If Yun Zhengong agrees, the system's 5th level signing is within reach. If he does not agree, he will have to make some concessions on the price, but ultimately cannot succeed. Do not dare to hold too much hope. After all, Jiangyun Hotel has always been the Yun family's industry, and now people still have so much equity left still want to acquire over. Is not too unkind. Qin Yu is a little embarrassed, but if the other party wants to lion's mouth, he will not be the wrongdoer. Unexpectedly, Yun Jingong heard Qin Yu's answer after his heart was revitalized. Surprise, this is true? Qin was somewhat surprised and said, naturally, it's true. However, you have just paid $3 billion. Can you still come up with the cash to purchase the equity in my hands now? To tell you the truth, if you want to pay in installments, I won't agree to transfer the equity to you. Another layer of this sentence meant that if one could come up with so much money, the deal was fine. Qin Yu was overjoyed. So as long as I have this much cash on me, you will agree to transfer the equity of the hotel to me at the price of the deal just now. Not bad. Good. Then you calculate how much and organize the transfer contract. I can call you anytime. Qin Yu laughed. These words indicated that Qin Yu was fully capable of taking out that much money. The sale between the two was barely negotiated before the hammer fell. Chapter 51, Payment. Yun Zhengong could not see through Qin Yu more and more. He secretly estimated that if he calculated the price of Chao Jinghua's equity acquisition just now, the equity in his hand would be nearly 5 billion. Equivalent to Qin Yu today will spend nearly 8 billion. Even if those who have hundreds of billions of assets of the heirs of the great families also do not have that ability to come up with so much money, a rare smile also appears on his face. Good. In that case, I will agree to transfer the equity of Jiangyun Hotel in my hand to you. This result Yun Zhengong is still satisfied. The equity can be sold at this price to get a large amount of cash. Used to expand other business can also be the same to open up the market, grow the Yun family. Of course, if he took Chao Jinghua's equity today, he would not be willing to sell so easily. Or if he had known earlier that the shareholding of Longxia Commercial Bank had come to Qin Yu's hands, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to trade with Chao Jinghua so easily. Han Xian is considered to be the happiest person. She really did not expect Qin Yu will eventually Jiangyun Hotel all the equity in the bag, which is equivalent to her as the general manager of the hotel without resistance. Among all the people, only Ma Yichuan had a face of death. When things came to this, it was really unexpected. How could this Mr. Qin be so terrifying as to be able to acquire the entire Jiangyun Hotel even at such a high price premium? If it was done that way to bring down him as the general manager, and it only took a day or two to complete the acquisition plan, he, Ma Yichuan, a small character, could not afford this kind of treatment. Hope is not what he thought, the general manager of the 7-star hotel when it is not terrible, afraid of this Mr. Qin a word, he and the whole Nanjiang city cannot mix. 40% of the equity was quickly estimated at a price. 8 billion. The contract was drawn up by Sister Wang, the financial director, still in triplicate. After both parties signed, Yun Zhengong provided an account number. Yun Zhengang originally suggested that Qin Yu does not have to pay all now. You can first 10% of the deposit of 480 million to call in, and so on the financial director to go to do a good job of equity handover transfer and other formalities, and then the rest of the 4 billion or so with the company's account over on the line. As a result, Qin Yu smiled inscrutably and did not accept this suggestion. Yun Dong, why bother? I trust your character. 48 billion is a lot. I'll just call you directly. As the words fell, he picked up his cell phone and pretended to be operating a money transfer. Is 8 billion a lot? This sentence deeply pierced Yun Zhengong's heart, as well as several other people present. Together, apart from this Mr. Qin, they could all only be considered paupers. System, transfer 8 billion to Yun Zhengong's bank account. Qin Yu uses his mind to give a direct command. Ding, transfer successful. Qin Yu looks at the light screen panel, and sure enough, another 8 billion is deducted from the system balance, leaving more than 28 billion. Turning to Yun Zhengong, he smiles faintly. Yun Dong, 8 billion. I've already hit all 8 billion to your account. Inquire about it. So fast. Yun Zhengong couldn't help but voice out in surprise. Then he picked up his cell phone and made a call. The account that Qin Yu transferred the money over to was not Yun Zhengong's personal one, but one that belonged to the Yun family's capital pool, and was also a company account. After making a call, Yun Zhengong also confirmed that Qin Yu had not lied and had really transferred 8 billion over, nearly $5 billion, going for a one-time payment from a personal account, once again refreshing Yun Zhengong's cognition. Generally more than 1 billion large transactions, is rarely smuggled transactions, will go through the company's finances. The first is not safe, not much legal protection. The second is that very few people can have such a large authority of the personal bank account, can call so many funds at once. At this moment, Yun Zhengong's attitude towards Qin Yu is also more polite, having gone from tit for tat at the beginning of the meeting to somewhat flattering now, putting aside the identity behind Qin Yu. This was a great god of wealth. Mr. Qin, now that you have full control of Jiangyun Hotel, I should step down from this position of chairman. You and I have met like old friends. We are also considered irreconcilable friends. I'll be generous and call you Mr. Qin. You can also call me old brother. Yun Zhengong smiled brightly. old brother Yun is polite. Then I will not be polite to take some advantage of you. Qin Yu also laughed. Ha ha, old brother Qin is indeed a pain in the ass. In the future, if you have time to come to my Yun family as a guest, you can also let me do a little bit of landlord friendship. Good, definitely. The two of them talked to each other, and Qin Yu also wore a genuine smile on his face. How could he not be happy when the 5th level signing had arrived? Sister Wang, the financial controller, had also left and took the relevant information to help Qin Yu with the transfer procedures for the two shareholdings. Now 11 o'clock in the morning. The time is still not too late. Will soon be completed. Standing silently Ma Ichuan. See such a scene. On Qin Yu has not dared to give birth to any resentment. Even if there is dissatisfaction is also deeply buried. Perhaps if he wants to blame, he should blame his sister Ma Wenxiu. If it was not for her, it would not have come to such a state today. Offended Qin Yu, and at the same time lost the position of general manager of Jiangyun Hotel. In the past, he was also considered to be careful in dealing with things, but in the end, he still failed to live up to this way of dealing with things. Yun Zheng'an glances at Ma Ichuan whose face is ashen, and voices out, Ma Ichuan, you still have the ability to run this hotel in these years, although you can't be the general manager here anymore, so follow me in the future. I have a newly established company that is also just right for you to go over and take care of, but there is far from the treatment of the general manager of a 7-star hotel. The salary bonus can only be considered the level of the department manager here. Are you willing? Of course. If you're not willing to go I won't force you, it also depends on your will. Ma Ichuan smiled bitterly as he listened. Thank you, Director Yun, I am willing to follow you around. Yun Zheng'an nodded and turned his head to Qin Yu and smiled again. Elder brother Qin, you don't have any opinion if I take Ma Ichuan away. I have no problem with it, but Ma Ichuan has to finish handling the handover with Han Xian first, so leave after the handover. Ma Ichuan was busy answering yes. Then, Ma Ichuan and Han Xian went out together, while Qin Yu and Yun Zheng'an made tea and talked to each other in the office. After more than 10 minutes, Ma Ichuan re-entered and Yun Zheng'an got up to bid farewell and left. Before leaving, he exchanged contact information with Qin Yu and took Ma Ichuan out with him. Qin Yu sat quietly, and after seeing Yun Zheng'an leave, he finally could not help but open the system panel to check. The result was disappointing. The back of the system taskbar showed that the task had not been completed yet. After thinking about it, it is estimated that he still has to wait for the equity transfer procedures to be completed and Jiangyun Hotel to be transferred to his name before this task is considered completed. Suppressing that trace of disappointment, he sipped a mouthful of tea, when the office door opened and two figures walked in. Mr. Qin, boss, I'm back. The two who spoke were none other than Han Xian and Tang Qin. Chapter 52, Waiting. You guys came over. Sit down. Qin Yu gestures for the two to sit across from each other, then says to Tang Qin, have you chosen the office address for the new company? It's already been chosen. It's on the entire top floor of Block B of Huajian Plaza. That location is good. It just so happens that it's still empty and not rented out. So I'll make a final decision with manager Jiang. I don't know if the boss likes it or not. Do you want to go over and look at it later? No need. Since you've taken a fancy to that place, let's go with that one. It's just a temporary office building. In the future the company will still have to move when it gets bigger. Mr. Qin, what's this new company you guys are talking about? Why am I getting more and more confused the more I hear it? Han Xian couldn't help but ask. Sister Xian, the boss hasn't told you yet, right? Let me say it. Anyway, you're the general manager of Jiangyun Hotel now. These things should be clear as well. Tang Qin smiled at Han Xian. Then you say it quickly. Thus, Tang Qin blurted out that Qin Yu was going to open an investment company that she would take care of, as well as the fact that Huajian Plaza also belonged to Qin Yu's estate. At first, Han Xian did not feel anything, but it was only after she finally heard that Huajian Plaza was also Qin Yu's asset industry that her face changed from calm to eyes widening round. Shocked, she said, Mr. Qin, I can't imagine that you not only spent more than $10 billion to acquire Jiangyun Hotel, but also own the $4 billion Huajian Plaza. It's really true that the real person does not show his face. This is a 10-dozen billionaire with a fortune of nearly $20 billion. Sister Xian, what you mean is that the boss has 100% control over Jiangyun Hotel. Between Tang Qin's beautiful eyes flowing, she looks at Qin Yu with an additional layer of splendor. Yes, Mr. Qin is rich and generous. Not only did he spend $3 billion to acquire Duke Chao's equity, but in the end, he spent another $4.8 billion to pocket Yun Jing'ang's equity as well. It's a pity that you weren't there on the spot to see such a wonderful scene, Tang Qin lamented. I never thought that the boss would take so much money out to acquire the hotel. Qin Yu coughs dryly and says with a straight face, in the future, Han Xian will be the general manager of Jiangyun Hotel and will be responsible for managing all the business of the hotel, which I will leave to you. The annual salary bonus will be according to the original general manager's treatment, and will naturally be promoted after the work is outstanding. Han Xian was busy thanking. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Yu hummed, then said to Tang Qin, I'll leave the registration of the new company to you. The name of the new company will be Tianyu Investment, and at that time, Jianyun Hotel and Huajian Plaza will also be included in Tianyu Investment System and become a holding subsidiary. In addition to being my assistant, you are also but the general manager of Tianyu Investment, as well as the vice chairman of Jianyun Hotel and Huajian Plaza. When the company is integrated, Tianyu Investment will also set up a board of directors at that time, and I will take out some shares to reward some of the management's patriarchs, which of course includes the two of you, for your salary. The originally agreed annual salary of $3 million. Let's raise it to $10 million. And this $10 million you can first set aside from that $1 billion. Considering that the paycheck can also be used to do system tasks, Qin Yu finally said in a very atmospheric manner, Boss, thank you. When Tang Qin heard $10 million, it was as if she was dreaming. With an annual salary of $10 million and multiple important positions, it could really be said that she was flying high. Qin Yu also said, the two of you in the hotel position of the personnel appointment. Wait, Han Xian will go to draft 2 appointment letter to me to sign, and then stamp to inform the company on the line. Finally said, what else do you guys have to add? Mr. Qin, should I call you chairman or boss in the future? Han Xian thought of a key question and asked, just call me boss. Okay boss. Han Xian continued, now that the hotel's owner and general manager have changed together, only a vice president knows about all this, and the rest of the management is still in the dark. I'll go convene a meeting of the hotel's senior management later, and the boss will preside over the official announcement of this matter. What do you think? I won't go. Just have Tang Qin go on my behalf. Tang Qin is my assistant. If there is anything in the future, you can just look for her directly. Qin Yu does not want to spend too much energy to take care of his industry, registering the company again and finding Tang Qin to be his spokesperson. The purpose of all this is not to make his industry bigger and stronger, and to waste his energy time. The main thing is to facilitate him to invest and spend money to do the system tasks, and later sign up to get the company, shares, or home ownership and whatnot, all thrown to Tang Qin to take care of. Doesn't it smell good to be a shirker and a salted fish who only knows how to spend money? Okay boss, then we'll go out to work first. Han Xian glanced at Tang Qin, and the two women got up and excused themselves. 10 minutes later, Tang Qin brought in 2 more personnel appointment letters and waited for Qin Yu to sign and leave again. Qin Yu looked at the system panel and saw that the taskbar was still in the state of acquisition of Jiangyun Hotel, incomplete. Time is nearly 12 o'clock noon. Do you have to wait until the afternoon? It seems that there is no hurry. Qin Yu sighed, took out his new cell phone, swiped his cell phone and then opened the Weiwei chat software. 3 unread messages. The first one is from Jiang Qin at 2 a.m., saying that the money has been credited to his account. The second was from Kong Xiui shortly after, saying that the nanny had already found one for him, with manager Zhu's help. Asked when he was free to bring that nanny over to apply for the job. Qin Yu replied back with an article. No hurry first, I'm outside, wait for me to go back and then bring it over. The third one was sent by Li Yan at 11 o'clock last night. Clicking on it, Li Yan first apologized, saying that she happened to take a bath at that time, so she didn't notice the message from Qin Yu. Then she asked if he was still there, asked if she wanted to hear her sing, and finally asked if she wanted to see her selfie. The very last really sent a few photos up. Qin Yu pulled down. When he saw an elfin photo, just sipped a mouthful of tea into the mouth cannot help but sprayed out again. Both eyes looked straight. There are strict senior female manager image. There is a ghost face. There are bikinis, especially that wearing a set of thin pajamas. The slender white long legs. This kind of photo Qin Yu usually see a lot. But if it is said to be a former college female classmate's photo, think about it, is also quite exciting. Especially, the other party does not know the identity of his old classmate. The mud horse. This is simply naked to his temptation to pick sex. There is a say one. He really did not expect. Once that looks not too outstanding female classmates. So hot. Do you want to go back to her? Qin Yu thought about it, or not return the message up. Now only waiting for the completion of the system task. Other things are all floating clouds. Casually saving these few photos one by one in his cell phone. He exits. Chapter 53. Li Junxiao. When he was about to open Shake Wave and brush down the video to pass the time, the phone rang at that moment. At a glance, it was a call from Jiang Qin. Brother Qin, are you done yet? I'm here with Brother Hua at the 3rd floor of the Jiangyun Hotel, room 8. We are preparing to dine. If you are free, come down to dine together. We will wait for you to come down. Alright, I'll go down. Qin Yu also feels a little hungry after hearing Jiang Qin's words. Putting away his phone, he gets up and goes out. directly taking the special elevator to quickly go down to the third floor of this hotel building. Xinyu was looking for the number 8 private room on the third floor when a surprised voice came from behind him and called out his name. Yeah, Jun Xiao. That person seems to be Xinyu, a former high school classmate, whom he met at the last reunion. It's still true. You really can't recall without saying his name, the other male said. When Xinyu heard the word Jun Xiao, he knew who the two behind him were. The name seemed to have a hurdle in his mind. Turning around, it was exactly as he had guessed. He said, so it's Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi, 2 old classmates. Such a coincidence. Xinyu, long time no see, are you also here to dine? Gu Qianshi has not yet waited for Xinyu to answer. Seems to remember something. Indistinctly continued, I remember. Classmate group saw Su Li mentioned. You are now working in a hotel there. I think, that hotel is this one. This is a 7-star hotel. Working here the salary should not be low. Qianshi, you're taking it for granted. Although working at a high-class hotel, but an odd job. How much higher can the salary be? Li Junxiao said with a flat face. Also right. Gu Qianshi could not help but nod her head. Sizing up Xinyu, his face recalls something. Some sympathy and some regret. Xinyu, we all know that you and Su Li have broken up. You have to think about it. If you have any difficulties, we are all classmates. If we can help you, we won't be stingy. Then first, thank you Gu students for your kindness. Help is not necessary. I am still living a very nourishing life now. Xinyu does not like these 2 classmates too much from the heart. From their gazes, he can see that kind of superior strangeness and contempt, especially that Li Junxiao. In the past, when he was studying in high school in Chigang City, Li Junxiao was the talented scholar in the eyes of the teachers, the best choice of spouse in the eyes of female students, and the envy and jealousy in the eyes of male students. He has always been at the top of the class in learning, looks talented, recognized in the class grass, the school selection of the school grass. What's worse, his father is also a famous rich businessman in Shacheng, doing construction business is earning a lot of money, and is a rich second generation of academic achievement and good-looking and handsome, which girls do not like, especially Su Li, from the first year of high school began to chase Li Junxiao, until the third year of high school are unchanged Li Junxiao's admiration, which is also the most disliked by Xinyu a reason. Until the third year of high school, see Li Junxiao is about to give Su Li's sincerity impressed, which expected halfway transfer school over a Gu Qianshi. Gu Qianshi family background is also good. Face value is dumped Su Li a level, immediately squeezed out Su Li class flower of the throne, and finally became the school flower. The end result is that the school flower with school grass, the man and the woman left a place of envy. After reading high school, Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi 2 people also got into the same school. After the things you do not know, until last year's high school reunion, the 2 also appeared together at the party, became the focus of the crowd. Especially heard Li Junxiao's father in Nanjing City single-handedly founded the Sky Lake Real Estate. The market value has long exceeded 10 billion. The Li family in Shacheng has been the leading tycoon. Li Junxiao in everyone's view, just like becoming the heaven's favorite. And Su Li heard this news, even more deeply hit, also because of this Xinyu to her confession when she unexpectedly agreed. Qianshi, let's not get in the way of this Xinyu student's work. We still have to seize the time to pay a visit to a few bigwigs, and by the way, negotiate the business of billions of dollars. Li Junxiao's line of sight no longer had Qinyu's presence and said to Gu Qianshi, alright, Junxiao, Mr. Xinyu, we'll leave first, we'll talk again sometime later. Saying this, the 2 of them held hands and brushed past Xinyu. Gu Qianshi looked back at Xinyu who was still standing there, and then turned her head to look at Li Junxiao. In her heart, she could not help but sigh. Although the 2 men had once been in the same class, their achievements had long been destined to be worlds apart. Li Junxiao was bright and incomparable wherever he was, while this Xinyu, if it was not for the fact that his former girlfriend was Su Li, when he saw him today, he would not have known that there was still the number Xinyu among his classmates. Roommate on the 3rd floor of the Jiangyun Hotel was a rather luxurious medium-sized box, can sit down more than 10 people on the dining table, such as peacock feather-like chandelier show noble. Its wallpaper and floor materials are quite bright. The table sits 4 people. One has a big belly, half-bald and full of red-faced middle-aged man. He is the owner of Tianhu Real Estate. Li Dojo, also the father of Li Junxiao. The other 3 people Xinyu also recognized. Sitting at the head was Chao Jinghua. On the right was the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, Chen Zhihong, and then at the bottom was Zhang Qin. The 4 of them drank tea together and chatted. Mr. Chao, you said that a friend is coming. I don't know which family's son. Later on, please also help me to introduce and get to know him. Li Dezhou smilingly, holding a pot of tea, while helping the few people present pour half a cup of tea, said. Chao Jinghua said, truth be told, that friend I also met for the first time today. although he is from out of town. His origins are extraordinary, so don't you slow down this friend of mine later. What are you talking about? Mr. Chow, your friends are all guests of my Mr. Lee. How could I dare to slack off? Li Dezhou hurriedly said. Chao Jinghua looked at the old and relaxed Chen Jihang and said to Li Dezhou, we are also partners who have done business together. I know the purpose of your invitation today. Mr. Chen invited you for you. We are all our own people, so if you have anything to say, there is no need to beat around the bush in business. Yes. Mr. Chow is open and honest in his dealings. It's Mr. Lee that I have a small heart. Li Dezhou hurriedly compensated, arched his hand at Chen Jihang and smiled. Mr. Chen, today worship Chow Gongzi, a face will old brother you invited to, is want to invite you together to fund share participation in the development of the second phase of Tianhu Century City's new land. I do not know whether you are interested. Chen Jihang lifted the cup of tea in his hand and sipped it, smiled faintly and said, Li Dong is joking. Tianhu Century City Phase 2 is a big project. Its scale is more than the first half of the volume. I heard that the investment is more than 15 billion, and I in the end is only a wage earner. What is the ability to participate in such a large project? You Tianhu Real Estate as the top 10 giant developers in Nanjing City. 15 billion is a lot, but you can still get it. Why do you still need to finance it? Li Dezhou sighed and said, you don't know, Mr. Chen. The first phase of Tianhu Century City used almost all of Tianhu Real Estate's reserve funds, and loaned out quite a bit of money at the bank, and in the end, Duke Chow had to invest $2 billion before the construction was completed. Although the sales will be open tomorrow, but the capital recovery is not so fast, especially the pre-sale is not very ideal. Only sold 150 sets of houses, with the expected 700 sets is far from the expected. This is also the most fundamental reason to find old brother to fund. Now that piece of land in the new city center was taken early last year, or a loan, is waiting for funds to be invested to start construction. Banks cannot borrow money for the time being. There are still a lot of funds are not in place, so that's why I'm worried. Today can only cheeky to old brother for help. Chapter 54 Waiter. In that case, then why don't the new land parcel be put on hold for a while longer, and it won't be too late to start construction after the funds have returned? Chen Jihang asked in disbelief. Mr. Chen does not know. In order to develop that new land plot, the preliminary investment has been a lot, but also Tianhu Real Estate this year's key project. The whole company up and down, whether manpower, equipment have been prepared for a few months, and now it's time to start construction. If the delay does not start, a few thousand people are still waiting for food, so the longer the project is delayed, the greater the company's losses will be. Li Dezhou had some helplessness on his face. Chen Jihang was also the general manager of a large group, and once he heard this, he understood the twists and turns here. Nodding his head, he then asked, then I wonder how much money is still missing for that new land development. Li Dezhou said, that piece of land 800 acres of land, we spent a total of $2 billion to take down. In addition to the plan to build more than 60 residential buildings, there are also villa areas, schools, and neighboring commercial buildings, etc. A total investment of 23 billion is needed, and the current funding gap reaches 16 billion. Of course, as long as there's enough money for the initial development. As for the back, after a few more months, the funds from the first phase of building sales will come back one after another, as well as the income from other buildings. It will be able to keep up with the bit. Chen Jihang said, you mean that what is currently owed is only the pre-development funds of that plot of land? As long as the gap is made up on the line, it is not necessary to develop all the funds in place. Exactly this reasoning, Li Dezhou said. The pre-startup capital is 9 billion. Excluding the land, Skylake Real Estate has already put in 5 billion, and still owes 4 billion. So, as long as Duke Chow and Mr. Chen are willing to come up with a combined total of 4 billion, it will be fine. As for how the shares are distributed, just do as you wish. Chen Jihang asked again. There are already a few properties for sale in the new city, and there are quite a few under construction. With more residential houses, will it lead to stagnant sales of houses in the future, or even price reductions? Saying that, his eyes glanced at Chao Jinghua intentionally or unintentionally. Chao Jinghua lowered his head to sip tea and laughed. This is not much to worry about. The General Affairs Office of Nanjing City has rumored that in the future, the new city of Dingyun District will be supported to become a new industrial area. In the future, the construction of industrial parks there, Science City will be more and more. The demand for housing will naturally be in short supply. Chen Jihang said, Chao Gongzi is very important to Tianhu Real Estate, this new property. How much money do you plan to invest in it? Chao Jinghua said, I do value this real estate project. This is not. Listen to Li Dong said, development of new land in the new city also need to invest. I will Jiangyun Hotel equity sold, ready to invest 2 billion into the cloud. if not for the fact that there are other industrial projects that need to use the money. Plus the proceeds of the first phase of Tianhu Century City have not yet returned. I still have the possibility of investing more than 1 billion into it. 2 billion? Chen Jihong was a bit surprised, not expecting Chao Jinghua to be able to take out 2 billion into it. After thinking about it, he said, let's do it this way. The cash I can get out of my body is only 500 million. This 500 million will be given to Li Dong. Li Dezhou heard some disappointment. Chao Jinghua took 2 billion out. It was discussed a long time ago. Chen Jihong only offered 500 million, too far from his expectations. Originally thought that Chen Jihong can also put out a 2 billion. If only 500 million, it would be better not to vote. At this time, a man and a woman walked into the private room. It was Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi, two people. Dad, Uncle Good, the two of them said in a loud voice towards Li Dezhou. You guys came over. Seeing his son and future daughter-in-law coming over, Li Dezhou quickly smiled and stood up to introduce them to the crowd. Let me introduce you all. This is my son, Li Junxiao, and his girlfriend, Gu Qianshi. This is the young proprietor of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, and a partner of Tianhu Real Estate, Mr. Chao Jinghua Chao. This one, I think you all recognize, is the general manager of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, Chen Jihong. For this one, it's the Jiang family's second son, Jiang Court Jiangxiao. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi both looked uplifted, and as Li Dezhou introduced them, they all bowed one by one to show their respect, their mouths addressing them repeatedly. Greetings, Mr. Chao. Hello, Mr. Chen. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Chao Jinghua and the others were sitting in their old minds. Hearing Li Dezhou's introduction, they all nodded their heads and gestured a bit, considered to be acquainted. On the contrary, it was Jiang Chun who was sitting there looking at his cell phone and playing soy sauce. Just now he couldn't interject in the conversation of a few people, and now that he saw that these two people greeted him, it was rare for him to talk to Li Junxiao for a couple of sentences. However, after hearing Li Junxiao say that he is now the deputy general manager of Tianhu Real Estate, there is no interest in conversation. Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi were not displeased by this, but were rather polite and enthusiastic. Li Dezhou, relying on Tianhu Real Estate, also has nearly 10 billion assets, but in Nanjiang City can only be considered a thug. The accumulated heritage is far from the local real magnates. Li Junxiao in Nanjiang City a few years has been difficult to integrate into the local rich circle. The main thing is that the family only rely on the developer started, or foreign households. Not enough heritage, has been subject to all kinds of rejection, but most of all, there is still not a guide. And this Chao Gongzi he had heard of. That is the leader of the second generation of rich people here. If he made good friends with this person, then Li Junxiao's status would be on another level. At the same time, the identity distance from his previous group of junior high school classmates was also more distant. Junxiao, you are also the deputy general manager of Tianhu Real Estate, so introduce the development plan of Tianhu Century City Phase 2 for a few people. When Li Junxiao and the two of them sat down, Li Dezhou spoke out and ordered, Okay, Dad. Li Junxiao busily cleared his throat and sat up straight. Then I'll be brief. Then he spoke at length, from the preparations before the start of construction, to when the pre-sale would take place, as well as the profits that would be generated later on, very patiently saying a piece. At this time, the private room opened and came in one person. It was Qinyu, who had searched for a long time before finding this number 8 private room. He pushed open the door and came in, sweeping towards the crowd sitting at the dining table. And the first time he saw the two Li Junxiao facing the direction of the door, he could not help but be stunned. These two people are coming to the same place as him. If he had known that he would have come with them just now, he wouldn't have had to be so difficult to find this number 8 private room. Gu Qianshi was absorbed in listening to Li Junxiao's eloquent conversation, watched the door of the room open, and watched Qin Yu come in. She froze for a long time before coming back to her senses, secretly wondering how it could be such a coincidence, but thought Qin Yu should be here as a waiter. Came in to ask if you want to serve meals up. Seeing that Li Junxiao had finished his words at this point, he touched him with his hand, signaling to look in Qin Yu's direction. Li Junxiao also saw Qin Yu after Gu Qianshi's prompting and had the same idea, only thinking that Qin Yu was here as a waiter serving dishes. With a slight smile, he said to the crowd, Gentlemen, the waiter came in. I don't know if we can serve the food now. As soon as these words came out, Li Dezhou's face changed and finally looked at Chao Jinghua with a questioning gaze. Chao Jinghua's face huffed a bit and was about to speak, when Jiang Qin's disgruntled words came from him at that moment. What's the rush? My brother Qin hasn't even arrived yet. It's still early. It's not too late to wait until he arrives. When Li Junxiao heard this, he was also a bit flustered. He could not imagine that there is still one person who has not come. It looks like he is with Jiang Gongzi all the way. He also blamed himself for being too reckless, busy to make amends. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao. It's all my fault. I didn't know that you still have a brother who didn't arrive. I'll send the waiter away and tell him to come back later. After saying that, he casts a reproachful gaze at Chinyu who was walking towards him. Just as he was about to speak, Chinyu's slightly apologetic voice came over. Jiang Qin, brother Hua, I came slowly, but I made you wait for a long time. Chapter 55, Mr. Qin. Yo, brother Qin is here. Jiang Qin stood up violently when he heard this voice and greeted Chinyu with a joyful smile. Brother, I'm bored. I'm finally expecting you to come. Come, sit over there. Saying this, he pulled Chinyu's hand and pointed towards the place where he just sat. Chao Jinghuo also stood up and greeted Chinyu, and the two even shook hands enthusiastically. Laughing under his breath, he said, Brother Qin, come, quickly sit down. I'll introduce two friends for you to recognize. Brother Hua is polite. Coming a little late is not a delay. I'll just sit there at Jiang Qin. Chinyu laughed. The eagerness of the few people made both Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi, who were still sitting there dumbfounded. Chinyu was not a waiter here? Both Jiang Xiao and Mr. Chao knew him? The brother they were waiting for was Chinyu? The two people's thoughts were in the middle of a chaotic mess. However, the more shocking is still in the back, only to see that Chen Jihong was also busy standing up, looking at Chinyu with a gaze of surprise, and a point of solemnity. He was busy walking to Chinyu, looking even more cordial than Jiang Qin. Mr. Qin, so coincidentally, you actually know Duke Chao as well. Mr. Qin, the moment these words came out, there was a momentary silence in the room. It wasn't Duke Qin, nor was it Young Qin, but the word Mr. was used. It could be seen that Chinyu's status in Chen Jihong's mind, this was a title that surpassed his peers. Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Brother Qin, tell me, what other bullish identities have you not disclosed? Not only do you know General Manager Chen, the other party also honors you as sir. Then if I follow you, won't I also be glowing together? Chinyu ignored Jiang Qin's words and smiled at Chen Jihang. Mr. Chen is polite, so don't call me Mr. Qin. It's not discounting me. I've had a one-sided acquaintance with you, so just call me by my name from now on. Chen Jihang smiled and said, in this case, I and you are also considered to be the friendship of the same generation, so I'll call you an old brother. You call me old brother. How do you think? Mr. Chen, you have said so. In the future I will call you Chen old brother. Li Dezhou didn't dare to sit down again as early as the moment Chao Jinghua stood up. Curiosity, surprise, then amazement and shock swept across his face. At this moment, he was already standing behind Chen Jihong with a smile piled on his face and a hint of respect. This is the host of the meal, and also the chairman of Tianhu Real Estate Group, Li Dezhou. This is Mr. Qin Yu Qin. Chen Jihong turned to help introduce the two. Hello Mr. Qin. So it's Mr. Li. I came over to intrude today. You won't blame me, right? Mr. Qin, you can come. Is to give me face? This place is even more prosperous. Li Dezhou laughed. His face still has some flattering intentions. Boss Li, Mr. Qin, don't call me Qin Xiaoet, or directly call my name can. Calling Mr. makes others misunderstand when they hear it. Okay, Young Qin. Li Junxiao stared blankly at all this. He felt that none of this was real. The junior high school classmate that he couldn't even take a proper look at before was standing there enjoying his father's compliments. Qin knew who he is. Under the jurisdiction of Shachang County, a small rural place out of the poor boy, and his father, a resounding figure. In Shachang is a household name Premier Tycoon. At this time, the two identities like reversed. Qinyu became that high above, overlooking their big brother. Cannot accept this fact. To the side of the Gu Qianshi pulled twice before suddenly startled, also rushed to stand up. Regardless of the current state of mind, others are standing. How can he still sit there? The few people resumed their seats again, and Qinyu sat down next to Jiang Qin. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. These two are my son, Li Junxiao, and his girlfriend, Gu Qianshi. After Li Dezhou went out to order a waiter guarding the entrance of the private room to serve the food, he came back and sat down and then busily introduced to Qinyu. Li Junxiao and his girlfriend, Gu Qianshi, were busy standing up again and said in a somewhat complicated manner, Qin Xiao, how are you? Qinyu's face showed a smile, just nodded and did not say that the two were his old classmates. Gu Qianshi's eyes have been hanging a complicated color. Her heart is mixed. Just ran into Qinyu. She was still sighing. Qinyu and Li Junxiao gap between the two, like a balanced line in the opposite direction, will only go further and further away, until an end of the world and a corner of the sea. Until this moment, only then did she realize how naive this idea was. Other people, this is the real person who does not show his face, and the ones who have been showing their faces are both just the two of them. Li Junxiao, I remember you just called my brother Qin a waiter. I want to ask where your eyes have grown. At this moment, Jiang Qin's nonchalant words rang out. Li Junxiao's face changed upon hearing this. and he was somewhat at a loss for words for a moment. Jun Xiao, you were too rude just now. Why don't you hurry and apologize to young Qin? Li Dizhou hurriedly scolded Li Junxiao. Qin, young Qin, it was a slip of the tongue on my part just now. I'm here to apologize to you. Li Junxiao had no choice but to somewhat stifle his head and admit his mistake. Qin silently gazes at the Li Junxiao who just met in the corridor with a spring in his step, and at this moment can only bow his head and bitterly admit his mistake to him, and there is an unspeakable pain in his eyes. Liang Long, apologize is not necessary. You and I used to be classmates. I come from the countryside, you know. Will I treat me as a waiter here is justifiable. Qin Yu leisurely said. These words also said some of his information. So you guys are still old classmates. Li Dezhou was surprised and said curiously, which school did you guys used to attend as classmates? I didn't realize that Jun Xiao still has classmates like you. Qin Xiao, Chao Jinghua and the three of them, Chen Jihang Jiang Qin, all cast inquiring gazes. Uncle, let me answer. Young Qin and I, as well as Jun Xiao are high school classmates, studying right here in Xi Hong Kong City, Gu Qianshi said. As they spoke, both Gu Qianshi sat down as well. Young Qin originally studied in junior high school in Chigang City. Dare I ask if you wouldn't also belong to the Shacheng side? If so, wouldn't it be that we're still in the same hometown? Li Dezhou said half-jokingly. San City was a county under the jurisdiction of Red Harbor City, and since the two cities were almost next to each other, Li Dezhou's sentences made sense. Boss Li is right. My hometown is in Shacheng Qinjiazwang. Qin Yu confessed. It's really true. Young Qin and Junxiao are still classmates. We all belong to that place in Shacheng. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you must come to our Li family as a guest. I will definitely do my best to welcome young Qin with the utmost sincerity of our Li family. With Boss Li's words, I really have to go and make a nuisance of myself when the time comes. Qin Yu also laughed. As he spoke, various steaming delicacies and dishes, as well as several bottles of high-grade white wine, were successively served up to the food handlers. Hearing that Qin Yu came out from the countryside, Li Dizhou's attitude towards him unconsciously changed a bit, and was no longer as warm as when they just met. Chao Jinghua couldn't see anything. On the contrary, Chen Jihan's attitude towards Qin Yu had a layer of respect since the beginning. The wine is good wine. The dishes are also every portion of its pricey delicacies. A few people push cups and drink a few cups of wine. Zhang String cannot help but to Qin Yu asked, Qin brother, Jianyun Hotel acquisition plan is carried out how? Was equity you bought? There are other equity you acquired no? Chao Jinghua was a bit surprised and asked, Brother Qin, listening to Zhang Chuan's meaning, you still want to continue to acquire other shares of Jianyun Hotel? Li Dezhou was also surprised and asked, Mr. Chao, do you mean that the equity of Jianyun Hotel that you hold in your hands was transferred to Qin Xiao? Not bad. Brother Qin spent $3 billion to acquire the equity in my hands. Chapter 56 Investment. $3 billion? Li Dezhou was even more surprised. Mr. Chao, don't say it's a joke. Didn't I hear you say it was around $2 billion the day before yesterday? The price I discussed with the Yun family head was this. But today, Brother Qin came over and was so wealthy that he spent $3 billion to snatch my stake away. I see. Li Dezhou's gaze towards Qin Yu suddenly brightened a lot. Brother Qin, you still haven't answered what I asked just now. Is it true what Zhang Qin said, that you want to acquire all the equity of Jianyun Hotel? Chao Jinghua turned his head again and asked. There is no falsehood in that statement of Zhang Qin. Qin Yu said, my original plan was that I wanted to buy out the entirety of Jianyun Hotel, and now that plan has succeeded. Here I also have to thank Brother Hua for being willing to sell the equity in your hand to me. Otherwise this plan would not necessarily have come to fruition. Then how much did you spend in total? Chao Jinghua was shocked by Qin Yu's words. Just at that price of the deal with you, 12 billion? Chao Jinghua could not believe asking that price. Not bad. Qin Yu nodded his head. The cell phone suddenly rings at this time. After picking it up, it was a call from Sister Wang, the financial director of Jianyun Hotel, who said that the equity transfer procedures had all been completed, and that Jianyun Hotel had also been changed to Qin Yu's name, with a 100% equity stake, and also as the legal representative. For the transfer of equity taxes, she has called and Cloud Zhengong discussed, and finally Cloud Zhengong proposal, using the hotel company account accumulation of more than 800 million up. In short, everything is done. Qin Yu heard, also know as Yun Zhengong into him to show good. In fact, he does not care about the 800 million, is not know how to spend it. The results of others are good intentions to do bad things. In any case still very excited. The fifth level signing to hand, put down the phone. Also saw an unread message, is about Jianyun Hotel has come to his name. To Chao Jinghua, he said, the call from the hotel's finance director just now. Jianyun Hotel has now been transferred to my name. Once this sentence came out, it also let several people hear know one thing. This place they are sitting in, A 7-star hotel worth $12 billion. Already belongs to Qin Yuan's sole proprietorship industry. Jiang String and Chen Jihong a long time ago. No, a heart has a bottom. Nothing different color, but also some of the right to take for granted. The most deeply hit. No more than Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi, two people. They had just seen Qin Yu's unusual identity, and although they were surprised, they could still accept it. Maybe this former junior high school classmate just had that layer of relationship. The relationship was more powerful than them, and Li Dezhou had to be afraid of it. But when it comes to wealth, it is possible that it is still not as good as Li Junxiao. I'm not surprised that he took out $12 billion to buy a 7-star hotel. For this, it exceeded the sum of their Li family's wealth. Even his own father is not as good as the other party. Li Junxiao with what to compare with the other party. This is the real descending dimension crushing. Li Junxiao let out a bitter smile. In front of Qin Yu he has completely put down his dignity. Began to consider how to repair the relationship with the other party. Perhaps in the future by virtue of this relationship, can also make him into the layer of rich second-generation circle. Gu Qianshi's feelings are no less than Li Junxiao. Before reading junior high school, how she did not find there is such a crouching tiger hidden dragon classmates it. Ridiculous before their own eyes are so short-sighted. At the same time also thought of Suli breakup things. This Suli luck is really bad. Not only with her fight but Li Junxiao. And finally lost. Then Li Junxiao still do not know how many times the honor of the man, or Suli took the initiative to dump the other party. Obviously knowing nothing about Qin Yu's identity. If Su Li knew all this, would she regret wanting to jump off a building? If she were Su Li, even if she did not go to jump off the building, she would go crazy. Gu Qianshi sat there in infatuation. She felt that the light on Qin Yu's body was dazzling and had long covered Li Junxiao. Brother Qin, you really showed me too many surprises. In you, how do I feel that you are the real rich second generation, while I can only be considered a pauper? Chao Jinghua exclaimed. When you casually spent the $3 billion, I knew I was inferior to you, and in the end, I still underestimated you. Brother Hua is so right. It's the same as my thoughts. We're all beggars in front of Brother Qin. From now on, I'll be hanging out with Brother Qin. If Brother Qin has any favors, show a little to my little brother me. I'll be satisfied. Jiang Xian laughed. You guys don't make fun of me. More than 10 billion isn't really spent. It's just used to invest in the hotel. If Brother Hua wanted to, I think it wouldn't be that difficult. Qin Yu modestly said. Don't be modest. Young Qin, you are able to come up with so much money alone to purchase a 7-star hotel. This kind of financial strength, this kind of guts. I, Li, am ashamed to be inferior. Come on, a toast to you. I'll drink first. Feel free. Li Dezhou smiled and said, raising a small porcelain cup of white wine and gesturing towards Qin Yu. He took a sip. Qin Yu only had to take a sip as well. Qin Xiao doesn't know if he is interested in investing in real estate. I have a very high-quality project in my hands. As long as I am willing to invest money into it, it is almost guaranteed to make a profit. Li Dezhou saw Qin Yu put down his wineglass before he smilingly spoke out his small mind. Chao Jinghua's heart stirred as he took his eyes to Qin Yu, also waiting for the following. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. What is almost a sure thing? This kind of spectacle is good to listen to. Whoever takes it seriously is stupid. When it comes to investment, he is still really interested. But this will have to wait for Tang Qin to build up the company and then throw it to Tang Qin to talk about. Boss Li might as well say it. Li Dezhou was busy talking about the development plan of the second phase of Tianhu Century City's property, the development prospects, and the future revenue and profit in a long and short speech. Only then did he say that the total investment for the development of the new land parcel would be $23 billion, and there was still a difference of $16 billion in capital. However, as long as the preliminary funds are sufficient, the preliminary funds plus the land is $9 billion, there is still a lack of $4 billion. Finally also pointed out that Chao Jinghua is willing to pay $2 billion, Chen Jihong $500 million, so Qin Yu can also invest $1.5 billion in if he is interested. For how to distribute the shares in, it would just be calculated later. Brother Hua also invested $2 billion into it, so you are very optimistic about this real estate project. Qin Yu looked at Chao Jinghua and said. Chao Jinghua said. This real estate development project does have a good prospect, as Boss Li said. If Brother Qin is interested, it would still be good if he wants to invest in the shares. Qin Yu nodded his head, and was more convinced of Chao Jinghua's words. Only that $1.5 billion was too little. Moreover, the new company is not yet set up, and Tang Qin does not have that much effort to negotiate and follow up on this investment for the time being. If he went to do it himself, it would not be worth it to waste his energy for just this $1.5 billion. Suddenly, Li Dezhou said that there is still a lack of $1.5 billion funds. This $1.5 billion he does not necessarily have to go to the investment. Skylake Real Estate is not there as a large property is ready to open for sale. Simply buy a few buildings directly. Not more convenient than investment but also running around. Of course, The premise must be to do the system sign in. For the system to spend money to sign in. It seems that he spent 7-8 billion today, but also owes 2 billion to do the 5th level to sign in. Shinyu's heart all clenched a bit. Another 5-level sign in. Sent. Chapter 57, Buying 4 Buildings for Fun. Boss Lee, I'm not interested in investing in business for the time being. I've been busy lately, so if you're not in a hurry to start this project, it's still fine to talk about it after a while. Li Dezhou let out a bitter smile. Xin Xiao doesn't know. It's precisely because I'm in a hurry that I'm rushing to pull the investment. For every day that parcel of land is delayed without starting construction, Skylake Real Estate loses at least more than $10 million. Then there's nothing I can do about it. It's fine. Since Young Qin said so, I won't force myself. There will always be opportunities when we work together next time. Li Dezhou laughed dryly. You said that the total investment is still short of $16 billion, excluding the $4 billion of funds for the initial development, and $12 billion for the later stages. This $12 billion if we have to pull investment. I'm still interested at that time. Xinyu considers for a moment and says. Li Dezhou's eyes lit up. Good to say. Xin Xiao has your words and I have no worries. I'll remember your words. So don't blame me for being cheeky enough to come to the door to pull in investments. Xinyu smiled and said. Boss Li, don't worry about it. This sentence is put here, and it counts at all times. Turning to the wind, he added, although I'm not interested in investment now. However, during this period of time, the advertisements of your Tianhu real estate are all over the sky. And naturally, I've seen them, as if the Tianhu Century City will be officially opened for sale tomorrow. I'll also make a fuss. Buy 2 buildings for fun. I don't know if Boss Lee is willing to give a discount. Oh, Young Qin also wants to buy a building. This is good to do. Don't say discount or not and so on. Directly send 2 suites to you is it? Li Dezhou was very generous. Suddenly, he heard Li Junxiao beside him softly say to him, Dad, what Qin Xiao said is 2 buildings, not 2 suites. What? Young Qin, you are saying that you want to buy 2 buildings. Li Dezhou was busy confirming to Qinyu, still skeptical in his heart about the authenticity of the statement. Not bad, I do want to buy 2 buildings. Dong Li, old brother Qin just bought a villa of over $100 million in South Rhythm Villa. How could he look at a suite of 100 or so square feet area in your family's real estate? Buying 2 buildings in one go. This is only in line with old brother Qin's status. Chen Jihan interjected. South Rhythm Villa? Li Dezhou nodded. Young Qin originally bought a villa there. Since you want to buy 2 buildings, you're looking up to me and have solved my pressing problem. Naturally, I have to give Young Qin the best discount and also pick out the building with the best location in the neighborhood for you. Jun Xiao, do you know which 2 buildings there in Tianhu Century City have the best location? And also the whole building is empty, no one has ever bought it. Li Junxiao said. Dad, no one has bought a suite out of it. The ones with good location are the 3rd and 5th buildings. Good. Li Dezhou nodded and said. Young Qin, then these 2 buildings, what do you think? No problem. As for the price, in fact, the new city side, that area is also the development of the past few years just started. Housing prices are generally not high. A suite of 130 square feet selling price is 4.5 million. A building of 38 floors for sale as a whole then. The original price is 684 million. Qin Young, as long as you give 500 million on it. 500 million for a building. Will Boss Lee sell at a loss? Qin Yu laughed. Don't worry Young Qin. Truth be told, this price excluding the cost, there is still a small profit. Let's do it this way. I don't want to take advantage of you either. 1 building will be counted at $550 million. You pick 2 more buildings for me. 4 buildings in total. Let's make it 2 billion. Qin Yu said with a hammer. Young Qin, are you saying that you are going to buy 4 buildings? Or are you going to go for the price of 550 million a building? Li Dezhou was a little excited and said. Not bad. I'll just go directly to your sales department tomorrow to sign the purchase contract. Qin Yu said. This was the elegance of a godly tycoon. Zhang Jin had seen this kind of pretentiousness of Qin Yu twice and did not feel anything. Chen Zhihong had some understanding of Qin Yu's depths and did not feel anything either. While Chao Jinghua was slightly surprised. Li Junqiao and Gu Qianshi, the 2 former classmates, are the 2 with the greatest conflict power. Today, from seeing Qin Yu's unusual identity, feel very shocked, and then later know that he spent 12 billion to buy this 7-star hotel is shocked. More truly feel the distance between Qin Yu and them. Just now heard Qin Yu said Li Digang threw out the olive technology to invest is not interested in. Just as Qin Yu is no money on the body, said the scene. Unexpectedly, he turned his head and was about to spend $2 billion to buy 4 buildings. What else can they say? They are numb. Qin Yu was already in existence that the 2 looked up to, just like when Qin Yu had to look up to them. Li Dezhou laughed. Young Qin, if you have said so, I, Li, can only be touched. You are not only taking care of my Lee family's business, but you are also solving our immediate problem, our biggest financial difficulty. Come, I'll toast you again." With that, he raised his glass. "I also have a share in Tianhu Century City, and I'm even more involved in Boss Lee's new project. Brother Qin has also helped me this time. Come, let's all toast Brother Qin," Chao Jinghua said. The crowd all raised their cups. Qin had to follow along and finish a glass of wine. The table was hot and lively, and the meal lasted for an hour before dispersing. The happiest person was Li Dezhou. The purpose he wanted was perfectly accomplished, and he got acquainted with a wealthy big brother like Qin. After ordering the waiter to come over and pay for the meal, and Qin left each other's contact numbers, and Li Junxiao and Gu Qianshi left together. Li Junxiao had just handed his father a business card with him, and said that he would personally wait for Qin arrival at the sales department tomorrow. Not long after, Qin and Chao Jinghua Chen Jihang as well as the four of them, Jiang Cheng, also left this private room. Down to the first floor of the hotel door, Chao Jinghua and Chen Jihang, two people, have a driver to send and receive, so they left first. It is Jiang Qian called a chauffeur. See chauffeur over. Some drunken and Qin greeted and get on the car to leave. Qin also just drank a bit of wine, and was about to go back to the hotel room to take a nap. Just a few steps away, he saw a few people standing at the front desk in the lobby. Tang Qin and Han Xian as well as the lobby manager, Li Heng, and a man in his 40s were standing inside. Qin was a bit curious and walked over. After approaching, he saw Tang Qin's face was serious and her expression was not angry. So he asked, "Tang Qin, several of you are here. Is there something wrong?" Tang Qin's face, which had just been tinged with anger, immediately changed when she heard Qin's voice. Showing a smile, she said, "Boss, you are here." "Boss." Han Xian also rushed to give a greeting. Li Heng is a bit exaggerated, busy canonizing his smiling face and somewhat fawning. "Hello Qin Dong, we are also meeting for the second time. The first time we met, we felt that you have a good meter. Your appearance is absolutely extraordinary. It's a model for my generation. You see, this is not immediately became my boss. In the future there are any dispatches, just command. I will certainly in front of you saddle horseback, bow and exhaustion, death, and after already." Li Heng kept racking his brain to think of what other words to use to kiss the ass and show loyalty in front of his new boss. Get the boss's attention, and in the future, he could also soar to the sky like Tang Qin Han Xian. But when he said it, he finally got stuck in the throat, and his face changed from fawning to wanting to cry. The rest of his eyes had already seen Tang Qin's pair of good-looking eyes just like knives staring at him, his face covered with a layer of frost. Chapter 58 The Smug Ma Wenxiu. It seems to have just made a fatal mistake. This is not in front of the face of Tang Qin to steal her credit. Since in today's temporary high-level meeting, no Qin you become the boss of this hotel, Ma Yichuan also give dismissal for Han Xian replace his position. The most unexpected thing is that the previous hotel's ordinary staff Tang Qin now became the hotel's deputy director, position also in Han Xian above. After Tang Qin became the deputy director, just like changing into another person, launched a fire, not inferior to the former Ma Yichuan. Now that he has offended this ant, he will have to suffer in the future. Han Xian saw Li Heng's expression change, and then looked at Tang Qin, seeming to see something, secretly laughing. Tang Qin is not only the deputy director of Jiangyun Hotel, but also Qin Yu's personal assistant. The only one who can saddle up in front of Qin Yu is Tang Qin herself, and she still wants to come over to poach her corner. After Li Heng finished that sentence, he lowered his head and no longer dared to speak. Qin Yu has a puzzled look on his face, but doesn't ask much. He also doesn't like others flattering him like this. "You are Chairman Qin, right? I can't imagine that the new boss is so young, really young and promising. I'm Yen Pike, the deputy general manager of the hotel. How are you, Mr. Qin?" Another man in his 40s, figuring out Qin Yu's identity, was also busy introducing himself at this time. Qin Yu faintly smiled and said, "So you are the vice general manager Yen. The hotel's affairs in the future will need more of your attention. Collaborate with Mr. Han to take care of the hotel, the ability to come out. The future promotion and salary increase will not be missing you," Yen Pike joyfully said. With Qin Dong Yu this sentence, "I am relieved. The future work will definitely make you satisfied." Only then did Qin Yu ask that question to Tang Qin just now. "What's going on? You guys are standing here one by one." Tang Qin said, "The matter is like this. The relevant documents have been prepared and I am ready to go out to do what you ordered. Thinking to go to the front office department to transfer out a car to use. This point although the use of cars is relatively tight, but after checking, there is still a special car is free. That car is still the Rolls-Royce that you sat in last time. And then I instructed one of the security guards to go and bring that car around, but it was nowhere to be found. Then I searched the housekeeping department and the front office department, and neither of them knew where the car had gone. so I called Vice President Yan to come down and he didn't clear his dreams either. I wanted to ask the security department, but it turned out that the manager of the security department wasn't there, and now I'm also asking one of the security guards to check. I see. That's strange. That car I rode in yesterday, and it disappeared today. Shin Yu said. He didn't care much about the missing car, a car only, just also knew that at this time Tang Xin went out to do something for him as well. It still had an impact on him more or less. Tang Dong, I've checked it out. At this very moment, a security guard sweating profusely ran to say, Zhang Xiao, you know who drove that car away? Tang Xin also recognized the security guard and directly called out his name. Several people's gazes couldn't help but gather on this security guard. Zhang Xiao didn't shy away from the stage, straightening up and saying, Tang Dong, that car was appropriated for our security department's manager Zhang, saying that it was for the use of a hotel guest. He sneaked a glance at Tang Xin, some emotion in his heart. In the morning he still had some sympathy for the other party. In the blink of an eye he became the vice chairman of the hotel. This kind of dramatic TV wouldn't dare to act like this, so it was for manager Zhang to move it for the guests to use. Yen piked some reproach. The hotel's car is given to the security uniform guard. Manager Zhang unauthorized open A to the guests to use, but do not report in the front office department. No wonder the investigation cannot be half a clue. Li Hong did not make a sound, but the heart is quite relaxed. Tang Xin continued to ask, Zhang Xiao, have you inquired clearly? Manager Zhang is the car to which guest use. Tang Dong, I also asked, and said that it was for Mr. Ma's sister to use. I see. Tang Xin nodded and said to Li Hang, go check and see which room that Ma Wenxiu is staying in. Alright Tang Dong, you wait a moment. Li Hang immediately instructed the front desk lady to check Ma Wenxiu's housing information. It was quickly checked out. It's already been checked out. Miss Ma is staying in an ordinary deluxe suite on the 15th floor in room number 5. The price for a night's stay is less than $1,000. Tang Xin sneered. So she doesn't have the qualifications to use a special car at all. But that manager Zhang not only didn't report it, but also took it upon himself to give a very expensive special car to an ordinary guest. This is a serious dereliction of duty by disregarding the rules and interests of the hotel. Tang Dong, look, isn't that person MS? Ma Wenxiu, she came into the hotel. Li Hong had sharp eyes and caught a glimpse of Ma Wenxiu coming into the hotel's lobby. Hearing this, Tang Xin turned her head in the direction of the hotel's main door, and indeed saw Ma Wenxiu with a somewhat springy face. Smiling coldly, she said, Manager Li, then go and ask her for the car keys back. Don't give it to this kind of person in the future. Yes, Tang Dong, I'll be right over. Li Heng answered yes and was busy walking towards Ma Wenxiu. He no longer dared to be the slightest bit sloppy in front of Tang Xin now. Although walking to ask Ma Wenxiu for the car keys in such a risky manner would offend his former boss, but weighing the more important or no, now Tang Xin words can only be a holy paper. Ma Wenxiu moved these 2 days, just like the cloudy weather. Yesterday also due to the loss of more than $10 million, the new car also crashed. The mood became unusually bad. If not her brother lent her a few million, still do not know where to go to raise enough money to compensate for the huge sum. Today, she not only utilized her brother's position, but also fired the woman she hated the most in the past. The most important thing is that she will soon replace the retiring HR manager in this 7-star hotel. And this matter also got the hotel chairman's personal nod, basically without any obstacles, with her brother's position as general manager. Plus she is also the top management here. In the future in this 7-star hotel is not the wind, rain, lose that more than 10 million. But what is it? I believe that soon can earn back. Just as Ma Wenxiu entered the lobby with her head held high, looking at the hotel's employees like she was looking at her subordinates, a voice interrupted her pace. MS. Ma, wait, I have something I want to find you. Manager Li, what is it that you are looking for me for? Ma Wenxiu saw Li Hong walking towards her, so she had to stop and ask. MS. Ma, it's like this. One of our hotel's special car keys is here with you, right? Can you return it to me now? Li Hong compensated a smile and said, you say this ah. Ma Wenxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Manager Li, are you mistaken? I'm a customer staying at the hotel. It's normal to borrow a car, right? MS. Ma, I think you're mistaken. The service for your room stay doesn't have the item of a special car. Since you said so, Manager Li, I'm not afraid to tell you. This car was handed over to me by Manager Zhang of the security department. If you want to ask, you can find him. Ma Wenxiu's face slowly turned cold. Manager Zhang, he is doing this in itself is out of order. MS. Ma, don't make things difficult for me. It's better to hand over the car keys to me and we can all be at peace with each other. Li Hong also did not budge an inch. Chapter 59 Dismissal. MS. Ma, Manager Li, what are you all standing here talking about? Zhang Zhong walked in, glanced at the two and asked curiously. He had some business in the morning and left from the hotel, so he didn't participate in the high-level meeting. and didn't know anything about the hotel's change of owner and general manager. Manager Zhang, you came just in time. This manager Li is asking me for the hotel's car key. Do you think I should give it to him or not? Ma Wenxiu said sullenly when she saw Zhang Zhong arrive. What? Li Heng, aren't you meddling too much? Don't you know that Ms. Ma is the younger sister of Mr. Ma and that she will soon be the HR manager of the hotel? She also doesn't have a car to use right now. Giving her one of the hotel's cars to use. Why are you being catty about such a small matter? Zhang Zhong looked at Li Heng like an idiot. Just after this sentence was said, a person was heard walking up and saying, Manager Zhang, just because of this, you took the liberty of moving the hotel's special car to an ordinary guest of the hotel to use. Who gave you this courage? Ma Wenxiu heard this voice was somewhat familiar and sniffed. Tang Qin, it's you. The corner of her mouth sneered. Could it be that you're the one who complained to Manager Li? And that's why he asked me for the car keys, wanting to use this matter to get back at me. It's really ridiculous. Don't look at what status you have now. Is it useful to engage in these petty maneuvers? Zhang Zhong was also aware of Tang Qin. Tang Qin, you are not an employee of the hotel now either. Is this something you should be in charge of? Better get out of here before it's too late. Manager Zhang, you don't have a small mouth. Mr. Yen, you're here too. Only then did Zhang Zhong realize that the vice president of the hotel was also here, and he panicked a bit. He also realized that there was Han Xian and that Mr. Qin behind him. There was some clarity in his heart that these people were here to find a scene for Tang Qin. Manager Zhang, you've gone a little too far with this. Don't hurry to ask Ms. Ma for the hotel car keys back. Yen Pike's tone was a bit harsh. On the surface, he was scolding Zhang Zhong, but in fact, he was helping him, so he didn't know if this kid was on board or not. This is also he does not understand the matter between Tang Qin and Ma Wenxiu. If he knew that he would not risk making a sound. Zhang Zhong put his heart across and said, Mr. Yen, you don't know. Miss Ma is the sister of Mr. Ma, and will soon be the manager of the hotel's human resources department. And Chairman Yun also thinks highly of Miss Ma. Miss Ma's car was crashed and is being repaired. Lending the hotel's special car to her for the time being is also considered a cheap act. Even if Chairman Ma knows about this, he won't blame. This sentence caused Yen Pike to freeze, before remembering that Zhang Zhong still didn't know that the hotel had changed owners. If he knew this, he wouldn't still be so emboldened. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Zhong with some sympathy. At the same time, knowing that Ma Wenxiu was the sister of the former general manager, she stopped speaking out. As soon as the new boss came on stage, he removed the hotel's general manager, and anyone could see that the boss was not happy with Ma Ichuan. Zhang Zhong was still defending this Ms. Ma, it was simply asking for death. Zhang Zhong, this time you've already seriously violated the hotel's rules and regulations, disregarding the hotel's interests. Han Xian is now the general manager of the hotel, and any affairs of the hotel cannot be dissociated from her, so it is her turn to speak out. Then, facing Qinyu, she respectfully asked, Boss, how do you see this matter being handled? As these words fell, all eyes were placed on Qinyu. Boss? Zhang Zhong and Ma Wenxiu's foreheads hit a few questions and looked at Qinyu in confusion. Qinyu said expressionlessly, what else can be done? Since this manager has violated the hotel's rules and regulations and still shows no remorse, if there is this one time, there will be a second time in the future. Direct dismissal is the way to go. For this Ms. Ma, ask for the car keys back from her, and the HR manager of the hotel should not be delusional. Okay, boss, I'll accept this matter. Han Xian was busy returning. What's going on here? How did Mr. Qin become the owner of the hotel? Zhang Zhong asked, still a bit confused after hearing it clearly. He is the owner of the hotel? Ma Wenxiu was like hearing a big joke. Isn't this a big joke? I also saw the real owner of the hotel. Yun Dong, in the morning. How come this hotel is now Mr. Qin's? Which show are you guys playing? Don't insult my intelligence, okay? Ms. Ma, Manager Zhang, it's better for me to answer your questions. Li Heng felt that it was his turn to take the stage at this point and coughed. Only after seeing the two look over to him did he smile and say, Mr. Qin has already acquired all of the hotel's equity, including Yun Jingyun's as well. Therefore, he is the only big boss of Jiangyun Hotel. Ma Ichuan is no longer the general manager here, and the current general manager is this Ms. Han Xian. As for this Ms. Tang Qin, she is now the vice chairman of this hotel. Do you guys hear me? Li Heng, what you said is true, Zhang Zhong said with no color in his face. Everything he said is true. The one who spoke was Yen Pike. Zhang Zhong's face changed again and again. Even Vice President Yen admitted it. How could it be false? He was busy pleading with Qinyu. Only his throat felt like it was blocked by something and he could not speak well. Qin Dong, it's my fault. Can you spare me this time? Next time I will definitely change and never have this happen again. Sorry, I'm not your boss now. These words were like a pot of cold water, dousing Zhang Zhong's last shred of hope. Dong Qin, you can give me another chance. Seeing as I've been working hard in this hotel for a few years, no merit but at least a little bit of hard work. You, shut up, Zhang Zhong. Since Qin Dong has opened his mouth, you still don't understand. Saying this is useless, and also served as a complainer. These years you do those crap here, raking in so much oil and water, think I don't know. Don't need me to point it out one by one. Yen Pike sneered. Zhang Zhong's face showed a bitter color, and there were no words to say. Ma Wenxiu had a face as pale as paper. This was not a dream. She pinched her fingers and it hurt. It's not a dream. It's that these people are working together to cheat her. Just so little, half a day's work. Everything has changed. Her brother is no longer the general manager of this hotel, and that abominable Mr. Qin even became the boss here. In particular, Mr. Qin has become the deputy director of this 7-star hotel, which is even higher than her brother's previous position. Do you think it's funny? The cell phone suddenly rang, took it out and saw that it was her brother Ma Ichuan's call. Ma Wenxiu seems to see a glimmer of hope, busy connecting the phone. Call time is very short. Ma Wenxiu put down the phone, like a lost soul, stood for a while, glanced at Tang Qin, lips moved, want to say something, but finally held back. From the handbag took out a car key, threw it to Li Hong after, without saying a word, left the place. Looking at Ma Wenxiu's departing and somewhat fallen figure, Tang Qin exhaled a long breath, her heart incomparably aching. Dong Qin. Yen Pike glanced at Zhang Zhong and spoke of a problem the hotel was currently facing. The hotel's housekeeping manager, plus the current security department manager, are now vacant, and old Lu from the human resources department is also about to retire. These 3 candidates for the managerial position still need to be filled as soon as possible, otherwise it will have a great impact on the hotel's operations, especially the housekeeping manager. Chapter 60, Xiao Zhenfeng. After hearing this, Qin Yu did not want to give much thought to these matters, so he said, the manager of the housing department and the manager of the human resources department will be decided by the 2 of you, Han Xian and Mr. Yen. For the security department manager, Tang Qin, what candidate do you recommend? Tang Qin said, boss, you said candidate. Why don't we let Zhang Xiao temporarily take over the security manager position? He has been working as a security guard here for 8 years now and is sincere in his work. What do you think? Qin Yu nods his head. As you wish. Zhang Xiao hears these words on the side. His whole body is like a lightning strike, his heart fluttering. He is 40 years old this year. On the promotion and salary increase has long been no fantasy. Thinking that his whole life will be like this, can only be an ordinary hotel security guard, holding a more than $5,000 of dead wages. Who would have thought that today there is a chance waiting for him? In his mouth, he was busy saying, thank you, Dong Qin, thank you, Dong Tang. Li Hong looked at this security guard. At his luck he was a little envious. In his heart, he thought about when it would be his turn to have this good fortune as well. To know, after Qin Yu became the owner of the hotel, besides Zhang Xiao, there was no one who had the most benefits than Han Xian and Tang Qin, and now these 2 are the only ones he can look up to. If he had known this, the last time he saw Qin Yu, he would have to hug this golden thigh to death. 10 minutes later, still the Rolls-Royce. Tang Qin drove the car and Qin Yu sat in the back row. Qin Yu's main purpose was to go to South Cloud Row and pick up his Bugatti Dark Wind. Tang Qin hitched a ride with him there first before going to do the business of registering the new company. After running a kilometer to catch a taxi in the morning, Qin Yu deeply recognizes that it is really difficult to go out without a car in his possession. Taking advantage of the fact that he is still a little tipsy, he takes a nap in the back seat of the car, and when he opens his eyes, the car also arrives at Nan Yunxing. Get out of the car. Alone. Walked toward the door of the car dealership store. Kid, you also want to come here to buy a used car, right? Behind him, he heard a person call out to him. Turning his head to look over, he saw a bald man, with one thick arm still tattooed with a domineering tattoo, was holding a wonderful woman, also walking towards the direction of the car dealership. Yeah, what's the problem? Qin Yu frowned. The bald man snorted. Have you come to the wrong place? I think you are also here to buy a used car. But cars here aren't cheap. Any used car costs more than 200,000. A few million is not uncommon. Even tens of millions I've seen. So, I want to remind you a word. See, you make money is not easy. Buy used cars also want to buy a few tens of thousands of dollars. Right. There are no tens of thousands of dollars of used cars here. So it's a waste of effort to come here to look at cars. Qin Yu then wondered how this person could tell that he could not afford to buy a car here. He is also wearing branded clothes that he bought yesterday when he went to buy furniture with Tang Qin. So how can he see that he shouldn't look like a person who doesn't have any money on him? Do I really look so ordinary? I really doubt that this person's eyes are long in the sky to go. Some good gas also asked a sentence. You also come here to buy a car. Right. Good. The bald man pointed behind him that he drove the Big Ben said, "This is my own car, 2 million or so. Today brought his girlfriend over, is to buy for her, although it is a second-hand car, but my budget is $1 million sports car." After saying that, the woman on the body was also very moved. "Thank you Brother Biao. Brother Biao is really good to me." The bald man laughed, touched the top of his smooth head, and said to Chinyu, "Brother, work harder, maybe in the future, like me, you can drive a Big Ben and buy a sports car." As he spoke, he skimmed a girl wearing an automobile store employee's uniform walking towards him and added, "Look, the car sales beauty ran to greet me, so I'll go in first. Brothers or go to other used cars to see it. Come here without money to buy is also a waste of time." Saying that, he pulled the woman beside him and walked towards the female employees of the auto store that were walking towards him. Chinyu's face is a bit odd as he recognizes that the car employee walking over is none other than Su Wei whom he had seen last time. When the bald man saw Su Wei arrive in front of him, he stopped where he was, ready to accept the reception of this beautiful female employee. Do not want a female employees as fast as flying footsteps have not been reduced in the slightest. Directly walked to the front of Chinyu, bowed a big bow. Some excitement. "Chinyu, hello, welcome, you are here to pick up the car, right?" Chinyu nodded. "Not bad, just take me there. Is Sister Yun she is there?" "Ms. Yun she is in the office there. She is receiving 2 guests. Do you want to go to see the car first, or should you go to find General Manager Yun?" "In that case, I won't see Sister Yun, just drive the car away directly." "Okay, young Chin this way please." Chinyu and Su Wei then walked together. "That, brother, it turns out that you've already bought a car, and you also know General Manager Yun here." The bald man is filled with astonishment and asks Chinyu. Chinyu looks at the bald man and nods. "Yeah, what's your opinion?" No, brother is joking. Surprisingly you know General Manager Yun. Please do not take that remark just now to heart. It was me who spoke too much." The bald man hurriedly compensated with a smile. Chinyu smiled, then walked into Yun with Su Wei towards the car store. The bald man wiped his cold sweat and said, "Luckily I didn't really offend that person just now either." "Brother Biao, why are you suddenly so afraid of that person?" the woman beside him asked in disbelief. "What do you know? Didn't you hear that employee call him Qin Xiao just now? And he also knows General Manager Yun, so he must be a rich young man. It's also my fault for having a cheap mouth just now. I almost misplaced myself." Saying that, pulling the woman, he also enters inside the auto store. Chinyu follows Su Wei and quickly goes up to the 4th floor, then enters the small showroom where the Dark Night Wind is placed. "Young Chin, since this car of yours is too valuable, we put it inside a sealed box and pulled it to finish the formalities such as the transfer. After pulling it back, we also didn't dare to put it there in the delivery area, but still drove it up to this independent exhibition room." Su Wei opens the exhibition room and explains a sentence. Chinyu is satisfied. "You guys have thought it through." As soon as the lights are turned on, the supercar, which is like a ghost in the dark, is seen once again. Unlike the last time, its paint like a new car becomes more shiny. The surface of the body like laying a layer like a black curtain starlight, colorful and beautiful. Before and after also pressed on the new license plate. Looking at the license plate above 69, perhaps, only this kind of cattle license plate, only with this car match. "Mr. Chin, wait a moment, I'll go and bring the car's document bag and keys." "Okay, go ahead." With that, Su Wei walked out. When Su Wei returned here, she had an extra document bag with a bulge in it in her hand, but behind her, there were 3 more at the same time. Yun Xiaoting was also there, and the other 2. One was a middle-aged man with a somewhat hunched body and 2 scars on his face. The other side is a young man of about 30 years of age with a straight and upright face like a crown of jade. The youth's temperament was different from the norm, but Chinyu always felt a hint of gloom in this person's eyes. "Brother Chin, this car has all been prepared for you. The car inside and outside also help you clean a piece. You are still satisfied?" Yun Xiaoting laughed. However, there was one point of casualness missing from her smile. "I'm very satisfied. Sister Yun, thank you. It seems that this car was bought by this brother. I also came over today to look at this car. I didn't want Xiaoting to say that this car has already been bought for someone. I still wanted to go look for you, so coincidentally I ran into you coming over to get the car as well." The youth smiled towards Chinyu. "What are you looking for me for?" Chinyu was puzzled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chao Shenfeng. My home is in Shijiang City. I don't know who your brother's name is and from which great family." The youth introduced himself and also asked about Chinyu's origin. He only stared at Chinyu with his eyes, trying to see something. Chapter 61, Leaving in Anger. "My name is Chinyu, from a small rural family, not a big family," Chinyu said flatly. "I heard that you spent $170 million on this Dark Night Wind. I think you are also a successful man with a successful career who can shell out so much money. You don't need to pry into this either. Just tell me what's going on. Since that's the case, Then I'll be straightforward. Anger flickered in Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes as he pointed at the dark night wind. I've got my eye on this car as well. So name your price. I want to buy it from your hands. So you want to buy this car of mine? Qin Yu apologized. I'm sorry, I like this car too, so I can't part with it. You're flatly denying it without asking how much price I'm willing to pay for this car. Alright, then let me ask. How much are you willing to pay for this car of mine? $300 million? Is that enough? Not enough. 400 million? Still not enough. Still not enough. Yun Xiaoting was a little surprised when she heard Qin Yu's answer. She did not expect that the Chaozhen Summit would offer such a high price. Much less did she expect that there was a profit of more than $200 million. Qin Yu did not look at it either. However, when she thought of the supreme black card in Qin Yu's hand, it made sense. Just heart, also some anxiety. She did not want Qin Yu and Xiao Zhenfeng bad. Moreover, Qin Yu does not recognize Xiao Zhenfeng, so it makes her a little more inscrutable. Had she known this, just now when Su Wei came to get the car key information, she would not let Xiao Zhenfeng know. Unbridled. Brat, you dare to be rude in front of Gongzi. The hunchbacked man beside Xiao Zhenfeng had long been unable to hold back, and when he heard Qin Yu say still not enough, he couldn't bear it anymore and rebuked. If in Shijiang City, who would dare to not give his family's son face? Even in South River City, even the head of a big family would have to be polite and courteous when he heard the word Xiao Zhenfeng. Now, he was actually being toyed with by a brat. The anger in Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes grew thicker and thicker, but he held it back. His character had always been brutal, but in front of his beloved woman, he was all gentle and refined. Talking about it, he said, Ghost Sword, no rudeness. Yes, Your Excellency. Ghost Sword hurriedly answered yes. Qin Yu heard the peculiar name of Ghost Sword and felt that it was a bit strange, but did not ask much. Qin Yu, you are not satisfied with 400 million. Make a price yourself? How much do you want before you are willing to sell? Xiao Zhenfeng said word for word. In fact, he does not look at this sports car much, but how much money to spend is even less in the hue and cry, just to see his beloved woman, with a man of the opposite sex so intimate, breeding anger. Along with the anger, even more want to buy the dark night wind. He also wanted to show Yun Xiaoting that what others could afford to buy, he could spend more money to snatch it. Qin Yu laughed. Surprisingly, you said so. I'll make a price. 10 billion. If you're willing to offer, I'll be willing to sell. 10 billion? Not bad. This car is worth this price in my mind. Ha ha. Xiao Zhenfeng laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Qin Yu, who was pointing, smiled and said, good, very good. You are the most interesting one among the people I, Xiao Zhenfeng, have seen, and the only one of my peers who does not look me in the eye. The smile withdrew and narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming icy cold. May you have the qualifications to not look me in the eye. Also, I'm warning you, Yun Xiaoting is my Xiao Zhenfeng internalized woman. I won't allow any man to get close to her, so you'd better be sensible, or else, said, right hand pinched into a fist hand, toward the wall behind him with anger hammer. With a muffled sound, that place, the whole piece of wall with a square area turned into pieces, smoke and dust rolled, and in the end, only a large hole was left in the wall. Otherwise, just like this piece of wall, it will go up in smoke. Xiaoting, sorry for losing my temper. I'll leave first. Xiao Zhenfeng exhaled alone, stuffy breath, said a word to Yun Xiaoting, and left. The hunchbacked man called Ghostblade looks at Qin Yu with some pity and also follows and leaves. Su Wei was scared out of her wits long ago and stood there with her body shaking a little. Qin Yu looked towards the huge hole in the wall and somewhat did not believe his eyes. Walking over, he also saw that the wall was really made of bricks piled up, not the isolation boards used for decoration. My goodness, did I meet Superman? Or did I run into a martial arts master? That little white boy is a martial arts master? Qin Yu is confused. This is beyond his knowledge. Su Wei, you go out first. Don't tell anyone about what just happened. Yun Xiaoting instructed Su Wei. Alright Mr. Yun, I will leave now. Su Wei handed the information bag in his hand to Qin Yu and rushed out of here. Sister Yun, what was the origin of that person just now? Qin Yu suppressed a trace of worry in his heart and asked with feigned composure. Brother Qin, didn't he say that he is Qiao Zhenfeng of the Qiao family of Shijiang City? You really don't know his origin. Indeed I don't know. Today is considered the first time I heard this name. Be more careful with your actions in the future. You have sort of offended him this time, with his past character. I'm most afraid that he won't spare you so easily and do something unfavorable to you. Yun Xiaoting sighed and added, this is also your sister Yun's fault. If I had known this, I would have tried not to let him meet you. In the future, if he really targets you, you should tell me at the first opportunity, so that I can go and maneuver with him. With me stepping in, he will also be somewhat restrained. Qin Yu sees Yun Xiaoting's worried expression and does not want to become a man who still needs a woman to protect him in the other party's eyes. Besides, He has the system and will become the richest man in the world in the future. Just hire hundreds of bodyguards. Each bodyguard's force value is as powerful as that Qi Jinfeng. Encountering any enemy is still not crushed over. Thinking of this, his mood became much more cheerful and smiled. Sister Yun, don't worry, just a Qi Jinfeng. I don't put him in my eyes. You don't have to worry about me. I will solve it. Yun Xiaoting saw Qin Yu's fearless and seemingly in control of everything as he spoke, and thinking that he still had a supreme black card of the 5 elements, he settled down quite a bit. I'm also relieved when you say that, but I have to pay more attention in the future, and it's best to hire a few more bodyguards to be around. Okay, what you said is also very reasonable. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, originally wanting to ask a bit more about Qi Jinfeng's origin, or inquire if the other party had learned martial arts, but in the end, he did not ask, thinking that he would slowly learn about it later. If he asked this question now, wouldn't it mean that he is a rookie who doesn't know anything? Unless Yun Xiaoting she explains it personally. Right, Sister Yun? I have a question I want to ask. Qin Yu's heart stirs and remembers something. What is it? You say it. Jiangyun Hotel's previous chairman, Yun Zhengong. What is his relationship with you? His surname is Yun, and your surname is also Yun, so it wouldn't be your uncle or uncles. Or your father? Brother Qin, why are you asking this? You know Yun Zhengong? Yun Xiaoting asked without answering. I met him for the first time today, so I wanted to ask you. He's considered my uncle because he's a year older than my father and is 56 years old this year. Speaking of relationship, my grandfather and Uncle Yun's father were blood brothers, but after splitting up the family, my grandfather broke away from the Yun family in Jiangnan City when he was still a family man and ran away to Shijiang City to make a name for himself. Speaking of which, you should understand my relationship with Yun Zhengong. Chapter 62, The Fong Family. How is your relationship with the Yun family of Jiangnan City? Qin Yu nodded and asked again. Not sparse nor very close. I will also pay a visit during the New Year festivals. Yun Xiaoting said here and seemed to think of something and said, Brother, you said that Yun Zhengang was the former chairman of Jiangyun Hotel. What is this about? Could it be that he is not now? Jiangyun Hotel has always been the Yun family's property, and he is also the head of the Yun family. Could it be that the position of chairman has now been handed over to someone else in the Yun family? It's not that it's been handed over to someone else from the Yun family, but the chairman of the Jiangyun Hotel is now me. Qin Yu said with some embarrassment. You're joking with me. I accidentally acquired all the stakes in the hotel, so it makes sense for me to be the chairman, right? How is this possible? How could Jin Zhengong he be willing to sell the Jiangyun Hotel? This hotel is also considered to be their Yun family's more central property. I first acquired the equity in Chao Jinghua's hands, and then the equity in Jiangyun Hotel pledged by Longxia Commercial Bank also came into my hands, before he finally had to also sell his to me as well. How much did you spend to acquire? 12 billion, right? Qin Yu thought about it and said, Jiangyun Hotel was valued at $8 billion. You spent $12 billion. Why did you spend so much money to acquire it? Qin Yu thought and thought before he finally said, mainly, I stayed at that hotel, thought it was nice there, so I bought it. Yun Xiaoting was speechless as she looked at Qin Yu with helplessness and bitter laughter. Or, this is what holding the 5 elements supreme black card should be like, spending money both capriciously and inhumanly. Thinking of this she is a little envious. A black sky shadow make shadow was parked downstairs in South Cloud Row. Xiao Zhenfeng walked towards the car. The ghost blade behind him rushed forward to help him pull open the rear door. Xiao Zhenfeng sat inside the car, his face cloudy. Only after Ghost Blade sat in the driver's seat did he say, You don't need me to teach you. Ghost Blade was slightly relieved after hearing this sentence and busied himself. Gongzi, that kid's parents are living in the countryside. He has 2 properties in Nanjiang City. Huajiang Plaza and Jiangyun Hotel are his. And Jiangyun Hotel he only completed the wholly owned acquisition today. For the other deeper identities, because of the short period of time, it's not possible to find out yet. Xiao Zhenfeng smiled coldly. With this much, he dares to show off in front of me. He doesn't know how to die. No matter what his identity is behind him, just run him over directly. I'll leave this to you. If I see him as alive again, Ghost Sword, you know the consequences. My lord, don't worry. He won't live through tonight. If I can't accomplish it, I'll directly bring my head to meet you. Afterwards, for those 2 properties under his name, Jiangyun Hotel is also a little bit useful to me. Just take it. That Huajiang Plaza, just ignore it. Tasteless. Yes. Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the hostility in his eyes calmed down a bit as he softly said, Let's drive back to Shijiang City first. This is the Fong family's territory after all. If that brat is behind involving the Fong family, there's still some trouble. Gongzi, what's so scary about the Fong family? I've heard that Elder Fong's deathbed is approaching. If he is no longer around, that Fong family's eldest daughter will not be able to support her alone. At this time, they would not dare to offend Gongzi. The corner of Xiao Zhenfeng's mouth twitched. That sentence from Ghostblade just now reminded him of one person. Ghost sword. I don't wish to hear this sentence a second time. Yes, my lord. Xiao Shanfeng seemed to be muttering to himself, but also as if he was admonishing Ghostblade, Elder Feng, not to mention that he is approaching the end of his days. Even if he still has a breath left in him, it is not something that our Qi family can mess with. It may seem like the two top stream families in Shijiang City are not too far from the Feng family's power, but how do you know that we've always had to look at its nose to do things? Especially that demon Feng Mingyue. Shang Zhenfeng gritted his teeth, hatred and fear in his eyes. That woman was his eternal pain and a demon in his heart. If he wanted to go against her, there was currently only one way to do so, and that was to draw a circle and curse the woman to die. Let's go back to Shijiang City this time and retreat for a period of time first. Hopefully I can take that step. At that time, Yun Chao Ting will be mine. Xiao Zhenfeng's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Go back. Shortly after the angelic sailing shadow left, an ebony black supercar with a cool and extreme appearance slowly drove out from the back door of the Southern Cloud Row and circled around towards the fork in the main road. This car was none other than the Bugatti Dark Knight Wind driven by Qin Yu, who drove off after saying a few words to Yun Xiaoting. Out to the outside. Feeling that the air inside the car has a heavy odor, he lowered the windows to ventilate the air, first exhausting the old air out. It just so happened that the bald man Hu Biao and that wonderful woman walked out from the car store, looking like they didn't buy a car. Standing outside his Big Ben saw Bugatti Dark Wind immediately attracted, also saw the open window sitting in the cab of Qin Yu, but also ate a shock. The appearance of that car is too windy. Hu Si all know its price is absolutely not expensive. Hu Biao looked at the dark wind of the night out of the main road. A roar of the engine, such as off the bow of the arrow, disappeared in the blink of an eye in the sight of the disappearance of the trail. The eyes look at all straight, seeing Su Wei standing there not far away, busy walking over to ask, Bugatti Dark Wind, $180 million. Upon learning the name of the car and its price, Hu Biao walked a bit lamely. $180 million for a car. Really don't treat money as money. I don't know if I can earn the price of such a car in my whole life. Hu Biao thought with a dry mouth. He also thought, well, the next time you run into that car, no matter what, you have to take a picture with the wind of darkness. There will be a blow in the future. The wind of darkness accelerates too fast. Qin Yu did not dare to drive fast in the city. In addition to just getting started, the feel is not very familiar. Driving can only try to control the throttle. The car went directly in the direction of the Jiangyun Hotel. At this time, the heart is not as calm as the surface. Since the binding system, he is a little complacent, do things a little reckless. He thought that as long as there is money, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Which think just encountered Xiao Zhenfeng, gave him a stick in the head, only to know that there is a sky outside the sky, people outside the people. Money cannot solve all the problems in the world. There are a lot of things he is not in contact with. See, that punch is not very hard, and blasted out a big hole in the wall. Qin Yu is really shocked out of a cold sweat. This fist fell on him. Even if there is a system in the body, not everything is finished. This time is also considered to be a setback for his psyche, and at the same time gave him a wake-up call. The car soon stops in front of the main door of Jiangyun Hotel, and the doorman is busy rushing over to help open the door. Seeing Qin Yu's face, he froze for a few seconds and was busy saying more respectfully, "Hello, Qin Dong." Qin Yu hands him the car keys and asks with some curiosity, "How do you know my identity?" "It was Brother Sao who specially handed me over not long ago. I didn't expect to see you so soon." "Zhang Xiao? Right. Well, very good. Please park my car, and then just leave the key at the lobby front desk. I'll come down and get it again." "Okay, Dong Qin. I will keep your car in good care." Qin Yu smiles and gestures to the doorman, then walks towards the lobby. Chapter 63: The Use of Check-in Points. After walking into the hotel lobby and thinking about it, he took the elevator up to the 36th floor and entered the hotel chairman's office and sat down. Shortly after sitting down, he heard a knock on the door before Han Xian pushed her way in. "Boss, you're back." Han Xian walks in and smiles. Qin Yu gestures for her to sit down and then asks, "Han Xian, how are the affairs of the hotel? The work is all on track, right?" "Boss, don't worry, there are no more problems with the work." "That's good." Han Xian smiled. "I want to come over and tell you, there is a room inside the hotel that is specially reserved for the boss. It is much bigger than room 3601 and much more luxurious. I've organized it all for you. You can go up and live there directly. No need. I'll still stay in the previous presidential suite. That room is reserved first." Qin Yu said. He was in a bit of a bad mood right now. He didn't have the heart to think about this, and now he was still waiting to do the system's 5th level sign-in. "Okay." Han Xian realized that Qin Yu's mood was a bit low and reported a few more things before excusing herself and leaving. Qin Yu sits for a while and also walks out, going up to the 3601 presidential suite. After sitting down on the sofa in the main hall, opened the system panel and saw the back of the taskbar. the task of acquiring Jiangyun Hotel has been completed perfectly. The 5th level sign-in has been unlocked and can be signed in at any time. First level 5 sign-in. What gift pack will be opened this time? System, sign in. Xinyu was looking forward to giving the command to the system. Ding, sign in successful. Gain 10,000 sign-in points. Host, please pay attention to checking. 10,000 sign-in points. What is this? Xinyu was filled with anticipation like he was poured a pot of cold water. Pulling ice and ice. He looked towards the system panel. Host, Xinyu. Age, 25. Physique, 50, normal. Mental power, 50, normal. Skill, empty. Signable progress, 7. 8 billion plus. Unlocked level 4 signable. Not yet refreshed unsignable. Task, empty. Sign-in points, 10006. Balance, 6. 283. 27 million. Backpack, X1. System, you're playing me. This is a level 5 sign-in. At least give a company with a market capitalization of trillions. Even if it doesn't, at least send cash or not. What the hell to get this sign-on point? Xinyu curses a sentence, sees that the system is silent, thinks about it and asks again. System, what is the use of this sign-in point? Host, sign-in points can be used to improve physique and mental strength, and can also be used to add skills, or consume sign-in points to seek some help from the system. Add physique? Does adding physique make the body stronger and stronger? Or even become a superhuman is staged on TV? Host, I don't know what you mean by Superman. However, if there are enough sign-in points, adding body mass to a certain extent, this small planet that the host is on, can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. What small planet? Are you saying that this Earth planet can be destroyed at the snap of a finger? Not bad, the system replied in a muffled voice. It can still be like this. There is still this good thing. Xinyu's heart speeds up a few times and he also starts to get a little excited. I see. So it looks like, with signing points in hand, like that Xiao Zhenfeng, it's not like he can be ed over with just one finger. Xinyu changed his previous moping. It seems that not only is this signing point not a chicken rib, it is more important than anything else. It's hard to buy a boost in physique even if you have money, while it's easy to make money after a boost in physique instead. System, is the general chance of signing in to obtain signing in points high? Host, the chances of obtaining sign-in points for signing in at level 4 and below is 0. Level 5 signing in is 1/10. Level 6 signing in is 1/5. And level 7 signing in is 1/2. With the exception of doing system mission sign-ins, as long as you do mission sign-ins, you have a chance of getting sign-in points. So let me ask, what is the easiest thing to obtain from a system check-in? Host, the thing that has the highest chance of being obtained by signing in is cash. Sure enough, Xinyu went into deep thought. It seemed like the chances of obtaining sign-in points were small, but it was reasonable. If sign-on points were easy to draw, then where would one find so much money to sign on in the future? For the system task signing in, Xinyu directly ignored it. Who knows when a task will come down? Seeing the system panel shows that his physique is 50, and his mental strength is also 50. For mental strength, Xinyu estimates that it is literally the meaning of the word. The stronger the mental strength then the stronger the spirit, so he did not ask the system. First enhance it to see how the effect is. Xinyu keeps staring at the system panel and asks the system. System, like how many physiques can be increased by consuming 10,000 signing points? Host, 10,000 signing points can increase 10,000 physiques. In that case, system, consume 100 sign-on points and boost my physique. Xinyu does not dare to raise too much physique at once. If he raises it too much, and the physique comes up, will people become regardless of their appearance? Then how to meet people in the future? How to pick up girls? There is more money. The body is strong is also false. Ding, 100 signing points have been deducted. Physique enhancement in progress? Will be completed in 1 minute. Xinyu immediately feels a fiery heat in his body. Whether it is the surface of his skin or his skeletal organs, it is ambiguous and comfortable. But soon, the warmth disappears and turns into a thin stream, like thousands of ants traveling through the blood. Itchy and sore. Ding, the host's enhancement of 100 points of physique is complete. As the system voice sounded, that itchiness of the body disappeared and Xinyu only felt incomparably refreshed. The body seemed to be full of strength than before. Incomparably soothing. Xinyu took a look in the mirror. Fortunately, his appearance did not turn out to be anything otherworldly, but instead, he became a bit more handsome than before. Not bad, just become handsome. I can't imagine that strengthening the body can also become handsome. This system loves. Looking at the system panel. Physique, 150, ordinary limit. Ordinary limit? Xinyu falls into deep thought. After thinking about it, his heart crossed and said, System, consume another 5,000 signing points to enhance your physique. Warning, raising 5,000 points from the ordinary limit physique at once. I'm afraid that the host's willpower will not be able to withstand it, thus spacing out the farts. The system suggests that the host first raises his mental strength by 2,300 points to the limit of the 5th stage of the mortal body, so that there will be no problem. System, you damn well tell me what the meaning of fart isolation is? Literally. Okay, then consume 2,300 signing points to raise your spiritual power. Ding! 2,300 signing points have been deducted. Mental power enhancement in progress. Will be completed in 10 minutes. Pain. An incomparable pain. Shinyu immediately felt his head give way to 10,000 needles and fainted from the pain. After lasting for 5 minutes, it feels like the mind has turned into mush and the soul has been drained away and is still being constantly given a kneading. Although the consciousness was blurred, the pain was present all the time. Shinyu dares to take the system's personality guarantee. This kind of pain surpasses everything in the world. It is simply in purgatory, constantly hammering the soul. After 2 minutes, Shinyu's head was refreshed, his consciousness returned, and his soul seemed to be purified and sublimated. From endless pain, it instantly turns into incomparable comfort, floating in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host, raising 2,300 spiritual power is complete. Chapter 64, The Killing Chance. Although the process was painful, it was worth it. Shinyu's pair of eyes were incomparably clear, his mind seemed to be enlightened, and 100 syncs were connected. With a movement of his ears, if he himself wants to, he can hear the sound of words several hundred meters away even if there is a wall blocking him. This floor came from the corridor footsteps. Shinyu seems to be able to see the appearance of the person walking, with both eyes open. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 36-story building, he could also see the pedestrians on the ground, as well as the clear river water. There is also the sense of smell. Perception are many times more powerful. This is the change brought about by strong mental power. Shinyu's mind was incomparably clear and sharp at this time. System, will all the signing points to enhance the physique. Which step of the physique will it go to? Consuming all the sign-on points that the host currently possesses, one can get to the 10th step of the mortal physique. If one just reaches the 10th step of the mortal physique, how many signing points will be consumed? 7. 250 signing points are required. In that case, let's consume 7. 250 sign-on points to enhance the body. Ding! 7. 250 sign-on points have been deducted. Physique enhancement is in progress and will be completed in 15 minutes. Shinyu once again feels that body heat flow. This time it is incomparably scorching, seemingly burning the body. After a long time it formed a thin stream, like thousands of bugs tearing at it, both sour and itchy and stinging. It penetrated in the skin, in the internal organs, in the blood, every part of the body. The unspeakable pain was stronger than a burst. Shinyu was able to endure all of these. Although this unbearable pain was like his entire body was being cut by millions of sharp blades, but it was not as bad as the pain of enhancing his spiritual power just now. Looking at the system panel, he only saw that the physique column kept changing. 300, mortal body first stage. 500, mortal body second stage. 2300, mortal body fifth order limit. 4000, mortal body sixth order. 7400, mortal body 10th order. An hour later, Shinyu slowly revealed his head from the outdoor open-air pool of the presidential suite before climbing up to the poolside. He had been holding his breath inside for more than half an hour and had yet to feel a little bit stuffy. The layer of dirt that was forced out by the cleansing of the muscles and marrow, as well as the sweat stains all over his body were also cleaned up, and he was very refreshed. The body contains infinite power, such as a deep-rooted dragon, would like to go all out to punch, but also no, here every object under his punch power, have to turn into dust, also did not pay off to try. What made Shinyu even happier was that his appearance had also changed a lot. After putting on the clothes, it is just like a big handsome man with a superb temperament that mesmerizes thousands of women. His height seemed to have grown much taller, streamlined body type, looking somewhat thin, but very explosive. Face compared with the previous, more angular. The phone rang at this time. Is Tang Qin called? She called over to conduct a work report. The new company registered well, also opened the company's capital account. Shinyu hit her bank account money also transferred to this company account. Now she went to the Huajian Plaza, also found a decoration company. Tomorrow to the office building for decoration. Talking about the new company team building, how to go about recruiting employees. Shinyu instructed Tang Qin to go directly to the headhunting company to ask for people, whether executives or employees there to find. Not on the high salary called headhunting manager to other companies to dig people, especially the first two departments of the Ministry of Legal Affairs and Finance to build up. Do not be afraid to spend money. The company's employees can be double or even several times higher than outside the salary does not matter. In short, it is necessary to build up this team in the shortest possible time. If there are difficulties, then use money to smash it. I believe there is nothing that money cannot smash. Hearing Qin Yu's words of such wealth, Tang Qin had nothing to worry about and hung up the phone after talking with Qin Yu for a few more sentences. After Qin Yu put away his cell phone, he felt that his stomach was empty and hungry, probably due to the improvement of his physique. It feels like the amount of food has also increased quite a bit compared to before. Looking at the time, it was already more than 6 in the evening. Just as he was about to call the hotel staff to send food up, the phone rang again. This time, it was Lu Kerson who called. Qin Yu, this is Lu Kerson. Tonight is my promotion official invitation to dinner. All my company colleagues are coming, as well as Li Qiuping and Gui Yafan will also be here. Just you, Yip and Tang there, tonight at 7 o'clock. Whether you are free or not you have to come. Oh, remember to be on time. Yip and Tang? Qin Yu is a bit strange. That's a high-class restaurant, but consumption inside is not cheap. You also invited so many people. Can you afford it? You're underestimating Auntie. Isn't a meal just a few tens of thousands of dollars? It's trivial. Tens of thousands of dollars? I'm afraid tens of thousands of dollars won't do, but I don't believe that you can get so much money. Even if you can, with your stingy character more than $1,000 will hurt like hell. Qin Yu now thinking how agile, from Lu Kerson that a trace of unnatural tone of voice know that there is something fishy. Asked again. Say, in the end what is going on? Qin Yu, who is a cheapskate? Am I as cheapskate as you? The voice suddenly lowered. In fact, it's all the company's boss who pays for it, and he told me to invite the company people to dinner, and he paid for it. Also secretly told me, want to call you also come together. This matter also told me not to tell you it. I see. Then you remember to come. Oh, not on my face. At least I should be able to afford this meal. After all, after spending the boss's money for dinner, you have to do something for him as well. You have said so. Can I not come? Alright, remember to see you at 7 p.m. at the One Piece Hall. After saying this, he hangs up the phone without waiting for Qin Yu to respond. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Qin Yu is furious after storing his cell phone. In the end, he still calls the hotel staff and sends a dinner up. It's better to eat enough before going, as he is too hungry now. After 10 minutes have passed, Qin Yu has finished eating this dinner, but his stomach is only a half full. It is already clear that his current food quantity can't be compared to before. If before, this big portion can't be eaten in half, then went downstairs, sat on the dark night wind. Super large displacement engine roar sounded. The wind of the dark night has been in the main road sped away. Qin Yu's super strong mental strength and physique, this time driving on the dark night wind. 2 hands hold the steering wheel. The feeling of driving has been on the hand. The performance of the parts of the whole car is also becoming more and more familiar. On the road, the same road walking vehicles, always intentionally or unintentionally avoid Qin Yu's wind of darkness. This journey is also very smooth. The car drove very fast and soon arrived at the entrance of Yiping Tang. Parking the car, Qin Yu looked at the time. 7 o'clock is still a few minutes short. Originally thought that he would be a few minutes late, but it turned out to be earlier. His eyes glanced towards a black Grand Ben SUV in the distance, then turned around, only to have a pair of eyes that were a bit icy cold. He found out early that the car had been following him on this journey, and from that car, he also felt a hint of killing chance. The visitor was not good, and also had a killing intent towards him. Who could it be? Qin Yu's mind rapidly flashed through several thoughts. Xiao Zhenfeng? No matter who it is, what is there to fear when soldiers come to stop them? Since changing his physique, Qin Yu always had a breath that he couldn't release, so he wanted to have a painful fight. Just when someone sent someone to his door to practice with him. Chapter 65 Confession. Went to Lu Kerson and asked which private room they were in, then walked into the door of Yipentang, went up to the 2nd floor from the corner, and entered a large private room on the 3rd. Inside surrounded 3 tables. One table was the ordinary staff of Qishang Advertising and Design Department, and the table in the center was the management and others. Li Qiuping, Lu Xiaotong, Li Ping, there is a financial payroll older Zhang Mei. These people around a table on the left-hand side. Qin Yu first to the personnel has been full. All the design department ordinary employees that table, smiled and greeted a few people, before walking to Li Qiuping that table. How to say that we used to be co-workers, get along okay, there should be etiquette or to have. Although the status position is different now, Qin Yu's state of mind has always been like this. Will not be high on others, but also will not look down on anyone. Even if there is a little change now, it is also facing the rich he is the rich, and facing ordinary people, he is also ordinary people. Bypassing the center table, Qin Yu walks towards another table, taking his eyes towards that again. He froze, and his face was a bit tasteless, like it was harder than eating a few flies. He saw Lu Ku Xin smiling, pulling the landlord of the rented room. Big sister Huang, sitting there, the yellow sister 40 years old, waist round arm thick short hair. Women should have the same kind of knot. Heartland is not bad, is more words. Like gossip. Last time Suli over to her bumped into, Chinyu also asked her to pull a half day, so Chinyu does not want to see her, but at this time there is no choice to come to. When Luku Xin called, if he said that the landlord is also coming, he will not come over even if he is beaten to death. Chinyu, you came. I told you, you and Ko Xin are in the same rental house and colleagues. How come I didn't see you? It turns out that you haven't arrived yet. Sure enough, big sister Huang and sister Lu Xiaotong Li Pingzhang, I'm here. You came just in time. I am and Li Ping they talked about you, saying how brave you were in the company last time, fighting dozens of rounds with that Zhang de Pig Zhou Jun, and finally disliking your uncle and nephew so much that they had no power to talk back. Li Qiuping saw Chinyu sitting down and laughed busily. Chinyu took his eyes and glanced at both Li Ping and Lu Xiaotong, seeing them eating and snickering, without good humor. He said, the two of you can really make it up. Why don't you go write a novel and fight dozens of rounds? Chinyu, in the past, when I saw that you only knew how to bury your head in your work, I really couldn't see that you had this kind of blood. It's a pity that you've left your job now. Otherwise there are several other single girls in the company who are interested in you. Zhang Mei also laughed. Sister Sang, you make fun of me too. Chinyu, what happened? You fought dozens of rounds with someone in the company. Did you get into a fight with someone and I heard that you even resigned? Landlord Huang big sister immediately gossiped full of 2 questions in a row. Huang big sister, this is all they blow. You do not believe is. Resignation is I don't want to do. Want to change a new environment only. A very ordinary thing. You also don't ask. Chinyu was busy blocking big sister Huang's mouth with words. I felt that you've changed from the first time I saw you just now. And now the more I look at you, the more wrong you are. You quickly confess. Did you go for plastic surgery? It seems like you've grown taller and have become more handsome than before. No, it's a lot more handsome. Better looking than the TV actor. Li Qiuping looks like he has just discovered a new continent. His eyes are starry, staring at Chinyu without blinking. Yeah, if you didn't mention this, I really didn't pay attention to it. I just felt that it was weird just now. Li Ping also said seriously. It has indeed become handsome. It feels even more beautiful than taking pictures with beauty face on. Luku Xin also nodded her head. Not bad. She was talking about beauty not handsome. You guys just felt all this I actually noticed it long ago. And there's one thing you guys don't know yet. Zhang Mei was stoned on melon seeds and looked at the somewhat flower-like 2 girls and laughed. Sister Sang, tell me, what is it? Li Ping said. You don't see Chinyu is wearing anima to come. This a clothes price is not title. And that pair of sneakers is also famous brand. The whole set of more than 100,000 to go up. No way. Zhang's sister said is not true. Chinyu you quickly tell me. Lu Xiaotong busy to Chinyu up and down, and said, so you got rich. No wonder want to resign. This outfit of yours is as good as my yearly salary. Why don't I just not call you by your name in the future and call you Brother Chin directly? I just don't know if you are willing to accept me as a little brother. He listens to a few people say that Chinyu has become handsome and does not feel anything. When he hears Zhang Mei's words behind him, only then does he get jealous. Chinyu has no choice but to lie. You guys think too much. In fact, I went outside to buy this set of clothes high imitation only. The price of a few $100s. Your sister Zhang I've seen a lot of famous brand clothes. Coincidentally before coming to Qishang Advertising, I also worked at Anima Specialty Store. So don't fool me. You also worked as a salesperson at Anima Store? Chinyu looks at Zhang Mei in a good-natured and helpless manner. Zhang Mei smiles and nods her head. Just stop pretending. Say, what caused you to both become handsome and rich? Be honest. Li Qiuping said in a serious manner. Chinyu looked at these few people sitting here who all had a curious look on their faces, waiting for his answer. With a helpless sigh, he had to honestly say, then I'll tell you guys, I'm rich now, with a fortune of more than $20 billion. I drive a luxury car when I go out and sleep in a presidential suite at night, so it's not too much to wear clothes that are over $100,000. Chinyu knew that his identity would be known to these people present one day, so he might as well confess now. Haven't you heard the story of the wolf? Stop lying and say it. Li Qiuping got angry. That's right, Chinyu. You're a tycoon with $20 billion. I'm still the crown prince of the $100 billion group. Lu Xiaoyi said with a disgusted face. Say it quickly, don't be appetizing. Luku Xin said. Li Ping was a curious baby staring at Chinyu, stars flashing in her eyes from time to time, as if she was reminded of which male star. Chinyu was speechless and asked the sky. It was at this moment that the landlord, Big Sister Huang, spoke out. You don't say actually I know what's going on. It can't be that you've been adopted. If it was given to which rich woman to be adopted, all of this would be explained. Big Sister Huang, you have a point with this sentence. Chinyu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No wonder you don't go to work anymore. So it turns out that you eat soft rice. Li Qiuping said. Xinyu is speechless. Big Sister Huang is still the same Big Sister Huang. Her brain circuit is really fast, but still have to explain. You guys don't blindly guess. In short, it's all not what you think. Just don't ask anymore. This sentence used up some spiritual power, giving people a feeling of not being able to question the words after hearing it. Alright, Xinyu has said so we won't ask anymore. Otherwise, it's all going to get angry. Lu Kurson relieved the situation. A few people couldn't help but nod their heads as well. Your girlfriend, Suli, why didn't she come with you? Big Sister Huang asked again. His girlfriend broke up with him, Li Qiuping said smoothly. Big Sister Huang immediately came to spirit. Xinyu, is it true? Xinyu blared at Li Qiuping reproachfully, somewhat helplessly. Not bad. Chapter 66, not a good match. It's a pity. That girl is weirdly pretty. How come she broke up? Big Sister Huang lamented, then said with a glowing smile, breaking up is breaking up. Xinyu, don't you like Gui Yafeng? And she doesn't have a boyfriend, so why don't you just catch her up? You look quite handsome now, and the two of you together would be a talented man and a talented woman. Why would Big Sister Huang know about the matter between Xinyu and Gui Yafeng? That would be blamed on Li Qiuping's broken mouth that couldn't hide anything. Xinyu even blared hard at Li Qiuping. Speaking of Sister Yafeng, why hasn't she arrived yet? Didn't you call her? Qiuping. The one who spoke was Lu Kurson. Like Xinyu, she was also a bit afraid of this Big Sister Wang, but unfortunately, she was brought here by Li Qiuping and did not know beforehand. I called. She said that she still has to bring a friend over. She should arrive soon. In that case, let's wait for her. I'll go entertain those colleagues first. You guys sit down for a while to have some snacks and wait. You go ahead. No need to mind us. Saying that, Lu Kurson glanced at elder sister Wang and ran over. Xinyu curses. Had he known that he would have delayed coming over for some time? Hearing Big Sister Wang's words just now, that the one called Gui Yafeng was coming over later, the crowd started gossiping again. Zhang Mei asks, Big Sister, Gui Yafeng is pretty, right, to cause Xinyu to miss her. Huang Big Sister interested in explaining, beautiful, big beautiful one, later you see it will know. She and Lu Kurson Li Qiuping live in the same suite. I do not understand. The three girls look so different. Gui Yafeng a beauty embryo. Li Qiuping and Lu Kurson too but look crooked, especially Li Qiuping, with that somewhat crooked face. Big Sister Wang, I'm going to get angry if you keep saying that. Li Qiuping got angry. Several people burst into laughter, and Xinyu was no exception. Let's put it this way, since Xinyu likes that Gui Yafeng, when she comes later, we'll try our best to set the two up. Zhang Mei started a proposal. Sister Zhang, this is a good proposal. If it works out, Xinyu can remember to thank us. Li Ping laughed. Then everyone will have to see what happens later. Big Sister Wang said. Xinyu was about to tell the crowd not to get involved blindly. With his current eyesight, he had long since lost any thoughts about Gui Yafeng. Li Qiuping suddenly said at this moment, look, Sister Yafeng has come over, but you guys might be disappointed. She also brought a guy over. Looks like a boyfriend. Following Li Qiuping's gaze, everyone turned their heads together to look. Even Xinyu also raised his eyes to look. Sure enough, he saw Gui Yafeng walk over, and she was followed by a man with a suit and collar, and his cheeks were a bit thin and tall. Li Qiuping raised her hand, signaling Gui Yafeng to sit beside her. Gui Yafeng quickly came here. Next to Li Qiuping's side stool sat down. The man also sat next to her. Gui Yafeng saw that everyone was looking at her without blinking. She was a bit embarrassed and said, sorry, I came a bit late. My name is Gui Yafeng. How are you guys? At this time Lu Kuxian also ran over. She helped Gui Yafeng introduce the three colleagues. Only then did she point at the man and asked, Gui Yafeng, your boyfriend? Gui Yafeng nodded and said, just confirmed boyfriend. He's kind of my boss's boss. He's been chasing me for a long time. I was kind of impressed by his sincerity, so I agreed to him. I see. Hello everyone. Introduce yourself. My name is Su Xiaowen. I'm the marketing director of a project department of Sky Lake Real Estate Group. I'm glad to know you all. Any intention to buy a building can look for me. I can give you all the biggest discount. The man busily introduced himself, then stood up and took out a bunch of business cards, handing out one to each person. After sitting down, he unconsciously placed a brand new Grand Ben key on the dining table again. So you're the marketing director. Then your salary must be very high. Li Qiuping took the business card and asked out. Not high, not high. It's only $1 million or so a year. It's a bit higher if you perform well, but my uncle's annual salary is only high. He is the general manager of the project department. Su Xiaowen said very modestly. As these words fell, several people were somewhat impressed with him, especially when they saw the Big Ben car keys on the desktop, as well as Liang Xiaowen would always intentionally or unintentionally, revealing his wrist's Rolex Green Aqua Ghost watch that emitted a greenish luster. A year's income of more than $1 million. The project general manager or his uncle. Development potential. No wonder looks so beautiful. Gui Yafeng chose him. Xinyu pinched Su Shao and handed over the business card, took a look at it and put it on the dining table. He glanced at Gui Yafeng and saw that the other party's gaze seemed to avoid him intentionally or unintentionally. Xinyu's thinking was so sharp that he could see through the essence of the matter with just one glance. Gui Yafeng could not say much about Liang Shaowen. She had said that only a rich and handsome man was worthy of being her boyfriend. But ultimately, she still violated this sentence. Xinyu smiled, not a bit of jealousy in his heart. Somehow, at this time to look at Gui Yafeng seems to be high above the master in ignoring the mortals. Just this idea is too horrible. Themselves are given a shock. Lu Kurson looked at Su Shaowen, and sneak a glance at Xinyu. Some for Xinyu pity. Even if this Su Shaowen has a high income and hard connections, if she were Gui Yafeng, she would rather choose Xinyu than him. Xinyu now looks eye-catching and handsome. On the contrary, this Liang Shaowen looks tall and thin. His face looks a bit ugly. Really can't understand Gui Yafeng. Forget it, don't want to think about this. Said, you guys wait a little bit, the food will be served soon. I will go over there first. Saying that, Lu Xian walked away. Soon the food was served to the restaurant waiter one after another, and a shelf on the side also put a few bottles of wine and drinks. There were a few people who did not drink, and in the end, everyone poured drinks. Xinyu was also hungry at this time and buried his head and ate his meal. Alas, it's a pity. I still wanted to set up the two of them, Xinyu and Gui Yafeng, which expected Yafeng to find a boyfriend so quickly. A few people were eating and talking at the same time, but they did not want a sentence from Big Sister Huang to float out. The words were not loud, but not too small either, and they all entered the ears of the crowd. Xinyu's hand that was clamping the food froze, and then there was a momentary silence in several people's movements. Oh, so this brother also likes my family. Yafeng. This is how it should be. Who asked my girlfriend to be so beautiful? Su Shaowen had a trace of annoyance in his heart when he saw Xinyu casually throw his business card on the dining table, especially when he saw Xinyu's handsome face. He was even more jealous. Xinyu also notices that hint of change in Su Shaowen's mood. The corner of his mouth curls slightly and says, Gui Yafeng is a great beauty anyhow. Everyone has the heart to love beauty, but with you it's a bit of a mismatch. Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm not worthy of being Gui Yafeng's boyfriend? Su Shaowen gasped. This time the atmosphere was weird. The few people present put down their chopsticks and prepared to watch the fun. You all cut the crap. How come you've become powder kegs once we meet? Gui Yafeng voiced out. She glanced at Xinyu and froze for a moment. Why did she feel that Xinyu gave her a very unusual feeling? It was just handsome, especially with that set of clothes on his body, which emphasized his different temperament. It was at this time that there was a commotion at the next table. It turns out that the door of the private room hits and two people walk in. It was Zhou Shanghua, the owner of Qishang Advertising, and Wang Ji, the owner and general manager of 9 Yuan Games. The two of them stepped into the banquet hall together. Zhou Shanghua walked in front, first said a few words to the company's employees. Lu Kurson came to invite the two to sit at the center table. Chapter 67 Toast. Zhou Shanghua shook his head and asked, Manager Lu, where is Mr. Qin? Has he come yet? Mr. Qin? That's Xinyu. He's here, over there. Lu Xian pointed at the table where Xinyu was sitting. Zhou Shanghua also saw Xinyu from that table. His face was happy. He and Wang Ji looked at each other and said to Lu Kurson, you get busy with your business. Don't worry about me. Mr. Wang and I will go there first for a while. With that, he and Wang Ji both went to get 2 empty cups and filled them with white wine. Then one person took a cup and walked towards Xinyu's direction. Look, the boss and that Mr. Wang are coming towards our table, probably to toast. Damn, we only have drinks in our cups. Lu Xiaotong his sharp eyes and quickly sees the company boss who is walking. The boss is really here, but what the hell is Mr. Wang from 9 Yuan Games? He's here too. Do we have that much face? Zhang Mei wondered. Don't think of anything else, go get the white wine over here. It's too late. While talking, the two bosses had already arrived here. Zhang Mei and Lu Xiaotong Li Ping were about to stand up, but Zhou Shanghua raised his hand to stop them. Laughing, he said, you guys don't need to mind me. Sit down and eat. I'll come over with General Manager Wang to toast Mr. Qin and leave. Mr. Qin. The crowd was a bit confused. Who is Mr. Qin? The only person here with the surname Qin is Xinyu. However, these two big bosses would specifically come over to toast him. The crowd all expressed their disbelief. Su Shaowen was very enthusiastic at this time and smiled towards Wang Ji. Uncle Wang, it's you. Do you still remember me? I am Su Shaowen. Su Shaowen? Wang Ji asked doubtfully. You are? My uncle's name is Li Degan. He and you still often play together. It's the last nightclub we met. Su Shaowen hurriedly explained. Oh, come to think of it, Li always is your uncle in the project department of Tianhu Real Estate. I still don't know if you don't say it. Wang Ji's mouth twitched when he heard the word nightclub. The few people sitting there also showed some odd faces when they heard it. Gui Yafeng sitting there frowned with some displeasure. Yeah, I thought that you, Mr. Wang, saw me and came over specifically to talk to me. Su Xiaowen is proudly scanning the crowd, especially lingering at Qinyu for a long time. It seemed to be saying, see, Mr. Wang, the general manager of 9 Yuan Games, also has a close relationship with me. The corners of Wang Ji's mouth twitched again, very disgustedly sweeping a glance at Su Xiaowen, secretly cursing in his heart. What bad luck, eyes but contains a smile. Qinyu side just empty 2 positions. With Zhou Shanghua 2 people came to stand in these 2 positions, then took the lead to Qinyu opened his mouth. Mr. Qin, I did not expect to meet you here, but also really coincidental I and Zhou boss specially come over to toast you a cup. Not bad, not bad. Today is the company's manager Lu's promotion banquet. Mr. Wang and I also wanted to come and join in. I didn't expect to see Mr. Qin here, so I wanted to have a drink with Mr. Qin. Do you mind? Zhou Shanghua was also busy saying. Qinyu looked at the drink in the cup in his hand and also stood up and smiled. But it's not white wine in my cup. You guys don't mind, right? No, no. What did Mr. Qin say? Although it is not white wine but it is still better than white wine. Let's have this cup. Zhou Shanghua and I will toast to you. Mr. Qin feel free. Saying that, both Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua raised their cups. Qinyu also raised his cup of drink and signaled before taking a sip, and Wang Ji and the 2 of them drank in unison. After sitting down, the 3 people talked and drank to themselves. Their movements were ordinary and flowing. Just a pair of eyes present were looking straight, unable to say a word. Lu Kerson, who was standing behind the boss, was so surprised that her mouth was open. Mr. Qin was really Qinyu. Several people in Zhang Mei sat like wax statues. What did they see? What drinking a drink is still better than white wine? How dare you say such nonsense? And finally say I'm dry. Mr. Qinyu feel free? Bai Kudzu. Qinyu, you're awesome. The original is the invisible big brother. No wonder today is so abnormal. Because the low-profile identity does not want to pretend. Showdown. Many people's hearts flashed these question marks period. Only hot-faced a cold as Su Xiaowen a gloomy face. He could see that Qinyu's identity was not ordinary. Wang Ji was the boss of a game company, and could only be a little brother in front of him. Moreover, Qinyu also likes Gui Yafeng. Glancing at Gui Yafeng, he saw that her face was surprised and there was a very heavy remorse, knowing that she was previously in the dark about Qinyu's identity. Now that she knows, I'm afraid that she is thinking of going into this kid's arms. Thinking of this, Su Xiaowen's face became even more ugly, a face that was pulled down. Thinking of him chasing Gui Yafeng for 2 years, for her, and rarely went out to find a woman outside. Took a lot of effort. Tonight Gui Yafeng only willing to agree to be his girlfriend. Do not want to be in this springtime? Give him this. It seems to have to call someone to figure out this kid's origin. If the origin is actually sloppy words, do not blame me for ruthless. Su Xiaowen thought of his sworn brother Hu Biao. The other side. Xishang Advertising Design Department employees Lu Xiaoming. He drank a little too much, so he went out to go outside to put water. In the toilet out will suddenly hear a person, quickly go to see. The following parked a top supercar. Go slow will not be able to drill in. Another person said, Che, is not a supercar, what is so amazing? Really have not seen the world. I still have to eat. Do you know what kind of car that sports car is? Tell you, Bugatti Dark Wind. No there. The Bugatti Darkness series that costs over $100 million? Nice. Then what are you waiting for? Run. Then the 2 ran down together. Bugatti Dark Night Wind? Lu Xiaoming is also a sports car fan. Men always have dreams. Naturally also know this car. The world's limited to 3, and now know that there is a parked below. Can still hold back. Also ran. Halfway still do not forget to walk back to the no. 3 private room. Will tell this news to a few colleagues. Then, the name of Bugatti Dark Wind, along with its high price, just like a gust of wind in the private room quickly spread. Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua toasted a glass of wine to Qinyu, but also did not hurry to leave. Sitting here also deadpan pulled some gossip. The 2 bosses do not go. Can be bitter in the sitting a few people, although in the dining, it is a little bit of a loose. Just see Qinyu that kind of openness, laughing and joking appearance. In contrast to the 2 bosses some humble attitude. A few people are looking infatuated. Zhang Mei is a person who has been there. She looked at Qinyu, and then looked at Gui Yafeng. She knew how regretful Gui Yafeng's look was at this time. No one had expected that Qinyu would become so radiant after shedding that low-profile introversion. Taking Su Xiao when compared to Qinyu, simply a clown, a handsome hanging dregs of the rich and handsome. With the 2 tables over there someone left the table and walked out. The rumors of the Bugatti Dark Wind also arrived here. More than 100 million Bugatti Dark Wind, or a global limited edition. You guys sit down first, I'll go down and take a look, take a random selfie and come up, Lu Xiaotong said and got up and left. Chapter 68 Leaving. Then Li Ping, Li Qiuping, and Zhang Mei also left. Su Xiaowen long ago did not want to still sit and pulled Gui Yafeng. Gui Yafeng thought about it, glanced at Qinyu, and also got up and walked down. Big sister Wang was still eating, so Lu Kersen sat beside her and listened to Qinyu's three chatting while eating. Qinyu ate his bowl of rice while listening to Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua who were pulling in small talk. When the rice was finished, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'm full of rice. I have something else to do so I'll leave first." With that, he stood up. "Mr. Qin, take your time." Wang Ji and the two of them were also busy getting up to see them off. "Qinyu, you're full after eating that little?" Lu Kersen said with some reproach. "I ate before I came." Qinyu looked at Lu Kersen again and said, "Let's talk again sometime." "Alright," Qinyu said to Wang Ji and Zhou Shanghua, "You guys are in good hands. Find me again if there is anything." After saying that and nodding to big sister Wang, he walked out. Wang Ji and the two heard Qinyu's next sentence with great joy. "Alright, Mr. Qin, take care." Qinyu went down to the first floor of Yiping Tang below, and indeed, he saw the Dark Night Wind parked there with a bunch of people gathered around it. The ones closest to the car were a row of young ladies wearing very little and with beautiful postures, each person in the hand of a cell phone. To the car is a random pass through the picture. Behind the people who are still waiting to take pictures are anxiously jumping there. Zhang Mei, Li Qiuping and others are also standing in the front position to watch. Lu Xiaotong looked at the wind of the dark night. Hala flowed all over the place. In that chirping marveled. The Dark Night Wind caused such a big stir, not only because of its high price, but also because of the series of very conspicuous license plates. Many people were looking forward to the moment when the owner of the car appeared, to see what kind of person is worthy of owning such a luxurious car. Gui Yafeng stood farther away, but looked enviously at Dark Night Wind. "If I could also sit on the co-pilot of this over $100 million sports car, how good would that be?" She looked at Su Xiaowen and made a decision in her heart. "Superintendent Su, you go back first. There's no need to send me. I still want to stay here for a while longer." Superintendent Su? Tonight, he was still calling the name Xiaowen, but now he turned into the former Superintendent Su. The meaning was self-evident. Su Xiaowen's face was as gloomy as water, but in an instant his face changed and he smiled in a gentle manner. "Yafeng, I can't believe you still want to stay. And don't play too late. Remember to contact me. My cell phone will stay for you 24 hours a day. I'll leave first, bye," said Su Xiaowen went to drive his Big Ben. That car is still his uncle just bought not long ago, more than $1 million. He held his anger in his heart, got into the car and went straight to a nightclub that he used to frequent. Qinyu saw a few familiar faces surrounding the Dark Night Wind neighborhood, and also saw Gui Yafeng. Then, walked straight towards his car. With a little effort, he pushed through the crowd and walked next to the Bugatti Dark Night Wind. A young lady with a super short skirt was taking a selfie there, turned her head to look at Qinyu and said impatiently, "Handsome pot, although you are handsome, but also have to line up on one side. Don't bother me." Qinyu ignored the short-skirted young lady's words and took out his car key and pressed it. A horn sounded, followed by the Dark Night Wind flashing out like a magical exterior ambient light. The entire audience was stunned as the owner of the car appeared. So young, so handsome, and a bit cold. What's worse, he's not accompanied by a beautiful woman. This is not good enough. The young ladies all exploded, each scrambling to lean towards Qinyu. "Handsome guy, where are you going? Can you give me a ride? Handsome brother, my feet are not feeling well. Can I get on your car? Brother, truth be told, I fell in love with you at first sight. Do you like me too?" A time of very nice warm accosting went on and on. The ultra-short skirt young lady who just called Qinyu to go away. Her heartbeat fluttered. She feels that the opportunity has come. She is now so close to this handsome-to-death car owner. Wouldn't she be close to the water? Busy posing in what she thinks is her best-looking pose. Very flamboyant and coy. "Little brother, do you see me looking pretty?" Qinyu bursts into a vicious chill and says, "Sorry, can you get out of the way?" Slightly harder to push the beauty in front of him away a little. Opened the car door and sat on it. There are also two young ladies who don't want to give up and do not hesitate to fold their arms and knock on the car window, saying, "Handsome guy, can you take me for a ride?" Qinyu ignored, turned his head to Zhang Mei, Lu Xiaotong. A few people nodded to indicate a. Then the dark winds of the night out of the intersection and drove out. The car window was not yet closed, leaving a bit of cool and handsome side face. Too handsome. Love, love, love. The young lady is looking dumbfounded, and can't wait to get her body in love tonight. "Qinyu? This car is Qinyu's? He's driving a $100 million supercar?" Lu Xiaotong's heart couldn't take it anymore and remembered what Qinyu had said. Could it be that what he said about being worth $20 billion is true? Zhang Mei was silent. she somewhat understood why the bosses of the two companies were so respectful to Chinyu. Li Ping's eyes were red, and there was still some regret on her face. On the contrary, Li Qiuping, so excited that he jumped up. His heart was city thinking, I actually have been living next to a rich young man. There will be something to blow in the future. Dumbfounded Gui Yafan, standing in the distance, has been unable to use words to describe her heart at this time. Chinyu drove the car out, and after driving for a while, he turned right at an intersection, and then changed a few more lanes, and soon broke away from the city and came to the outskirts of the city. The speed of the car wasn't slow, but it was far from the limit of what he could drive. Chinyu looked ahead with a somewhat solemn expression. After a total of more than an hour of driving from the Yipentang dining hall, the Bugatti Dark Wind finally stopped. The place where it stopped was in an open space where a road forked into a kilometer. There was no longer a road in front of it, only a grassy, horizontal shrubbery. From the very beginning, Chinyu had realized that there was a car following behind him. In addition to the car that followed him over to Yipin Hall, there was one more. Chinyu's spiritual power is too strong. From even one car, he detects a heavy fury. From this, the other party's hands are at least stained with a lot of human lives, being targeted by this kind of person. It can be imagined that the person's intention is obvious, that is to him to death. Get out of the car. Look at the bright moon. Feel especially cool. Two gray Big Ben SUV in a short distance slowly stopped. Down 6 men in black. 6 people silently to Chinyu form a flanking shape, slowly surrounded and came. The leader was about 40 years old, with half a handful of long hair hanging down in front of his forehead, covering half of his face that had lost one eye and half of his nose. The other half of his face was also covered with pockmarks, making it impossible to see his face. A single shining black narrow eye gazed coldly at Chinyu's back. This man was the hired killer, infamously known as Half-Face, who resounded through the cities of Xizang and Nanjing. The force value is not very high, mainly because he is ruthless and kills countless people, no matter what kind of people. All have died under his knife. Therefore, he has also become a vicious criminal in Longxia country. Chapter 69, 2 week. Got a cigarette. Only when Half-Face approached and was still 5 meters away from Chinyu did Chinyu withdraw his gaze from looking at manhwa, asked leisurely and turned around. He hasn't smoked for many years. His throat used to hurt every time he smoked and he slowly quit. Now it was a bit tempting to smoke. Smoking was good for business. Whether there was a small hint of tension in his heart, or to brew a little emotion, Chinyu can tell from the breath that the man in front of him with only half a face has a strong physique, far stronger than ordinary people. However, compared to him, the difference was still too far. The Half-Face froze for a moment, looked at Chinyu's bland and fearless face and smiled. The hoarse voice says, yes, taking out a pack of cigarettes. He lit one himself before tossing the cigarettes as well as an exquisite lighter over. When Chinyu caught it, he lit one and took a slow, leisurely drag. After 2 puffs, he threw half of the cigarettes at the bar and threw the cigarette case and lighter back again. Only then did he say, who sent you guys, can you tell us? The Half-Face catches the cigarette case and lighter and hears Chinyu's question and hoarsely says, there's no need to inquire about this. I, Half-Face, only know how to kill, and I don't know anything about who my employer is. Is it Xiao Zhenfeng? Half-Face single eye flashed with essence and did not squeak, as if he did not care to answer Chinyu's question. How much did he give you? Chinyu seemed to already know the answer and asked again. Half-Face took a drag on his cigarette, rasping with some mockery. Kid, seeing as you're the person I've seen when it comes to behaving so calmly, I'll tell you straight, we do not seek wealth as killers. Those things are of little use to me. We are already wanted criminals in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Going outside to spend money is not looking for death. Just think of us as ghosts in the deepest depths of darkness that only know how to harvest heads, so there's no need to expect to be able to buy me. I know you have money, so what? Just obediently be one of the dead souls under our knives. Since you don't seek money, what do you seek? Chinyu was somewhat curious. With a movement in his heart, he suddenly senses that there is another person hiding in the darkness as he speaks. Kid, you are talking too much nonsense. It's better to go down to the earth and ask the King of Hell first. The Half-Face waved his hand, and behind him, 4 black-clothed men, who drew a curved sword from somewhere in their hands, rushed towards Chinyu. 2 of them were the first to attack in front of Chinyu, one slashing upward and one sweeping downward. Out of the knife both ruthless and accurate. To Chinyu cut. This gesture seems to have practiced countless times, but in Chinyu's eyes, the speed was too slow, too weak. It was like a baby, striking out at him slowly. Feeling a bit bored, Half-Face turned around and smoked a cigarette leisurely. A kid who wasn't even a martial artist, yet the higher-ups had to send out the 6 of them. From this, it could be seen that the master valued this person, but it was good. It was easy to earn the bounty. It's just a bit depressing that his sword can't drink blood this time. When he was on a mission, his sword would only be sheathed against a martial artist. Suddenly behind him with the wind, 2 figures flew by and landed on the ground in front of him. Then there were both figures again. Half-Face finally moved. Busy turn around to see as Chinyu was still motionless standing in place. Then look back to check the 4 people who fell on the ground injury. Are a fist print branded in the chest. Inside has become crushed. Dead cannot be too dead. You are also a martial artist. Or a body-hardening 4th layer martial artist. The half-face turns to stare at Chinyu in death, estimating the other party's cultivation from the dead man's wounds as well. No wonder you are emboldened. So you are a martial artist of the 4th level of body hardening. Another puzzled. Why is it that from your body, you cannot feel a bit of a martial artist's aura? After knowing that Chinyu was a body-tempering 4th layer martial artist, Half-Face could not help but feel a little tricky, as he was only at the body-tempering 3rd layer. There was basically no chance of winning when a body-tempering 3rd layer faced a body-tempering 4th layer martial artist. However, looking at the other party's age, he was only in his 20s, and he was completely a white boy, so he should have no experience in killing enemies, together with the fact that there were 2 of them, and the other one had also reached the 1st level of body tempering. There was still a fight for the 2 of them to go up together, and the other party didn't have a weapon with him. Especially, there was a hidden card on him. You are talking too much nonsense. If you want to make a move, hurry up. This time, it was Chinyu's turn to use the same language. The first time Chinyu struck out, he only felt that the 4 people just now were simply unbeatable in his eyes, already very much suppressing his strength, only using 4 layers of power. One person giving a punch. Unexpectedly, with just this little bit of strength, the 4 people were still killed at once. I need to practice more in the future to familiarize myself with my own strength. It doesn't matter if we kill these people tonight, but if we accidentally run into an ordinary person with a little power from our palms, it won't work. Half-Face exchanged a glance with the other man and also drew a short blade of his own. The blade emitted an ethereal light. It was a weapon whose material had reached the 2nd rank. Coming! Chinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, he easily dispatched 4 people. The fight was not enjoyable at all. I hope these 2 won't let me down and have a painful fight. With his sharp mental power, he can feel that the blood flow in the 5 and 6 internal organs in this half-face body are different from normal. 10 times more powerful than an ordinary person. Is this what he just called a martial artist? Blade light flashed. Both of them moved at the same time. Especially the half-face man. Between one step his body like a dark shadow rushed towards Chinyu. A knife cut down towards Chinyu's head. Clang! 2 fingers of Chinyu's left hand clamped the tip of the knife. The half-face face was halfway across the room. The hand holding the knife jerked and did not move. Too late to think carefully, his other hand smashed into Chinyu's chest again. Then there was a miserable scream, giving Chinyu a heavy punch to fall backward. The left arm of the half-face that fell to the ground was already ruined. The right hand still gripped the knife. Chinyu at the end loosened the double fingers that clamped the blade. The difference in strength between the 2 men was too great, and their strength was also different by an unknown number of levels. The other man followed, his knife already chopping at Chinyu's waist. The speed was not as fast as half-face, but it was much faster than the 4 people just now. Chinyu gently leapt backwards. His toes floated on the blade of the knife. The other foot plate gave that person a kick in the head. Then that person was skull cracked and farted. The battle was still so brief. The result was still the same. Chinyu easily won. Too weak. This was Chinyu's evaluation of the 5 dead and 1 seriously injured 6 people. You are a divine dirty martial artist? Half-Face spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet with a shocked expression. Divine Viscera martial artist? Chinyu had just heard Half-Face say that he was a martial artist, and now he was saying that he was a Divine Viscera martial artist. As his thoughts turn, it occurs to him that this might be the difference between the realms of martial artists. Without answering Half-Face's question, he says, "Say it, what are your last words, or else I'll have to make a move later." Half-Face threw the hilt knife in his hand, like he had resigned himself to his fate, and said with a fallen look, "I won't be able to escape tonight. I'll admit to dying in the hands of a Divine Viscera martial artist. This day has finally come." With a slight sigh he added, "In order to reach Divine Viscera perfection to be able to avenge my blood hatred, in order to be able to obtain cultivation resources, I have killed too many people, but I didn't think that I wouldn't even be able to enter the Divine Viscera's doorway today. Now that I met you, I can only blame my qualifications for being too ordinary." Chapter 70, Inquiring about the missing person. Chinyu said with some disgust, "You people, why do you always involve in revenge and blood hatred? Annoying or not?" The half-face suddenly Jie laughed strangely twice and said, "In that case, kid, you're going to die." Saying that, an additional palm-sized oval iron sphere was in his hand, ready to throw it towards Chinyu, which unexpectedly, before his hand could move, he was choked by Chinyu. With the force of his wrist, the half-faced body fell to the ground limply. Chinyu looked at the iron ball rolling to the ground with a hint of curiosity. Could this be a new type of grenade? Just now, Half-Face was muttering to himself. A hint of murderous intent in his eyes could not fool Chinyu's spiritual perception. so he knew that this person was still harboring dark tricks. Sure enough, when he sees a movement in his hand, he also immediately senses the danger in his mind. Without much thought, he rushed up with the fastest speed, gripped the other party's neck and killed him in one move. Kid, speed is not bad. Hands are also okay? Is to fight too much reckless force? Like never learned martial arts. In the darkness of the night, an old man with a stiff waist and eyes in his 60s walks out, commenting on Chinyu. Are you with them as well? Chinyu said to the old man, not overly surprised by his sudden appearance. As early as the old man's silent arrival here, Chinyu had sensed him and had been on guard against this person. Now that the 6 people have died, this person has only appeared. It is still hard to tell whether he is a foe or a friend. Don't worry, little brother. In fact, I came to chase these people, and happened to meet you with their hands. Hey, kid, that iron ball you don't move. There is a button installed in the groove. If you move that mechanism, even if you don't lose your life, you will be seriously injured. The old man sees Chinyu picking up the iron ball on the ground and playing with it a few times with his hand. He busily voices out to stop it. What is this thing? Do you recognize it? Chinyu pointed at the iron ball. You don't know this thing? Never seen it. The old man touches a few thinning hair strands on his head and asks, can you tell me what your name is and which family trained you? My name is Chinyu, not from a big family. Chinyu answered truthfully. Not a son of a great family? The old man was even more curious. Then how did you cultivate to the divine viscera realm? This, you care how I cultivated. Chinyu stares at the old man somewhat defensively and asks another question in his heart. You said that you came over to hunt down these people, so what is your identity? This, it is considered as an incumbent who handles special tasks for the Dragon Summer Kingdom. The old man replied vaguely. Chinyu's eyes lit up. Then there is nothing wrong if I kill these 6 people now. Don't worry, these people are all heinous criminals, especially Half-Face, who has just been placed on the Class D wanted list because he committed too many crimes. I just happened to be over here, so I stopped by to hunt down a few of them. In that case, I've even done the people a favor. Chinyu smiles again and asks, then can you tell me about martial artists? The old man's eyes light up. You won't tell me that you haven't even heard of martial artists. I heard it for the first time today. So it's a brat who just came out of the world. To put it mildly, a martial artist is one who utilizes the blood or blood crystals of the blood-devouring iron-armored beast and uses them to break through the limits of the human body's physique, thus becoming a martial artist. In addition to body hardening as well as divine viscera, the martial artist realm also has the harmonization power master as well as the chi royalty grand master Shui upwards. Having said that, you should understand, the old man concluded. Chinyu did not reply. From the old man's elaboration, 2 pieces of information were known. One was the blood-devouring iron-armored beast, and the other was the realm of a martial artist, one without the other. Then he was now at the 10th stage of mortal body, and which realm of a martial artist was equal to? After a few seconds of silence, he said, old man, which realm have you reached now? Do you want us to fight? The old man laughed. I am now half a foot in evolutionary power Zhong Shui. Do you still want to fight with me? Although I know that you didn't use your full strength in the fight just now, but it's still a far cry from me. That's not necessarily the case. Why don't we directly test our strength? Chinyu rubbed his chin. He felt that if he only fought with his own strength, he still had a great chance of winning. If he used his weapon moves, it would be hard to say. The old man pretends to be in a difficult situation and says, alas, seeing that you are so serious in seeking advice, I will reluctantly agree to you. It's fine to play with you, so that you know the gap between a divine viscera martial artist and a half-step Huan Ji master. On the surface, he was looking very reluctant to make a move, but in fact, in his heart, he had also long wanted to test Chinyu's waters to see which step of the divine viscera realm he had actually reached. The corner of Chinyu's mouth curled up. Then when do we start? You put that thing down first and we'll go to the woods to do it. If we compete here, the impact of the power chi will be so strong that I'm afraid that sports car behind you is going to play out. Let's go to the woods behind us then. Chinyu finishes speaking, places the iron ball on the ground and walks with the old man towards the bushes and grasses behind. Ready. After finding the right position, the 2 of them stood facing each other more than 20 meters away from each other, and the old man spoke out first. Begin. As the words fell, a gust of wind sounded, and the 2 quickly collided together like 2 residual shadows, blasting 2 palms in a row. 2 palms collide sound like thunder, air waves rolling, 2 people's clothes with the strong wind hunting up. At the same time withdraw a few steps. The old man looked shocked and said, good boy, I underestimated you. Again, be careful this time. You actually managed to withstand 70% of my power. This time I'm going to go all out. Then let's all go all out. Chinyu smiled faintly. Secretly, he said, you have already put out 70% of your power, while I have not reached 70%. The old man's entire body bursts with chi and blood this time, and a layer of white mist rises on his body. which is the semi-substantialization of astral energy, which not only can injure people, but can also protect the body. He swung his fist out. Shinyu also strikes the strongest palm with the power of the 10th stage of mortal body. Boom! A loud sound wave like dynamite exploding. As the fists and palms collide, the strong winds around them are like knives. The clumps of trees on the ground are overturned and fly, and the leaves of the trees are also cut and fall down one after another. Both men grunted, bounced a long distance before landing. Although the old man's physical quality was exceptionally strong, compared to Chinyu, it was still much worse. After landing, he stomped backward for several feet before unloading the burst of force in his body. The force of the recoil just now caused the chi and blood in the body to roll over, almost spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and it was with great difficulty that the breath recovered some. After landing on the ground, Zhaoyu stopped by merely taking a step backward, his face still relaxed. Again, the old man said unconvincingly, losing to such a youngster, or a contest of internal strength. The thought of it made his face hot and painful. Come on. Shinyu had just fought bloodily and had not yet gotten over it. The old man's sentence was just what he wanted. Then the two of them fought in a piece. Bang bang like thunder ringing endlessly. Although Chinyu does not have much experience in actual combat, but the strong spiritual power can completely make up for this defect. Attack cannot play what chapter and verse. Defense but no one can match. In the spiritual power shroud, the other side of a move and a style have nothing to hide. Said only to compete in strength? But the old man has 100 moves. Shinyu was a bit confused at first, but gradually became more comfortable. The old man almost every attack to the attack, no matter what part of Chinyu's body, and finally turned into the other side to catch his weaknesses counterattack, or easily avoided. Finally, the two men again against a palm. The old man called out not to fight, retreated to the side and sat down to meditate, did not pay attention to Chinyu. Chinyu also suffered some injuries and his body was a bit deflated. However, after resting for a few minutes, the sense of weakness disappeared, and his whole body was once again filled with strength. In his heart, he is very happy. Finally he can freely fight out the power in his body that is like a volcano about to erupt. How refreshing. Laughing at the old man, he said, "Old man, do you want to come again? I haven't fought enough." He could see that the old man's injuries were not small after he had just exchanged palms, and they were severe compared to him. The old man had been regulating his breath. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly for 2 seconds. His voice was low and said, "That's all for this time. You go first. Next time I will look for you." "Alright, then I will leave first." Chinyu nodded indifferently and left alone. After waiting for Chinyu to leave for a long time, the old man finally couldn't help but puff out a mouthful of blood. Cursing, he said, "This kid is too ruthless." Under his breath, he also muttered to himself, "What a demon. How could such a demon appear in this small place?" Chinyu drove on the dark night wind and sped along the main road in the suburbs. Freeing a hand, he took out his cell phone and dialed a call over. After the caller picked up, Chao Jinghua's voice came out. "Brother Qin, something for me?" Chinyu said. "Brother Hua, calling at this time doesn't disturb your business." Chao Jinghua laughed. Brother Qin said, "Which words? Don't say fight or not disturb. You can come to the phone to be a brother. I'm absolutely happy. Calling over is to ask you about someone." Chinyu cuts into the topic. "Who?" "Shijian City Chao family Chao Zhenfeng. Do you know Chao Zhenfeng?" "Right." Chapter 71 Racing Cars. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before he said, "Brother Qin, why are you suddenly inquiring about this person? You won't tell me that you have offended him." "Not bad, so I want to inquire with you. Do you know this person?" The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a few more seconds and said, "I do know some information about Chao Zhenfeng." Then Chao Jinghua said some of the information he knew about Chao Zhenfeng. There are two people in Shijian City who have the most outstanding reputation. One is Shen Butsong, the prince of the Shen family, and the other is Chao Zhenfeng, the Chao family's unicorn son. Among the two, steadily to Chao Zhenfeng fame a little bigger. Can say you inquire about that one can be called the first person of the young generation in Shijian City. The Chao family is one of the two top families in Shijian City, and the energy behind it is far from being comparable to those ordinary families. Moreover, Chao Zhenfeng is a person who does things ruthlessly, and there are not many people who dare to offend him, so if Brother Qin really offends him, he must be extremely careful. Qin Yu drove the car, quietly listening to it and then said, "If you take your Chao family and Chao Zhenfeng family then, who is stronger or weaker? You think too highly of my Chao family, not to mention comparing it to the Chao family, just comparing it to a Chao Zhenfeng alone. It's far from a match. My father owns 51% of the shares of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals, and the market capitalization of Huaxing Pharmaceuticals once exceeded 250 billion this year. So on the surface, the Chao family is the richest family in Nanjiang City. But if you compare it to the Chao family, it can only be considered an empty shelf that shatters at the touch of a button." You should now understand the terror of that person Xiao Zhenfeng. Qinyu naturally hears the meaning in Xiao Jinghua's words and smiles. Brother Hua, thank you for telling me this tonight, but there is no need to worry. Xiao Zhenfeng may be powerful in your eyes, but in my eyes, it is nothing. Xiao Jinghua smiled bitterly. Brother Qin, no matter what, it's right to be careful when facing Xiao Zhenfeng. Your reminder is also right. I will pay attention. It's good that you know. If there's any need, just say so. Brother, what I can help must try my best to help you. Let's talk about it if you need it. I'm still driving. I'll talk to you next time. Okay, bye. Qinyu hangs up the phone with a contemplative face. It seems that Xiao Zhenfeng is indeed not to be messed with. Unfortunately, he has messed with me. Seeing that the gas gauge pointer on the car's dashboard still has one frame left, it stops at a roadside gas station. After filling up the gas, he just drove the car to the side of the road, and suddenly noticed a billboard on the side of the road. The billboard reads that there is an open Panshan racetrack 10 kilometers ahead, which is a semi-open track, and that enthusiasts who love to race are welcome to drive there to experience it. When Qinyu saw this billboard, he was a little moved. I can't imagine that there is a racing track nearby. In that case, let's go and experience it. Not only can you enjoy the thrill of speeding, but you can also familiarize yourself with driving techniques. When I thought of this, I accelerated the gas and headed towards the racing track. 10 kilometers will arrive soon. After turning the corner, we came to the side gate of the track. There is a gate at the entrance to the side gate of the racetrack. 2 security guards guarding. To check in and get a ticket to enter. Qinyu got out of the car, went to the front desk to register to do formalities and write information. Or night. Here, in addition to Qinyu, has not seen other customers. After filling out the information and explaining the vehicle information, in addition to the track fee, he paid more than 100,000 yuan of insurance before finishing the formalities. Sir, do you want to rent a set of racing protective clothing? Safety first, the receptionist asked. No need to be so troublesome. Then, do you lack a co-pilot? I can do it too, the young lady shyly said. Sorry, I like to drive alone. Qinyu had to find a very casual reason to refuse. Then, he walked out in front of the front desk young lady's face with a grudging gaze. Lun, don't be a nymphomaniac. Don't look at what kind of car the handsome man is driving. How could he look at you? Another older receptionist persuaded. It's hard to say. How can I know without trying? In case he really looks at me. Besides, this guy is so handsome. No matter what, I'm going to try. The two bantered a few more times when their supervisor, a fat man in his 30s, hurriedly arrived. Instructing the two receptionists, he said, we just received an impromptu notice that the racetrack is going to have a racing competition at this time, so immediately suspend the opening for customers to drive in. Xiao Lan's face turned white. Manager Zhao, it's bad. A customer just drove in. Manager Zhao's face also changed for a moment. How can it be so coincidental? Usually there is not a single car at night, but there was a car that entered and came to this notice. He also asked, is there a contact number for that car owner? Lan picked up the information Qinyu had just filled out, and helplessly and somewhat guiltily said, that, supervisor, I just forgot to tell him to leave his phone number. You, Supervisor Zhao sighed and said, I'll make a call to inform the higher-ups about this matter first, and by the way, ask for some clarity on who are the people conducting the racing competition. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call, Supervisor Zhao's face became an earthy color. Supervisor Zhao, how's it going? The two receptionists also felt bad when they saw the supervisor's complexion. It's over. The racing competition started 2 minutes ago, and the ones participating in the race are all those little ancestors. If the race is disrupted because of that customer, I'm dead, Supervisor Zhao said with a bitter face. On the other hand, Qinyu came out from the front desk and he also saw the introduction of the racetrack. The racetrack was built on a half mountain. The whole course was close to 100 kilometers, built on the mountain, with 30 curves. Get on the car, enter the scope of the racetrack circuit, drive forward through a ramp, out of the split road, and finally really on the track. The driving mode puts the sport mode into track mode. The front is a straight line track. The track is brightly lit throughout. Qinyu wanted to experience the extreme speed of the dark wind. A foot of gas pedal to the end. A loud engine roar, followed by a strong sense of pushing back to pass the whole body. The car starts off as the fastest sports car on the market, accelerating at 100 kilometers in 2.4 seconds. Just by looking at the speedometer, the needle pulls up to 100 kilometers. It was still soaring at 60 per second. Soon, the speed rose to over 300 kilometers per hour. The road in front of him becomes a blur between the speedy flow. But fortunately, Qinyu has superb mental power and his eyesight is completely fine. Not only is there no dizziness, but the road in front of the track is also very clear, and the field of vision is wider and farther away. The whole car is like a black lightning. If there is someone outside watching from a distance, the eyesight can no longer touch the shadow of this car. The speed of the car had already reached 400 kilometers and was still increasing, far from reaching the limit of the engine. The whole car also did not lose some weight because of the excessive speed. The grip was still as strong as ever. Seeing a curve in front of him, Chinyu slowly slowed the car down. After this curve, then the car's speed quickly pull up, this time only to drive a 300 kilometers per hour. Although Chinyu has a super strong spiritual power, driving a vehicle is easy to get started, but the car skills are still lacking, especially turning a small corner. It is still very difficult. Perhaps if he comes to this track often to practice in the future, with his extraordinary mental strength, within a few days, he will not be worse than those professional racers. After passing through a corner and going a little further, I saw a car light behind me from the rearview mirror. There was a car catching up. Chapter 72 Driving Skills. The car was traveling at a fast speed, getting closer and closer to the winds of darkness. Shinyu also came into the spirit. His sense of competitiveness was bursting. The gas pedal was pressed deeply, and the speed of the car rapidly increased. Looking at the car behind him fading away, Chinyu faintly smiled. Still want to overtake my car? Dream on. But after turning a corner, the car behind him catches up and speeds up even faster. There is another small curve ahead. Chinyu has no choice but to slow down the car. Not yet 100 kilometers of speed to turn over. Just after the curve, the sports car behind the roar crossed his car. The driver in the car also turned his head to look at his side, shook his head. Give contempt? That car was also a Bugatti, or a red sports car. Seems to be a customized version of a supercar. This kind of car is not cheap, not necessarily lower than the darkness wind that Chinyu drove. Seeing the car in front of him gradually far away, can only see its taillights, Chinyu heart a burst of loss. Just like that, he lost, and gave the other side contempt. I am the one who carries the system. How can I lose like this? Thinking of the system and associating it with the skills column of the panel, he asked. System, skills there can add sports car driving skills. Ding, host, add general driving skills. Need to consume 50 signing points. Adding the topmost driving skill requires the consumption of 300 signature points. Shinyu gritted his teeth. Then add the topmost driving skill. Ding, 300 sign-on points have been deducted. Driving skill enhancement in progress. As the system voice rang out, it only felt like there were many more memories in his mind for a split second. And such memories came from those top-level racers. Countless driving car skills and driving sensations were merging and overlapping with Chinyu's memories, melting together. This feeling was clear and incomparable. Ding, driving skill enhancement completed. Almost at the same moment, Chinyu's body or sense of touch was perfectly harmonized with the entire car, achieving human-car unity. No matter which kind of difficult driving skill, it can be accomplished. In other words, just stepping on the gas, the brakes have lost their significance. Then, the gas pedal was pressed to death, and once again it turned into a dark stream of lightning that sped away. Passing through a corner was a drift and passed, and a small corner was also easily passed. Straight track, but also reached more than 500 kilometers per hour speed. Not long, finally saw the red Bugatti's taillights, and then the naked eye visible speed approaching. The front driver seems to have seen the car coming up behind him, and the speed of the car is rapidly increasing. Shinyu sneered and continued to accelerate, getting closer and closer to the car until he was almost caught up. The car in front got anxious and its speed continued to soar. However, the winds of darkness still slowly caught up. Ahead of a curve, the red Bugatti had to sharply reduce the speed of the past. The wind of the dark night is very gently past. The distance between the two cars and a big step closer, soon to another small bend. This time Chinyu is ready to overtake. The front driver also knows that the car behind her is about to overtake her. The heart and shocked and anxious and angry. Under the unstable situation, the car speeds so fast, especially in a small curve above the curve. A slight error will be brewed into a big mistake. In the end, the car did not turn successfully, drifting into a circle. After a burst of tire rubbing sound, with a loud bang, the red Bugatti crashed into the track fence, and black smoke came out from the wheels. Bad. Shinyu frowned and parked his car on the side of the road, got out and walked to check. To his relief, the driver inside that car is not seriously hurt. Before he could approach the smoking red Bugatti, the door of the car that was somewhat dented by the impact was kicked open and a long-bodied woman came down. The woman was wearing a racing suit, and her helmet had been tossed aside. Her long hair was hanging down, and her face was also beautiful. After she got out of the car, her face was angry, and she kicked the red Bugatti twice, cursed under her breath. Garbage. Even other people can't compare. What's the use of having you? The voice was good, but the words uttered were a bit rude. This car was actually about to fall apart after these two kicks. Unexpectedly, this woman looks slender and thin-waisted, but her strength is surprisingly large and so violent. Shinyu can't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He somewhat regretted coming down to check. It was not right to walk now. It was not right to stand. The woman cursed and spat out a few more sentences before walking towards Chinyu. When she came in front of Chinyu, her face was emotionless as she said, "Good car skills. Why haven't I seen you before?" Although this woman is somewhat violent, Chinyu is fearless. "Is that strange? I haven't seen you either." The woman was speechless, turned her head to look at the Wind of Darkness, saw the license plate number, and somewhat oddly, seriously surveyed Chinyu for a few more eyes. Finally said, "Lend me that car of yours first. I still have to race. I don't want to lose this race." "Racing?" Chinyu was puzzled. "Isn't this driveway open now? Are you saying that you are in a racing competition?" "Right." The woman replied briefly and said with some anger, "You even came from the outside. What have the managers here done?" As soon as the words fell, a burst of sports cars roared in the distance. Then the sound grew louder and louder. Then more than 20 sports cars were like flooding iron beasts, lining up in a long queue, crossing over here in a few moments. In the convoy, the leading one was a silver-gray Aston Martin Phantom. In addition to these 20 sports cars, there were also sports cars chasing after them one after another. "Will you lend me your car? Or else I'll simply buy it and give you double the price of the original car, how about it?" The woman was a little anxious, but her face was still calm. "If you want to catch up with the car in front of you, it's better for me to drive it." Chinyu also got up the idea of a race. "Speed then," the woman said and ran towards the co-pilot of the Dark Night Wind. Chinyu stepped up to the driver's side. With an ejection start, the Dark Night Wind sped forward like an arrow off the string. The speed of the car rapidly increased and in the blink of an eye, it reached 300 kilometers per hour. A big curve was also at a speed close to 300 kilometers perfect drift turn. The woman expressionless twisted her head to look at Chinyu. Another corner overtook a sports car, followed by the distance with the front sports car is getting closer and closer, overtaking one after another, finally catching up with the large group. This is a very long straight track. Also saw that more than 20 sports cars, although there is a car in front. The speed of the Wind of Darkness did not drop much, or close to 400 kilometers per hour. The female had frowned lightly, once again casting her gaze as light as water on Chinyu's face. Looking at Chinyu's serious and confident demeanor, her heart and soul were somewhat touched. From the time she was born until now, for the first time, she felt that a man would also be so handsome. Looking down from a high altitude, one could see the Wind of Darkness like a black lightning bolt, weaving in and out of the convoy, overtaking car after car. His speed became the king of the entire track. This scene, whether seen from afar or up close, was very shocking and had a great visual impact. The wind of the night is too fast, although in a very long straight track, but the road has a lot of vehicles traveling ahead, so fast speed is more to test the eyesight as well as the ability to react. A second will be over 100 meters. If there is any accident in front, even if you can react, want to brake also need a long braking distance to stop. Chapter 73, meeting again next time when there's a fate. It was only because Chinyu had top-notch driving skills combined with superb mental strength that he dared to do so. It didn't take long for the Dark Night Wind to rush ahead of the convoy, and there was only that Aston Martin that had yet to overtake. Although the car in front was still far ahead, Chinyu believed that catching up with it would only take a few minutes. What he could not have imagined was that Jiang Qin's car was also in the convoy behind him. With no car in front of him to block the way, the Dark Night Wind speeds up even more. Chinyu twisted his head to look at the silent woman and saw that she was still aloof and indifferent. Fan Tao drove an Aston Martin all the way at breakneck speeds. Not long ago he saw the red Bugatti that crashed into the fence, but only hastily glanced up and didn't look closely. Just a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Although the back of the caravan was far away from him, but not complacent and not the slightest relaxation. His goal has always been the front of the woman. Do not expect to be able to surpass her, as long as each race can be with her distance closer to a step. It is very contented. One day, she will be touched by her own sincerity, thus becoming his woman. Thinking of this, heart is exceptionally excited. The speed of the car cannot help but fasten a lot. When he was complacent, he suddenly saw the Dark Night's Wind in the rearview mirror. His face stiffened. Who is it? Whose car speed can catch up with me? Could it be that he also wants to come and grab Fong Mingyue with me? Fan Tao had a chill in his eyes as his car speed continued to increase. In a short while, the car speed had already sped up to the limit of what he could achieve. Any faster and he would be at risk of flipping the car at any time. However, no matter how hard he tried, the Wind of Darkness was still slowly catching up. Fan Tao's face became more and more ugly, and finally a cold smile pulled out from the corner of his mouth, and his driving speed instead dropped. Chinyu sees that the speed of the Aston Martin in front of him starts to slow down, estimating that the other party is giving up and letting his Dark Night Wind overtake him. With a slight smile, Dark Night Wind continues to drive at a blistering pace, quickly approaching the Aston Martin. Just when the distance between the two cars has been very close, the Wind of the Dark Night is ready to overtake the occasion. Aston Martin suddenly direction slightly biased, to the left to change lanes over. Seeing that the wind of darkness is about to crash into it, she knew from the front of the car in front of the front wheel slightly biased occasion. Know the other party to play what idea? With a raised eyebrow, he still stepped on the brakes as his mind turned. If you don't step on the brakes, you can only crash into it, at such a fast speed, as long as the direction of a sharp turn, certainly cannot control the car overturned. But if there is no deceleration directly hit, the other side dead or not he does not matter. Just got his hands on this dark wind is basically a waste. A brake sound, but also fortunately the wind of the dark night of the grip is good, coupled with the Chinyu direction of the control, so fast speed vehicle emergency braking did not how to run off. Fan Tao from the rearview mirror to look at the car began to fall behind again. Face is a pity, count that kid lucky, so not play dead him. The normal reaction of people driving a car lane changeover will avoid. Fan Tao is trying to seize this point to the other side to this. The other side if you want to avoid. So fast. As long as the ability to react a little bit worse car scrapped. 4 people scrapped or not on the will of God. Shinyu stepped on the brakes and waited for the car to smooth out a bit, then accelerated again. Looking ahead to the gray sports car, his eyes are a little cold. There are still 15 kilometers to go before the end of the racing competition. We have to overtake the car in front of us as soon as possible. The woman suddenly opened her mouth to remind. She looked at the Aston Martin Phantom in front of her. Her eyes coldly flashed slightly. Don't worry, won't let you down. Shinyu maneuvered the steering wheel and said with determination. Soon, the winds of darkness caught up with the Aston Martin again, and the driver in front was blatantly trying to jam Chinyu's car through this time. Shinyu driving in the left lane. The front also drive the car to the left lane. To the right, the car in front also followed to the right. If you want to drive closer, the other side will suddenly slow down the car, so that you are a little surprised. Then want to change lanes, he will be able to don't you car. In this way, the speed of the car is not fast and not slow to drive 5 kilometers, or Aston Martin temporarily ahead. Shinyu hands on the steering wheel, face calm. He saw not far away there is a curve. The woman stares ahead, those dark eyes getting colder and colder. Finally arriving at the curve ahead, the Aston Martin speed slowed down a bit more. A big left turn turned. Behind the dark night wind speed violently accelerated, or a small left turn corner. This time, the front of the Fan Tao stunned. The dark wind of the night co-pilot woman is also a rare show a trace of nervousness. A burst of sharp tire grinding sound. With the smoke rolling, the wind of darkness of the night a super difficult drift. The front wheel and the left rear wheel and the right flat push. And finally have a surprise over the Aston Martin. The woman's eyebrows slightly relaxed. Turned her head to look at Chinyu. A very rare corner of the mouth slightly unnoticeable curve. Grass mud horse. This can even turn over. Fan Tao cursed hatefully. Seeing that the distance from the finish line ahead is less than 10 kilometers, he still gave that kid an overtake. This time he became the 3rd place. In the eyes of Fong Mingyue, wouldn't he have even less presence? Just when Fan Tao was annoyed and helpless, the speed of the dark night wind car in front of him suddenly slowed down, and then stayed at a very slow traveling speed. Fan Tao's heart rejoiced when he saw it. Could it be that the car is malfunctioning and can't travel fast? Thinking of this, he hurriedly pulled the car's speed up. Seeing that the front wheel of the Aston Martin had already caught up with the rear wheel of the Wind of Darkness, even though it surpassed and regained the most beautiful boy of the whole track. Unexpectedly, the Wind of Darkness turned the direction of one of the front wheels and changed over to this lane. When it was about to hit the body of the Aston Martin, the direction changed again, returning the car to the original lane. Just this effort, Fan Tao reflexively wanted to change the direction of the car to avoid. The direction hit a little fierce. The car weightless uncontrolled to the side of the road to slide over. 4 wheels with the center of gravity of the car sliding, and finally the whole car over. Bang! 4 wheels to the sky hit the railing, sports car broken pieces scattered all over the ground. Chinyu from the rearview mirror to see the Aston Martin overturned. A slight smile, the heart of the stuffy finally out. The woman said, "You just that one time, not worried about the other side of the accident." Worry see that car accident I am very heartbroken. Can only for his silence. I hope that person's evil people have their own bad karma. Do not have an accident. If really out, that is not about my business. Shinyu said. Put. The woman could not help but laugh. After traveling for less than 3 more minutes, the dark wind finally arrived at the racetrack, which was the end of the track. All the lights on the racetrack were on, and there were dozens of people standing there at the finish line of the racetrack waiting. Shinyu crossed the car over the finish line and drove another distance before stopping and said to the woman, "I'll let you down here. I should go." The woman said, "Thank you. If it wasn't for your help this time I might have lost. See you next time." After saying that, she got out of the car cleanly, but after thinking for a moment, she knocked on the window of the dark wind car again. After the window glass was lowered, he asked, "I still don't know what your name is. Is it convenient to tell me? Xinyu touched his nose, eyes rolled and said, you and I meet halfway name even if, next time have the fate to meet again then naturally we'll tell you. Set a foot gas pedal, the wind of the dark night is like a gust of wind away, quickly disappeared in the woman's field of vision. Chapter 74, Fong Mingyue. Although Xinyu thought that the woman was very pretty, it was still a bit inappropriate to name him out at this time. After all, he had caused some trouble at the track tonight that had yet to be dealt with. Fong Mingyue stood frozen for a long time. In the end, some incredulousness muttered to herself, he even rejected me? Taking out her cell phone, she dialed out a call. When the caller on the other end picked up, he said, Sister Yun, what is the name of the owner of the license plate I gave you? Yun Chaoting on the other end of the phone was shocked in her heart and replied, his name is Xinyu. Mingyue, why are you asking about his name? He offended me. Fong Mingyue directly said. What? How could he have offended you? Yun Chao stopped even more surprised. What is Qinyu's relationship with you? Fong Mingyue asked again. Yun Chaotian thought for a moment and said, how can I say it? It's not ordinary even if I say it's ordinary. I even recognized him as my younger brother. That's fine, as long as it's not your boyfriend. After saying that, Fong Mingyue hung up the phone. Yun Chaoting's hand holding the cell phone froze there. In recalling, understanding and dissecting Fong Mingyue's last sentence for a long time without words, Fong Mingyue held her cell phone, thought for a few seconds, and dialed out another number. Fong Dong, what are the instructions? The phone was quickly connected, and a very respectful woman's voice came through. Help me look up a person. Name is Qinyu. License plate number Nanjiang's license plate. 69s. Tomorrow I want to know his details. Even the color of the underwear he's wearing must be found out for me. Understood. Fong Dong. And, Fong Mingyue thought for a moment and said, by the way, keep his information secret. Don't give others the chance to find out. As you wish. After collecting the cell phone, a man came and said with quite a bit of respect, Sister Fong. Fong Mingyue glanced at him and said, you first condemn the people here. I still have business to attend to. Okay, Sister Fong. Fan Tao managed to climb out of the broken car window. Looking at the Aston Martin Phantom that tumbled to the ground, his face was incomparably hideous. This was a limited edition sports car, which had cost him more than $50 million, now rotten into a scrap metal. Looking at both heartache and hate, gnashing his teeth in hate said, who is that car? Which son of a? Let me find out. I will definitely let you death by 1,000 cuts. Shall not die well. It was also fortunate that he wore a racing suit and helmet, otherwise it would be impossible for him to still stand here and clamor. At this time, a Ferrari F90 sports car slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. One person came down from the car and busily ran over to support the staggering Fan Tao. Brother Fan, are you alright? Should we call an ambulance over? This person said. Zhao Song, I'm not in any serious condition. Send me back to the racetrack there first, I still have things to do. Good. Zhao Song helped Fan Tao sit on the passenger seat of the Ferrari and then went to turn the car on. On the racetrack, one expensive sports car returned here, and in the end, there was a collection of more than 30 of them, very neatly parked on a lane. The people who got out of the sports cars came out onto an empty flat area at the side of the track. Whether it was a professional racer that someone had brought over, or the usually bullish rich second generation, at this time, they all stood honestly, with awe in their eyes looking at Fong Mingyue who stood there motionlessly in front of them. Fan Tao and Zhao Song also arrived later and walked in front of the crowd. After seeing Fong Mingyue, Fan Tao said excitedly, Sister Fong, I was supposed to be the first one to reach the finish line besides you. On the way, I ran into a black sports car that came out of nowhere, and the kid who drove it shaded me. You have to be my master. Fong Mingyue didn't make a sound. Still looking cold, just two hands kneaded each other's slender fingers. The gaze cannot be seen joy and sorrow. Fan Tao added, Sister Fong, you must believe my words. That car is not here, should sneak away. If you don't believe me, you can go to adjust the surveillance to check. Fong Mingyue finally stopped kneading her fingers and walked over to one person, saying, Jiang Qin, give me your helmet. Okay, Sister Fong. Jiang Jin was busy handing his helmet to Fong Mingyue. Holding the helmet, Fong Mingyue paced in front of Fan Tao and said in a cold voice, the car you mentioned, I was sitting in it at the time. Fan Tao immediately felt bad. Impossible. How could you be in that car? Just as the words fell, Fong Mingyue was a helmet slashing down on his head. Fan Tao's head was covered in blood. Another helmet slammed down, and one side of Fan Tao's face was swollen. Another helmet, and one of Fan Tao's arms was fractured. Then, the helmet continued to smash, not stopping to smash on Fan Tao's body. Fan Tao has long been lying on the ground. People are fainted. Only the intense pain constantly woke him up. Then fainted again. No one in the room dared to come forward to dissuade. Stood there in silence. If Fong Mingyue wanted to beat someone up, no one could stop them, and no one dared to stop them. There was once a rich second generation who seemed to disrespect her verbally, and Fang Mingyue went directly to his home, and in front of his father, and in front of his grandfather, she beat that rich second generation half to death. This incident was also only the most insignificant one among her many rumors. One person secretly muttered, "This Fan Tao, he really dares to take risks." Relying on the fact that the Fan family is the second largest family in Nanjing City, he even said outright that he wanted to marry Fang Mingyue. I was waiting for this day to come when I heard those words. You don't think about what kind of person Sister Fang is, but she dared to beat up even her old man. What other people wouldn't dare to beat up? Fang Mingyue finally withdrew her hand. The helmet was rotten and the person was beaten to a bloody pulp, with only one breath hanging on. This was Fang Mingyue's ability. No matter how badly and painfully she beat the other person, she just didn't kill him. Fang Mingyue still looked at the crowd with that same blandness, seeing that the vast majority of people didn't dare to meet her gaze. Some were even pale and bloodless. Shivering. Jiang Qin. Fang Mingyue withdrew her gaze and called out Jiang Qin's name. Jiang Chun's face turned white, and he said in a trembling voice, "Fang, Sister Fang, what is it that you're calling me for? My car is wrecked. You find someone to tow it back. Also, ask your sister-in-law to help me find a good sports car again. It's not a problem for the sports car to be more expensive, but if it makes me dissatisfied, I'll break your legs. Understand, Sister Fang? No, don't worry. I will definitely find a sports car that you are satisfied with." When Jiang Jin heard the words about breaking his legs, his feet softened a bit and he almost fell down. Originally, he wanted to do some explaining, fighting for the fact that even if Fang Mingyue was really dissatisfied, she wouldn't break his legs. But seeing Fang Mingyue's cold and icy gaze, he could only barely show a smile that was even worse than crying and assured. But in his heart, he kept wailing. Why was his life so bitter? There were so many people in the room, but Fang Mingyue chose him. Jiang Xian was clear about one thing. If Fang Mingyue really broke his legs, not only would his dad not help him, but he would discipline him even more harshly. Chapter 75, Xiagua. Hearing Fang Mingyue say to him again, "Bring your car keys," Jiang Jin dared to say no, and honestly handed over his Lamborghini key to Fang Mingyue. Fang Mingyue took the car keys and put down a sentence. "Lend me your car tonight and come over tomorrow to get it back." After saying that, she walked towards the track. Then he drove into Jiang Jin's Lamborghini and left the racetrack in a puff of smoke. Seeing Fang Mingyue leave, everyone present couldn't help but let out a long breath, finally revealing a natural look. Some people were busy picking up the dying Fan Tao, some called the hospital ambulance, and some notified Fan Tao's family. There were also some people who used compassionate gazes and threw them towards the pale-faced Jiang Chun. On the other hand, Xinyu drove out of the gate of the racetrack, and then flew all the way towards the South Rhine Villa. After half an hour, he arrived at the gate of the Southern Rhythm Villa, then was stopped by the security guards at the gate. Xinyu only had to get out of the car to register the information of the head of household's vehicle before driving the car in. When he returned to the villa and came out after taking a shower and changing a set of clothes, it was already 11 o'clock late at night. Rarely Xinyu physique is different from the past. Spiritual power is also many times more powerful. After these things tonight, and his fighting and racing, consume a lot of physical and spiritual power. At this time is also a little sleepy. The cell phone will be plugged into the charging line. Then go to sleep. The next day woke up very early. Look at the time. 5:30 in the morning. Xinyu seldom woke up this early and covered himself with the quilt and wanted to continue sleeping. But the spirit is just too full. There is no hint of lethargy wanting to sleep. It was pointless to sleep any longer. So Xinyu got up. After washing up, he sat on a leather chair and contemplated. Opening the system panel and looking at it, there are only a pitiful 56 sign-in points left. What can 56 sign-in points do? It is definitely not enough to add martial arts, so it is better to keep it for now. In the future, I have to find a way to earn signing points, raise my own force, try to achieve a level 5 signing, and it's best to get a level 6 signing to try. There was also that Xiao Jinfeng, who had found someone to come over and kill him after just a first meeting with some verbal conflict. Although the strength of those people is not strong, but the gun is easy to avoid, the dark arrow is difficult to prevent. Also do not know what kind of people will be sent to find him trouble next time. Since this is the case, Xinyu's gaze was slightly chilled. If I have the opportunity, I will directly destroy him. With his half-step Wanjin master physique, coupled with his spiritual power, Xiao Jinfeng was even able to send someone to assassinate him. So why can't he go and secretly finish him off? Xinyu secretly made a decision. How to say that he is also a person who owns a system. To give a small corner like this bullying, surely he must give one foot to trample to death. Looking at the still early day outside, Xinyu went out onto the garden and swung out a few punches vigorously before punching a rockery stone. With a boom, this large piece of stone, after the impact of the force of this punch, shattered into pieces like papier-mâché. looking at the powder or broken stones scattered all over the place. Shinyu is also a bit surprised that this is caused by just 60% of his strength. He practiced a few more times and ran before returning to the first floor hall of the villa. Drinking a cup of warm water, he picked up his cell phone and read a novel. This was a web novel that he had been chasing for a long time, and he hadn't clicked on it to read it in the past few days because he was busy spending money. The name of the novel is called Me and My 10 Girlfriends, and what it talks about is very touching and inspirational. And Shinyu especially likes the male protagonist in the book, as well as his 10 female protagonists. Unconsciously read for half an hour. Also saw the last page of the novel update. Shinyu watched comfortably and also gave the author a reward, by the way. Normally, he would have rewarded a few cents, but it's different now, and he doesn't care how much money he spends anymore. So he lost a number to directly reward. From the small salty fish reward this book 2 yuan. The sky is brightening. A beam of sunlight irradiated the villa floor glass up. Shinyu feels a little hungry, but the kitchen refrigerator is still empty. There are no ingredients to put in it. Trying to make breakfast by himself is impossible. A thought flashes through his mind. It seems that finding a nanny has to be done as soon as possible. Getting up and going out, he drove into the dark wind and drove out towards the outside of the neighborhood. When he came back to the villa again, there was an extra bag with breakfast in his hand. Shinyu ate his breakfast while looking at the time. It was nearly 8 in the morning. Then he gave Kong Xiaoyi a phone call, telling her to bring a nanny to apply for the job. Kong Xiaoyi was busy answering yes, saying that the housekeeping company is not far from here. She will now go over to bring the nanny over. As a result, after waiting for a clock, Kong Xiaoyi came to the villa. Shinyu directly in an intercom system electronic screen control will open the entry door. Soon Kong Xiaoyi led one person into the villa. After Kong Xiaoyi sat down, Shinyu could not help but measure up the nanny who applied for the job. Very young. I'm afraid the age is not as big as Kong Xiaoyi. Although dressed in a bit of dirt, there is also a rural girl squirming in shyness. However, it is also difficult to hide its concave and convex shape, as well as the stunning face. In particular, Shinyu observes minutely and notices the girl's pair of ears that are a bit pointy and long. This was a girl whose looks could score full marks, and the first time Shinyu saw her, for some reason his heart and soul was shaken. This is the nanny you found for me. Is there such a young nanny? Shinyu looks at Kong Xiaoyi with some reproach. Mr. Shin, didn't you say that you wanted to find a young, beautiful female nanny? I found one for you. Kong Xiaoyi is busy explaining. Seems like I only said that I told you to look for a younger nanny, not a young nanny. Shinyu recalled and said. Kong Xiaoyi spat out her tongue as if she had done something bad with good intentions. However, this nanny was not from a housekeeping company. Yesterday, she entrusted manager Zhu's relationship to contact a very famous housekeeping company, and also found a nanny that she thought was very much in line with Mr. Shin's standards, and her age was just over 30 years old. But when she called the nanny, she was told that she had already found an employer. Mr. Shin was waiting for someone else, so Kong Xiaoyi had no choice but to bring Xiaogua, who lived with her, over for an interview. Xiaogua is also a nanny, but last week she left her job at the housekeeping company and is now unemployed. Seeing that Shinyu seems to be very dissatisfied with Xiaogua, Kong Xiaoyi busily says, sorry, if Mr. Shin is not satisfied, I will find another one for you. Shinyu glanced at the girl who had her head lowered and was somewhat pathetic, and said helplessly, come what may, just her. Shinyu also counts Kong Xiaoyi's character as stupid. This time, she dislikes that this nanny is too young to look at. Next time, maybe she will find a 70 years old to come over. What is your name? Shinyu asks out another sentence. The girl's voice is soft and sticky. Hello sir, my name is Xiaogua. I'm from Qingzhou Wucheng. Xiaogua. A strange color swept across Shinyu's eyes as he read out the name. Yes, my name is Xiaogua. Xiaogua's large eyes looked at Shinyu. She mistakenly thought that Shinyu had not heard her utter her name just now and hurriedly confirmed again, saying, Qingzhou Sycamore City is far away from Nanjing City. Why did you run over here to work? Shinyu asked. Chapter 76 River Luotong. Xiaogua lowered her head and said, I followed my 2 sisters from the same village over here, and when I came here, they went into the housekeeping company together. Shinyu listens quietly. Sir, why don't I introduce myself and say what my specialties are? Xiaogua sneaks a glance at Shinyu and adds in a glutinous voice. Self-introduction is not necessary. You stay and live in the guest room on the first floor. Just be responsible for daily cleaning and cooking. See how you perform in the future. Okay, thank you sir, I will definitely make you satisfied. Xiaogua was beaming with joy. What is your salary requirement? Shinyu asked again. Kong Xiaoyi was also very happy that Shinyu was able to accept Xiaogua. Seeing that it came to the salary, she felt the need to clarify. Carefully glancing at Shinyu, she softly said, Mr. Shin, there's something I haven't told you yet, so I'll apologize first. There is something odd. Shinyu saw Kong Xiaoyi's expression and knew that this little girl was hiding something from him. Speak, what is it, Mr. Shin? It's like this. Yesterday, it was indeed through manager Zhu's help that he helped you find a nanny in a housekeeping company. It's just that when I contacted that nanny just now, she had already found another employer. It was urgent, so I called up Xiaogua, who lives with me, to apply for the job. But don't worry, Xiaogua. She was still working as a nanny at the housekeeping company all last week. It's just that she ran into a few employers with bad attitudes who fired her. And in the end, the housekeeping company didn't want her anymore. So, can Mr. Shin forgive me this time for bringing Xiaogua here without prior instructions? After saying that, Kong Xiaoyi is like a child who has done something wrong, fearing that an adult will knock her on the head, and lowers her head in fear. Shinyu ignored Kong Xiaoyi and looked at Xiaogua and asked, Xiaogua, tell me what caused so many employers to not want you. This, Xiaogua said with some embarrassment. Maybe it's because my cooking is a bit worse and not to their liking. Just because of this? Xiaogua nodded with a sincere face. Shinyu had a bit of a headache. He always felt that this was a bit uncomplicated. In the end, he helplessly said, forget about it regardless of that. You can stay here first. I'll give you a villa keycard later. In addition, your salary in January is 10,000 right? I'll call 100,000 yuan to you later. $10,000 is your salary this month. The other 90,000 you take to buy some daily necessities back. The daily fancy also need to use. When used up I will give you. Xiaogua rejoiced. Thank you Mr. Shin. I will definitely work hard. Kong Xiaoyi was on the side, also showing a very happy smile. Finally, Shinyu asked for Xiaogua's contact number and bank account number. When transferring the money, Shinyu took a glance at Xiaogua's plain and rustic clothes. I'll transfer an additional $100,000 to you. Go buy a few more sets of clothes and consider them your work clothes. By the way, buy more ingredients and come back. The refrigerator in the villa is still empty. Okay, thank you sir, Xiaogua said gratefully. So Shinyu transferred $200,000 over and handed over a keycard for the entry door. Xiaogua then bounced out with Kong Xiaoyi. Shinyu saw the two girls leave before revealing a trace of gravity. In fact, hitting him the first time he saw Xiaogua, there was a great impact on his mental power. There seems to be an illusion, or a sixth sense of perception. Facing Xiaogua involuntarily produces a trace of fear. This kind of fear is not from Xiaogua himself, but from her body seems to be able to perceive an objective danger is going to happen. Good example. You stand here, but to 10 kilometers away from a nuclear bomb feel fear. This Xiaogua person is not simple. Shinyu makes a conclusion, and at the same time, he also becomes somewhat curious about this girl. At this time, the cell phone placed on the table rang. Picking it up and taking a look, it was an unfamiliar cell phone number. Which one? Hello, I'm Li Junxiao. Excuse me, at the risk of asking, are you coming over to the sales department of Tianhu Century City today? Shinyu then remembers that yesterday, he also promised Li Dezhou that he would buy 4 buildings from Sky Lake Real Estate. Considering that the distance from South Rhythm South Village to the sales department of Day Lake Real Estate is not far, it will be there soon. Then he said, alright, I'll go over there now. Okay, young Shinyu, come over slowly. I will wait for you at the sales department. With that, he hung up the phone. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 in the morning. Then he got up and went out and drove the car out. The sales department of Tianhu Century City was located in the middle section of Yunha Road. Shinyu had even been there when it was built, and it was less than 3 kilometers away from South Rhythm Villa. When the winds of darkness went out of the neighborhood, in just less than 3 minutes, it arrived at the entrance of the parking lot outside the sales department of Sky Lake Century City. The arrival of the wind of darkness immediately attracted the attention of those who came over to look at the property. Several pairs of eyes were rotating around the wind of darkness, also wanting to see the driver's appearance from the inside. The closest person saw Dark Knight Wind parked at the entrance of the parking lot, waiting for the gate to open. Then he was busy taking out his cell phone and snapped 2 photos of the wind of darkness. One of the photos was taken of the side of the sports car, and a side of Chinyu's face was clearly seen. Taking pictures of this person named LV Peak. He has a bit of understanding of sports cars. Always feel that this car is a bit familiar. After taking the photo, and then go online to search for this sports car, I saw as the Dark Knight Wind information. Factory price of more than 80 million, limited to 3 units, and now even more people out to more than 130 million cannot buy. LV highest peak are looking straight, and then look up. The wind of the Dark Knight has long entered the parking lot inside, can only be seen far from the black body. In his heart, he regretted a little bit, so he might as well take a few more pictures. Lu Peak, why are you so mesmerized by that sports car? Although it looks good, we still have to rush to see the houses. There are just too many people coming over to look at and buy houses today, so we need to hurry up. What do you know? That car is over $100 million. How can we not look at it more? What? Over $100 million sports car? He Luotong froze. It was the first time she heard of such an expensive sports car and saw it with her own eyes. Is it true? What am I lying to you for? According to that sports car wheel design, it should be the Dark Knight Wind, limited to only 3 units. I just saw you take 2 photos. Quickly send the photos to my cell phone. I want to send a friend circle. River Luotong's 2 eyes lit up. Okay. After receiving the photos, River Luotong immediately sent a friend circle. After thinking about it for a while, he sent 2 more photos inside the middle school classmate group. Typing up, he said, "Classmates, today my husband and I came over to buy a building, and we also saw a sports car that costs over $100 million. As soon as this message was sent, many messages immediately popped up. Classmate Luotong, are you bragging? Is there a sports car that costs over 100 million? You're going to buy a building today. Congratulations He Luotong." After seeing the information sent by the group of classmates, He Luotong smiled somewhat smugly and returned a few more sentences up. In fact, they also prepared a down payment of money over to buy a house. Here the smallest set of 100 square feet to nearly 4 million. This 4 million do not know how many years to work hard to earn.